This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Tin Wind Continent. The southern border of the country, Yanqing City. In the Qinghua Lane in the south of the city, in an ordinary small courtyard, a pale-faced girl wearing a coarse cloth short squatted in the vegetable field, with a green light emitting from her hands. Several wild vegetables that had just been planted and were still a little wilted instantly grew taller, produced seeds, and withered. Pick up a sesame-sized seed on the ground, bury it in the ground, and mobilize the spiritual power in the body again. In just a moment, the wild vegetable seed sprouted from the soil, stretched taller, and grew into a green wild vegetable, which was particularly green in the sun. Song Luhua stared at her palm in a daze. Is she really awakened? 5 days ago, she traveled to this magical continent. There are 24 months in a year. 8 months in the warm season, 8 months in the flood season, and 8 months in the cold season. The Ten Winds continent is vast and sparsely populated, and the people make a living by hunting exotic beasts and collecting plants. Almost everyone here cultivates spirits. At a certain age, men awaken to become martial spirit masters, mainly fighting and hunting exotic beasts. Women awaken as auxiliary spiritualists, and can plant, refine medicine or refine equipment. When she woke up in the morning, she felt a strange airflow flowing in her chest, so she guessed that she had awakened. She just tried it, and she didn't expect it to be true. The original owner had been a waste for 18 years, and she awakened when she came. Could it be a late golden finger? Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Song Luhua was about to get up and open the door, but her brain was dizzy, her eyes went black, and she fell headfirst into the vegetable field. It took a long time to recover. Pooh, pooh. Spit out the dirt in her mouth. Song Luhua pounded the ground in grief and anger. She almost forgot that the original owner was an injured sickly person. She just used her spiritual power, but she was even weaker. 5 days ago, the original owner was digging wild vegetables in the suburbs of the city. A black rock pig broke into the safe zone and blocked a bullet for her fiancé's sister Xie Qingqing, and died directly. Forced to take over this half-dead shell, Song Luhua couldn't help but curse God for being crazy. Who can understand? In her previous life, she finally had a dream from her grandmother. She spent all her savings of 100,000 yuan and bought a lottery ticket and won a 200 million yuan prize. However, on the first day, she happily moved into the fully paid large flat. A naughty kid pressed the elevator randomly and fell into the well from the 18th floor. Before she had time to enjoy it, the large flat worth tens of millions, and the remaining hundreds of millions of dollars disappeared in the blink of an eye. What sin did she do to make her go from poverty to wealth, and then to nothing in just a few days, plus a weak body that could not survive? Isn't this just a joke on her? Song Luhua was so angry that she gnashed her teeth and cursed the parents who raised such a naughty child in her heart. She hoped that they would have 10 more children, and all of them would be naughty children, knock them to death. Maybe because she hadn't opened the door for a long time, the knocks on the door became more frequent. Song Luhua rolled her eyes speechlessly, got up from the ground with difficulty, dragged her body like an 80-year-old man, and opened the door. Luhua, what are you doing? Auntie has been calling you for a long time. Why did you come to open the door just now? Xiaolu rubbed her sore fists, thinking that this bitch was alive and well, and it took her so long to open the door. It was really rude. Then she complained dissatisfiedly. You girl, are you being lazy again? Auntie is telling you. We women should be virtuous and hardworking. Your parents died early, and your brother is a man. No one has taught you. At least you can call me Auntie. Auntie will teach you the principles of life. Blah blah blah. The middle-aged woman outside the door was slightly plump, wearing a blue cloth dress, with a small mole on her thick lips. She was Xie Lushur, the mother of the original owner's fiancée Xie Huaishen. Xie Lushur kept talking, and Song Luhua looked at her with contempt. After she finished talking, she invited her to the living room without much enthusiasm, and is really a rare guest, and you are here today. Xie Lushur was choked, and annoyance flashed in her eyes. She cursed this bitch for her hard life. Why didn't the black rock pig kill her? Every time she thought of this, Xie Lushur was afraid. Her daughter was talented, and a rare second-grade alchemist. She was admitted to the county military a few days ago. She also hoped that her daughter would marry a good family and help her parents. Nothing could happen. Song Luhua was a waste, and that was all she could do. Xie Lushur thought of the purpose of coming here today and forced a smile. I am relieved to see that you are okay. You don't know that I didn't sleep well for several nights when I knew you were injured. Unfortunately, I was busy at home and couldn't find time. Now, As soon as I got time today, I came to see you immediately. Song Luo glanced at her rosy cheeks and empty hands, and pursed her lips. Really? Auntie is really thoughtful. However, I was injured so badly while defending Xie Qingqing from disaster, I'm afraid I can't take care of myself, and my brother is not at home. Where is Xie Qingqing? I saved her life, so it's not too much to ask her to serve me for a while, Song Luo said, and did not forget to cough a few times to fit the occasion. The pale cheeks were instantly stained with a few sickly reds. Xie Lushur didn't expect that Song Luo, who had always been as obedient as a young wife in front of her, would dare to make such an excessive request. Subconsciously raised her eyebrows. How can this be? Qingqing is an alchemist. How can she serve you, a useless person? After saying this, perhaps because she felt that her words were too blunt, she pulled her lips and said, Qingqing has become a first-level alchemist. Yesterday, she followed the mercenary team to hunt in Xihealing. It will take several days for her to come back. Auntie sees that you are fine. I think you should just stay at home for a few days to recuperate. Actually, Auntie came to see you today because I have something important to tell you. Xie Lu pretended to be a little embarrassed. As someone who has watched countless melodramas and is immune to all poisons, Song Luo saw through Xie Liushur's poor acting skills at a glance. She rolled her eyes in her heart and watched her performance quietly. She had heard a lot of rumors in the past few days, saying that the original owner's cheap fiancé Xie Huaisheng and Wang Sainer were very close, and there were even rumors that the two had gone to the county government to get married. Since her brother Song Yuan Lingqiu was injured 2 months ago and fell from a 4th-level martial spirit master to a 2nd-level martial spirit master, the Xie family has come less often, not to mention that the original owner saved her daughter, but he didn't come to the door. I'm afraid you're not holding back anything good when you come here today. She didn't ask any more questions, and Mrs. Xie gnashed her teeth and cursed this stinky girl for being so rude. She adjusted her expression and took out a letter of annulment from her bosom. Lu Hua, it's our Xie family who is sorry for you. The 3rd daughter of the Wang family fell into the water and was saved by Huaisheng. Afterwards, she was desperate and insisted on marrying our Huaisheng. If he didn't marry her, she would die. Huaisheng was also helpless. In order to save her, the two of them had already signed a marriage contract 5 days ago. We are afraid that you will be heartbroken and have a bad body, so we told you today. Please be kind and call off your marriage with Huaisheng. Song Luo stared at her thick lips opening and closing, revealing her yellow teeth stained with vegetable leaves, but what she said was so ridiculous. Xie Daolang actually married someone else without breaking off the engagement. Song Luo was really angry and laughed. The small oval face was pale because of the injury, and it was a bit bright when she smiled. Xie Lu curled her lips. What she disliked most was Song Luo's face, which was soft, weak, pitiful and innocent. It made her son bewildered, and even after getting married, she didn't settle down. Fortunately, she was not married into the family, otherwise, there would be no place for her as a mother-in-law in the family. Song Luo took the divorce agreement and sneered. Look at what you said, Aunt. You have the heart to save people. Can it be that I have a heart of stone? If Wang Sainer saves his life because of Xie Huaisheng, he is just a man and it's nothing. I have accepted the divorce agreement, and from now on, the marriage between me and the Xie family has nothing to do with each other. You? Xie Lu had already prepared for her to cry, but she didn't expect her to be so straightforward now. She pretended to comfort him. After all, it is our Xie family who has let you down. Auntie knows that you are a rare good girl. You will definitely find someone better than my Huaisheng. Song Liuhua's personality was not as weak as her appearance. She raised her eyelids and said sarcastically, What nonsense are you talking about? I can't even keep a piece of shit like your son. You still expect me to find a better one? Auntie is probably blinded by lard. Go home and wash yourself. Chapter 2. This sounded a bit strange to Xie Lu, but it also seemed to be reasonable. You are at least self-aware. My daughter-in-law, Miss Wang San, is not only gentle and kind, but also a 2nd-level alchemist at a young age. She has a promising future. Lu Hua, I am not saying anything bad about you. You are just an ordinary person. If it weren't for the past relationship, who would be willing to marry a useless woman like my Daolang who is so talented? Matching people of equal status is the right way. Since we have known each other for a long time, and my nephew is handsome, if you marry him, we will still be a family. Song Luo almost vomited. Everyone in Yanqing County knew that Xie Liushur's nephew Lu Gangdan was ugly, poor, and beat his wife. All the families with daughters avoided him. Xie Liushur actually wanted to marry her to such a bastard. She sneered. Since Lu Gangdan is so outstanding, Why don't you quickly ask your Xia Qingqing to marry him, so that your two families can become closer? And now that Xia Huaixing is no longer my fiancé, my brother gave him a magic sword last month, and asked him to return it. The original owner's brother was also generous. He spent a huge sum of 10,000 lingbai to buy a second-grade spiritual sword and gave it to Xia Huaixing, a disgusting dog, without even considering whether he was worthy of it. When Xia Lu heard that she dared to pair her daughter with her useless nephew, she was about to get angry, but when she heard her mention the spiritual sword, she choked instantly. This spiritual sword was damaged during Huaixing's previous 2 hunting trips. What do you want my Xia family to give back? Besides, you gave me that spiritual sword voluntarily, so why should I take it back? How dare you ask for something back after giving it away? Xia Lushur despised it, but she was reluctant to give it back. The money spent on buying this magic sword is enough for an ordinary person to marry a wife. The money saved has been used as a betrothal gift to Miss Wang. Song Luhua, this bitch, why doesn't she just die? She has to work hard to break off the engagement now. Oh, it's lost. Song Luhua glanced at Xia Lushur, who was feeling guilty, and obviously didn't believe it. I don't care about these things. My brother gave this magic sword to his brother-in-law, not to be used by some unrelated cat or dog. You have until tomorrow to return it, otherwise, don't blame me for going to your house to ask Xia Huaixing for it. If the Xia family is shameless, Song Luhua can help them. Xia Lushur heard the meaning of her words and her face turned black. It is said that you should leave a way out for others, so that you can meet again in the future. My Huaixing is a 3rd-level martial arts master at a young age, and has a bright future, but your brother is just a useless person now. Don't be so ruthless in your behavior. Song Luhua didn't take the threat, and stood up to drive him away. Anyone with a little shame would have run away with their faces covered in shame. Auntie should go to the roadside manure pit early to see if you have lost your face in it. If you don't return it tomorrow, then you can't blame me. Song Luhua sneered. Anyway, I am barefoot, and I am not afraid of those who wear shoes. I have been bullied to this extent, so why should I care about whether I will never give up? At the beginning, the Xia family lost its head, and Xia Lushur was alone with 2 young sons and a daughter. She used the friendship of the past to beg the Song family to arrange this marriage. When the Song family's parents were still alive, they helped the Xia family a lot. Now that Xia Huaixing and Xia Qingqing have made a breakthrough, they have not even established their foothold, but they have begun to abandon the donkey after it has done its work. Shame on you. If she wasn't too weak, she probably couldn't beat Xia Lushur's sturdy body. She would have gone to pull her hair this morning. Who would have the patience to talk nonsense here? Xia Lushur didn't know that she had escaped because of someone's weakness. Her face turned pale, and she left with a snort of hatred. After driving Xia Lushur away, Song Luhua went back to the house to tidy up and prepare to go out. First, she went to the mercenary union to test her qualifications, and second, she went to the mercenary market to buy some vegetables. Her brother went to Zai Healing 5 days ago, and was supposed to come back today. Now that she has occupied the original owner's body, she has to do something. The mirror with flower branches reflects her pale face. Her overly long eyelashes cast a shadow under her eyes, and her beautiful diamond-shaped mouth is bloodless. Whenever Song Luhua sees her face, she feels like Lin Daiyu is reborn. With some rouge and lip rouge, the person in the mirror looks less unhappy. The warm season is mild, so she puts on a thin white silk top, a crimson pomegranate skirt, and a small fragrant ball tassel pendant around her slender waist. A touch of bright red is lightly touched on her pale lips. What a charming and sickly beauty. Song Luhua nodded in front of the mirror with satisfaction. Thinking about what to buy, Song Luhua locked the door and went out. As soon as she reached the alley, she bumped into a wall of flesh and was bounced away. She fell backwards. Regardless of her sore nose, Song Luhua quickly protected her buttocks to avoid being bruised later. Be careful. The expected pain did not come, and the clear sound was like spring water hitting a stone. The slender waist was held by a pair of warm big hands. Song Luhua opened her big watery eyes, and looked at the man's confused outline from this angle. Her eyes followed the man's thin lips, past his straight nose, and met a pair of gentle and clear phoenix eyes. Even against the light, Song Luhua could see his handsome face. In a flash, an idea came to her mind. There is a crazy rule in the 10 Winds continent that if a woman does not marry at the age of 18, the consequences. Her current body is about to turn 18, and she is worried about where to find such a sucker. Is this person okay? Let's try? She blinked her eyes, and like the beautiful lady who was saved by a hero in the TV series in her previous life, she stood up weakly and shyly, saluted, and all the movements were done in one go. Thank you for saving my life, sir. I have no way to repay you. If you are not married, I am willing to marry you." As she spoke, Song Luhua also threw him a coquettish look. This body is as beautiful as her previous life. Song Luhua privately named herself the most beautiful woman in the Ten Wind continent for 5,000 years. Feng Xiai looked down at the woman with twitching eyes and strange behavior, and coughed lightly to hold back his laughter. Jiang Wenxiu chuckled, "Feng Xiai, if I remember correctly, this is the 5th person who wants to marry you today. You are so lucky. Luckily you haven't got married, otherwise those women would cry to death." Only then did Song Luhua realize that there was another person following the young man, with a sharp face and a straight face, but not her type. Hearing that the person said he was not married yet, Song Luhua nodded with satisfaction and immediately launched a fierce offensive. "I am not talented, but I am only 18 years old, beautiful, with a very good personality, gentle and charming, suitable for marriage and family life." Gentle and charming, huh? Feng Xiai couldn't help laughing. He passed by Qinghua Lane yesterday and happened to see this girl with her hands on her hips, brazenly confronting a naughty child. The 7 or 8-year-old child was scolded and cried for his parents. In order to save her life, she tried to scam people in the street. No one else would do that. Song Luhua estimated that she would not be able to get this porcelain. The man in front of her had her aesthetic taste and a clear and upright look. It was a pity. "I'm sorry for the offense. A grown woman can bend and stretch." Song Luhua apologized to the man quickly, and was about to leave. "Okay." The man's voice was like a thunder, exploding in her ears. Song Luhua was shocked, but he actually agreed? She herself thought it was outrageous, but he actually agreed? Who cares, just agree. I only remember her saying, "Let's go to the marriage temple to get married now." The man also agreed readily. Yanqing City, at the entrance of the marriage temple. Song Luhua's palms were sweating as she clenched the jade household registration book in her hand. "Let's go!" The man chuckled and walked in first. Song Luhua looked at his tall back, gritted her teeth, and followed him in. Although it's outrageous. Now that we're here. In the Ten Winds continent, if there weren't a weird law restricting it, women who don't get married at the age of 18 will not live past 19. This is the lesson learned by countless ancestors with their lives, and she is not stupid enough to gamble with her broken body. Anyway, she has to get married, and marrying a pretty one is more pleasing to the eyes. After coming out of the marriage temple, Song Luhua's brain was buzzing, and the unreal feeling made her look at the pedestrians on the street with a little more illusion. Feng Xiai looked at his newlywed wife with amusement, who had just said boldly that she wanted to marry him. Now that the marriage contract was signed, she was stunned. It was getting late, and he had to go hunting today. He took out a large Lingbai card, placed it in Song Luhua's palm, and said, "I'm going to Zaihealing today, and will be back in the evening. With this Lingbai card, you can go to the county bank to withdraw 100,000 Lingbai, which is the betrothal gift. I come to visit you in the evening." Chapter 3. Song Luhua tightly grasped the 100,000 Lingbai card, staring blankly at Feng Xi's figure going away. Unexpectedly, her cheap husband was quite generous. Ordinary people only gave 10,000 Lingbai as a gift when marrying a daughter-in-law. Don't underestimate these 10,000 Lingbai. In the Ten Winds continent, the monthly income of an ordinary family is more than 3,000 Lingbai. Before her brother was injured, her family was a 4th-level martial spirit master. In the entire Yanqing City, it can only be regarded as a well-off family. Excluding expenses, the annual income is only 20,000 Lingbai. In the cold season, if there is not enough food, you have to buy some food at a high price to survive the winter. When the temperature is abnormally cold, you have to spend more money to buy flame crystals for heating. Poor families without high-level martial arts masters hunt exotic beasts and dig wild vegetables all year round, which is just enough to survive, and can't save much money at all. Her family was able to save some money only 3 years ago, when her brother was promoted to a 4th-level martial arts master. Recently, the brother and sister have spent a lot of money on medical treatment, and now all their assets add up to only 30,000 Lingbai. Even so, they are much richer than the average family. In comparison, her cheap husband is too generous. After walking away, Jiang Wenxiu asked in disbelief, "Feng Xiai, do you know who she is? You actually got married to her?" Song Yuan's sister has been weak and sick since birth. She is already 18 years old, and has not awakened yet. She is basically a useless person. With your family background, why would you marry her? The Feng family is one of the 10 major families in the southern part of the Ten Winds continent. As the 4th son of the Feng family, Feng Xiai is not someone that ordinary people can marry even if his spiritual palace is injured. Jiang Wenxiu was so disappointed that he said, "You are so stupid. Even if your spirit palace is injured and your cultivation level drops to the 4th level, you can find more nourishing things to nourish yourself. You may recover one day. Why do you have to give up on yourself? Besides, you want to get married here. There are many noble women in Yanqing City. The Song family is just an ordinary civilian. Song Yuan has injured his spirit palace and dropped to the 2nd level. There is no hope. It is of no benefit to you. I know my limits." Feng Xiai lowered his eyes, smiled slightly, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He can make his own decision on marriage, and why should his choice be more to his liking than others? And his new wife is annoying. It's good to marry her. Talent is not important to him, and he can afford to support his wife. Jiang Wenxiu talked until his mouth was dry, and seeing Feng Xiai was still stubborn, "I think you are confused. When you suffer, you will know that I am right. For the sake of future generations, a family like them would never marry a wife who cannot awaken. Besides, food is the most important thing. Food is hard to come by. Even the children of a big family have to work for it. What is the difference between raising a useless ordinary person and doing good deeds?" Feng Xiai said. "Forget it." Jiang Wenxiu shook his head and stopped persuading his friend. Song Luhua is not a person who is overly entangled. Getting married is just an episode for her. Going to the mercenary guild to test her qualifications is the top priority. The mercenary guild is crowded with people. There are many people who are testing their qualifications, most of whom are children aged 4 or 5. Song Luhua paid the willing bee test fee. She stood out behind a group of children. She attracted many people's attention. However, she was born thick-skinned. In modern times, she often followed the ant to get eggs, oil and rice noodles. Now she was criticized and pointed at. Song Luhua thought she could bear it. She followed the team slowly and moved forward with confidence. After standing in line for nearly half an hour, she felt dizzy, and finally it was her turn. The manager looked at her calmly and motioned her to stand on the test table, relax, and put your hand on the light ball in the middle. Song Luhua swallowed her saliva, her heart pounding. From today on, a genius spiritual assistant will be born on this continent. From now on, high-level elixirs, high-level spiritual tools, and high-level spiritual plants will be available to anyone. Song Luhua thought, curling her lips. Her hand touched the cold light ball, and a flash of white light passed. The manager quickly wrote down the record and said lightly, "The qualification of a low-level spiritual assistant, next one." Song Luhua's smile lingered on the corner of her mouth. The spiritual masters are divided into 4 levels: low, medium, high, and top. Most of the lower-level assistants can only reach the 1st or 2nd level in their entire lives. Other travelers are lucky and their golden fingers can penetrate the Earth's core, but why can't it be her turn? Just ask if this is fair. Song Luhua smiled on her face, but she was thinking. "Thank you, manager." After saying that, she turned around and walked out of the union door with bleak steps. She thought she was different. This is a world that is completely unrecognizable. Now she can only comfort herself that at least she is a fingernail better than the original owner. People with a talent for cultivation live longer, and have better physical fitness than ordinary people. Not bad. On the street, men and women in ancient costumes chat and laugh openly. From time to time, a mercenary team in military uniforms passes by. This atmosphere inexplicably feels a bit like modern shopping. Song Luhua actually feels unreal. Looking up, the 4 big words "Lu Family Weapon Shop" come into view. With a thought in his mind, he walked in. In the lobby of the antique workshop, there is a long counter in the middle, and various spiritual tools are placed on the wooden shelves on all 4 sides. A waiter came up to her attentively. "What spiritual weapon do you want?" "A refining cauldron." "The lowest level." The waiter understood, and took her to the wooden shelf in the southeast corner with a smile. "These are the lowest level refining cauldrons, 500 lingbai. Lingbai is the currency unique to the 10 Winds continent. A refining cauldron with a dark appearance and about the size of a wash basin. Song Luhua thought it was good. "I want this one." "Will you sell it for 250 lingbai?" Haggling down the price by half first, Song Luhua, who has mastered the essence of the ancestors, is a hardcore bargainer. The waiter smiled. "We don't offer discounts." 260. The waiter, who kept smiling. "We don't offer discounts." 270. No discount. A quarter of an hour later, Song Luhua gritted her teeth and took out a 500 lingbai card to pay, and walked out of the Lu Family Weapon Shop angrily. She remembered this waiter. The cauldron can be used to refine weapons and medicine, and she forgot to buy spiritual medicine and refining materials. She remembered this after buying vegetables from the mercenary market. Helplessly, she had to go to the pharmacy to buy a few low-level spiritual medicines, and then went back to the Liu family weapon shop to sell some refining materials. The waiter who sold her the refining cauldron received her. Perhaps he was afraid that she would bargain, so he kindly gave her a refining manual. Song Luo was satisfied. She spent 10 lingbai on the refining manual. However, in the morning, the original owner's total of 2,000 private money was reduced to 1,000. It's not easy to make money, and every bit you can save is a bit. She didn't plan to use the 100,000 lingbai betrothal gift given by her cheap husband. The remaining 30,000 lingbai in the family was saved by the original owner's brother for many years, and she didn't plan to use it. After all, Song Yuan injured his spiritual sea and needed to be nourished in the future, and he had to leave some money for his wife. Chapter 4. In the wide-side hall, the petite figure sat cross-legged on the floor, concentrating her mind and carefully feeling the spiritual power in the air. After a moment, a warm current seemed to flow through her body, and a ball of orange-red flames jumped into her white palm. Song Luo widened her eyes in surprise, and grabbed it with her hands. It was not hot. This is the spiritual fire. Isn't it said that it is difficult to draw out the spiritual fire? Isn't this quite simple? Song Luo muttered to herself. The next step is to light the fire. Place the spiritual wall under the refining cauldron and light it. Hiss. When the spiritual fire met the spiritual wall, it was like gasoline meeting a lighter, and it quickly burned fiercely. Song Luo was so distressed that she kept throbbing. No wonder people said that alchemists and weapon refiners were burning money. It turned out that people were not joking. This was burning real money. The longer she delayed, the more money she would burn. Song Luo hurriedly took out the pill formula and spiritual medicine she had just bought, and threw them into the cauldron one by one in order. Blood replenishing grass, Jinghui grass, Guanling grass. Put all the medicinal materials into the cauldron. She controlled the size of the fire, and began the boring waiting time. Half an hour later, there was a bang sound. The lid of the cauldron flew up to the sky, Bayou, and broke through the roof, and landed in the yard with a bang, spinning a few circles and stopping. After a while, Song Luo recovered and slowly exhaled a puff of black smoke. Cough cough. There was nothing left in the cauldron except a pinch of black ash. There was a hole in the roof, and Song Luo twitched her mouth. She went outside the yard to pick up the lid of the cauldron, and the lid was still intact. She explained, "Wow, this cauldron is of good quality." Having learned from the failure of the first furnace, Song Luo decided to start with a high fire and then a low fire. Start the fire, add herbs, control the temperature. Half an hour later, the second furnace failed. Consume a first-grade qi and blood pill material, plus 20 lingbai. Learn from the lesson, and started the third furnace. An hour later, with a bang, the third furnace failed. The fourth furnace failed. All afternoon, the sound of explosions in the Song family yard resounded throughout Qinghua Lane. The neighbors poked their heads out and looked in the direction of the Song family, shaking their heads. The daughter of the Song family was rejected by the Xie family. I'm afraid she must be crazy. She is a useless person who has not awakened yet. What kind of medicine can she make? With so much money, it is better to buy a few kilograms of exotic beast meat than to waste it on her. Song Yuan is such a pitiful child, he has to deal with such a sister. Now that the Xie family has broken off the engagement, I am afraid no one dares to marry him. Song Yuan. What a pity. An aunt shook her head with regret. She originally wanted to marry her daughter to Song Yuan, but unfortunately, he was useless, and there was a useless sister like Song Luo who held him back. Who would dare to marry their daughter to him? Song Luo didn't know that she and the Xie family broke off the engagement in the morning, and in the afternoon, she had already been disgraced in the entire Qinghua Lane. Staring at the room full of black ash in distress, she tried to refine 9 furnaces in a row, but all failed. Scratching her head, it shouldn't be like this. She had obviously used the same enthusiasm as in her previous life, when she was preparing for the postgraduate entrance examination and doing academic research, taking notes diligently, summarizing and rectifying. And she had done every step in place, but she couldn't refine even half a pill. Thinking about it, she didn't know where the problem was. Song Luo was like a deflated ball, with her limbs stretched out in a big shape, sticking to the floor. Looking at the big hole in the roof above, she muttered in despair, "Is it me or the world that has the problem?" Soon, she came to the conclusion, "What's wrong with me? It's just the whole world that's wrong." The 10th furnace, do whatever you want. Song Luo took out all the spiritual medicines in the storage bag, without processing them, and threw them all over the floor. Go ahead and add this first, then that. First low heat, and then high heat, put everything in. Song Luo poured all the spiritual medicines into the refining cauldron at once, and didn't control the fire. It was all up to her mood. When necessary, open the lid and throw some random spiritual medicines into it. Many of them were collected by the original owner, and Song Luo didn't even recognize them. In the end, she even felt that it was too dry and poured half a bucket of water into it. No more pretending, just let it go. Half an hour later, the expected furnace explosion did not come, and a soul-stirring smell came from the cauldron. Opening the lid of the refining cauldron, a cauldron of dark green juice gurgled and steamed, and the pungent smell that came to her face made people nauseous. Ugh. Song Luo covered her mouth and nose, almost vomiting. After struggling for a moment, she said, "Who cares? If the furnace didn't explode, it's a success." As for what this thing is, Song Luo said, she didn't care anymore. Suppressing her nausea, she put the first successful medicine into the barrel and walked out of the room. At this time, it was almost dusk. Song Yuan and her cheap husband should be back soon. Song Luo quickly lit a fire and simmered a pot of rice. After thinking for a while, she grabbed a handful of spiritual rice and cooked a pot of spiritual rice porridge. The spiritual masters in this world rely on the spiritual power in food to advance, so they have high requirements for food. There are still 2 kilograms of first-level exotic beast meat in the storage room, and Song Luo cooked all of it. Slice it, sprinkle it with seasoning, grill it with her homemade grill, and put it on a plate. A first-level blue light fish bought at the mercenary market just now, plus wild spiritual pepper, made a large pot of grilled fish. Meat alone is inevitably monotonous, so Song Luo went to the small vegetable garden in the yard, picked some green vegetables, and stir-fried a large plate. 3 days ago, she brewed fruit wine, and estimated that it was almost done, so she dug it out from under the spiritual fruit tree in the corner of the yard. Brush off the mud on the wine jar, open the seal, and the clear aroma wafts out. Song Luo took a deep breath and nodded with satisfaction. It was worth it that she added a few first-level spiritual fruits in it. Outside the city, the orange-red sunset gradually fell. A huge flying boat flew over the city and stopped outside the city wall. People who went out carried baskets of supplies, and got off the flying boat one after another. The quiet and peaceful city was instantly boiling. Song Luo stood in the yard with a spatula in her hand, listening to the neighbors next door chattering about their harvests in the past few days. Happy laughter floated in the air, and a smile slowly appeared at the corners of her mouth. Compared to the days of struggling for life in the previous life, such days seemed not bad. Song Yuan carried a huge backpack, wiped the sweat on his forehead, and squeezed down from the flying boat with the crowd. The mercenary captain patted him on the shoulder and smiled, "You have worked hard these days. Wait for me to collect some elixirs and weapons, and we will hunt together next time." Their mercenary team is just a junior team. Although Song Yuan has been demoted, he has experience in fighting against level 4 or even level 5 monsters. Just giving some advice in the team can avoid a lot of trouble. Thanks to him, the harvest was not bad this time. Even though he injured his spirit palace and could not use his spirit power frequently, the mercenary captain was still willing to act together next time. After saying goodbye to the mercenary captain, Song Yuan walked back with a huge backpack on his back. Several small flying boats passed by his head. India's voices came from time to time. "It would be great if our family had a flying spirit tool, so we wouldn't have to walk in and out of the city every day. A flying spirit tool on the market costs at least hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, and only the direct descendants of a large family can afford it. Just think about it." Song Yuan was naturally envious. However, he injured his spirit palace and was not from a big family, so he could only think about it in this life. Thinking of his little sister whom he hadn't seen for some time, Song Yuan couldn't help but speed up his pace. Under the setting sun, the figure of the sturdy man gradually lengthened. Chapter 5. Blue and White Lane. As soon as Song Yuan stepped into the courtyard, he smelled the aroma of wine. He sniffed hard and said, "What a nice smell." The aroma of food floated in the air, with the smell of grilled fish. Song Yuan moved a large basket of things into the storage room and shouted, "Sister, I'm back." Main room. Song Luo brought the food to the table and came out immediately after hearing the noise. There was a sturdy, bronze-skinned young man standing in the courtyard, smiling at her innocently. He was wearing a dark black martial arts uniform, with bulging muscles, and was a real muscular man. Looking closely at his broad face, his features were 3/4 similar to hers. It was Song Yuan. Her adopted brother was back. Song Luhua was stunned for a moment. Then she followed the original owner's example, walked forward obediently, and called out with a smile, "Big brother." Song Yuanlian stretched out his broad palm, patted his sister's head with satisfaction, and took out a bag of wild fruits from his arms. "This fruit tastes good, take it and sweeten your mouth. Big brother is so nice." Song Luhua received the original owner's memory, and felt a natural closeness to Song Yuan, and naturally acted coquettishly towards him. Song Yuan muttered about what he had seen and heard in the past few days, while walking towards the main hall. Song Luhua followed him like a little tail. The brother and sister chatted and laughed, and the cold courtyard was instantly full of vitality. Song Luhua fetched water for Song Yuan to wash his hands. Song Yuan stared at the delicious food on the table, and swallowed his saliva. Just as he was about to reach out to pick up a piece of roasted exotic beast meat, Song Luhua slapped his hand away in time. "Wait a minute, someone hasn't arrived yet." "Who?" Song Yuan stared at his sister aggrievedly. "My new husband." Song Luhua suddenly dropped a bombshell. "What?" Song Yuan scratched his ears, suspecting that there was something wrong with his ears. What was his younger sister talking about? Before he could react, Song Luhua dropped another bombshell. The Xia family came to cancel the engagement, and the groom is someone else. "What's going on?" Song Yuan almost jumped up, looking at his sister with a dark face. "What's going on with the Xia family canceling the engagement? This new husband, what's going on? He just went out for a trip, and his sister not only got married, but also got a new brother-in-law. Is this reasonable?" Song Luhua glanced at the angry Song Yuan, cleared her throat, and told him about Xia Dalong's mother coming to cancel the engagement in the morning. She played two roles, vividly imitating how Xia Lu came to the door, how she canceled the engagement, how she responded, and how she saw the guests off. Even when Xia Lu went out, she blew her nose and threw it on the ground, and wiped her hands on the edge of her shoes. Song Luhua imitated them one by one. It's hard to find a three-legged frog, but there are plenty of two-legged men. Xia Huaixing is nothing. Song Yuan laughed angrily. So his sister just picked someone to get married? He was not a stupid person. He quickly turned around and gritted his teeth. "What Wang family girl, Li family girl, I think it's clearly an excuse. The Xia family probably thinks that your brother is useless. Xia Huaixing and Xia Qingqing have been promoted, and they look down on our family. I was afraid that his family would cancel the engagement, so I bought a magic sword for Xia Huaixing, this ungrateful wolf." Song Yuan angrily pounded the table. "You bastard, I'm going to beat him to death." He stood up and was about to go out, but Song Luhua hurriedly pulled him back. "Brother, Xia Huaixing is now a third-level martial spirit master. Can you beat him?" Song Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Little sister, I'm venting my anger for you, but you're still insulting me." "I'm telling the truth. If her brother could beat Xia Huaixing, Song Luhua would never stop him." After all, she also wanted to teach that bastard a lesson to vent the anger for the original owner. "Let's get married. I don't have to marry Xia Huaixing. It's not a good thing to see the Xia family clearly as soon as possible." The brother and sister greeted Xia Dalong's family together, and Song Yuan asked about the new brother-in-law. He was afraid that his younger sister would be angry and find someone even less reliable. "His name is Feng." Suddenly, there was a knock on the gate of the courtyard. The brother and sister looked at each other. "Here they come." Song Yuan quickly went to open the door. Outside the door, it was already dark. The whole Yanqing County was brightly lit under the illumination of the luminous stone. Song Yuan opened the door and looked at the familiar young man in front of him with wide eyes. Feng Xi. The new brother-in-law turned out to be Feng Xi. Feng Xi is a direct descendant of the Feng family. Before his soul palace was injured, it was said that he was about to break through the 6th level. If such a person had not injured his soul palace, he would not know how outstanding he would be. Song Yuan admired him very much. Feng Xi knew the situation of the Song family long ago, and nodded to Song Yuan with a smile. "Brother." Such an excellent man became his brother-in-law. Song Yuan's mouth was cracked with laughter. He hurriedly greeted people to come in. "Brother-in-law, please come in quickly." Song Luhua looked over and was stunned. The handsome young man, who had only met her once, was not wearing the dark military uniform he wore during the day. At this time, he was wearing a light blue robe, with an upright posture, his black hair tied up with a green bamboo hairpin, and his delicate and elegant facial features sparkled under the illumination of the luminous stone. As the saying goes, piled stones are like jade, rows of pines are like emeralds, and Lang Yin is unique and there is no other in the world. This is it. Feeling the little girl's admiring gaze, Feng Xi's eyes flashed with a smile, and he stuffed the small basket woven with rattan in his hand into her hand. A little gift, to nourish my brother. A mellow male voice entered Song Liuhua's ears. Before she could react, she felt something heavy in her hand. She took a quick look and saw that it was a bundle of second-grade red Ganoderma lucidum. Red Ganoderma lucidum is a rare ingredient. It is said that it can repair the cracks in the dantian and nourish the body. It is in short supply on the market. Song Liuhua was once again amazed by her cheap husband's generosity. She looked up and thanked him sincerely. Thank you. Under the light, the girl was wearing a long dress and stood gracefully. Her beautiful face was shining like jade under the illumination of the fluorescent stone. Her long eyelashes were like trembling butterfly wings, and her half-covered water eyes were full of seriousness. Just like a soft and harmless little animal. Feng Xi moved his finger slightly, resisted the urge to pat the little girl's head, and smiled and said, We are a family, no need to thank each other. Song Yuan looked at the couple, that is, the elder brother-in-law looking at his brother-in-law. The more he looked, the more he liked him, and warmly invited Feng Xi to sit at the table. Yes, we are a family. There is no need for so many etiquette. Let's eat. As he said, he pulled Feng Xi to chat. You know what? Just looking at this look, standing with my sister, we can see that we are a family, and Xia Daolang is just a little bit neat. The whole family is ugly. Song Liuhua looked at her elder brother, who was spitting out saliva, and her face was full of black lines. Her elder brother was really a bit chatterbox. Feng Xi just smiled. He heard about the affairs of the Song and Xia families when he came back. Looking at the little girl's indescribable expression, his eyes flickered slightly. He changed the topic very tactfully, and poured a glass of fruit wine for Song Yuan. Song Yuan's attention was diverted. Drink, drink, this is specially brewed by my sister. It smells very fragrant. We brothers will not go home until we are drunk. Feng Xi looked at the girl sitting next to him picking fish bones in surprise, and took a sip of wine. As soon as it entered his throat, the fruity fragrance was elegant, dense and clear, with a unique flavor. It was really good. As the two men drank one cup after another, the atmosphere gradually became familiar. After a meal, Feng Xi seemed to have been recognized by the whole family. Song Yuan was about to smile, and was very satisfied. Song Liuhua held her face. Her eyes wandered over Feng Xi's handsome face, and nodded. A man who is good-looking, and willing to spend money on his wife, first give him a full score. As for the wedding, Song Liuhua thought it was too troublesome, and discussed with Feng Xi, and decided not to hold it for the time being. This is a routine operation in the Ten Winds continent, and there is nothing strange about it. After eating and drinking, Feng Xi stood up and looked at Song Liuhua with a smile. It's getting late. Let's go back. Song Yuan was stunned, his face full of reluctance. Song Liuhua was also reluctant. Although she and Song Yuan were getting along for the first time, she recognized this brother from the bottom of her heart. In modern times, her parents divorced and remarried, and she was left to her great-grandmother in the countryside. When she was 7 years old, her great-grandmother passed away, and she was transferred to both sides of her parents' families and suffered cold eyes. After traveling through another world, she really couldn't bear to give up the little family affection she finally got. Chapter 6. Song Liuhua finally decided to stay at home for one night, and then pack up and move to Feng Xi's house the next day. Xia family. Xia Lu went to the Song family to cancel the engagement today, but she was so angry that she just finished dinner, threw the bowls and chopsticks on the table with a stinky face, and called Xia Huaixing into the inner room. That little bitch actually wants to take back the spiritual sword that Song Yuan gave you. Xia Huaixing frowned uncomfortably when he heard his mother's vulgar words. Mom, Lu Hua is a good girl. Our Xia family has already let her down. You shouldn't scold her like that. I will personally return this sword to her tomorrow. Although he was reluctant, he still had to save face. Bah, what a good girl. You didn't see how frivolous she was today. It turns out that she was just pretending in front of you and me. Xia Huaixing felt bad. He was not completely without feelings for Song Liuhua, but he was destined not to marry a useless, sickly waste as his wife. What's more, Song Yuan was abolished, so there was no room for easing this marriage. After all, he and Song Liuhua had been engaged for more than 10 years, and he had feelings for her in his heart. Now that the two families were in such a mess, he felt very sad every time he thought of this. Mrs. Xia Lu knew her son's thoughts, and she felt sorry for him. With a turn of her eyes, she suggested to her son, now that you have broken off the engagement with Song Liuhua, it will be difficult for her to get married. You just need to wait for 2 months. When she is almost 18 years old and still hasn't gotten married, if she really can't get married, you can take her as a concubine. In the future, just giving her a bite to eat will be a great favor. When the time comes, she will see if Song Luhua, the little bitch, dares to be arrogant in front of her. Xia Huaisheng's eyes lit up. If she couldn't be a wife, she wouldn't have so many rules for being a concubine. Just do as you say. I have to trouble you later. Mrs. Xiaolu patted her chest and promised, don't worry, mother will definitely do it for you. Early in the morning, Song Luhua suddenly remembered that there was a bucket of unknown green liquid in the side hall that was refined yesterday. After all, it was made by her hard work, and taking a look at it was also an explanation to herself. Walking into the side hall and opening the door, the disgusting smell that came to her made her sick. Song Luhua took out a handkerchief to cover her mouth and nose, and went straight to the wooden barrel in the corner of the room. The closer she got, the stronger the disgusting smell became, and it couldn't be covered even with a layer of handkerchief. It seemed to be worse than yesterday. Song Luhua hesitated for a moment, but still moved closer. Huh? She blinked her watery eyes, quite surprised. The liquid in the wooden barrel had been left overnight, and it was actually much clearer. The disgusting dark green liquid yesterday turned light green, and it didn't look as disgusting as it did when it was just out of the pot. If you don't smell it, you will want to drink it. Song Luhua shook her head to deny this absurd idea. It must be because I didn't eat breakfast. She would rather eat pig food than drink this stuff. Swallowed his saliva, sniffed hard. I was really intoxicated. How about a secret taste? No one will see it anyway. Song Luhua was struggling, and Song Yuan's loud voice came from outside the yard. Brother-in-law, you are here. In the yard. Song Yuan saw Feng Xiai and grinned. My little sister is in the side hall, I take you there. After saying that, he led Feng Xiai to the side hall without waiting for him to speak. Song Luhua squatted in front of the wooden barrel, listening to the conversation between the two, and heard the door slam open. Turning around, Song Yuan and Feng Xiai came in one after the other. Song Yuan saw her squatting in front of a wooden barrel, and came up curiously. Little sister, your brother-in-law is here to pick you up. What are you doing? As soon as she took a few steps closer, she covered her nose and frowned. What the hell, it smells so bad. Feng Xiai followed behind Song Yuan, and the moment the door opened, she smelled an indescribable smell. Strangely, after this smell entered her nose, her injured soul actually felt a little warm, very comfortable. As we all know, after the soul palace is injured, the cultivation level decreases, which is a way for the martial spirit master to save his life. Although the warmth is very subtle, with his keen perception, he still noticed the slight difference. He looked at the source of the smell. It was emitted from a wooden barrel in front of his newlywed wife. Song Yuan finally saw the strange thing that emitted an unpleasant smell, a bucket of green water. He squatted side by side with Song Luhua in front of the wooden barrel, pinching his nose, and asked, Little sister, what is this thing? It's disgusting. Song Luhua blinked. This is the potion I made. You? Making medicine? Song Yuan jumped up. His eyes widened in disbelief. You awakened? Song Luhua, really? Didn't I tell you? Song Yuan, What do you think? Song Luhua scratched her head embarrassedly. I forgot. I tested the inferior aptitude, and I spent a long time yesterday to make this thing. It seems to be useless except for the disgusting smell. Song Luhua took a last look reluctantly. I throw it away now. This thing has been left overnight, and has made the whole room stink. Song Yuan expressed his understanding. It was not easy for his sister to awaken, so how could he expect her to refine anything good? Besides, the talent of inferior aptitude can only play a starting point when looking for spiritual plants and digging wild vegetables. If you want to refine medicine, you must have medium aptitude or above. Song Yuan touched Song Luhua's head comfortingly. It's okay. Refining medicine is difficult. Many people can't refine it. After saying that, he was about to go out and pour it out with the bucket. Wait a minute. Feng Xiai walked forward quickly, put his slender index finger into the green liquid and dipped it. The white jade-like knuckles were covered with a light layer of green juice, emitting an unpleasant smell. Feng Xi's face was slightly solemn, and he gently put his index finger into his mouth. The green taste instantly spread to his taste buds, and the next moment, a trace of gentle power flowed into his spirit palace. The invisible cracks on his spirit palace slowly healed. Generally speaking, after the spirit palace is injured, it can only find special beasts and spiritual power, with extremely gentle spiritual power to nourish it. But this kind of strange beast or spiritual plant is not only rare, but also of high grade and extremely difficult to find. Even if you find it, it is difficult to catch it. Therefore, once the spiritual palace is injured, the path of cultivation for most people will be cut off. In the future, you have to be careful when using spiritual power. Once you use it too much, it will cause the spiritual palace to be completely broken, and you will die directly from the spiritual power riot. In the thousands of years of history of the 10-Wind continent, no one has ever refined a medicine that can repair the spiritual palace. The red Ganoderma was also something he and his tribesmen accidentally encountered when they went to Shiha Ridge last time. It took a lot of effort to clear out the 4th level red spiritual beast that occupied that territory and find dozens of kilograms of red Ganoderma. Although the speed of repairing the soul palace after this medicine enters the stomach is extremely slow, it is indeed visible to the naked eye. The effect is hundreds of times better than the 2nd grade red Ganoderma lucidum given to Song Yuan yesterday. The 2nd grade red Ganoderma lucidum can indeed repair the soul palace, but it needs to be consumed for a long time to play a subtle role. And this green potion, just 1 drop, has such an effect, which is really unbelievable. Feng Xi's pupils trembled, this medicine. After being surprised, he met 2 pairs of white eyes. You dare to drink it. Song Luhua admired him as a man. She took a step back quickly. She secretly wondered if she could keep this husband. If not, divorce him. Song Yuan also moved his big feet with disdain. Brother-in-law, why are you drinking this stuff? Don't be poisoned to death. My sister just made this stuff randomly. This stuff stinks more than urine. Even if I had high-level spiritual fruits, dogs won't drink it. You? Feng Xi looked at the brother and sister, who wished they could stay 100 miles away from him, and couldn't help but hold his forehead. Chapter 7. This medicine is rare, and you should drink some, brother-in-law. After being shocked, Feng Xi quickly calmed down, smiled, and persuaded Song Yuan very earnestly. What? You not only drink it yourself, but also ask me to drink it? Song Yuan shuddered at the disgusting smell. Brother-in-law, I admit that you are very good, but it's not kind to ask me to drink this stuff. Song Yuan stepped back, shaking his head faster than a pendulum. If it tastes good, drink more. If you don't drink enough, my little sister is here. Ask her to make more for you, and I don't have to drink it. Song Luhua originally thought it was a bit tacky for her newlywed husband to drink this stuff, but it was really annoying that her elder brother denied her achievement so quickly. Her eyebrows were raised, and she glared at Song Yuan. You can drink it or not. This medicine is unique in the world. I don't know how I made it at that time. Even if you ask me to make it again, I can't make it. She was not lying. At that time, she just controlled the fire blindly, put it in here, put it in there, put everything she didn't know in it, and finally added water and mixed it, and it was done. So, she really didn't remember what she added. Feng Xi was slightly stunned when he heard this. Then, he was relieved. He was greedy. 1 drop of this medicine is rare, not to mention that there is a bucket, which is already extremely rare. Looking at Song Yuan, who still had a face full of resistance, Feng Xi no longer kept it a secret. This medicine can repair the broken soul palace. I heard that my brother's soul palace was injured. Why not give it a try? Song Yuan was completely shocked. Is it true or not? Song Liuhua's pupils shook. Zundu, fake do. Feng Xi nodded affirmatively. I just tried it myself, no doubt. Song Luhua, shocked. So? She is actually a genius in alchemy. Hey. Song Yuan looked at Feng Xi's extremely serious expression, and became serious. He put his index finger into the bucket, dipped the liquid medicine into his mouth. Without waiting for a careful taste, the liquid medicine turned into a stream of warm water in his mouth, and went straight into his soul. Looking inside, there was a small crack in his soul that was broken into a spider web, and healed very slowly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Song Yuan's eyes became brighter. Gao Xing held Song Luhua and spun around in circles. Haha. It's really healed. Since his soul was injured, he didn't know how much he had suffered, and he also caused his sister to be rejected by Xia Dalong, so he was very sad. Now, he has a chance to recover. He must laugh out loud. Haha. You? Song Yuan laughed so hard that he couldn't close his mouth, and Song Luhua started to roll her eyes. She was still immersed in the shock of being a genius, and her elder brother held her under her armpits, like a little chicken, and spun around. That guy was spinning so fast, just like throwing someone into a washing machine, and spinning for several rounds. The world was spinning around, and there were stars in her head. She really wanted to vomit. You? Feng Xi looked at Song Yuan, the elder brother-in-law, who was holding his petite wife under his armpits and spinning wildly. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he finally rescued her when his wife rolled her eyes. The little girl was petite, soft all over, and her legs were weak, and she couldn't even stand steadily. A pair of hands wrapped around her slender waist, trapping her in his chest. The slender fingers covered the top of the girl's head and gently tidied up her frizzy hair. Song Luo was dizzy, and her body was surrounded by a light breath. She opened her eyes and saw the white and luxurious fabric. The warmth of the man's chest passed through the fabric to her cheek. The gentle palm brushed the top of her head gently, itching like a feather. For a moment, it seemed that an electric current was led from the top of the head to the whole body, tingling. The magnetic laughter was clearly transmitted from the chest cavity to the eardrum, and Song Liuhua's little hand froze. She touched the abdominal muscles. In her heart, she screamed like a groundhog. Ah! Her heartbeat accelerated, her ears felt hot, and she struggled to break free from the man's embrace. Thinking of how she had just been held in Feng Xi's arms, and how she had inadvertently taken advantage of him, Song Luo lowered her head and stood aside, digging her toes into the ground in embarrassment. After a while, she looked at Feng Xi quietly, and happened to meet a pair of smiling eyes. Song Luo smiled dryly, trying to hide her embarrassment. It wasn't that she was not good at teasing, nor that she had no moral integrity. No matter who was held by a peerless handsome man, who could guarantee that they would not have wild thoughts? Anyway, she couldn't. Besides, in her previous life, she was just a single dog in her 20s or 40s. She had observed a little bit of learning notes on a certain website, but had not had time to practice. Feng Xi looked at his little wife with amusement. Her little ears were red, and she stood by with her hands and feet together. She did not forget to sneak a glance at him with her bright eyes, just like a sneaky cat beast. A smile flashed in her watery eyes. Song Yuan had laughed enough and looked at the wooden barrel beside him with some disdain. Such a good thing, put in this broken wooden barrel, it doesn't fit at all. He immediately ran to the storage room to find a nice big pottery jar, and moved the green, liquid medicine into the jar. This green liquid medicine was very important to him. Feng Xi pondered for a moment and said solemnly, "I want to buy some of the liquid medicine, is it okay?" Song Yuan looked at Song Luo. "Sister, this medicine was made by you decide?" Song Luo waved her hand indifferently. "You gave me a betrothal gift of 100,000 lingbai. I don't have much to dowry these medicines. Leave some to my brother, and the rest will be my dowry. I don't need it anyway, you can use it at will." Feng Xi looked at the girl's clear eyes without any suspicion, and was stunned for a moment. His eyes became softer, and he solemnly promised, "Okay, since I have accepted your dowry, I will not let you down in the future." "Okay." Song Luo smiled sweetly, but she didn't care at all. She was not a love-brained person, so she just listened to what the man said. If she took it seriously, there would be endless wild vegetables to dig. Anyway, she only coveted Feng Xi's body, and used him to solve the current dilemma. Mutual benefit, very reasonable. In the end, Song Yuan only kept 1/3 of the jar of green liquid medicine, and gave the rest to Feng Xi. Feng Xi compensated Song Yuan with a storage ring of about 10 square meters. This thing is difficult to refine and has a high price. Song Yuan was really tempted, scratched his head, and accepted it with embarrassment. Song Luo stared at Song Yuan's storage ring with curiosity. It was a simple black ring style. In her previous life, she often read novels in which the protagonists of time travel had space at any time, but she didn't expect that after traveling through time, she had nothing, and her brother had achieved space freedom with the support of her cheap husband. How could she not be envious? She stared at Feng Xi's handsome face with a pair of eyes, and the desire in her eyes was about to overflow. She hated herself for being so quick to say that she had no intention. This is a space. Just ask which senior who traveled through time and space doesn't want it. Perhaps the resentment in her eyes was about to float out. Feng Xi smiled, took out a small jade bracelet from his arms, and gently put it on her. The translucent green bracelet made her fair and slender wrist look as beautiful as jade. "This is the symbol of my Feng family's direct mistress, and it is also a storage space, hundreds of times larger than my uncle's. In addition, it also has a defensive purpose. You just need to drip blood to recognize the master." Song Liuhua's eyes lit up, and stood up instantly. Immediately took a needle and pierced her finger, squeezed out the blood and dripped it on the jade bracelet. In an instant, she saw a storage space of thousands of square meters. "Thank you, husband." After getting a good thing, Song Luo did not hesitate to praise Feng Xi. Feng Xi just smiled softly. Continued, "I have asked someone to buy the house next door. I just need to repair it before I can move in. If you can't bear to leave your brother, you can break through the two walls to make it easier for people to travel. Song Luo didn't expect there would be such a surprise, and nodded like crazy yes yes. The more Song Yuan looked at Feng Xiai, the more satisfied he felt. Since he was not in a hurry to send his sister out, he started chatting with him. Shihe Ridge has just been opened up. There should be a lot of good things. What are your plans? When the hunting ground is newly opened up, the risks are high, and the rewards will not be small. Feng Xiai naturally doesn't want to miss this opportunity. Unfortunately, there is a lack of soul replenishing pills. Soul replenishing pills are very important to martial spirit masters. They have always been the medicine that each family hoards and controls. Most of the alchemists with some ability are under the name of the family, and only a small amount of soul replenishing pills will flow into the market. He has a team of hundreds of people under his command, 1 third-level weapon refiner, and 3 second-level weapon refiners. Spirit swords are not disposable consumables, so they are enough. But there are only 3 second-level alchemists. With just these few people, it will take some time to prepare soul-replenishing pills for 100 people. Chapter 8. Song Yuan was powerless to do anything about this. People are indifferent nowadays, and only interests can bind people together. He used to know a few alchemists, but he had no contact with them since he entered his soul palace. Song Luo wanted to help, but everyone knows their own business. She is just a half-baked one. These rare green spiritual liquids were made by her at random. It will take a long time for her to make any medicine next time. She could only apologize for this. Getting this liquid medicine that can repair the soul palace is already a great opportunity, and Feng Xiai is satisfied. He was not disappointed that the 2 brothers and sisters of the Song family could not help. No problem. We can go to the rear and gain a lot when the time comes. Song Liuhua's eyes lit up when she heard it. I want to go too. She had not been to the hunting ground since she came here. Feng Xiai had many martial arts masters under his command, so protecting his wife was not a problem, and he agreed very readily. Song Yuan had just returned from Zai healing and planned to rest at home for a few days, and then follow Feng Xi's team out. Now that he had the medicine to repair his soul palace, he didn't even want to go out. He took some directly and recuperated at home. After lunch, Song Yuan closed the door to repair his soul palace, and Feng Xiai invited his wife to go for a walk on the street. As soon as he went out, a slightly unfamiliar male voice came. Where are you going? Xie Huaixing came in a blue martial arts uniform. But he saw his ex-fiancée and Feng Xiai walking together. He spoke in confusion. Why is Mr. Feng here too? Song Luo looked at the man, with a thin white face and a handsome face, and then she realized that this man was the original owner's ex-fiancé. She rolled her eyes and said, What does it have to do with you? Feng Xiai was beside her, so she couldn't spit at Xie Huaixing, which would damage her good image. Otherwise, she would have to teach him a lesson based on the Xie family's behavior. When they were together before, Huar always spoke softly to him, but it was never like this now. Xie Huaixing's eyes flashed with disappointment. He hadn't seen him for only half a month, but he was so unfamiliar with him. Seeing him acting like a love saint, Song Luo felt sick and wanted to vomit. She waved her fist and said angrily, Give me back the sword, and get out. Her attitude was bad, and Xie Huaixing became more and more sad, and handed over the sword. Song Luo frowned, thinking it was dirty, and was about to take out a handkerchief to hold it. Feng Xiai nodded to Xie Huaixing, stepped forward to take the sword. I hold it for you. Xie Daong looked between the two with suspicion. Huar, do you know Master Feng? Feng Xi's smile faded slightly. Master Xie, please be careful with your words. Not everyone can call my wife by her nickname. Let's go. Feng Xiai took Song Luo away. Xie Daong looked at the intimate backs of the two walking side by side, and his mind was buzzing. My wife, my wife. It took him a while to realize that Song Luo had married someone else within just 1 day of his breaking off the engagement. Xie Daong's face turned pale and blue. He had planned well, but he didn't expect that reality would give him a wake-up call immediately. If he had known about this spiritual sword, he would not. Throwing a meat bun at a dog, it will never come back. What a loss. Feng Xi's fingers were slender and white, with distinct joints, and a slightly callous palm, warm, completely wrapped around Song Luo's hand. Song Luo scratched his palm in a disorderly manner. It was itchy and numb, as if someone was brushing the tip of his heart with a feather. Feng Xiai smiled softly and pinched it back. The woman's delicate little hands were soft and boneless. Along the way, the newlyweds were not as unfamiliar as they were yesterday. Feng Xiai had a 3-story courtyard with an acre of planting field on Pingqing Street in the east of the city. Nani Yang was a servant of the Feng family, and one of the old servants, who followed Feng Xiai to Yanqing County. When she heard that her master had married a useless commoner girl, she tossed and turned all night, and couldn't sleep. Although her master was seriously injured, he was not something that ordinary people could achieve. The most powerful family in Yanqing County was not worthy of carrying her master's shoes. Seeing Feng Xiai coming back, Madame Yang couldn't help but speak, "Fourth master, with your status, you really have to marry a commoner girl. This girl has only a pretty face, but can't." Feng Xi's eyebrows turned cold. "Madam, be careful. From today on, she is the mistress of Feng Mansion. You should respect her as you respect me. If you can't do it, you can go back to Feng's mansion." Madame Yang met the cold eyebrows of the young master, and suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing her master turn around and went into the room, Madame Yang dared to stand up, and wiped the sweat off her face with a bitter smile. She is really old and confused. She has lived a carefree life for too long, and now dares to take care of the master. It seems that the mistress, who has never met, should not be neglected. That day, Song Luo bought a lot of medicine materials, and was preparing to make medicine. Just as she was ready, she heard a shout outside the yard. When she opened the door, it was her good friend Taya, who had recently developed. "It's bad. Luo, it's bad." Taya was strong and dark-skinned, wearing a coarse cloth shorts, and rushed in like a small black bullet. Song Luo took small steps, and carefully moved a few steps towards the wall. It would be a disaster if she was hit by Taya. After all, this girl dared to fight the Black Rock Pig. She was so fragile that a palm-sized rabbit beast could kick her to death. You can imagine what the consequences would be if she was hit by Taya. Xia Huaixing is hosting a banquet. He invited my parents to the banquet today. Taya stepped over the threshold, and stopped in front of Song Luo. She was panting, and her face was full of anxiety. "Oh!" Song Luo spoke indifferently. Seeing her unhurried appearance, Taya stamped her feet. "He is not a good guy. Do you want me to teach him a lesson for you?" "How do you teach him a lesson?" Song Luo rolled her eyes. "With your second-level spiritual plant master, can you be beaten flat by a punch? I can throw the poop of the strange beast at his wedding banquet." Song Luo twitched her mouth. "It's a bit disgusting. Let's forget it." She was afraid that Taya would be beaten to death before she could throw the poop. Besides, she is married now. If she goes to trouble the Xia family at this time, people will mistakenly think that she is reluctant to leave Xia Huaixing, which is disgusting. In this world, there are many men and women who abandon their wives and husbands after they become rich. Wang Sainer was able to marry Xia Dalong when he was already engaged. If she becomes rich in the future, she may abandon her husband and children. She estimated that she would not need to do anything, and this pair of scumbags would break up sooner or later. She has a good time, and a handsome man at home. There is no need to waste time on these two people. Seeing that she really didn't care, Taya also let go of the idea. "Tomorrow, the county soldiers will go to Xihealing for hunting. Will you go?" "Yes, my brother and Fengxi will go too," Taya said happily. "Then we will go together. I will take you to dig wild vegetables, and find spiritual plants." Okay. Chapter 9. Feng Xiai had to deal with clan affairs, and her elder brother had to repair his dantian, so no one took her hunting in the wild. She had already walked around the area, and there was nothing fun to do. After sending Taya away, Song Luo decisively chose to continue refining medicine to pass the time. During this period, she tried to refine other medicines, and also tried to refine weapons, but unfortunately, she didn't succeed in a single furnace. The roof had been repaired several times by Feng Xiai and Song Yuan. What she was going to refine today was the soul-replenishing pill. She turned on the fire and poured all the materials for the soul-replenishing pill into the refining cauldron. She controlled the size of the spiritual fire as she wished, while she picked up a storybook and read it. Since she found that she could not make a single hair if she was honest, Song Luo embarked on the road of refining with impatience. Although it was highly unlikely, the green liquid medicine she made last time made her know that there was still a chance of success. The most important thing in refining medicine is to maintain the balance of spiritual power, and add which kind of medicinal materials are lacking according to your feeling in the middle of the process. After a few times, she added most of the medicinal materials in the furnace. Estimating that the time was almost up, Song Luo opened the lid and took a look, and felt that it was dry. Thinking of the second-level snow spirit fruit with a high water content that Feng Xiai had sent, she took some from the storage bracelet, crushed the snow white and transparent snow spirit fruit with her bare hands, and threw it into the refining cauldron. Half an hour later, she opened the lid. A sweet fragrance came from the refining cauldron. The bottom of the refining cauldron was full of round particles the size of mung beans. A rough look showed that the densely packed white pills covered half of the refining cauldron. Song Luo was dumbfounded. What the hell is this? As far as she knew, the smallest soul-replenishing pill was the size of a fingernail, and the color was also brown. Moreover, a pill could only produce 20 soul-replenishing pills at most. Although she added a lot of medicinal materials later, she would not be able to refine so many, and it looked like there were more than thousands of pills. In ancient times, Shenong tasted hundreds of herbs, but now, Xiao Song doesn't dare to try the medicine she made. Just at this time, Song Yuan's loud voice sounded in the courtyard. Song Liuhua's eyes lit up, and she grabbed a handful of white pills, ran out of the side hall, and eagerly asked her brother to try the medicine. "Brother, I have made a new medicine, you try it." Song Yuan picked up a small white pill on his bronze palm, pitifully small. He had never seen such a small medicine. "What medicine did you make? This is too small." Song Luo shook her head. "I don't know." Song Yuan had long given up hope on his sister. She had refined a lot of medicines these days, and had blown a lot of holes in the roof, but she had never succeeded. "This thing doesn't look like medicine, but more like sugar beans." When he put it in his mouth, a sweet taste spread on the tip of his tongue. In an instant, a stream of pure spiritual power entered his throat, and the spiritual power in his body increased gently, and the spiritual power consumed in the Feng family's martial arts training ground was instantly replenished. Song Yuan looked at his sister with burning eyes. "Lihua, this is a spiritual pill. The effect is even better than the spiritual pills on the market. The soul-replenishing pills on the market are not so gentle and fast when replenishing spiritual power. How many did you refine?" "This is a good thing." He and Feng Xiai were worried that they didn't have enough soul-replenishing pills to catch up with tomorrow's hunting. If my little sister could refine some, and use them sparingly, it would be enough for a team of 20 people to go hunting. Song Luo also thought it was amazing. She refined it randomly, but it was really a soul-replenishing pill. She immediately took Song Yuan to see the soul-replenishing pills she refined. Seeing no less than 1,000 soul-replenishing pills, which filled up half of the refining cauldron, Song Yuan's pupil shrank, and then he laughed out loud. "Ha ha. Little sister, amazing." After saying that, he packed up the pills and went to find Feng Xiai. Song Luo didn't care. She made medicine, and her brother and Feng Xiai raised her. This was also a way of survival on this continent. Besides, the medicinal materials and refining materials during this period were all provided by Feng Xiai. She didn't spend a penny. Song Luo didn't know how much she had spent, and Feng Xiai didn't say anything to her. Now that the medicine was made, she didn't feel bad about giving it to them. Moreover, with her unique talent, she didn't know when she would succeed in refining medicine next time. With these medicines, she can lie down peacefully for a while. Great! During this period, Song Yuan went to the Feng family's martial arts arena whenever he had time to practice with everyone. Feng Xiai saw Song Yuan returning and asked in confusion, "Brother, did you forget something at the martial arts arena?" Song Yuan walked with the wind, bared his teeth, and patted Feng Xi's shoulder. "Good news, good news. Enough for the spirit-boosting pills." Speaking, Song Yuan couldn't wait to take out a huge pickle jar from the storage ring. After understanding Feng Xi's strength, Song Yuan felt a sense of urgency. His sister was born in an ordinary family, but Feng Xiai had more than 100 families following him, including many 4th-level spiritual masters. Even if he repaired his spiritual palace, he would not be good enough among these people. This force was comparable to the middle-class families in Yanqing City. People at that time respected the strong, and there were many who changed wives and husbands when they became rich. Feng Xiai was a good person. He hoped that his sister could gain a foothold in the Feng family, so that her life would be much better in the future. His sister's talent was a little worse, but the green liquid medicine she had refined in the past, and the spiritual pill she was refining now were unique. Song Yuan felt that with this alone, he could barely gain a foothold in the Feng family. He opened the lid, and found a jar full of white mung bean-sized pills. "Look, this is the soul-boosting pill made by my sister." Song Yuan showed it to Feng Xiai proudly. Feng Xiai was surprised. His wife had poor talent. Apart from the green liquid she made last time, she had not made any achievements during this period. He did not care much. With the financial resources of the Feng family, it was not a problem to support her. Unexpectedly, she actually made a soul-boosting pill, and this soul-boosting pill looked different from the ordinary soul-boosting pill. He took out a pill and tasted it. Instantly, he understood the difference. It seems that his little wife is also a hidden dragon. If she doesn't refine it, it's fine. Once she refines it, it's amazing. So many spiritual pills, plus the ones that have been collected, are enough to support all martial spirit masters hunting for half a month. Thank you, brother. With these spiritual medicines, we will set off for Zai tomorrow morning. This is 500,000 lingbai. Give it to Lu Hua for me. I will arrange the hunting arrangements for tomorrow and pick you up tomorrow morning. The house next to Qinghua Lane can be occupied when you return from Zai. At that time, I will pick up Lu Hua there. We are family, so we don't say two things. Lu Hua spends money to refine medicine. I won't refuse these lingbai and accept them for her. Nani Yang happened to come over, master. The spiritual fruit cake you ordered is ready. It was originally made for my little wife to eat on the road tomorrow. Now it's ready. Feng Xiai simply asked Song Yuan to take some back. Chapter 10. Song Lu Hua was secretly surprised when she received the 500,000 lingbai from Feng Xiai. Let's not talk about the 100,000 lingbai betrothal gift for now. Some time ago, Feng Xiai said that he bought the house next door, but in fact he bought the houses of two families next door, and now he is looking for someone to convert it into one house. Song Lu Hua grinned. I didn't expect that the cheap husband she picked up on the street was actually an invisible rich man. This treatment, in the novel, only the heroine has it. In her previous life, the one she picked up would probably be a liar. Song Lu Hua happily put the lingbai card into the space bracelet. Her fixed assets totaled 600,000 lingbai. Even if she and Feng Xiai couldn't live together anymore, she would be a wealthy woman. She picked up a piece of lingua cake and took a bite. The fragrance of the lingua overflowed. It was soft and sticky and melted in the mouth. The taste was very good. Song Lu Hua squinted her eyes in enjoyment. It was very pleasant. After a few days of recuperation, her body was no longer weak. The injuries left by the original owner were almost healed. This night, she had a rare good sleep. Song Lu Hua got up early in the morning. It would take at least 10 days to half a month to go hunting in Zai. Feng Xiai would arrange accommodation and food, and she had to bring her own change of clothes. Song Lu Hua packed a few simple dresses and changed into a green half-worn female martial arts uniform. She braided her long hair into 2 long braids and folded them down in front of her chest. Her skin was white, tender and delicate, without even a single pore. Thinking that she was going hunting this time, there was no need to apply rouge and powder. When Feng Xiai came, she was using a handkerchief to dip in water and roughly smearing it on her plain little face. Her skin was delicate, and she rubbed her face red with a little force. Feng Xiai saw that she washed her face with the same force as she used a rag to wash dishes, and felt a little amused. He put the food box in his hand on the table. Madame Yang made spiritual rice porridge and spiritual fruit soup. You and Big Brother should have breakfast first. Since she tasted the spiritual fruit cake made by Madame Yang last night, Song Lu Hua had dreamed about it. When she heard that she had made something else, she poured water for washing her face, called out to Big Brother, and sat down to enjoy it. Feng Xiai casually served her a bowl of spiritual rice porridge. Madame Yang is a good cook. She usually helps with housework and cooking. If you like what she makes, you can bring her over when the next door is finished. Song Lu Hua swallowed the soft and fragrant spiritual rice porridge and nodded in agreement. Outside the city wall, there were dozens of huge flying boats parked on the flat ground. Many people gathered here. Men, women, old and young, carrying baskets and backpacks, gathered in groups of 3 or 5, chattering and making a lot of noise. The largest flying boat belonged to the mercenary guild. From below, it looked like a huge wall standing outside the city wall. Ordinary people and mercenary teams lined up to pay the boarding fee and boarded the boat carrying backpacks and baskets. The rest were small and medium-sized flying boats from various families, carrying their own clansmen. When Song Lu Hua, Feng Xiai and Song Yuan arrived, all the spiritual masters of the Feng family had already arrived. Feng Xiai was wearing a neat black martial arts uniform today, and his elegant features made him look heroic. He waved his hand. A light brown small flying boat that could accommodate 300 or 400 people appeared on the flat ground, and hundreds of people boarded the flying boat in an orderly manner. Song Lu Hua noticed that there were several women at the end of the team. They should be the alchemists and weapon refiners of the Feng family. Boarding the flying boat, Song Lu Hua stood on the deck and looked at the mountains and forests below with curiosity. Strange beasts that had never been seen before flew and roared upwards. Occasionally, birds and beasts would come over, but before they could get close, they would be shot down by the martial arts master standing on the edge of the flying boat to control the spirit sword. This was much more interesting than flying on a plane. Feng Xiai came from behind and touched her slightly cold little hand. A trace of worry flashed across his handsome face. It will take half a day to get to Zai healing. It's windy outside, and you are weak. Go inside and rest for a while. Okay. She was just tired of the scenery outside, so she followed Feng Xiai back to her room obediently. His room was the largest on the entire flying boat. Song Luo looked around curiously. There was a bed, a table, and 2 armchairs inside. It was extremely simple. Feng Xiai took out a small basket of spiritual fruits, a few plates of spiritual fruitcakes made by Nani Yang, a pot of spiritual fruit tea, and some snacks that the girls liked to eat from the space, and put them on the table. He rubbed Song Luo's little head. Take a rest for a while. If you are hungry, eat some snacks first. Song Luo hugged him bravely. Then you go and get busy. Feng Xiai was stunned, turned around and smiled. Feng Xi's bed was soft. With his unique and refreshing scent, Song Luo fell on the bed and soon fell asleep. At noon, the flying boat arrived at Zai healing. Feng Xiai returned to the room and looked at his wife sleeping on the bed with a rosy face, and a hint of tenderness flashed in his eyes. He gently pinched the soft flesh on her cheek and called her softly, Luo, get up, we are at Zai healing. Song Luo was half asleep, rubbed her red eyes, and said vaguely, so fast. Not fast, we encountered more birds and beasts on the road today than usual, which delayed us for half an hour. Feng Xiai took her coat, put it on her, and led her out of the flying boat. Pointing to the valley in front, we will hunt in front later. If you are bored, you can walk around. If you are tired, come to the flying boat to rest. There is a barrier on the flying boat. This is the jade token to break the barrier. Feng Xiai took out an ink-colored jade token and hung it around Song Luo's neck. Feng Yi Feng Qing, you two stay behind to protect the lady. If you encounter any situation, use the communication stone to contact. Yes. As soon as Feng Xiai finished speaking, 2 handsome boys walked out of the team. Others, let's go. Feng Xiai squeezed Song Luo's hand and led the team into the mountains. Yes. The magnificent response echoed in the wild. Song Luo watched Feng Xi's team disappear and looked up at Feng Yi and Feng Qing. Both of them looked about 16 or 17 years old. Feng Yi had a pretty baby face with a pair of cute dimples. Feng Qing was more calm, with a handsome face without much expression, and had the potential to be expressionless. What is your cultivation level? Level 3. Feng Qing didn't answer. Feng Yi smiled and replied, Feng Qing and I are both level 3 martial spirit masters. Oh, that's young and promising. Song Luo saw that the two might not be happy to be wasted as her bodyguards, so she wasn't angry. As long as they don't show it in front of her, she doesn't care what they think. Could it be that they don't protect themselves when they encounter danger? Many women and children have started to pick plants with baskets on their backs. They put all the edible wild vegetables or fruits into the baskets. Even the 4 or 5-year-old children are nimble, and they use the shovels to move quickly when they see the wild vegetables. Song Luo stood there with 2 guards around her, and naturally became the topic of conversation for others. Several women gathered together, and their hands quickly dug wild vegetables, chattering non-stop, and occasionally glanced over here. Chapter 11. Isn't this the little girl from the Song family? Didn't the Xie family just break off her engagement? Why doesn't she stay at home for a while, and find a new husband? Why is she here? That's right. What can she do? Not only was she raped by the Black Rock Pig last time, but the few wild vegetables she picked up were not even enough to cover the cost of the round-trip flying boat. That's right. This girl is good for nothing except her face. With her body that falls down at the slightest gust of wind, Song Yuan is really unlucky to have such a girl. Only he is willing to support this useless person. If it were in my family, he would have starved to death long ago. Song Yuan is basically half useless. With 2 useless people in the family, the Song family will only get worse and worse in the future. The women kept picking wild vegetables. They kept chattering. One passed by with a basket and interrupted. Why did I hear that she is married? See the 2 men beside her. They are from the Feng family. She just said it casually and immediately went to another place to look for wild vegetables. The women were all in an uproar. Could it be that she married into the Feng family? TSK. I just had a feast at the Xie family, and she's not slow either. The Song family's daughter hasn't even awakened her talent, and I don't know which idiot is not afraid of being exhausted to support such a waste. Why do you care if she's afraid of being exhausted or not? She's still living a good life. We're working ourselves to death digging wild vegetables, and she's wandering around with 2 people. TSK, same person, different fate. A woman glanced at Song Luo, and the other 2 not far away with a sour look. Several women also felt annoyed, and quickly changed the subject. Song Luo knew at a glance that these people were gossiping about her, and rolled her eyes. These women were similar to the intelligence organization at the entrance of the village in the previous life. If a dog passed by, it would be ruined, not to mention her, a beautiful woman with scandals. Let them say it. As long as they don't say it in front of her, she can pretend not to hear it. Who hasn't gossiped behind her back? Song Luo didn't pick wild vegetables, and took Feng Yi and Feng Qing to stroll around. Feng Yi and Feng Qing looked at each other, helpless in their eyes. I don't know what the fourth master is crazy about. Not only did he marry a wife in this corner of Yanqing Mansion, but he also married a lazy and useless civilian girl. She has been leading them around for half an hour in this piece of land. His brothers have never been so tired even when fighting monsters. Song Luo hasn't seen the wild for a long time. The air here is fresh, and there are many colorful flowers and plants. Just looking at them makes people feel happy. Unconsciously, she has walked into a mountain forest. The women and children who were picking wild vegetables were no longer visible. Song Luo's legs and feet were sore, so she walked to a quiet shade and sat down to take a breath. Feng Yi saw this and leaned against a tree trunk nearby to wait. A distressed dimple flashed across the baby's face. He wanted to tell the fourth master to change someone to protect the lady. If this continued, he would be worn out to death. As for Feng Qing, he smiled and said, "It's better to let my friend die than to let me die." This icy face should be worn out by the lady, so that he would not have a dead face all day long, as if someone had robbed his wife. Feng Qing felt a little cold and stood straighter. He thought, Feng Yi is always laughing, why is he not laughing now? It seems that he should stay with his wife, lest his face burst from laughing one day. Song Luo didn't know about the lawsuit between the two. The soft and fleshy texture came from the soles of her feet, accompanied by a chirping sound, and her body stiffened. What the hell? What did she step on? Fuck! Song Luo moved her eyes to the soles of her feet. The furry little guy twisted his fat body wildly, and struggled hard under her feet. The force was so strong that it almost made a hole in her foot. It was a little rabbit. Rabbits are first-level exotic animals, flexible, love to dig holes, and are famous for being hard to catch and cute. The meat of baby rabbits is more tender, and rich in spiritual power. 100 spiritual jades per pound are in short supply in the mercenary market. Song Luo's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly shouted, Feng Yi Feng Qing, look! It's a baby rabbit. Feng Qing took a look, and it was indeed a baby rabbit. He immediately bent down, and held down the little rabbit under his feet, and pulled a few wild grasses to make it sleep tightly. Song Luo immediately took out a backpack from her space bracelet, carrying the bunny cub that Feng Qing had rolled into a dumpling, and commanded Feng Yi, pull away the dirt and weeds under my feet. Feng Yi looked childish, and worked very skillfully. He took out his spirit sword and waved it gently, and a fist-sized hole appeared in front of him. Bunny hole. Song Luo's eyes lit up, and she picked up a stick and poked it into the hole. The little bunny had been calling for so long, but there was no response from the hole. Maybe the parents were not at home. She muttered, it would be nice if there were a few more little rabbits. As soon as she finished speaking, a burst of chirping sounds came from the cave. There really are some. Song Luo was overjoyed. While poking with a stick, she asked Feng Qing to block the entrance of the cave with a small backpack. After a while, several little rabbits with snow-white fur quickly rushed out of the cave and crashed into the backpack. Feng Qing blocked the backpack tightly with a stick, pulled out the long vines and weeds, and tied up the little rabbits one by one. Song Luo counted the little rabbits in the backpack. 1, 2, 3. There are 7 in total. Well done, I give you 1 each when we get back. Song Luo jumped up and patted the 2 on the shoulders, smiling happily. Thank you, madam. Feng Yi smiled. Feng Qing's eyes also flashed with a hint of desire. I decided to go back and raise this one. After it grows up, I stir-fry it with wild peppers. It will definitely taste delicious. Since there is a nest of rabbit beasts here, let's look for it again. Maybe there are more. Song Luo picked up a stick and poked around on the ground. Feng Yi and Feng Qing agreed, and they searched everywhere in the forest. Come on, rabbit! Feng Yi and Feng Qing searched for a long time, but couldn't find the rabbit's hole. Suddenly, they heard Song Luo's cry. They looked over and saw a snow-white adult rabbit rushing out of the hole quickly. After a while, it disappeared into the weeds. Feng Yi and Feng Qing felt sorry. Song Luo was anxious. Why are you still standing there? Come on! She sat down at the entrance of the rabbit's hole, and several rabbits below kicked hard, almost knocking her over. Here it comes! Feng Yi pulled Song Luo up, and Feng Qing quickly covered the hole with a basket, and immediately caught a big rabbit that wanted to rush out. This was just an adult rabbit, weighing 10 pounds. Feng Qing pinched its neck, struggling in the air with 4 legs, and its snow-white hair trembled, pitiful and cute. Song Luo touched it, and her eyes sparkled. Such a big rabbit beast, made into spicy rabbit head, must be delicious. The rabbit beasts in the cave were frightened and ran out one by one. 1, 2, 12. Feng Qing was quick-witted and caught one accurately. Feng Yi took it, tied it up, and threw it into the backpack. The 2 brothers formed an assembly line, one caught, one tied, and the whole process was extremely smooth. With this success, the morale of the 3-man hunting team was greatly boosted. Song Luo was responsible for finding the rabbit holes, and Feng Yi and Feng Qing were responsible for catching them. Chapter 12. The sun sets, and the families end today's hunting. Feng Xi's team of 100 people also returns with today's harvest. 2 huge second-level silver-striped deer are placed on the open ground, each weighing more than 1,000 pounds. A group of martial arts masters quickly cut them up with spiritual swords. Ordinary storage rings do not have the function of keeping food fresh. There is a warehouse on the flying boat, which is specially used to store food and keep it fresh. Deer antlers and velvet can be used as spiritual medicine, and deer tendons, deer bones, and deer skin can be used to make weapons. The venison was cut into pieces, and carried into the flying boat by the martial spirit masters. Feng Xi frowned slightly, called Feng Shan, and asked, Feng Qing and Feng Yi haven't come back yet? Feng Shan shook his head, I haven't seen them, and the lady hasn't come back either. You go, and do your work. Feng Xi took out the communication spirit stone, and input spiritual power. The palm-sized communication spirit stone emitted an orange-yellow light, and a woman's cry came from the opposite side, Feng Qing, come quickly. Feng Xi's face was slightly gloomy, Feng Yi, what happened? Feng Yi looked at the dozen or so large backpacks filled with things and shook his head, Sir, we are fine, but today's harvest is a bit too much, I'm afraid, we need a few people to help carry it. Feng Xi heard that nothing happened, his face was slightly relieved, and he said, wait. He cut off the communication spirit stone, and quickly ordered 2 martial spirit masters to leave. During the time when Feng Yi and Feng Xi were in contact, Song Luo and Feng Qing caught a dozen rabbit cubs. In just one afternoon, they caught a total of 120 adult rabbits and 68 baby rabbits. They filled more than 10 large backpacks. Song Luo patted the backpack, and only then did he feel sore all over. When Feng Xi arrived, he saw his wife dozing off against a tree stump without any image. One of them held the man horizontally, passed by 10 baskets of wild vegetables on the ground, paused, and said, take the wild vegetables that the lady dug back. After that, he turned around and left first. Feng Wu and Feng Lu are twin brothers. They went up and punched Feng Qing and Feng Yi. The master asked you to protect the lady. Where have you been? The master's face was black all the way. Do you know how scared the brothers were all the way? My brother said that the clan does not rely on you to dig these baskets of wild vegetables to survive. You brought the lady out to play. At least go back early? The identity of the lady was no longer a secret among them. Everyone knew that Song Luo was a useless person with no awakened talent. She could do nothing but dig wild vegetables. There was a red mole on Feng Lu's left eyebrow. He curled his lips and said, today we killed 2 second-level silver deer. The meat alone weighed about 2,000 kilograms. You will have a feast tonight. Feng Qing said nothing. He carried a large backpack and picked up another one in one hand, ready to leave. Feng Yi smiled and pulled away the weeds on the top of the backpack. Let you see, we followed the lady and got a lot today. The backpack was filled with dense rabbit heads. Feng Wu and Feng Lu were stunned. Rabbit beasts. They all looked at the other backpacks. Don't tell me those are 2. Feng Yi straightened his chest and pointed at the one on Feng Qing's back. All of them. Feng Wu and Feng Lu pulled the grass above the backpack apart. The soft rabbit beasts were dazzling. The 2 brothers were stunned for a moment and laughed heartily. Great. Today's meal is not bad. Feng Yi punched the silly twins and picked up the 2 backpacks and ran away quickly. Feng Wu and Feng Lu recovered and chased after him with the remaining baskets, cursing. Song Luo was sleeping soundly when she suddenly smelled the smell of fireworks and the aroma of meat. Her small nostrils moved, and she slowly opened her eyes. She met a pair of eyes with a smile, awake. Covering her mouth and yawning delicately, Song Luo realized that Feng Xi had carried her all the way back. She struggled down, took Feng Xi's arm, and excitedly told him about today's harvest. Feng Xiai, we caught a lot of rabbit beasts today, and we give everyone a snack tonight. Feng Xiai thought about it for a moment, and realized that he had misunderstood. Those baskets of wild vegetables were probably a cover-up. The Qin family, one of the 10 great families in the south, was stationed on the right side of the Feng family team, led by Qin Yi, the 7th son of the Qin family. He walked over from the Qin family station and said with a smile, Feng Xiai, is this your newly married wife? Tisk tsk. You hit it very well. I just don't know when your taste became so low. Qin Yi wore a white military uniform, with a wide waist and long legs, handsome appearance, and a pair of narrow and long phoenix eyes, which showed his contempt for her without any concealment. Song Luo hated such people the most. She put her hands on her hips and angrily said, no matter how bad I am better than your sister who saw others injured and ran away from marriage. After she married Feng Xiai, she knew that he had encountered such a bloody thing. On the day of the wedding, his fiancée ran away with someone else. And this fiancée was the 10th lady of the Qin family, Qin Rui. Moreover, this guy ran away. He didn't run away before the wedding, but ran away with someone on the day of the wedding, and the Feng family lost face completely. The head of the Feng family, Feng Xi's father, separated Feng Xiai in a rage. Song Luo felt that Feng Xiai had a good mentality. Even in this situation, he had not turned evil. The Qin family dared to belittle her at this moment, and she must not tolerate it. Qin Yi's face darkened. You are indeed from a small family, and don't know the big picture. I don't know the big picture, but I am not as good as you who have a sister who cheats people. Song Luo pinched her throat, and deliberately angered him. Only women and villains are difficult to raise. I can't tell you. Qin Yi snorted coldly and looked at Feng Xiai. I admit that my sister has let you down. That girl was too confused. I apologize to you on her behalf. Let this matter go. Our friendship for many years is not worth falling out because of 2 women. Feng Xiai said calmly, I never took Qin Rui's actions to heart. If you still consider me a friend, please respect my wife. Qin Yi glanced at Song Luo and reluctantly said, okay. Song Yuan waved at her with a plate of exotic beast meat. Song Luo snorted and ran over. Qin Yi imitated her, humph. Feng Xiai twitched his lips. I'm roasting venison tonight. Will you come with me? Qin Yi curled his lips. Forget it. If I go, your wife will roll her eyes at me. I'm going back. I call Wen Xiao when I have time. Let's meet up at Liyuan. Yes. Feng Xiai returned to the flying boat, and Song Luo had already taken dinner for the 2 of them. Martial spirit masters have a big appetite, and Feng Yin used a very large plate to put almost 10 pounds of roasted venison. The silver-striped venison was tender, brushed with oil, sprinkled with spiritual pepper powder, and roasted until both sides were golden brown, which was very fragrant. She brought Feng Yi and Feng Qin to catch a lot of rabbit beasts, and Feng Yin, who was in charge of cooking, generously made her spicy rabbit cubes. With the spiritual fruits and snacks that Feng Xiai put in the morning, the dinner was quite rich. Song Luo saw him coming and waved, come on, today's venison and rabbit beast meat are so fragrant. Feng Xiai smiled, and picked up a lot of roasted venison for her. You should eat more too. Song Luo was not hypocritical, nodded, and buried her head in eating. Chapter 13. Song Luo had a small appetite, so she was full after eating a piece and a half of venison, some rabbit meat cubes, and drinking a glass of spiritual juice. There was still half a piece of venison left on the plate, and Feng Xiai didn't dislike it, and put it in his own bowl. Song Luo propped up her chin and looked at him. The handsome profile of the man seemed to be covered with a layer of soft light under the luminous stone, making it even warmer. As they looked at each other, Song Luo smiled slightly and continued to look. Although the 2 hadn't done anything yet, they were finally not as unfamiliar as they were at the beginning. Song Luo said that she was already an experienced driver, and she was already familiar with blatantly coveting handsome men. Feng Xiai laughed softly, and quickly finished the last piece of exotic beast meat. Not bad for having a face that his wife likes. The next day, the safe zone was pushed forward again, and Song Luo followed Feng Xiai to the safe base in the rear. On the flat land, people from various families were stationed. Feng Xiai pointed his slender fingers around. This place is jointly set up by various families. As long as you don't go out of this range, you are safe. Song Luo looked in the direction he pointed and found that this area was just the area of the flat land. She was amazed at the generosity of the move. The flying boats of each family were also moved here. In front of them was a simple refining room specially built for alchemists and weapon refiners. At the beginning of a new day, Women walked out of the defense area with baskets on their backs, and children carried small baskets on their backs and held small shovels in their hands, playing and fighting behind the adults. If you want to go out for a walk, take Feng Qing or Feng Yi with you. If you want to refine medicine or weapons, go to the Feng family's refining room. If you are tired, go to the flying boat to rest. After catching rabid beasts all day yesterday, Song Luhua is still sore all over. Hearing Feng Xi's suggestion, she chose the second option without hesitation. I won't go out today, I want to make medicine. Feng Qing, Feng Yi, you take it away. Feng Xi pondered for a moment, took out 2 baskets of spiritual jade and a basket of spiritual plants from the storage ring. Okay, you can use these spiritual jade and spiritual medicine first. Song Luhua took a look and found that they were all good things. There are quite a few second level and third level spiritual plants. She said happily, then I take it. You know me, I have poor talent, I may not be able to refine anything. Feng Xi pinched her soft little hand and smiled. Don't worry about waste, refining medicine is a very costly process, even if it fails, it's normal. The green medicine liquid and soul replenishing pills you refined are already more valuable than countless medicinal materials. Qin came out of the Qin family's residence, narrowed his narrow eyes, and teased, Feng Xi, you hide it better than anyone else, your wife can also refine medicine? He had found out that Feng Xi's wife was originally a good-for-nothing. She had only awakened a month ago, with a low-grade talent. She couldn't even plant crops, and refining medicine was no joke in his eyes. His 10th sister Qin Rui had a high-grade talent, but now she was only a third-grade alchemist. When she first refined medicine, she also experienced a lot of hardships. Feng Xi's wife was a typical person with high aspirations but a fragile life. It's a pity for this basket of good medicinal materials. There are many second and third grade spiritual plants in this basket. It's a waste to give them to Song Luhua. Qin Yi couldn't help asking, your wife is of low level, so she doesn't need to practice with such good medicine. Our Qin family brought a third grade alchemist this time. Why don't you give me these medicinal materials, and we will share the refined pills equally? Song Luhua was angry. It was this guy again. I am a loser. I am eating your rice. Qin Yi ignored the jumping little woman. Looking at Feng Xi, how is it? Feng Xi's smile faded slightly, not very good. My wife doesn't deserve anything good. Qin Yi saw the seriousness in his eyes, and waved his hand. Feng Xi, just spoil her. Then he asked, I heard that you got a batch of special spirit replenishing pills that can quickly restore spiritual power. Can you give me some? I won't get yours for nothing. I will exchange it with you for a third-grade spirit sword. This third-grade spiritual sword is Qin Rui's new masterpiece. Its value is far greater than the soul-replenishing pill, and it can be regarded as the compensation of their Qin family to Feng Xi. The third-grade spiritual sword is not necessary. 100 soul-replenishing pills can be exchanged for 2 pieces of Xianling yarn. The value of 2 pieces of Xianling yarn is far less than that of a third-grade spiritual sword. What is this yarn used for? Qin Yi looked at Song Luhua, who was led by Feng Xi, and it was self-evident. Yadong said, okay, you proposed this yourself, don't blame me for being unkind as a brother. After Qin Yi left, Song Luhua curiously asked Feng Xi, what is this Zuanlingsha used for? Feng Xi rubbed her white and tender little hand, and slowly said, Zuanlingsha is produced from the third-level mutant white cicada. It is light and elegant, and the material is tough. It has a certain protective effect. The women in the city like it very much. I will ask someone to make a few dresses for you. Song Luhua's eyes were starry. Thank you, husband. Feng Xi let go of her hand. Go and play. Okay. Song Luhua took the medicinal materials and Lingbai and ran away briskly. Feng Xi watched her walk into the refining room, with a slight smile on his face. His wife was thoughtful but not pretentious, and she was rare to be pure-minded, and occasionally brought him unexpected surprises. In his eyes, she was better than countless so-called geniuses. The Feng family's refining room was about 100 square meters, with a total of 5 girls, 1 refining medicine and 1 refining weapons, each busy with their own work. Song Luhua planned to refine medicine, and consciously walked towards the 2 Feng family members, who were refining medicine. Feng Li and Feng Su were refining medicine, and when they saw her coming, they felt a little complicated. They also found out in the past 2 days that the young master is married, and the new wife is a famous waste in Yanqing City. Yesterday, they worked hard to make medicine in the front, and heard that she was wandering around with Feng Qing and Feng Yi in the back, and they were almost angry to death. Which wife lives like her, who doesn't work hard to support herself and contribute to the family. Their wife is good, although she can't count on making medicine and refining tools. She should be able to dig wild vegetables. It turns out that she does nothing, just puts her hands in her pockets and steps on wild vegetables without picking them. When people from other tribes saw this, they all came to them and made fun of their new wife, which made the two sisters so angry that their faces turned red, and they had a big quarrel with others. Afterwards, the two cursed each other in the alchemy room for a long time. As a result, after returning, they learned that she brought Feng Qing and Feng Yi to catch more than 200 rabbit beasts. Feng Li and Feng Su were shocked. So many rabbit beasts, adding up to thousands of kilograms. Although the rabbit is only a first-level exotic beast, 1,000 kilograms is also worth a lot of money. Ordinary people may not be able to earn so much money by digging wild vegetables for a year. It turns out that the two of them could not even make up a fraction of what the other person made after refining medicine for a day. The louder she scolded yesterday, the more guilty she felt today. Feng Li looked sweet, carefully controlling the fire in the refining cauldron, showing a shy smile. "Madam, do you also want to refine medicine?" Feng Su's pretty face twitched, knowing that she had poor talent, and still asked her if she wanted to refine medicine. What else could this be but a provocation? Song Luo saw the tension in the eyes of the two girls, and laughed. "You guys are busy, I have poor talent, so I can refine medicine casually." Feng Su breathed a sigh of relief, and soon immersed herself in refining medicine. Feng Li wanted to talk, but she couldn't be too distracted as she was refining medicine, so she had to give up. Song Luo chose a space, took out the refining cauldron from the space bracelet, and lit the box of spiritual medicine given by Lingbai and Feng Ci with ease. Put million flower in it, put purple spiritual grass in it, put mulberry yellow branch in it. Song Luo muttered as she casually threw the spiritual medicine she knew into the refining cauldron. Suddenly, she heard two booms and turned back to face Feng Li, Feng Su, and the refiner with incredible eyes. The lid of the refining cauldron next to them was hanging crookedly on the mouth of the refining cauldron. A puff of black smoke came out of the refining cauldron, emitting bursts of burnt smell. Chapter 14. Is this how you make medicine? Pineapple and Feng Su were silent. Song Luo looked innocent. Yes. Is it possible that the order of adding herbs to make medicine must be particular? Feng Su said quietly, and the size of the spiritual fire is also particular. Song Luo, maybe I am special? Pineapple and Feng Su were speechless. Sure enough, half an hour later, Song Luo failed to make medicine. With a bang, a puff of black smoke came out of the furnace. Feng Li hesitated for a moment, her face slightly wrinkled, and she said, "Madam, how about I teach you to refine medicine?" Song Lu readily agreed. Okay. 2 hours later, Feng Li and Feng Su squatted in front of a pile of black ash, speechless. At first, only Feng Li was teaching, and the first furnace failed quickly. Feng Su couldn't stand it, and helped to accurately control each step when refining the second furnace, but it still failed. The one they refined was the simplest hemostatic powder, which didn't even require pill condensation. A total of 4 furnaces were tried, and all 4 furnaces failed. Song Luo patted their shoulders comfortingly. "You taught them well, I'm just a novice." Feng Li and Feng Su smiled awkwardly. The lunch was similar to yesterday. Feng Yin, the chef, bought 2 bunches of green vegetables from the children, and prepared a combination of meat and vegetables for the 3 of them. Feng Li took a bite of the spicy rabbit, and her eyes narrowed into crescents. She secretly glanced at Song Luo and felt sorry in her heart. She is so good at catching rabbits, but why can't she make medicine? After lunch, Song Luo returned to the flying boat to rest for a while. When they arrived at the refining room, Feng Li and Feng Su had already refined 2 batches of nourishing pills. Song Luo, however, did not plan to refine medicine. The refining materials Feng Ci gave her a few days ago had not been used up yet, and she planned to use them all. So Feng Li and Feng Su saw this scene. The lady who had been refining medicine with them in the morning went straight to the refining side. Feng Ru, Feng Lu and Feng Xian looked sideways when they saw this. But they did not care. The scene of her refining medicine in the morning was still vivid in their minds. Feng Li and Feng Su had taught for so long, but they still did not learn to refine the simplest hemostatic powder. I think their aptitude is not ordinary. Several people just glanced at it, and continued their work. After all, there were too many damaged spiritual swords every day, and their task of repairing spiritual swords was too heavy, so they didn't have much time to care about other things. Song Luo pursed her lips, and took out the refining cauldron. She put the spiritual jade on it, rolled up her sleeves, revealing her snow-white wrists, and kept throwing various refining equipment into the refining cauldron. She controlled the big and small fires quite casually, and threw some spiritual medicine into it from time to time. Not long after, 2 plops came from the side, and Feng Rou and Feng Lu failed in refining. Som Liu's cauldron still didn't move. Feng Xian opened the cauldron, and dozens of second-grade spiritual swords had been repaired. The black hilts were simple and heavy, and the silver blade shone with a cold white light, looking like the black ice weapons in martial arts novels. Of course, the spiritual swords in this world are much more powerful than those things. A second-grade spiritual sword, in the hands of a second-level martial arts master, can instantly split a huge tree as thick as a person. Only those strange beasts with thick skin and flesh can withstand this sharp weapon. Song Luo suddenly remembered the second-grade spiritual sword that her ex-fiancé had exchanged for. She disliked it because it had been used by Xia Huaisheng, that scumbag, so she had left it in a corner. She took it out from the storage bracelet and threw it directly into the refining cauldron. After thinking for a while, she took out a third-grade swift-wind grass from the basket of spiritual medicine that Feng Xi had given her in the morning and threw it in. Feng Xian put away the spiritual sword and put dozens of broken spiritual swords into the refining cauldron, with a hint of sarcasm at the corner of her mouth. I don't know what the 4th young master has in mind, why he likes such a woman. He was not good at refining medicine, and he was also just randomly refining weapons. When the patriarch separated him, there was nothing but hundreds of old, weak, sick, and disabled children. Given the extent of this woman's wastefulness, no matter how many resources there are, it is not enough to fill it. And if she didn't want to take advantage of this opportunity to get more resources and move up to a higher level, she would never follow the 4th young master, who was destined to have no future. Glancing at him with the corner of her eye, the mockery at the corner of her mouth became even stronger. No matter how this woman wasted, it was none of her business. She only needs to advance to the 4th level weapon refiner before she turns 18, and she can enjoy the treatment of the legitimate children of the Feng family. At that time, her value will naturally double, and she will get all the resources. Feng Rou and Feng Lu didn't think so much. They were only middle-grade talents. Their father and brother always followed the 4th young master to do things. When their father passed away, the 4th young master was separated, so they naturally followed their brother to follow the 4th young master. The two saw that Song Luo didn't care about resources at all and threw materials into the refining cauldron at will, and their eyes were straight with envy. The waiting time was too boring. Song Luo took out the table, chairs, small ant stove, spiritual fruit tea, spiritual fruit cake, ate cakes, drank tea, indulged in the storybook, and controlled the fire from time to time. Very leisurely. This made Fengli, Fengr, and the other 2 envious. Feng Xian worked even harder. She wanted to be promoted to the 4th level as soon as possible, so that she could marry a good husband and live such a life. She was not jealous, really. After an unknown period of time, the spiritual power in the cauldron gradually calmed down. When she opened the cauldron, a palm-sized spiritual sword lay quietly at the bottom. Silence was her tonight. The mini spiritual sword was chubby, like a toy for a child. No matter how she fiddled with it, it did not react at all. She had turned a 10,000 ling by second-grade spiritual sword into a toy. Song Luo exclaimed. She had to go out for a walk to comfort her wounded heart. Song Luo packed up a pile of things and turned to go out silently. The moment she left, Feng Rou winked at Feng Lu. Our madam is amazing. I have only heard of repairing spiritual swords until they became scrap metal, but I have never heard of repairing shrinkage. My 5-year-old nephew doesn't like to play with that little thing. Feng Lu wiped the sweat from his forehead and tapped Feng Rou's forehead. Okay, if you have the mind to gossip about madam, you might as well repair a few more spiritual swords. This time the harvest is good, and we will definitely get a lot of things. Madam, no matter what, you have captured thousands of kilograms of rabid beasts. Even if you refine 10 furnaces, no one will say anything. If you don't work hard and go back carefully, your brothers will grab your ears and call you a fool. Thingra thought of her brother, who often bullied her, muttered a few words, and refined the medicine honestly. Other brothers love their sisters, but her brother is afraid of bullying her to death, stealing her snacks, and often holding her to blame when he makes mistakes. Thingra said she was tired. Song Luo carried a small shovel and a small backpack, followed a group of little kids into the forest. There are mushrooms. Someone saw a bunch of wild mushrooms and exclaimed, and dozens of kids ran over with baskets. The kids chattered and picked all the mushrooms quickly, and then they all swarmed away. Song Luo took a closer look and saw that the ground where the mushrooms grew had been scraped off by the little kids. There was nothing left to pick. Chapter 15. After a round of searching, Song Luo went back without seeing anything good. When Feng Xiai entered the room, he saw her thin white fingers playing with a chubby little spiritual sword. A hint of smile flashed across her radiant eyes. She put the thing in her hand on the table and asked with a smile, "What is this?" Song Luo told him about today's weapon refining and sighed with regret. "If I had known this, I would not have bothered with it. I would have sold it for money. It is worth a lot." Feng Xiai chuckled and stretched out his slender palm. "Can you show it to me?" "Go ahead." Song Luo stuffed the small spiritual sword into his arms, and looked at Feng Xiai expectantly. The spiritual sword was cold and heavy in his hand. There was a round groove the size of a fingernail on the thick hilt. The blade looked unopened. "Not to mention hunting strange beasts, I'm afraid it can't easily cut a weed." Except for the strange patterns on it, there was nothing unusual. The small spiritual sword looked even smaller in Feng Xi's broad hands. Feng Xiai inputs spiritual power, and the mini spiritual sword glows brightly. The palm-sized sword grows visibly until it returns to its normal size. The groove on the hilt also becomes the size of an egg, just enough to fit a black crystal stone. He takes out a black crystal stone and inserts it into the groove of the hilt. In an instant, the spiritual sword floats in the air. It's a flying spiritual weapon. Feng Xiai takes back the black crystal stone, and the spiritual sword becomes the size of a palm. Song Luo opens her mouth slightly, in disbelief. "Flying sword? You can call it that if you want." Feng Xiai chuckled and put the mini sword in her hand. "This is a third-grade flying spirit sword, but the sword body is narrow, so don't use it lightly." Song Luo came back to her senses, holding the small spirit sword in her hand, smiling happily. It's not safe to fly a sword at high altitude, so she can fly at low altitude. It's too windy to step on this thing when she goes out in the future. Feng Xiai took out a box of black crystal stones. The white round beads of black crystal stones were like rock sugar. These are low-level black crystal stones. One can fly continuously for a day. If the color turns red and white, it must be replaced in time. Song Luo treasured it in the space. These are fuel. Since getting this flying sword, Song Luo often flew around in the wild at low altitude in front of everyone's eyes, attracting a group of little kids to chase after her and scream. The envy and greed in the eyes of the women and girls were beyond words. Seeing this, many wives of big families started to talk about it. "This girl from the Song family is so lucky. Feng Xiai really dotes on her." "That's right. Such a good thing is given to this little girl." Many people secretly wondered which weapon refiner had made it. Feng Xiai was not as strong as before. Wouldn't it be better if he could win over this weapon refiner for the family? The scenery behind him quickly receded, and the whistling wind blew in his ears. Song Luo stretched out his arms, and felt the long-lost joy. Feng Qing's face was serious, envy. After circling the flat area, Song Luo flew back again with the flying sword, and stopped in time in front of Feng Qing and Feng Yi. He waved his fist with full energy, marched forward. After saying that, he rushed out. Feng Qing saw this, and immediately followed quickly. Fortunately, Wu Lingshi had good physical fitness, otherwise he might not be able to keep up. There were many wild vegetables on the flat ground, and women and children grabbed them quickly like locusts passing through. What is digging wild vegetables? I will never dig wild vegetables in my life. A large area of green wild vegetables appeared in front of her, and several women obviously found it, looking at her vigilantly while running. It looked like she was going to snatch it from them. Song Luo twitched her mouth, and silently turned around on the flying sword. She did not forget that her main job was a spiritual planner. It was said that this place was originally a river swamp. It would be great if wild spiritual rice could be found. The further they walked, the deeper the grass became. Gradually, knee-deep weeds blocked the road ahead. Song Luo had no choice but to put away her flying sword and continue walking forward. Since women and children were allowed to enter this place, it meant that there were no large beasts. Song Luo was not afraid. It was just that the grass was too annoying. Every step she took was a resistance. Feng Qing followed her silently. He was different from Feng Yi, who was not as erratic as Feng Yi. Since this valley was safe, he was assigned to stay with his wife. Song Luo scanned the area with her eyes, but unfortunately, she saw a lot of weeds along the way, but not a single wild spiritual rice plant. Just as she was getting discouraged, a bright light from the grass in front of her shone into her eyes. A corner of the grass nest made of fine hay was exposed, and half of the oval egg was exposed. Song Luo exclaimed, "It's an egg!" Feng Qing walked in the direction of her finger, and pulled away the weeds in a few strokes. A bird's nest as big as a washbasin was exposed in front of him. The densely packed bird eggs in the nest were shining white under the sunlight. It's 7 colored pheasant eggs. Song Luo took out a basket in surprise. I'm rich, I'm rich. The 7 colored pheasant is a second-level exotic beast. I didn't expect it to make its nest in these weeds. Now it's hers. The fragrant chopped green onion egg soup appeared in her mind. Song Luo swallowed her saliva, pulled a handful of hay, and spread it on the bottom of the basket, and carefully picked up more than 37 colored pheasant eggs. Feng Qing was surprised. She didn't expect there were 7 colored pheasant eggs here. The 7 colored pheasant eggs have mild spiritual power, and are a great tonic for women. Feng Qing, look again, see if there are any more? Song Luo took out another basket from the space, and threw it to Feng Qing, then bent over and dug in the grass. Feng Qing nodded. The two of them searched for treasures carefully, one on the left and one on the right. Song Luo had just walked a few dozen steps when she found another nest. This nest was slightly smaller than the previous one. Song Luo counted and found about 20 pieces. Not only that, Song Luo also found water celery in a slightly moist place. The green water celery was particularly conspicuous among the slightly yellow weeds. Song Luo took out a small sickle from the space bracelet, waved the sickle, and quickly cut off all the clusters of water celery like cutting leeks, filling 5 large baskets. This water celery is a first-level spiritual plant, with a slightly bitter taste, and it tastes unique. I give you a dish, that's enough. It didn't take long to cut the water celery, and Song Luo continued to move forward. There was a flapping sound from the knee-deep weeds. Song Luo's sharp eyes saw a colorful feather scratching outside not far away, followed by a lively flapping sound, and colorful pheasants flew all over the grass. Feng Qing. Song Luo's throat was about to split, and she pointed at dozens of pheasants excitedly. Catch them. Feng Qing was not far from her. Seeing this, he jumped quickly, and threw the spiritual sword in his hand. With a click, a colorful pheasant fell. Although the colorful pheasant is a second-level beast, it is small in size, and actually has no killing power, but it contains rich spiritual power. Song Luo ran a few steps quickly, intending to pounce on her food like a hungry tiger. But when she saw several large bird nests, she was stunned. As she was stunned, several colorful pheasants had already flown away, and Feng Qing quickly stepped forward with the spiritual sword to intercept them. Song Luo didn't care anymore. She picked up the colorful pheasant that Feng Qing had killed, and started to pick up colorful pheasant eggs. There were 5 nests in total, each with 40 or 50 eggs. Song Luo had just finished picking them up, and she moved forward a bit, and another nest appeared in front of her. Just after she finished picking them up, there was another nest, and after she finished picking them up, there was another nest, and she picked up 7 or 8 nests in a row, each with 40 or 50 eggs. Song Luo picked up 5 or 600 colorful pheasant eggs in one breath, and her mouth was about to be crooked with smiles. Chapter 16. The colorful pheasants fled in all directions. Feng Qing was too busy to kill them. He only managed to kill 3 of them. The others disappeared. Song Luo was still there. He did not dare to go far. He returned with the 3 colorful pheasants. Song Luo was not disappointed. She proudly showed the big basket behind her. It's almost full. A basket of oval white eggs was piled up in the brown bamboo basket half a person's height. Feng Qing's eyes were rarely dull. After a moment of silence, he handed over the 3 colorful pheasants in his hand. Song Luo waved her hand, and put them into the space. This space is not suitable for storing goods, but it is good for storing food, but it is a pity that it cannot keep fresh. How much did you find? Feng Qing tilted the backpack to show her. The bottom of the basket was covered with hay, and the poor 10 or so colorful pheasant eggs rolled a little. Song Luo, great, she is so smart, it is normal that Feng Qing cannot compare with her. Feng Qing, only silence can make him less embarrassed. Song Luo tasted the sweetness and worked harder. After working for a whole morning, he turned over the whole wild grass and harvested 3 baskets of colorful pheasant eggs. During this time, they found a patch of wild celery and cut a dozen baskets of it. However, she didn't see even a straw of the wild spiritual rice she was looking for. Chef Feng Yin was a slightly fat middle-aged uncle with a few low-level martial spirit masters under him, who was in charge of the diet of Feng Xi's team. When he saw the colorful wild pheasant eggs she brought out, he was stunned at first, and then he wanted to spin around with the spoon. He rubbed his hands and looked at Song Luo a little shyly. Madam, can you sell me some of these colorful pheasant eggs? My wife has been in poor health since she gave birth to a child 2 years ago. I want to buy 50. No, only 30 to replenish her body. Song Luo looked at his expectant eyes, and agreed readily. Okay, take 30 back. She and Feng Qing found 1,700 to 1,800 colorful pheasant eggs in the morning, filling 3 baskets. The rest, when we go back, we will give them to the spiritualists in the team. Everyone can get some. The weapon refiners and pharmacists can get more. You can distribute them specifically. Yeah. Feng Yin, including several helpers, had bright eyes. He said nice words one after another, as if they were free. Song Liuhua's mouth curled slightly. After all, they were her employees. Giving them some benefits within her ability was worthy of their respect for her. She could see that most of Feng Xi's tribesmen, except for a few who were not convinced by her, still respected her. In this case, she would not let them have a taste of the good things she got. At noon, Feng Xi did not come back. Feng Yin made her a roasted deer meat, spicy rabbit, stir-fried wild celery, cold mixed gray vegetables, and a colorful wild egg flour soup. Feng Yin's cooking skills are good, and the dishes she makes are delicious and tasty. Song Luhua worked for a whole morning and was already starving, so she had almost finished most of the food. No wonder it costs money to support a person. She was in poor health before and had a small appetite. Now that her health is almost restored, she eats more. Song Luhua sighed. She took a nap and refined 2 furnaces of medicine in the refining room in the afternoon. Pineapple and Fengsu had given up saving her. Song Luhua went to the wild to play with mud out of boredom. Pour some water on the fresh soil and knead it into a fine shape like dough. People passing by were envious and jealous when they saw her like this. They couldn't help but say something sour. After Xie Huixing was promoted to the 3rd level, he gathered people to form a small mercenary group. His sister Xie Qingqing and his wife Miss Wang San were also there. Xie Lushur had been stationed at the mercenary base for the past few days, digging wild vegetables on another hill with the families of the mercenary team. The distance between the 2 sides was shortened yesterday, and now they are digging wild vegetables here. Seeing Song Luhua playing in the mud, the humiliation of going to the Song family to break off the engagement last time came to her mind, and she couldn't help but say sarcastically, "Oh, the girl from the Song family has really married a rich man." Before she got married, she knew how to dig wild vegetables to supplement the family income. After getting married, it's different. She started playing in the mud. If I were the 4th son of the Feng family, I would divorce a spendthrift woman like you sooner or later. Song Luhua was concentrating on kneading the mud, and was suddenly interrupted by a sharp and sarcastic voice. Looking up, Xie Lushur was holding a basket of wild vegetables in her rough hands, with old and tender vegetables mixed in. He looked down at her with contempt. Song Luhua glanced at her and said, "You're crazy. Why do you, an outsider, have to take care of our family affairs? If you've eaten too much salt, let your wife give birth to a grandson and go home to lick his ass." After saying that, Song Luhua turned around and faced her with the back of her head. Xie Lushur was so angry that she jumped up and down. Because this was the Feng family's territory and many people were watching, she stomped her feet and ran away in anger. Song Luhua rolled her eyes and continued to rub the mud in her hands. Some people are just cheap. A large lump of mud, moist but not wet, sticky but not sticky, is very suitable for making small tea sets and small bowls and plates. Song Luhua picked up a small lump from the large lump of mud, rubbed it, and shaped it. Her white and tender fingers flew nimbly, and soon, a small mud bowl the size of a palm appeared in her hand. Song Luhua followed the same method, and kneaded it for a whole afternoon, making a total of 10 small bowls. After doing all this, the sun slowly set. The hunting teams of the major families returned one after another, and the wide safe base became lively instantly, and the kitchens of each family also emitted bursts of food aromas. Song Luhua stood on the flying boat and looked for a long time before finally seeing the Feng family's team. Feng Xi walked in front, with Feng Shan on the left and her elder brother Song Yuan on the right. The 2 of them were talking to him with a smile on their faces. Feng Xi had a gentle face and nodded from time to time. Today, they had a lot of harvests, hunting a level 2 silver deer, a level 3 flame bull, and a level 1 black rock pig. The martial spirit masters skillfully cut the meat of the exotic beasts. Feng Xi and Song Yuan walked onto the flying boat one after the other. It was only the 3rd month of the warm season. Seeing that they were in a mess, and their hair was wet with sweat, Song Luhua hurriedly pushed the 2 into the room and asked someone to bring hot water. There was a sound of water dripping in the house. Song Luhua lay on the railing of the flying boat deck, watching the major families busying about. Next door, on the Qin family flying boat, Qin walked out of the room. When their eyes met, Song Luhua quickly changed her angle to look at the sky, pretending not to see it. Qin narrowed his eyes and got off the flying boat. What's in the sky? Feng Xi's voice suddenly appeared in her ears. Song Luo was startled and patted her chest. Turning her head, Feng Xi's stood behind her. He changed into a moon-white casual suit. On his clear and elegant face, a pair of glass-like eyes smiled, and tilted his head to look at her. Song Luo clenched her fist and hit him, saying angrily, "You walk without making any sound?" Feng Xi smiled softly, grabbed his wife's small fist, and hugged her into his arms. "Did you get scared? I was wrong." The deep and mellow laughter echoed in her ears, and the man's warm breath spread over her earlobes. Song Luo came out of his arms uncomfortably, looked away, and snorted, "I forgive you." Song Yuan came out of the next room, saw this and grinned, and walked away. The evening breeze on the deck was a little cool, and Feng Xi was afraid that she would catch a cold, so he pulled her back to the house to put on more clothes. Chapter 17. Kitchen. Feng Yin slashed the kitchen knife fiercely. Feng Yi squatted beside him, his mouth wide open enough to fit an egg. "You said that Madam found a lot of colorful pheasant eggs today." "That's right." Feng Yin chatted with Feng Yi without raising his head, while processing the ingredients. She also said that she would share some with everyone when she got back. Feng Shan came to the kitchen to get some water. When he heard the news, he came up like a cat smelling fish. A pair of tiger eyes stared at Feng Yin. What did Madam say she wanted to share? He remembered that when he caught the rabbit beast last time, the lady said she would give 5 rabbit beasts to Feng Yi and Feng Qing, and she really gave 5 to each of them. Feng Yi, the brat, asked the kitchen to cook all of them that day and ate them to his heart's content. As for Feng Qing's 5 rabbits, 3 big and 2 small, he wanted to take them home to keep, but they were all cold the next morning, and he ended up eating several bowls with a stern face. 7 colored pheasant eggs. Feng Shan's eyes lit up. "This is good, my mother is old and weak, just right to replenish her body. If there are no women in the team, they can exchange more." Feng Shan immediately set his sights on Feng Yi. "I remember that you don't have any women in your family. How about you sell me your share of 7 colored pheasant eggs?" Feng Yi thought for a moment and said, "Okay." Feng Shan patted his shoulder with his big hand. "Good brother, you are the best." Feng Yi grinned. "I would believe it if you patted me lightly." Feng Shan laughed embarrassedly. When Feng Xi came, Feng Yin told him about this matter. Feng Xi smiled and said, "Do as Madam said. Don't forget to leave some for Madam." The next day, Qin Yi heard about it, and went to Feng Xi. "I heard that your wife found a lot of colorful pheasant eggs. How about sharing some with me? I exchanged them with the tonic pills." There are many female elders in his family, and it's rare to find such tonics suitable for women. If he exchanges some, it can also nourish the women in the clan. Feng Xi shook his head. "This was found by my wife. She has promised to share it with the children in the clan." Qin Yi couldn't believe it. "With so many good things, you let her do it?" Feng Xi did not comment. She found these things, so she should deal with them. Qin Yi sighed. "Your wife is really a spendthrift woman. However, you are the head of the family, and you cannot allow a woman like her to interfere in the distribution of food. I think she will have no objection if you give me some." Give some to Qin Yi? Feng Xi thought that if he really did this, his young lady would probably show her claws and fangs to him again. He shook his head firmly. "She is the mistress of this family. If I break my promise, it will embarrass her." Qin Yi saw that he was determined not to give it to him, so he didn't want to bother him anymore. He just said, "If you come across such good stuff next time, remember to leave some for me, your brother." Feng Xi smiled and said, "You have to tell my wife about her things. If she is willing to give it to me, I have nothing to say." Qin Yi, How come this man has become a different person after getting married? It drizzled today. The major families still took their martial spirit masters out hunting. Song Luo slept in, and Feng Yin left her breakfast. After breakfast, Song Luo came to the refining room. Feng Li and the others were resting today, so they went out with their backpacks to find spiritual plants and dig wild vegetables early in the morning. Song Luo took out the refining cauldron and started to refine the weapon. With the sound of bang bang bang, all failed. Song Luo no longer had the initial disappointment. She took out a small table, put spiritual fruits and spiritual fruitcakes on it, drank a pot of tea, and leaned on the rocking chair to steal half a day of leisure. In the afternoon, after taking a nap, Song Luo continued to refine. Lingua, fragrant money grass, purple orchid vine. Green ox bone, swift wind grass, 3rd level alien beast blood. As the materials were added into the cauldron, the spiritual power approached balance. Song Luo took out the small mud bowl and mud cake she had kneaded yesterday and refined it with a high fire. An hour later, The spiritual power was completely quiet. Uncovering the cauldron, there were several small bowls with flower and grass patterns and exquisite designs. The bowl walls were as thin as cicada wings. Song Luhua bit her fingers and knocked on them. The crisp sound was like jade beads falling on a plate, light and pleasant to the ear. As she refined more and more times, she was no longer as ignorant of what she was refining as she was at the beginning. At this moment, she could clearly feel the effect of these 10 small bowls. The rain outside was getting heavier and heavier, and soon it was pouring down. The simple roof of the refining room was hit by the rain. Thinking that Feng Xiai and her brother were still outside, Song Luhua could not sit still and stood under the eaves to look into the distance. Sure enough, after a while, the women and children who were looking for wild vegetables nearby ran towards this place like flying. Feng Li, Feng Su, Feng Ru, and Feng Lu carried half a basket of wild vegetables and ran onto the flying boat quickly. Feng Xian was wearing a protective shield, as if she was bidding farewell to someone. The rain was too heavy, blocking people's sight, and Song Luhua couldn't see clearly. When Feng Xian passed by the refinement room, she was smiling, and the corners of her eyes were red, adding some color to her dull features. When she saw Song Luhua, she smiled at her for the first time. She looked in a good mood. This made Song Luhua a little confused. Looking at her busy figure in the refinement room, Song Luhua couldn't help but feel that she was quite admirable. Whenever there is time, think about refining weapons. People with high talent and hard work will probably achieve great things in the future. The rain was still falling, with no sign of slowing down. Song Luhua moved a chair under the eaves and looked at the rain and the distance. Finally, half an hour later, the figures of martial spirit masters of various tribes appeared in the distant mountains. After a while, Feng Xiai, Song Yuan and others came back with their tribesmen. Everyone looked very bad. Even Feng Xiai, who was always gentle, looked calm. Feng Shan shook off the rain on his head and cursed. Damn it, it's such a shame. The Li family is such a piece of shit. They actually took our silver-striped deer in the rain. We had beaten it half to death. We could have taken it if we just besieged it for a while. Feng Wu and Feng Lu were both unwilling. In order to attack this 4th-level silver-striped deer, we spent almost all of our spirit pills and lost so many spirit swords. But it was intercepted by these dogs. If we had taken this one, we could have gone back. Now they had no choice but to go back. There would be no spiritual pills to use in the next few days. Song Yuan's fists clenched and creaked. Don't let me catch the chance. Song Luhua then realized that they were robbed of their prey by the Li family. The most serious thing was that there was a big gap in the spiritual pills and spiritual swords. This time, they suffered a big loss. Chapter 18. Early in the morning. The rain was heavier than yesterday, and the sky seemed to have a hole, and the rain poured down. The Qin family and the Du family's teams next door were still staying where they were. Feng Xi's original plan to go back today was also shelved, and he would only go back when the rain was lighter. Qin came to the door, took out a box from the storage ring, and said with a little disdain, You, the 4th son of Feng, have become a coward now? What about the Li family? Just take people to fight back. Feng Xiai frowned and said lightly, Yesterday, I was not strong enough, so I can't blame others. Since ancient times, the strong prey on the weak. Without absolute force, there is no reason. The effect of the green liquid medicine has gradually emerged. The spirit palace is still slowly repairing. By then, Feng Xi's calm eyes flashed a sharp light. You? Forget it. Qin Yi knew Feng Xi's concerns. He injured his spirit palace, and his spiritual power was reduced to the 4th level. Now he was separated by the Feng family's main branch. Even if he confronted the Li family, the Feng family's main house would not stand up. Now he could only bear it for the time being. Although he was angry, the Li family was one of the 10 great families in the south, just like them. Even though he was the young master of the Qin family, he could not stand up for Feng Xiai. Now he could only send some spiritual pills to help Feng Xi's team hold on for a few more days. The two were close friends. Feng Xiai accepted the pills and said, Thank you. Song Luhua was surprised. She didn't expect that this guy was not a good person, but he was still loyal as a friend. She felt a little better about him. She took out 3 small bowls made yesterday from the storage bracelet and stuffed them into Qin Ye's hands. Here, since you are so loyal, I will give you a few bowls made by myself. Qin Yi looked at her with disdain. A few ordinary bowls. What's the use of them? Song Luhua rolled her eyes. This guy was still as annoying as ever. You can take it or not. Qin Yi threw the bowl back. Keep it for your meal. Song Luhua was not angry. Her eyes rolled and she smiled meaningfully. We gave it to you because you helped us. Since you don't want it, forget it. Qin Yi sneered. What good things could she, a waste with low talent, make? No, keep it for yourself. Song Luo shrugged and put the things away. Feng Xi's eyes flashed with a smile. He had a strong intuition that Qin Yi would regret it. Although his wife had low talent, the things she refined from time to time could also make people's eyes shine, such as the green medicine liquid and the flying spirit sword. Although he could not see what the little bowl had, based on his understanding of her these days, it was probably not that simple. Feng Xi's team, with Qin Yi's help, planned to use up the spirit replenishing pills and return to Yanqing City. In the afternoon, the heavy rain stopped abruptly. After these days of development, the teams of the major families and the mercenary teams have expanded their battle lines to the edge of the West River. The West River is not a river, but a group of lakes composed of large and small lakes that are extremely vast. It is the warm season, and the aquatic plants in the lake are extremely lush and green. Occasionally, groups of gray-spotted ducks can be seen swimming in the river. Suddenly, they are hit by a water ball and fall into the water with a snap, disappearing without a trace, leaving only a piece of gray duck feathers floating on the water. Song Luo tilted her head. The lake, which looked calm on the surface, also looked very dangerous. Women and children were carrying small wooden buckets on the beach picking up shellfish and water vegetables. Feng Xi's team chose a lake that was neither too big nor too small, and set up a refining room on the beach. Feng Xian took out the refined fishing net, and Feng Shan arranged for people to cast the net into the water. A group of martial arts masters gathered on the shore, busying themselves. Feng Li and Feng Su were busy refining medicine, while Feng Rou, Feng Lu and Feng Xian were busy refining weapons. Song Luo followed the crowd, carrying a small bucket and wandering on the beach. The Feng family's martial spirit master took out the spiritual net, put bait on it, and scattered it in the river. After a moment, the water in the center of the lake was churning, as if something was about to escape from the water. On the beach next door, a child was groping for water vegetables and reached the riverside. He was pulled by something and fell into the water with a splash. The woman's screams and the child's crying attracted many people to watch. Song Luo stood on tiptoe to look and saw a martial spirit master who jumped on his toes and picked up the child back to the shore. Feng Xi put away his usual smile and solemnly warned, "It's dangerous in the water. Don't go to the water." Song Luo nodded like pecking rice. "Don't worry, I won't go to the water." Feng Xi stuffed her with a few spiritual fruits, patted her head, and left. The martial spirit master has excellent eyesight. Qin Yi saw the scene on the opposite lake and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He couldn't help but wonder, is this still the Feng Xi he knew? In the future, if he marries a wife, he will definitely not spoil her like this. Song Luo is very obedient. If she says she won't go to the lake, she won't go to the lake. She doesn't even pull water vegetables, and just walks on the beach. The sun was just right, neither too hot nor too cold, and it was quite comfortable to bask in the sun. I was tired from walking, so I just sat on the beach and used the shovel in my hand to dig the sand from time to time. It seemed that I had found the fun of those children who loved to shovel sand. Occasionally, there were a few palm-sized shells mixed in the sand, and Song Luo threw them into the bucket. I continued to dig on the beach. Suddenly, a corner of fiery red appeared in front of me, and a piece of round and smooth exposed outside the sand looked a bit like an eggshell. What is this? Song Luo used a shovel to dig again, and a large area of red eggs came into view. Each one was the size of a palm, much larger than the colorful pheasant eggs she found last time. Song Luo was surprised. She looked around carefully. No outsiders came to dig shellfish in the Feng family's territory. She buried the sand back with her toes without worry. At this time, the battle in the lake was fierce. The martial spirit master of the Feng family stood on the shore, pulling the rope of the spirit net hard, trying to lift the spirit net in the lake. Green shrimps and crabs as big as a wash basin jumped out of the water and sent waves of water thorns towards the martial spirit masters on the shore. A martial spirit master was accidentally hit, and his face turned pale in an instant. Blood dripped down his shoulder and fell into the sand on the shore, and was wrapped in the sand. The martial spirit master hurriedly swallowed a pill of nourishing spirit, and his face looked much better in an instant. He struggled hard with the shrimps and crabs, as big as a wash basin in the water. Such a scene happened everywhere, and Song Luo was surprised to see it. It was worthy of the 10-Wind continent, which lived on hunting. Anything beyond imagination became reasonable. Song Luo saw Feng Yi passing by not far away, and waved to him. Feng Yi ran over with a smile. "Madam, you called me?" Song Luo took him to the place where the unknown big egg was dug, and dug the surface sand with her toes, revealing densely packed red eggs. Look, what kind of egg is this? Chapter 19. Level 3 Red Turtle Eggs. Feng Yi exclaimed. There are actually level 3 red turtle eggs here. His eyes lit up, and he carefully held up a red egg, his expression like a pervert looking at a beautiful woman. What is a level 3 red turtle egg? The original owner's memory gradually blurred, and Song Luo was curious about what this thing was. Feng Yi explained excitedly, level 3 red turtle meat is average, but its eggs are rich in spiritual power. Level 3 red turtle eggs are young, which is extremely suitable for warming up men's spiritual power. If you are lucky, the chance of reaching a higher level of strength is greater. But the number of level 3 red turtles is extremely rare, and its eggs are even rarer. I didn't expect that we would encounter one here. He carefully wiped off the sand on the eggshell, his mouth wide open, and the dimples at the corners of his mouth could hold wine. Song Luo nodded calmly, took out a basket from the space bracelet, and casually put the level 3 red turtle eggs into the basket. Feng Yi saw that she didn't put anything in the basket, and stamped his feet anxiously. Be careful. Madam, be careful, don't break it, at least put something in the basket. As he said this, he wanted to take off his martial arts uniform to put it in. Song Luo rolled her eyes, took out a ball of golden grass from the space, and threw it to Feng Yi, who took it and carefully put it in the basket. Then, he wiped off the fine sand on the third-level red turtle eggs one by one, and carefully put them into the basket. His movements were slower than an old man crossing the road. Song Luo was impatient to watch and turned around to dig sand in another place. With one shovel, there was another nest of red turtle eggs. The red turtle eggs, the size of an adult man's fist, were densely packed together. It seemed that there were 40 or 50 of them, and they were all red, which gave her goosebumps. Rubbing his arms, Song Luo twitched the corners of his mouth. Didn't Feng Yi say that this thing was very rare? This is a nest. Is it really rare? Feng Yi counted them twice one by one. There were a total of 30 red turtle eggs in the basket. Eating one would give him a 30% chance of advancing. 30 eggs can slightly improve the strength of the martial spirit masters in the team. When they become stronger, they must fight back and deal with those who have suppressed them. Feng Yi was dreaming, and he heard Song Luo's call again. Carefully holding the basket, he walked over. When he saw the red patch in front of him, he wanted to jump up to the sky and spin around. Madam, you are my god. Feng Yi looked at Song Luo with sparkling eyes, and his face showed admiration. Song Luo, thank you for the invitation, but it's not necessary. The white toes dug out a big castle in the sand in a minute. You pick it up, I go play somewhere else. Song Luo left without saying a word. Just when he found a place to sit down, he heard a click and felt a wetness on his buttocks. Song Luo froze, touched it with her fingers, and found a light red liquid on her fingertips, which was sticky. She pulled away the sand under her buttocks, and the familiar red eggshell was broken, and the red liquid inside the eggshell flowed everywhere. It turned out that she sat on a pile of red turtle eggs, and even broke one. In the distance, Feng Yi was carefully picking up a third-level red turtle egg. Song Luo picked out the broken egg with a guilty conscience, and buried it farther and deeper. Then she shouted loudly, Feng Yi! Hey, I'm coming! Feng Yi didn't even have time to wipe the sand off, and hurriedly picked up the last few red turtle eggs in this nest, holding the basket and running over. He couldn't see a nest of red turtle eggs again, and his burning eyes were still there, but he was no longer so surprised. Then, he found several more nests of red turtle eggs, and the beach was filled with Song Luo's voice calling Feng Yi. She picked up a pebble, and threw it casually, and heard a click. Song Luo knew that she had hit the eggshell again. At this moment, she had lost the initial novelty. No matter where she went, she would rub her feet on the sand a few times, and there would be a nest of red turtle eggs. After walking around the beach for most of the day, I found the red turtle eggs tiredly and numbly. Feng Yi! Here it comes! Feng Yi was surprised that his speed of picking up eggs was not as fast as his wife's speed of finding the red turtle eggs. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, and decisively took out the spiritual communication stone. Feng Qing, Feng Shan, and Song Yuan were working together to pull a spiritual net to the lake. Several huge green-shelled crabs jumped out of the water, and spit out dense water thorns. Song Yuan's spiritual palace had not been fully repaired yet, and his cultivation was still at the second level. He was the lowest among the few people. Fortunately, he avoided a wave, and a strand of hair was cut off by the water thorns. He touched his bronze face fearfully, hissing and screaming. It was a close call. My pretty face was about to be scratched. Feng Shan stabilized his lower body, and his square face was full of teasing. A grown man still cares about his appearance. Song Yuan looked at him mysteriously. You don't understand. The peerless beauty of our Song family depends on me to pass on. If the face is injured, I can't marry a wife, and our good looks will be ruined in my hands. Feng Qing looked at his cheeks, which were only considered strong, and his eyelids twitched. Madame's elder brother is extremely narcissistic. In terms of handsomeness, how come Feng Qing is more handsome than him? Feng Shan was amused by him and laughed. You and Madame are both good-looking. You will definitely be able to marry a wife. In terms of exquisiteness, Madame's appearance is more exquisite than many noble ladies he has seen. Song Yuan, among ordinary people, can be considered handsome, but he can't compare with his son. Fo Shan thought to himself, if the son and Madame had a child, I wonder how handsome it would be. After finally pulling up the net, there was only a green-shelled crab and a green-shelled shrimp in the net. Fo Shan spit, damn it, these shrimps and crabs are like spirits. Only the first net caught the most, and the later ones caught less and less. These two are really annoying. Song Yuan was not slow either, and they caught two after working for a long time. Feng Qing frowned slightly. Suddenly, the spiritual communication stone vibrated. Feng Yi looked around furtively, and seeing that no one from other tribes noticed him, he said, Feng Qing, come here. Before Feng Qing asked, the spiritual communication stone was stuck and broken. He said to Fo Shan, the lady wants me to go there. Fo Shan saw his wife walking around on the beach with her hands behind her back, kicking the sand with her feet, and asked with a headache, what are you going to do? Feng Qing shook his head. Fo Shan waved his hand in annoyance, go. I don't know what his wife is doing now. She hasn't picked any wild vegetables or spiritual plants in Zai healing for so many days, and she's just wandering around. I was lucky a few times before, and got a lot of good things, but what can there be on this beach? I'm afraid there aren't even many shellfish. What can Feng Qing find if she is called over? Song Yuan didn't expect that his younger sister would become like this after getting married. It's normal that she can't make medicine or tools, but she doesn't even dig wild vegetables. Although she found some good things by chance, it can't last long. However, he still has to protect his younger sister in front of outsiders. Seeing Feng Shan, he said confidently, my younger sister always has her reasons. Feng Shan, eh? He was worrying for nothing. Chapter 20. Feng Qing walked to Feng Yi with a puzzled look on his face. This is a third-level red turtle egg. Feng Qing's pupil shrank. Pointing at the red egg in Feng Yi's hand, his face was full of emotions. Feng Yi didn't have time to talk to him so much, so he stuffed him an empty basket and pointed to the direction he had just marked. There's another nest there, help pick it up. Hearing this, Feng Qing quickly walked to the place Feng Yi pointed, and was stunned when he saw the densely packed red turtle eggs. Feng Yi! Song Luo shouted from a distance. Feng Yi quickly agreed, picked up the nest in his hand in a few seconds, and ran over with the basket. Feng Qing then realized that these red turtle eggs were found by the lady. Just as he started to pick them up, he heard the lady calling him not far away. Feng Qing had to speed up. Feng Shan was puzzled. He thought Feng Qing would only be gone for a while, but it had been half an hour, and he hadn't come back yet. From a distance, Feng Qing and Feng Yi were sticking their butts out, and didn't know what they were doing. I go take a look at these two boys. Song Yuan, you take a rest for a while. Fo Shan left Song Yuan behind, and walked towards Feng Yi. As he approached, he thought he was dazzled by the whole basket of red third-grade red turtle eggs. He rubbed his eyes hard, but the red turtle eggs were still there. Feng Shan screamed, attracting everyone to look over here. Then he looked up and rolled his eyes at him in disdain. Why are you screaming? Keep a low profile. Don't let anyone find out. Feng Shan coughed uncomfortably, grinned and whispered, how many did you pick up? Then he held up 10 fingers, all found by Madame. Feng Shan's eyes lit up and his mouth widened. When the lady came, I knew she was not an ordinary person. As expected, I have a good eye for heroes. Then he rolled his eyes at him. Don't flatter yourself. The lady called me again, which means she found red turtle eggs again. You should go and help. Fo Shan ran a few steps with the basket, but he was afraid that others would notice something unusual, so he had to walk over in small steps like a stroll. In fact, he was so anxious that he wanted to get there in one go. Song Luo was like poking a red turtle's nest. As long as she followed her feelings, she would get it right in the morning. After shouting for a while, his mouth was dry, and he was too lazy to shout anymore. He found the red turtle eggs, and stuck a stick in them as a mark. Feng Qing, Feng Yi, and the others could just pick them up. Song Yuan drank some water, and saw Feng Shan walking further and further away. He couldn't help wondering, "What are you dawdling about there?" "No, I have to go and see." Song Yuan walked towards Feng Shan, bent down, and patted his shoulder. Seeing the half-frame of red turtle eggs, his mouth opened wide. "Feng Shan, this?" The thunderous voice reached Feng Shan's ears, and he subconsciously whispered to stop. "Song Yuan, keep your voice down, don't make a fuss." Song Yuan realized that something was wrong, touched his nose, looked around like a thief, and shut up immediately. Feng Shan saw him sneaking around, and hummed, "Don't be so stupid, you are telling people that there is a ghost here." Song Yuan heard it, and it made sense. He tried his best to pretend that he didn't care, but the excitement in his eyes couldn't fool Feng Shan. Feng Shan suddenly felt a sense of superiority. "Look, I am much better than him." He was only excited for a moment. Then he rushed Song Yuan to pick up red turtle eggs together. Many people on Feng Xi's side were injured, and the spiritual pills given by Qin Yi were almost used up. The number of shrimps and crabs caught was getting less and less. Many martial spirit masters could not hold on any longer without the spiritual pills. Hunting had to be temporarily stopped. Green-shelled crabs and green-skinned shrimps are delicious and tender, suitable for both men and women, and their prices in the mercenary market have always been high. To be honest, Feng Xi was not willing to return home after knowing that there were green-shelled crabs and green-skinned shrimps here. He had to let everyone rest for a while, and recover their spiritual power. While waiting for the two alchemists to refine the soul-replenishing pills, Feng Xi pinched his brows. Seeing his wife strolling on the beach, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He wanted to protect her, but he didn't expect to eat his wife's soft rice first. The green crabs and green shrimps caught today, plus the thousands of caddies of rabbit beasts and more than 1,000 colorful pheasant eggs caught by his wife, are enough to make up for the 4th-level silver-striped deer that was snatched away by the Li family yesterday. Thinking of this, Feng Xi's eyebrows softened, and he walked towards her quickly. With a few more people to help, Feng Yi's pressure was greatly reduced. After picking up the eggs in his hand, he stood up and stretched. Feng Xi happened to pass by, and Feng Yi's eyes lit up, holding a basket of red turtle eggs to greet him. He handed over the basket like a treasure. "Sir, look at what this is." On the pretty baby face, there was a pair of dimples, as deep as if someone had drilled them with an electric drill. In the bamboo basket, blood-red eggs were piled together, so red that Feng Xi was secretly shocked, but he didn't show it on his face, and praised very good. Feng Yi was praised, and happily told the story of how he found the red turtle eggs. "It was Madame who found them. She is very good at finding them. I have already picked up 10 baskets. This is the 11th one. Feng Qing and Feng Shan are also picking up eggs over there." Even though Feng Xi was calm, he was shocked and looked a little surprised. If all of these red turtle eggs were used to improve the tribe, even if there was a 30% chance, the overall strength would be raised to a higher level. Turning his eyes to the figure flying around on the beach on a flying sword in the distance, Feng Xi looked a little complicated. This freeloader. He was a little caught off guard. Song Luo stepped on the flying sword and saw Feng Xi's figure. She sped up and rushed over, throwing herself into Feng Xi's arms. The few strands of hair blown by the wind were slightly entangled on Feng Xi's collar, bringing out a faint fragrance. She raised her fair and tender face and said softly, "Feng Xi, I'm so tired." Feng Xi hugged the soft body in his arms. The two of them were tightly pressed together. A heat slowly penetrated into his body through the fabric. His slender fingers flicked the slightly messy hair on the fair and tender face. The two looked at each other. The woman's red lips, as delicate as petals, opened and closed. Feng Xi rolled his throat, and a hint of darkness flashed in his warm eyes. Finally, he chuckled and gently brushed the gravel off his wife's dress. "Go back and rest if you're tired." Song Luo looked at Feng Yi and the others who were busy inside. "Wait a little longer, until I dig out all the red turtle eggs here." Feng Xi frowned, very much disapproving of her not taking her body seriously. "The red turtle eggs won't run away here. Be good, go and rest for a while." As he said that, he forcibly picked up the person and walked towards the flying boat. "Feng Xi, put me down." Song Luo struggled for a while, her eyebrows raised, and her dark eyes looked at him steadily. Her fair face was serious, and Feng Xi saw stubbornness in it, as if he would make a decision with him if he didn't let her go. Feng Xi was slightly stunned, pursed his lips, and slowly put her down. Song Luo looked at her slightly dark and handsome face, and reflected, was she too fierce just now? A trace of fearlessness flashed in her eyes, and she pulled Feng Xi's sleeve, pinching her throat and acting coquettishly, of course. Good things must be collected in your hands first. What's the point of me being a little tired? When you become stronger, I can enjoy the happiness directly, just let me go. A strange tone came out of her mouth, and Song Luo shuddered with disgust. Feng Xiai looked at her sparkling eyes, and finally couldn't help but smiled helplessly. Go, go. I appreciate your kindness. Song Luo smiled, and continued to dig for treasure. In this continent where food is the life, even if these red turtle eggs are not so important, she has to do her best to find them clean, not to mention that they have a great chance of improving the cultivation of martial spirit masters. Although Feng Xiai never made any promises to her, she had eyes to see his every word in action. As the saying goes, if you give a peach to a tree, you will get a jade in return. And she was the one who provoked Feng Xiai first, so she tried to trust him. Chapter 21. Evening. Song Luo was so tired after working on the beach for an afternoon that her waist and legs ached. Back to the flat ground where they were stationed. Fo Shan, Song Yuan, and Fengyi grinned so hard that their teeth were visible. Feng Qing's face, which usually had no expression, showed an arc for the first time, which looked a little weird. Song Luo quickly pulled Feng Xi's arm. Look at Feng Qing. Is he smiling? Feng Xiai saw the mischief in her eyes, and hooked her nose with his finger, naughty. Song Luo hung on Feng Xi's arm. Fo Shan led people to count today's harvest. Green-shelled crabs, green-shelled shrimps, and various fish added up to 3,500 kilograms, which was much less than other families. Feng Wu, Feng Lu and other clansmen were frowning. Thinking of the prey taken away by the Li family, they gnashed their teeth in anger. Fo Shan patted Feng Wu's shoulder meaningfully. They were waiting to share the red turtle eggs after returning happily. Qin Ye's team harvested a lot today, including 2,500 kilograms of green-shelled crabs, 3,000 kilograms of green-skinned shrimps, and 500 kilograms of level 2 green-scaled fish. He asked the kitchen to cook a lot, changed into a dark red casual clothes, and personally invited Feng Xiai. I asked someone to prepare a few green crabs. Let's have a drink tonight. He asked Song Luo, are you going? Yes, of course. When someone invited her to dinner, Song Luo agreed immediately based on the principle of not eating if it's a waste. Qin Yi raised his eyebrows. Okay, I asked the kitchen to make you a second-level green-scale fish soup. The Qin family's station was no different from the Feng family's. There was nothing else in the dining area except tables and chairs. On a square wooden table, each person had a huge green-shell crab, and in the middle, dozens of kilograms of green shrimp were placed on a large plate. Feng Xiai was talking to Qin Yi while his fingers flew, peeling the green-shell crab and placing the snow-white crab meat on the plate in front of Song Luo. Song Luo ate slowly. Neither of them felt anything was wrong, but Qin Yi was so upset by what he saw. After thinking about it, he decided to shut up. This Feng Xiai family member was very unforgiving. If you offend her, she will not let it go for a long time. A woman's heart is like a needle in the sea. Qin Yi asked Feng Xiai, there are many shrimps and crabs in the lake. I plan to ask someone to go back to the city and transfer some soul-replenishing pills. We will stay here for a while. What are your plans next? Feng Xiai pondered for a moment. We don't plan to go back either. I will ask someone to find a way to buy some soul-replenishing pills and send them to us. Qin Yi looked at Feng Xiai curiously. Where are you going to buy soul-replenishing pills? A team needs a lot of soul-replenishing pills. Feng Xiai is now injured, his cultivation has declined, and he has been marginalized by the Feng family. Who will sell him a good one? Feng Xiai continued to peel the crab shells, and with a gentle look, he placed the crab meat on Song Luo's plate, which had not been emptied yet. I have my own way. We are brothers, but you even kept it a secret from me. Feng Xiai, you are not kind. Feng Xiai smiled slightly, and did not respond. Qin Yi felt bored and curled his lips. At this time, the Qin family's martial arts master also brought the fish soup made from the second-level blue unicorn fish. In the milky white fish soup, there were a few wild vegetables floating. Song Luo ate a whole big blue crab. She was already very full. Smelling the tempting fragrance, she drank a full bowl unconsciously. Qin Yi said proudly, how is it? It tastes good, right? Song Luo patted her belly and approved of the soup. It's really good. Took out a small bowl that was not given away last time. Since you are treating me, I will give you one. Qin Yi was about to refuse, but Song Luo said, don't look down on it. It is very useful. If you miss this opportunity, you will never see it again. Qin Yi didn't believe it at all. It's just an ordinary bowl. What can it be of great use? But since you are sincere, I will accept it reluctantly. Song Luo snorted. I'm waiting for you to regret it. Xin Yi didn't take it seriously. A bowl, is it worth my regret? He casually threw it into a corner of the storage ring, thinking of taking it back to feed the chickens. Feng Xiai reminded him, Xin Yi, you better keep this bowl. Xin Yi didn't take it to heart, and responded a few words carelessly, secretly laughing that Feng Xiai became his wife's yes-man after getting married, which always surprised people. The next day, the hunting in Shihe continued. Song Luo slept all night, and felt sore all over. I don't plan to go out today. Feng Xian, Feng Rou, Feng Lu, the three weapon refiners, had a rare leisure time, so they went out to pick water vegetables and dig shellfish. In the refinery room, Feng Su was quietly refining the soul-replenishing pill, and Feng Li looked at the women and children cheering outside, and was very envious. But after a while, with a pop, a furnace of medicinal materials was burnt. Song Luo thought that the two had been here for so long, and had not gone out to play much, so she sent them out to play for a while. Feng Su looked worried, but, we don't have enough soul-replenishing pills. Feng Li's expectant eyes were shattered. Yes. Song Luo waved her hands. Go. Go, there are so many missing, and the two of you refining these 3 melons, and 2 dates will not have any effect, and Feng Si will find a way to make the spirit-boosting pill. Feng Li's eyes lit up when she heard it. Thank you, madam. After Feng Su finished refining this furnace, he excitedly pulled her out, and the crisp laughter could be heard from a long distance. Song Luo took out 2 refining cauldrons. She planned to do 2 things at the same time, refining medicine with her left hand, and refining tools with her right hand. This may be difficult for others, but for her, it is enough to have hands. After all, she was just refining blindly, and failure was commonplace. She didn't even need to control the fire, let alone concentrate. The only drawback was that she couldn't spare her hands to eat, drink, or read the storybook. Half an hour later, the lid of the refining cauldron was successfully blown off. Song Luo glanced at it calmly, without blinking, and continued to refine the medicine. Gradually, a soul-shaking stench came to her face, like the stench of someone who hadn't washed his feet for 10 years. Song Luo retched continuously, folded 10 layers of handkerchiefs, opened the lid, and a pot of black medicine like black water in a stinky ditch appeared. Feng Shan had tasted enough sweetness, and found another beach, rummaging around, looking for the whereabouts of red turtle eggs. He dug a large sand pit, let alone red turtle eggs, he didn't even dig up a few shellfish. Depressed, he ran to hunt for green crabs and green shrimps. As soon as Song Luo approached, Feng Shan wrinkled his nose and asked with disgust, Madam, what's the smell on you? It stinks. His loud voice attracted many curious looks. Song Luo was embarrassed and glared at him angrily. Can't you speak more quietly? He was going to make her die. Feng Shan realized it later, and explained to everyone, my nose is not working properly. I smelled it wrong. Madam doesn't smell bad. She smells very good. Everyone cast meaningful glances at him. Song Luo, forget it, it's better not to explain. Feng Xiai heard the noise, and walked over slowly. As soon as he approached, he smelled a smell. Looking at his wife's embarrassed expression, and Feng Shan's silly smile, he understood the cause of the matter. He took the initiative to hold Song Luo's hand. What's wrong? What strange things did you refine? Song Luo gave him a look of knowing the goods and took out a jar from the storage ring. You still understand me? I show you something good. Chapter 22. Ugh. As soon as the thing was taken out, the smell of stinky feet spread quickly, and Feng Shan immediately ran to the side to retch. Feng Xiai raised his eyebrows. The smile on his face froze, and he reluctantly stretched out his slender fingers to take the jar with a strong smell, and asked in a gentle voice, What is this? Song Luo has been poisoned by this stench, and has become somewhat accustomed to it. She no longer feels anything, but seeing Feng Xi's performance, she is still very satisfied, and then took out a small bowl from the storage ring, which was the one she refined a few days ago. Put the liquid medicine in this bowl, and pour it into the lake. Feng Xiai immediately understood that there was a mystery between this bowl, and this stinking pot of medicine. Feng Shan, come here. Feng Shan pinched his nose and looked bitter, and reluctantly approached while vomiting. Song Luo gloated over the misfortune of others, daring to laugh at her. He deserved this difficult task. Feng Shan held his breath, poured the smelly liquid into the small bowl, and urged his spiritual power. The small bowl instantly floated in the air. Feng Shan widened his eyes, and shouted in disbelief. This is a second-level spiritual weapon. I didn't expect this ordinary little bowl to be a second-level spiritual weapon. I didn't expect that the lady with a rubbish talent level could refine such a thing. You have to know that Feng Xian, a medium-level spiritual assistant, has been fed by the resources of the Feng family for decades and has only reached the 3rd-level weapon refiner. It is said that the lady has awakened for no more than 3 months. How did she refine such a thing? You know, he often heard from Fengli and Fengru about the lady refining medicine and weapons. It is said that they were all refining blindly and never succeeded once. Seeing that she could actually take out this thing, Feng Shan was very sure that it was not given by the young master, so the question was this 2nd-level spirit bowl made by her herself? Apart from this reason, Feng Shan could not find any other reason. At this moment, he was incredulous. Feng Shan's heart was turbulent, but he still acted reliably. Under his control, the 2nd-level spirit bowl filled with liquid medicine was hovering steadily in the air. He asked, "Madam, what should we do next? What is the use of this stinky medicine?" Song Luo pointed to the lake, just suspended at the edge of the lake, a little closer to the shore, but not too close. Feng Shan manipulated the 2nd-level spirit bowl and slowly moved it to the shore. Song Luo directed from the side, too close to the lake, a little closer to the shore. Lower the altitude a little more outward. You move too much, a little more inward. Feng Shan manipulated the 2nd-level spirit bowl and was directed by Song Luo. He had to be careful not to spill the medicine at the bottom of the bowl. He was very careful and cautious, and soon, he was sweating profusely. Feng Xiai saw the turbulent waves at the lakeside, his eyes changed slightly, and he flashed in front of Song Luo, watching the movement in the water vigilantly. After a while, the gurgling sound of water spread from the lakeside to the distance, and countless green-shelled shrimps and green-skinned shrimps spitted water thorns and rushed towards this side one after another. Feng Xi's face became serious, and he shouted loudly, "Feng Qing, bring people." Feng Qing was 300 meters away, and he immediately brought Feng Yi, Feng Wu, Feng Lu and Song Yuan to come when he heard the words. Seeing the movement in the lake, several people's faces became serious, took out their spirit swords, and took a defensive posture. Other spiritual energy is not as easy to control as the spiritual sword. It is not easy for Feng Shan to drag the 2nd-level spiritual bowl with spiritual power. He is sweating profusely. Seeing that none of the people have good eyesight, he gritted his teeth and said, "Is there anyone who can help me? My body is almost empty." Fengyi and others only noticed him then. Feng Qing moved his fingers slightly, and the spiritual power was wrapped around the bowl, and Feng Shan's pressure was suddenly reduced. Fengyi realized where the problem was. These violent green-shelled crabs and green-skinned shrimps are all because of this bowl? Feng Shan rolled his eyes. Nonsense. At this time, the scenery in the lake was getting out of control. Countless green-shelled crabs and green-skinned shrimps floated to the surface and rushed towards this side frantically. The water thorns shot towards the shore. Feng Xiai drew out his spirit sword and protected Song Luo behind him. Feng Yi, Feng Wu, Feng Lu and Song Yuan drew their swords to protect Feng Shan and Feng Qing. Unexpectedly, the water thorns only looked sharp. They just waved their spirit swords lightly and dispersed them. They were not as fierce as yesterday. When everyone was wondering, they saw a scene that they would never forget in their lives. A green-shelled crab and a green-shelled shrimp leaped from the water and landed on the ground. Feng Shan was so shocked that he almost forgot to control the 2nd-level spirit bowl. Fortunately, Feng Qing was not distracted the whole time. Feng Yi and Song Yuan blinked their eyes, then grinned. "It's delivered to the door, hurry up. Pick it up." Feng Yi yelled and immediately tied up the green-shelled crab as big as a basin. With the first one, there will be the second, the third, and countless more. Song Yuan, Feng Wu, and Feng Lu's eyes lit up, and they waved the spirit swords in their hands more vigorously. Feng Yi was too busy to do anything, so he hurriedly called for help from the nearby tribesmen. These tribesmen were busy in this huge surprise before they had time to be frightened. Feng Xiai took a few steps back with Song Luo, and looked at his wife with curved eyebrows, and couldn't help asking, "What kind of spiritual tool is this bowl? And this medicine, why is it so strange?" Song Luo stretched her neck from behind Feng Xiai, and looked into the lake. "This bowl can turn disgusting things into delicious things. The more disgusting, the more delicious it is, so we call it the dipping bowl. Haven't you noticed that since the black liquid medicine was put into the bowl, the disgusting smell has disappeared? As for this medicine, it is a kind of bait that specifically attracts shrimps and crabs. When it is placed in the bowl, it becomes more attractive." Feng Xiai suddenly realized. Then, Song Luo took out 5 bowls from the space and threw them to Feng Xiai. Feng Xiai was surprised and immediately gathered everyone to use the bowl and black liquid medicine to attract green crabs and green shrimps. For a while, the whole Feng family team was busy. Unlike the decadence of the past few days, they picked up shrimps and crabs. Qin came here to visit, and saw the scene as soon as he passed through the grove. Feng Xi nodded to show his meaning. Qin pointed at this scene, and was so shocked that he couldn't speak. It took him a long time to find his voice. Feng Xi, how did you do it? In this way, they don't need to work hard to cast the net and fight with these shrimps and crabs at the bottom of the lake. Once the green-shelled crabs and green-skinned crabs come ashore, their combat effectiveness is greatly weakened, and a first-level martial spirit master can easily subdue one. While he was standing by and watching, Feng Xi's 6 teams had already caught hundreds of green crabs. Qin Ye's eyes were red. Good brother, do you still have this kind of spiritual weapon, that bowl above? How about selling it to the 2 brothers? I exchange it with you for the soul-replenishing pill. Feng Xi was helpless. My wife gave you 3 a few days ago, but you didn't want them, and the one I gave you yesterday was also. What? Qin couldn't believe it. He looked at Song Luhua, then at Feng Xi, who nodded. Only then did he believe that the bowl Feng Xi's wife gave him was really a spiritual weapon. He was immediately anxious. You gave me a spiritual weapon. Why didn't you say so earlier? The first 3 Song Luhua gave him. He thought they were useless little things, so he didn't want them, and now he regrets it so much that he beats his chest and stamps his feet. The one Feng Xi's wife gave him later. I've said too much, and I'm so angry that my teeth itch. Chapter 23. Yesterday my 10th sister Qin Rui, who ran away with someone, suddenly appeared and ate and took a few blue crabs. In other people's words, brother, although I am married, the Qin family is still my mother's family. A married girl returns to her parents' home, and a few good meals should be treated. Qin looked down on this cousin more and more. I originally thought that she and Feng Xi were engaged, and he and Feng Xi were good brothers. After the 2 got married, the relationship between the Feng and Qin families would be further improved, and he would become Feng Xi's uncle. Unexpectedly Qin Rui was given a big trick. She ran away for several months, and now said she was married, and ran back to her mother's home to eat and take. Qin immediately turned hostile. You've eaten and drunk. Now that you're married, don't even think about getting benefits from your parents' family. If you want benefits, you should exchange them with something of equal value. Qin was dissatisfied with Qin Rui. First, Feng Xi was his good brother, and he was harmed by a cousin from the next room. He had some complaints. Second, the Qin family spent a lot of money to train Qin Rui, a 3rd-level weapon refiner, and she ran away without saying a word and married someone secretly. This situation can be regarded as betrayal in a big family. Now that she is back, she not only refuses to admit her mistakes, but also acts like she is taking advantage of others. How can Qin tolerate this? But this damn girl is really shameless. Seeing that she didn't take advantage of others, she took the bowl given to her by Feng Xi's wife before leaving. Qin regretted more than once why he suddenly felt thirsty, and then took out the bowl to fill it with water. There are more and more shrimps and crabs by the lake. Although they are caught as soon as they come ashore, they still come up to seek death as usual. Feng Xi's deputy Feng Shan's face is twisted with laughter, and Qin is jealous. He regretted his previous decision even more. He was heartbroken. He wanted to ask Qin Rui to return this bowl. Even brothers should settle accounts, not to mention Qin Rui, a daughter of the Qin family who married out. Qin took a few steps, and suddenly realized that he forgot to ask who Qin Rui married, and suddenly had a headache. He glanced at Feng Xi. Forget it. He is now a married man, and cannot be trusted. He smiled at Song Luhua with a flattering face. Feng Xi's wife, look, can you sell me 2 of these bowls? Qin was a rebellious handsome man, who would go up and say a few words if he didn't like someone. At this time, he was wearing a white martial arts uniform, and his face looked elegant. His narrow eyes were full of flattery, and he smiled like a big dog begging for food. Song Luhua shuddered with a chill. Isn't it okay for me to give you 2? Please don't do this. Great. Qin returned to normal, his mouth curled up. I don't want yours for nothing. I exchange it with you for 100 nourishing spirit pills. Song Luhua was not so hypocritical for the benefit that was delivered to her door. Okay, since you are tactful, I will give you some liquid medicine as a gift. Feng Xi told Qin how to use this bowl, and Qin suddenly realized that he still needed this thing. He immediately took the small jar of black spiritual liquid that Song Luhua had divided, and returned to his hunting ground like the wind. Li's hunting ground. Inside the refining room, Qin Rui sat lazily aside, urging several girls to refine weapons. How can you be so useless? You can't even repair a fishing net. You are a second-level refiner. You are just a waste. Li Yu's pretty face was aggrieved. She became a second-level refiner this month. She was not familiar with second-level spiritual weapons. This second-level fishing net was rotten to the point of being unrecognizable. How could she repair it well? Besides, this second-level fishing net should have been repaired by Qin Rui, a third-level refiner. It was not enough for her to be lazy and throw the task to herself, but she also humiliated her. Li Yu's face turned red, and she bit her lip helplessly. Seeing that she didn't say a word, Qin Rui secretly felt proud. It's better to get married, so that you can be the master of your own house. Although Li Cheng, the second son of the Li family, is not as good as his cousin Qin Yi, he is the eldest son of the Li family, and can lead his own team. As the newly promoted second young master of the Li family, she can do whatever she wants. As for the troublesome things, she only needs to move her lips and let the subordinates do it. There is no need for her to do it herself. She ate a lot of blue crabs at her mother's house yesterday, and now she is enjoying it. She impatiently drove Li Yu away and took over the second-level fishing net that she had been repairing for a long time. Sure enough, the fishing net was fixed in her hands in a few seconds. When the Li family came to pick up the fishing net, Qin Rui said proudly, "The fishing net has been repaired. I will deliver it myself." After Qin Rui left, Li Yu and several other Li family disciples started to talk and make a fuss. A girl with a single spiral bun said, "Our second young master is really blind to marry such a troublemaker." That's right. Everyone knows that in order to break off the engagement with Feng, she ran to the second young master on the wedding day and coaxed him to marry her. So what if she has good talent? She lets us do all the dirty and tiring work on weekdays, and she takes all the credit for herself. She is stingy to share the good things with us. How can she be the wife of the family? Li Yu heard everyone attacking Qin Rui, and the ugliness of being scolded just now was much less. A smile finally appeared on her pretty face, and she whispered to everyone to share the news she knew. "Do you know that the level 4 silver deer that our Li family harvested some time ago was actually stolen from the team of the 4th son of the Feng family, Feng Ci? I heard that it was the wife of the second young master who proposed it. Good fellow, I was wondering why we harvested so much that day. However, food is precious, and whoever is capable enough to grab it will have nothing to say." Everyone nodded, and Li Yu agreed. No matter where the prey came from, if they harvested more, they would naturally get more. However, she could not agree with Qin Rui's way of offending Feng Ci to death. Our young lady already had conflicts with Feng Ci, and now she has robbed someone else's prey, so the hatred is dead. Others didn't care. Feng Ci Gongzi injured his spirit palace, and he will never make any progress in his cultivation in this life. Now he has been separated from the Feng family. Even if he hates, he has no strength to retaliate. It's a pity for Feng Ci Gongzi, such a brilliant man. Otherwise, Qin Rui and the second Gongzi would not dare to do such a thing. Li Yu's mind flashed with the handsome young man, and he couldn't help but feel sorry. When he heard that he later married a useless wife, his pity for him reached its peak. Qin Rui sent the fishing net to Li Cheng, and Li Cheng didn't have time to talk to her. He pushed the man to the back, drew his sword to cut off the incoming water spikes, and then wiped the water off his face with a curse. These beasts are getting smarter day by day. Yesterday, we were able to catch thousands of them, but today it's so hard to catch even one. Qin Rui watched from the side for a long time. The Li family had been busy for a long time, but they caught very few shrimps and crabs. It seemed that there was no hope of eating shrimps and crabs tonight. She was bored and didn't want to go back to the refining room, so she strolled to the Qin family's hunting ground. Qin family hunting ground. Qin Yi got the bowl and medicine from Song Luhua, and immediately called a few clansmen to follow suit. Sure enough, after activating the spirit bowl, the shrimps and crabs surging on the lake's surface attracted everyone's excitement. One bowl attracted more shrimps and crabs than everyone worked hard for half a day, let alone 2 bowls. The Qin family's clansmen were like chicken blood, fighting for the control of the bowl. The group of people fought fiercely. Qin Rui walked closer and saw that the bowl had a green leaf-shaped pattern, which was exactly the same as the broken bowl she took from her cousin yesterday. Her eyes lit up immediately, and she turned back. Chapter 24. Husband, I have something good for you. Qin Rui took out the small bowl from a few cubic storage bags. With this spiritual tool, we can catch more shrimps and crabs. As long as we control the bowl on the shore, countless shrimps and crabs will automatically jump onto the shore for us to choose. Qin Rui thought of the scene she had just seen at Qin Ye's place, and her eyes were full of heat. If she hadn't been unable to control her spiritual power and open this bowl, she wouldn't have taken out such a treasure. However, even if she took it out, when she caught crabs and shrimps, she asked for more, and the Lee family had nothing to say. At that time, she would eat as much as she wanted. Qin Rui was a weapon refiner. She said it was a spiritual weapon, so Li Cheng naturally had no doubts and happily ordered the clansmen to open it. The moment they saw the spiritual bowl rise, everyone was overjoyed. They had long been impatient with these cunning green-shelled crabs and green-skinned shrimps. They couldn't catch them, and they came out to make trouble from time to time. It happened that Qin Rui's bowl gave them hope. Everyone's face was full of expectations. Qin Rui stared at the lake. A green-shelled crab popped up, and Qin Rui was overjoyed. Here it comes. The Li family's martial arts masters were on guard, their eyes shining. The result? The green-shelled crab spit out a string of water spikes, sank to the bottom of the lake, and disappeared. What's going on? It seems different from what the second young master's wife said. Everyone began to doubt the spirit bowl. Qin Rui pulled the corner of her mouth. It must be too short. We have to wait a little longer. Li Cheng waved his hand, and several martial arts masters helped control the spirit bowl. However, after a cup of tea, the lake was calm. Just now, there were a few shrimps and crabs popping up from time to time, but now there was not even a crab whisker to be seen. Impossible, how could this happen? Being looked at with strange and suspicious eyes by the Li family, Qin Rui didn't understand where the problem was, and turned around and ran away. It must be Qin Yi. The bowl he used was different from mine. Li Qing's handsome face sank slightly, and he waved his hand. You continue to cast the net. Then, he quickly followed Qin Rui's pace. Everyone in the Li family looked puzzled, collected the spirit bowls, and continued to cast their nets. Li Cheng chased Qin Rui to the Qin family's hunting ground, and saw Qin Yi pushing Qin Rui impatiently, causing Qin Rui to stagger. He immediately rushed forward and asked, Qin Yi, what are you doing? Qin Yi saw that it was him, and looked unhappy. It's not your turn as an outsider to interfere in the matter between Qin Rui and me. This is our Qin family's hunting ground. Do you want to turn against the Qin family? Li Cheng saw that he had escalated the matter to a family level, and quickly denied it. Qin Yi, don't misinterpret my meaning. You know I don't have such an idea. Qin Yi sneered. Why, you stole Feng Xi's prey a few days ago, and today you are standing on my Qin family's territory. If you say you are not stealing prey, who will believe it? Li Cheng choked and pulled Qin Rui and said, Qin Rui and I are husband and wife. Her affairs are naturally my affairs, and you are still Qin Rui's elder brother. How can you treat your sister like this? Qin Yi looked at Qin Rui sharply, chuckled, and sneered. I thought you chose someone, but it turned out to be this kid. No wonder you are getting more and more evil. It's not enough to take my spiritual weapon yesterday, but today you bring your husband to your mother's house to steal things? Qin Rui was furious when Qin Yi exposed what she had done. Brother, we are all brothers and sisters from the same clan. You shouldn't humiliate your own sister like this. Who knew you would just take a spiritual tool to drink water? I just thought it was a small thing, so I took it. How could you, as a brother, care about such a worthless thing? Qin Yi looked sideways. Since she ran away from marriage, he seemed to have never recognized this cousin with good talent. He flicked his sleeves disdainfully. Now you know it is not an ordinary bowl. You should give it back to me. Qin Rui choked and was about to speak when Li Cheng said, We see that this bowl is useless. A careless member of the clan accidentally broke it. The Qin family members were busy not far away. Li Cheng had already seen clearly while Qin Yi and Qin Rui were talking. The heat in his eyes could not be hidden. Such a good thing, when it came into his hands, there was no reason to spit it out. Qin Yi disdained to play with the Li family, since he was a child. That's it. The Li family pretended to be good in front of others, but they were stingy and mean behind their backs. Qin Rui, this dead girl, could marry anyone else, but she chose the Li family. Li Cheng looked serious, but he is also the mean and selfish Li family. If he didn't see Qin Rui's usefulness, how could he marry her so easily? This dead girl is still enjoying the life of going to the Li family. Then she will wait. Anyway, this dead girl is also a fool who doesn't know what's right and wrong. After she suffers a loss, she will know what's wrong. Qin Yi didn't plan to take the bowl, and drove him away impatiently. Go back, you are a married girl, don't go to your mother's house too much. Li Cheng gave Qin Rui a look, and Qin Rui stomped her feet, and threw a tantrum at Qin Yi. Brother, give me some of the medicine in the bowl. You only have 2 bowls, how much can you use? Why don't you give me some, and we catch some shrimps and crabs, and then give you a basket. Do I need your basket? Qin Yi was too lazy to tell her, and directly sent someone to drive the two out. From a distance, Qin Rui's noise could still be heard. Qin Yi sneered and cursed, "What the hell? Not to mention that this thing is precious, it will be gone after it is used up. Just say that the Li family and Feng Xiai have a grudge, and Feng Xi's wife's family kindly gave him this good thing, but he can turn around and help a cousin who has no good impression to discuss Feng Xiai and his wife. If he is not mentally ill, what is he? This cousin should be disciplined by her uncle and aunt, it has nothing to do with him." Song Luo was quite satisfied when she learned what Qin Yi had done. She gave him a thumbs up, "Well done." Qin Yi glanced at her proudly, "I'm not the kind of person who can't figure things out." Song Luo laughed, That's right. It was windy by the lake in the evening. Feng Xiai took out a cloak and put it on Song Luo. The couple's intimacy without regard for others made Qin Yi unable to bear to watch, and he couldn't help but want to mock Feng Xiai, but thought about it and gave up. If he spoke, it would inevitably involve Song Luo. This young lady was also a person who would not let go even if she was right. He could not afford to offend her. However, seeing Qin Rui again made Qin Yi sigh that Feng Xi's luck was not that bad. Although Song Luo was not as talented as Qin Rui, she did not cause trouble. She did not go back to her parents' home to make trouble, nor did she interfere with Feng Xi's hunting. Occasionally, she could practice a wonderful product and help Feng Xiai make a fortune. Feng Xiai must have made a lot today, and Qin Yi was jealous. Seeing him staring at the Feng family's martial arts masters picking up goods, Song Luo kindly threw the remaining spirit bowl she was going to collect to Qin Yi. "Our Feng family lacks alchemists. If young Master Qin is handy in the future, he will give us more spirit pills." Qin Yi held the spirit bowl and smiled, "No problem." Seeing that his friend and his wife were getting along well, Feng Xiai showed a gentle smile on his handsome face. Chapter 25. With 6 spiritual bowls and black liquid medicine, Feng Xi's team made a lot of money. In one day, they harvested 30,000 kilograms of green crabs and green shrimps, which was 10 times more than yesterday. Feng Shan and the martial spiritual masters in the team happily moved the harvest into the storage room of the flying boat. Song Yuan stared at these bowls with a silly smile on his face. "Sister, how much liquid medicine do you have? How many days will it last for us?" "This bowl with black liquid medicine is very useful, but there is only 1/3 of the black liquid medicine left. If it is used up tomorrow, this bowl will not work no matter how good it is." Song Yuan suddenly thought of this and couldn't help but worry. Song Luo took out another can of black liquid medicine from the space bracelet and placed it on the table. Song Yuan didn't mind the smell and took it into his arms. "Is that all? If there are more, we must catch all the shrimps and crabs in Shihe this time." Song Luo watched the excitement outside all day and felt a little sleepy. She sat opposite Song Yuan, propped up her chin, and said slowly, "These are enough." "Song Yuan?" ? Song Luo raised her eyelids and glanced at him calmly. "The lifespan of these bowls is almost up. If they are used a few more times, they will explode." Song Yuan almost jumped up. "No way, are spiritual weapons so fragile?" Song Luo said, "Are you a weapon refiner, or am I a weapon refiner? If I say it will break, it will break." She herself was also depressed. She only felt it today that this thing was actually similar to a disposable item. It was good if it could last a few more days. It seems that her talent for refining weapons is really useless. Song Yuan then remembered that his sister was just a little waste with low-grade talent, and smiled awkwardly. Song Luo didn't care, and her brain became more and more sleepy. Feng Xiai came over with dinner, and seeing that her little head was about to bury in the table, he fed her a bowl of colorful wild egg soup and a bowl of blood Ganoderma and green-scaled fish soup, and then carried her back to the room. Song Luo slept all night until dawn. Feng Xiai had already led the team to continue catching shrimps and crabs. After eating the breakfast that Feng Yin warmed for her, Song Luo slowly wandered to the Feng family's hunting ground. Fo Shan and Feng Yi were holding a bowl, and suddenly with a bang, the bowl exploded in midair. The black liquid in the bowl was scattered everywhere, and several pieces of broken porcelain fell. The green-shelled crabs and green-skinned shrimps that were rushing in front of them looked around blankly, and then rushed towards the other bowls. Fo Shan was stunned for a moment, and picked up the broken porcelain pieces at a loss. "This. How did it break? I didn't use any force." "Feng Yi, is it because you used too much force, and your spiritual power is not accurate?" Feng Yi came back to his senses, his nose was crooked with anger. "I haven't said anything about you. You are such a reckless man, but you are talking about me." The two snorted at each other and stood aside, ignoring each other. Song Luhua expected this to happen, and walked over slowly with her hands in her pockets. This bowl has reached its end of life. After she finished speaking, she didn't care about Feng Shan and Feng Yi's explanation. She moved a bamboo bed from the space, spread soft bedding on it, and lay on the beach to bask in the sun. The clansmen of the Feng family subconsciously slowed down their steps when they passed by, for fear of waking people up. Song Luhua was half asleep. Feng Xi gently covered her with a blanket. The girl's skin was so white that it was almost transparent in the sun. Her delicate face had tiny hairs on it. Her eyelashes left rows of shadows under her eyelids, and her mouth was red from sleep. Feng Xi brushed away the scattered hair on her face that was blown by the wind, tucked it behind her ears, and walked away slowly. Lakeside. The bowl in Feng Xi's hand suddenly broke, and the shrimps and crabs that came one after another retreated instantly. With the previous experience of Feng Shan, the martial spirit masters were distressed, but they had made enough psychological preparations. Seeing this, they were not too surprised, and immediately took out the fishing net to continue fishing. Green crabs and green shrimps were attracted to other places. Without their disturbance, the lake surface was much calmer. The martial spirit master set up many fishing nets along the lake. Feng Xi also took out a fishing net from his storage ring, and threw it far away. The net crossed the reeds in the lake, and went straight to the center of the lake. The tribesmen on the side saw this, and showed admiration. You are worthy of being the young master. Although the young master's cultivation level remained at the 4th level, it was the highest in the team. Feng Shan, Feng Yi and others had only reached the 3rd level of cultivation. This was when the young master injured his spiritual palace. Otherwise, the Li family and the Wang family would be nothing in front of their young master. When everyone thought of these people, and the prey that was snatched away by the Li family, they cursed angrily. Feng Xi listened to the clan members' mutterings, and casually fixed the net rope to the tree stump on the shore, with a faint smile on his face. During this period of time, the spiritual palace has been repaired by the green medicine liquid, and the time of using spiritual power every day has gradually increased. Most of the gaps in the spiritual palace have been repaired, and it won't take long for him to recover his peak cultivation. Suddenly, the net rope he tied to the wooden stake moved. Feng Xi's face was stern, and he quickly pulled the rope towards the shore. This pull made him feel frightened. A huge pulling force came along the rope, and he couldn't shake it with his 4th level strength. Feng Xi frowned. Come on, a few people. Immediately, several martial arts masters stepped forward to help. This pull made everyone stunned at first, and then they all showed joy. The bigger the fish, the heavier the net. We caught a good one. A martial arts master squeezed out these words from his teeth with all his strength. Feng Xi felt that the rope under his hand was getting stronger and stronger. If he pulled it hard, it was very likely to pull them down. He immediately ordered more martial arts masters to help. Soon, except for Feng Shan, Song Yuan, Feng Yi and others, who were using bowls to catch shrimps and crabs, all the martial spirit masters came here to pull the rope. For a while, the lakeside was very lively. Song Luhua was half asleep, and when she heard the sound of shouting by the river, she slowly opened her eyes, and stared blankly at a group of people gathered by the lake, pulling something. She yawned, put her hands behind her back, and slowly moved forward to watch the fun. Feng Xi stood in the front, with a pair of slender hands, grabbing the rope thicker than her wrist and pulling hard. Because she pulled too hard, the blue veins on both sides of her neck were exposed, and her face was covered with fine beads of sweat. The willing master behind him twisted his facial features and exerted his strength. His bronze face twisted so much. Song Luhua suddenly became curious about what was in the net. After everyone pulled together for a long time, the fishing net was finally pulled back to the shore. Fish with green scales as long as arms jumped in the water, and many silver fish half as long as arms, shining with colorful halos in the sun, struggled to break free from the fishing net, and the lively fish splashed waves of water to the shore. Feng Xi and others pulled the fishing net ashore. As the fishing net emerged from the water, the surface was green and white, which shocked everyone and made them gasp. Look, so many fish! Everyone hurriedly dumped the fish on the ground. As the blue-gray piece appeared in front of them, the heat in everyone's hearts dissipated a lot. They all made a sound. Chapter 26. The great clam shells of all sizes were shaken off and piled up into a small mountain. These clam shells were just ordinary first-level spiritual clams. Although they were not as good as the Qingguang fish and Qinglin fish, they were better than nothing. The martial spirit masters were about to put these clam shells into the basket. Wait a minute. Song Luhua walked to the pile of clam shells, picked a clam as big as a wash basin, and looked at Feng Xiai. "Help me open this clam shell." Feng Xiai did not hesitate, drew out the spiritual sword, and pried the clam shell open in 2 or 3 strokes. The white inner wall of the clam shell emits colorful light in the sun. The snow-white clam shell is still wriggling, and a smell of earth is coming. Feng Xiai asked, "Do you want to eat clam meat? Ask Feng Yin to make it for you at noon." Song Luo shook her head, squatted down, stretched out her white little hand to touch the clam meat, and suddenly, round particles passed through her fingertips. Song Luo's eyes lit up, and she carefully opened the clam meat, and round pink pearls appeared in front of Feng Xiai. Feng Xiai was surprised. It's actually a spiritual clam pearl. Song Luo took out a white porcelain plate from the space of the jade bracelet, and put thumb-sized pink pearls into the plate. The round pink pearls rolled in the plate, making a crisp sound. Everyone heard this, and hurried forward to watch. Feng Yu took one and looked at it carefully, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Spiritual clam pearls have the function of warming the face. White is the most common, pink is the second, purple is the middle, and gold and ink are the best." It is said that river clams may also breed Dingan beads, but this is just a legend. No one has seen it. Since it takes decades, or even hundreds of years for a river clam to breed a spiritual clam pearl, spiritual clam pearls are rarely found in river clams. The spiritual clam pearls on the market are hard to come by. My sister wanted to buy a pair of spiritual clam pearl earrings. She saved up Lingbai for 2 years, and only bought a pair of the most common white spiritual clam pearl earrings. I saw that the spiritual clam pearls that Madame opened had a smooth surface, uniform color, thumb-sized, and pink. If they were sold in the mercenary market, they would definitely be snatched up. Everyone heard Feng Yu's words, and looked at the clam shells on the ground with shining eyes. "Madam, if you just pick one, you can get so many pink spiritual pearls from the clam. If you open all the clam shells, I wonder how many spiritual pearls you can get. By then, you can exchange them for money, and refine the flying boat into a big flying boat again. Their families can also go out to collect plants with them. Their families go out with the flying boat of the mercenary team without a man by their side. They can't even cry when they encounter danger. As for why they don't sell the hunted beasts in exchange for spiritual jade, it's a joke. In the 10 Winds continent, food is so precious that only those small families will exchange food for money. A large family like theirs has to feed too many people, and store food for the cold season. Unless they have a good relationship with others, they rarely sell food for money." Thinking of this, everyone was excited and opened the shells one after another. However, when they excitedly searched the inside of the shells, they found nothing. Some people didn't believe it, and opened several shells in succession, but still found nothing. Everyone gave up in disappointment. They all returned to the lake to continue fishing. Feng Xiai knew what everyone was thinking inside. He separated himself from the family, and a medium-sized flying boat consumed almost all of his belongings. Even if he sold some of the food, he could not gather the hundreds of millions of Lingbai needed to expand the flying boat. He could only hunt as many exotic beasts as possible to ensure the lives of his clansmen and their families. Looking at his wife, who was enjoying opening clams, Feng Xiai smiled, and asked Feng Yu to help her. Feng Xiai continued to lead people to fish, and he never pinned his hopes on illusory things. Hundreds of pink pearls were opened in this clam shell. Song Luo was addicted to opening a clam shell, so he chose a clam shell, and continued to direct Feng Yu to open it. Feng Yu was very skillful, and opened a clam shell quickly. Song Luo was touching it, but Feng Yu did not wait for her to tell him to open another clam shell. Song Luo touched it, but there was nothing. Feng Yu collected the clam meat neatly into the wooden barrel, and then placed the newly opened clam shell in front of her. Song Luo gave him an admiring look. "Young man, you are very good." Feng Yu was a shy young man in his 20s, and he was a little embarrassed to be praised by her. "Thank you, madam, for your praise." His slightly dark face was dark red, and he lowered his head and moved faster. Song Luo stopped teasing him, and continued to touch the clam shells. She touched dozens of them in a row, but didn't touch any. Song Luo's face fell slightly. Feng Yu hesitated for a moment, and comforted her. "Spirit clam pearls are rare. Madam, you have already opened more than 100 of them. If you sell them on the market, you can also sell them for several million Lingbai. This time the harvest is already quite a lot." When Song Luo heard that the spirit clam pearls were so valuable, she was no longer depressed, and continued to touch the clam shells. Touching one more is a profit. Most of the clam shells that were fished out this time were the size of a wash basin. Song Luo reached into a large piece of clam meat, and touched them one by one. She had touched 90% of the clam meat, and didn't touch any foreign objects. Song Luo was disappointed. She casually reached for the corner, and was about to throw it aside. Suddenly, she touched a round curved surface. Song Luo was surprised. After she had touched 102 shells in a row, she finally touched another one. She dug it out with her fingers, and finally dug out an emerald green pearl. Song Luo held the thumb-sized emerald green pearl, and widened her eyes. This green pearl was quite strange. It had a uniform color, emerald green, and was warm to the touch. It felt quite comfortable. Song Luo was muttering, "This doesn't look like a pearl? Does a pearl look like this?" Feng Xiai brewed a pot of spiritual tea, and brought it to her. As soon as he approached, he saw her holding a green bead. Feng Xi's face changed drastically. Seeing Feng Yu opening the clam shell, he didn't notice it yet, and his face relaxed a little. He took 2 or 3 steps forward and hugged Song Luo in his arms. Song Luo was studying this strange green bead, but was suddenly hugged by Feng Xiai. She didn't react at all. Feng Xiai took the bead in her hand and stuffed it into her mouth. Oddly enough, this bead was hard, but once it entered the mouth, it melted immediately, and the gentle force flowed into the abdomen, and soon there was no feeling. Song Luo's eyes widened. "Feng Xiai, what are you doing?" "Shut up." Feng Xiai pulled the person away for a distance, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, "That is the Dingan Pearl. I have read its description in an ancient book. Rumor has it that the Dingan Pearl is bred in river clams, and it is not necessarily possible to breed one in 1,000,000,000,000 river clams. It has the function of keeping youth, and can keep people forever at the age when they take the Dingan Pearl." The warm breath sprayed on her earlobes. Song Luo was a little distracted, but was soon shocked by Feng Xi's words. "So, I won't get old in the future?" Song Luo looked at Feng Xiai with surprise. She was now in her early 19s. According to Feng Xiai, she would still be young even if she lived to be 300 years old. There is no one who doesn't want to stay young forever. Song Luo was happy to step on the spirit sword and fly a few laps in the sky. Thinking of this, she immediately took out the spirit sword and looked at Feng Xiai eagerly. Feng Xiai touched her head, smiled gently, activated the spirit sword, stepped on it first, and stretched out his hand to Song Luo. "Come on, I take you to fly a few laps." The couple flew through the air on the flying sword, and the woman's crisp laughter echoed in the air. The crowd below saw it, and discussed it enviously. Qin Rui's eyes flashed with jealousy and annoyance. Chapter 27. After spinning in the air for a few times, Song Luo's mood gradually stabilized. Feng Xiai whispered, "Don't tell anyone about Dingan Pearl." Song Luo nodded quickly. Quickly urged him, "You go, and do your work. I will continue to look for spiritual clam pearls." Feng Xiai smiled, and turned back to the shore. Song Luo sat down, and continued to touch the pearls. During this time, the wind and rain must have opened a lot of clam shells. Song Luo touched a few, and unexpectedly her luck was good this time. Although she didn't touch any colored pearls, she did touch a lot of white pearls. In terms of appearance and size, none of them are as good as pink beads. Song Luo didn't care at all. She had already got the most precious one. These were just desserts after dinner. Feng Yu just opened the clam shells, and Song Luo buried her head in touching the shells. For a moment, the atmosphere gradually became quiet. Until Feng Yu finished looking at all the clam shells on the scene, he was surprised to see the white and pink clam beads piled up in plates. Song Luo's hands were red from touching them. Seeing him standing there in a daze, she bared her teeth and shouted, "Why don't you come over to help?" Feng Yu came back to his senses, and strode to the side. He first neatly collected all the clam meat he had touched into the wooden barrel, and then squatted aside to touch the clam shell. After 5 consecutive failures, he finally touched a dozen white pearls from a small clam the size of a plate. This was the first time he touched a spiritual clam pearl. Although it was just the most ordinary white color, Feng Yu was very happy. Next, he touched it more vigorously. Song Luo took a look and continued to work. Suddenly, his fingers touched a smooth curved surface in the sticky clam meat. Song Luo knew that there must be pearls inside. She scratched it, and the art became bigger and bigger. She scratched it again, and the round bead the size of a palm was held in her hand. Song Luo's heartbeat quickened, and she carefully held the round bead the size of a fist in her palm, and took it out. The pink clam bead the size of a fist sparkled in the sun, reflecting beautiful light. Song Luo was amazed, and Feng Yu happened to look over. His pupils shrank, and he stood up excitedly, staring at the huge pink clam bead, and stammered, "The Dingan bead? Is this the Dingan bead that was rumored?" Song Luo twitched her lips. The real Dingan had been swallowed by her. This thing was definitely not it. Before she spoke, Feng Yu jumped and ran to invite Feng Xi to come over. A large number of willing masters were immediately washed away. It was the first time for everyone to see such a large Lingmu pearl. They came to watch with curiosity and excitement. I have never seen the Dingyinzhu in the rumors, but the appearance and size of this Lingmu pearl should not be much worse than the Dingyinzhu. Wearing it all year round will definitely keep you young for 100 years. With this treasure, we can ask Master Qingwu to help refine the flying boat, which is also possible. When the flying boat is expanded, our families can also go out with us. Madam is lucky. Song Luhua, a little bit. After all the clams were opened, a total of 518 pink pearls and 1,353 white pearls were obtained. 2 days later, everyone's soul-replenishing pills were all used up. All the major families returned to the city. Feng Xi's team had a great harvest. Feng Xi's storage room and martial arts arena are both in Dongping Street. The martial arts masters took all the prey off the flying boat. Feng Shan stood aside and tapped the goods lightly. The more he tapped, the more he couldn't suppress his smile. 7,000 caddies of second-grade silver-striped venison, 3,000 caddies of third-grade silver-striped venison, 30,000 caddies of green-shelled crabs, 20,000 caddies of green-shelled shrimps, 8,000 caddies of first-grade green-light fish, 9,000 caddies of second-grade green-scaled fish, 5,000 gold of clam meat, 10 first-grade rabbit beasts, 1,500 colorful pheasant eggs, 6,300 third-grade red tortoise eggs, 1 Dingan Pearl, 562 pink clam pearls, and 871 white clam pearls. Get rich. This was Song Yuan's first thought. Feng Yi grinned, thinking that everyone could get at least 300 caddies of meat, and his eyes were already beginning to light up. Feng Qing, who had a poker face, rarely smiled normally. Feng Xi had already known the harvest this time. He told Feng Shan calmly, each martial spirit master participating in this hunt will get 50 caddies of silver-striped venison, 300 caddies of shrimp and crab, 100 caddies of fish, and 50 caddies of clam meat. Before Feng Xi finished speaking, Feng Yi counted on his fingers and cheered, "Oh my god, 500 caddies of exotic beast meat." This was more than half of the 300 caddies he had expected. When he hunted with the eldest and second sons in the past, they divided it roughly like this. Feng Shan was surprised for a moment, and then his eyes were red with emotion. "Sir, I, Feng Shan, follow you, and I don't regret it." Feng Yi and Feng Qing also quickly expressed their opinions. "Yes, we don't regret following you." Song Yuan is Feng Xi's brother-in-law. He was very surprised to hear Feng Xi's distribution. He had heard that other families could not get so many things. He didn't expect Feng Xi to be so generous. His favorability towards this brother-in-law increased. Feng Xi raised his hand to suppress Feng Shan, Feng Yi and others who wanted to say something. "You are willing to follow me, so I naturally hope that everyone will have a good life. You have made great contributions to this harvest, and this is what you deserve." He continued, "As for the red turtle eggs, each person will get 5. The rest will be handled by the madam. Do you have any objections?" Feng Shan and others shook their heads. The red turtle eggs were originally discovered by the madam, and they just helped to pick them up. Although they were greedy, they really didn't have any other thoughts in their hearts. Feng Xi nodded with satisfaction. "I remember that when we were in Zaihealing, the madam promised to give everyone the 7-colored pheasant eggs, so each person will get 12, and the rest will be left to the madam." "Yes." Feng Shan immediately wrote this down. Feng Xi looked at Song Luhua, who was dreaming with her hands in her pockets, and chuckled, pinching her tender face. "Madam, do you have anything else to say? Let Feng Shan do it." Song Luhua had just got off the flying boat, and was still sleepy. She yawned and added, 5 white clam pearls for each person, and 2 pink clam pearls for each person. Those who are not married can use it as a wife's savings, and those who are married can take it back and give it to their wives. I'm sure the female relatives will like it. Feng Xi smiled and said, "It's hard for you to still think about them. Feng Shan, do as madam said." "Yes." Feng Shan received Feng Xi's instructions, and took Feng Yi and Feng Qing to start working. Everyone couldn't hide their excitement after getting the things they got this time. Feng Xi took Song Luhua and walked towards Qinghua Lane. "The house has been repaired, and Madame Yang has prepared lunch and is waiting for us to go back." Song Yuan walked beside Feng Xi with a basket, and finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the young couple getting along. Chapter 28. Mingxiang Pavilion, 2nd floor. A group of girls sat around a table drinking spiritual fruit tea and chatting. Wang Xinya deliberately opened her collar, revealing a thumb-sized white spiritual clam pearl on her collarbone. Li Yuner exclaimed, took a closer look, and said enviously, "Xinya, When did you buy such a big spiritual clam pearl? Your parents are so good to you. Her family is a branch of the Lee family. Her parents and brothers are of average qualifications. Her family lives only slightly better than ordinary people. What good things are there? Her family is also dependent on her brothers and brothers. Let alone the spiritual clam pearl, she would hesitate again and again even if she wanted a new piece of clothing. Wang Xinya, who came from a family with a similar financial situation, felt so uncomfortable when she got such a treasure. She stared at the pearl with her eyes, wishing she could snatch it and hang it around her neck. Wang Xinya ignored Li Yun'er's burning gaze. She slightly curved her lips and looked at the mung bean-sized pearl on Feng Wan's earlobe. She said nonchalantly, "My parents didn't buy it for me. My third sister gave it to me." "Wow, your third sister is so good to you." The sister stared at the pearl on her neck with envy, their eyes full of envy. Such a big pearl can at least delay aging by 10 years. Does your third sister still need a younger sister? Li Yun'er suddenly remembered that Wang Xinya's third sister was Wang Yueya, and looked at Feng Yuan with anticipation. "Feng Yuan, isn't your fourth master's wife the ex-fiancée of Xinya's third sister's husband? I heard that she has low talent, and your family is unlucky. You are classified as the lineage of the fourth master Feng, and there is such a mistress in charge. How can you live in the future?" Anyone with a discerning eye can see her sarcasm. Feng Yuan's face turned red with anger. Wang Xinya added fuel to the fire and said, "Yun'er is right. You used to have such a good life. Following the fourth master Feng, you even had to take the flying boat of the mercenary union to go out to collect plants. Maybe you worked hard to dig wild vegetables and grow vegetables, and you still had to support her. TSK, I don't know what the fourth master thinks." Feng Yuan snorted heavily, stood up and cursed. "You think your third sister is a good thing? She married Xia Dalong when she was pregnant. It's because our wife is simple-minded that she was deceived by these two bitches. Even if she is not talented, our Feng family is willing to support her. What's your business? The spiritual clam pearl on your neck is a dirty thing that I don't know where it came from. Do you think I care about it?" Even though Feng Yuan didn't like the wife very much, she couldn't tolerate outsiders talking about it in front of her. She looked at Li Yun'er with contempt. "Qin Rui is the head wife of your Li family. I think you clan members will have a good life." Li Yun'er's face froze. After Qin Rui escaped from her marriage, she married their second son Li Cheng. She was so arrogant in the Li family, and she treated them as servants. Wang Xinya and Li Yun'er were scolded by Feng Yuan, and their faces were not very good. The other sisters drank tea and listened to gossip, and their eyes were almost shining. After Feng Yuan finished speaking, she was too lazy to drink tea, paid the tea money, and went back immediately. Wang Xinya and Li Yun'er were comforted for a long time, and their faces were slightly relieved. Feng Yuan went home angrily. Seeing this, her mother Lu asked curiously, "What's wrong with you? Who messed with our little girl?" "No." Feng Yuan hesitated for a moment, but still told her mother about the Mingxiang pavilion. "Mother, why are we so miserable? Why did the fourth young master marry such a lady? We can't take care of ourselves, and we have such a mistress. Isn't this just adding to the chaos? It won't sound good if we tell others about it." Lu hung the clothes in her arms and tapped her forehead fiercely. "You dead girl, what can you say about the young master and the lady? No matter how useless they are, they don't eat a single bite of your food, so why do you need to complain about them?" Seeing the girl's indignation, Lu shook her head helplessly. "I think you are full and have nothing to do. No matter how good the fourth master's temper is, if he knows that you gossip about the lady behind her back, he will probably kick you out. Although the family members who were kicked out could still make a living, they would no longer have the protection of the family. Like ordinary people, they would go out hunting with the mercenaries every day. Not only were the risks high, but the rewards were also low. Normal people would not offend the person in power in the family, as long as they were not stupid." Feng Yuan choked and wilted. Lu looked at the flying boats passing overhead and muttered, "Your brother might be back." He folded his clothes and put them away, and started to prepare dinner for tonight. Feng Yu was carrying a large backpack with two large baskets hanging on his left and right arms. The heavy things almost bent his small body, but he couldn't stop smiling. Lu had just set the table and stood at the gate looking outside. When she saw Feng Yu, her face showed kindness, and she hurried over to him. Just as she was about to take the basket hanging on his left arm, Feng Yu dodged sideways and said, "Mom, don't take it. It's very heavy." Her son didn't let her bring it up, and Lu didn't insist on helping, so she hurriedly opened the two wooden doors wide to make it easier for him to get in. Feng Yuan failed to refine a furnace of elixirs, and when she heard the noise, she immediately came out of the house. Seeing her brother and mother surrounded by 3 baskets, she smiled so hard that her mouth couldn't close, and asked in surprise, "Brother, did you get a lot this time?" Feng Yu rubbed his sore shoulders and arms, and said with a smile, "We divided 500 kilograms of exotic beast meat." 500 kilograms? Feng Yu raised his voice in shock. Yes. Feng Yu carefully took out the colorful pheasant eggs from the big backpack and handed them to Lu. "Mom, these are colorful pheasant eggs, for you and Anwan to nourish your body." Lu carefully took the colorful pheasant eggs, and the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes were all smiling. "Okay, I will nourish Anwan and I." Feng Yuan counted the harvest this time with her fingers, and found that the things she got this time were much higher than before, and she was very happy. Hearing that there were colorful pheasant eggs, she was very surprised, took the cloth bag from Lu's hand and counted them. "There are 12. These are all good things. I won't eat them. Mother is not feeling well. Give them to her." Feng Yuan hurriedly urged Lu to cook them all. "Mother, you can eat them tonight. You will definitely have a good sleep at night." Looking at her filial children, Lu's smile lines at the corners of her eyes became bigger. Feng Yu took out another bag from her bosom and handed it to Feng Yuan. "Here are 7 clam pearls, 5 white and 2 pink. You and Mother can use them to make jewelry." Clam pearls. Feng Yuan looked incredulous and hurriedly opened the green cloth bag. 5 white and 2 pink, 7 round, thumb-sized clam pearls appeared before her eyes. Not to mention Feng Yuan was surprised. Lu was also very surprised. "Where did you get this kind of clam pearls, pink ones?" "This kind of clam pearls are rare and precious. If the clan gets such things, they are usually provided to the noble ladies and ladies in the family, and ordinary clan members, like them, only share them as food." Feng Yu had already expected the reactions of her mother and sister, and smiled. "I got them during the hunting. Madam said that since there are women in our family, she will give each of them a few pearls and make jewelry for you." Feng Yuan and Lu looked at each other, and both saw the surprise in each other's eyes. After a while, Lu smiled more gently, and gave all the pearls to Feng Yu. "Mother wants a white one to be made into a ring, 2 white ones for your sister as earrings, and a pink one to be made into a small pendant to hang around your neck. The remaining 2 white ones, and 1 pink are kept for your future wife." Feng Yu frowned. "Mother, what are you talking about? I haven't even gotten married yet. The spiritual clam pearl can delay aging. If you don't use it now, it will be too late to use it when you are older. You can use it this time first, and keep it when you get better in the future." Feng Yuan was also persuading her. The brother and sister kept talking, and Lu was finally persuaded. Feng Yuan carefully touched the round clam pearl with her fingertips, and her heart was filled with joy. This time, she wondered if Wang Xinya had the nerve to show off in front of her. Thinking that it was the madam who suggested that she get the good stuff this time, Feng Yuan's good impression of the head lady rose. Don't blame her for her power. In this day and age, only those who can benefit them are worthy of respect. The same thing happened in other families. Fengshan's mother and wife looked at the clam pearl that was shimmering with soft light in the sunset, and kept muttering, "Madam is still the best." Fengshan smiled and said, "You women are so easy to bribe." Then he was glared at by his mother and wife. Fengshan touched his nose, shut up, and went into the house. Chapter 29. Blue and White Lane in the south of the city. Song Luo was running around in the house that Feng Xiai had renovated. It was called a renovation, but it was almost completely rebuilt. It was still the same layout as entering the courtyard. The east and west wing rooms had wide corridors. The materials used were brand new blue bricks and blue tiles. The ground in the courtyard was made of blue stone floors cut from a whole huge stone. It was clean and quiet. A half-acre vegetable plot in the courtyard had been planted with vegetables by Madame Yang. A light green crop emerged on the black land. A small door was opened in the northwest corner of the courtyard, which led directly to her mother's house. Song Luo put her hands behind her back and nodded. Feng Xiai laughed. "Do you like it?" "I like it." Song Luo told the truth. Feng Xiai touched her head. "Then move in tonight?" Song Luo nodded indifferently. "Okay." Anyway, she and Feng Xiai have been eating and living together for a while, and they have become familiar with each other. After passing through the corner gate, they arrived at the Song family. After Song Luo packed up her things, Song Yuan was still struggling with the kitchen and a green-shelled crab that was spitting out boiling water. Song Luo looked at the green-shelled crab jumping around in the pot, speechless. "Brother, is it possible to kill this thing first and then make it into a dish?" Song Yuan touched his head embarrassedly. "Haha, steamed fresh. He doesn't know how to cook at all. Originally, his sister cooked at home, and there were chefs in the team when he went out, so it wasn't his turn. Now, He can't let his sister help cook after she gets married. Then what would he be? Now he comes by himself and finds that cooking is not easy. Feng Xiai said, "If you don't mind, come to my house to eat together." Song Yuan hurriedly said, "No, no." As he said that, he carried his own food to Feng Xi's house. Madame Yang cooked a big meal, including 3 roasted green crabs, shrimps fried with wild pepper, stir-fried wild vegetables, colorful pheasant soup, and colorful pheasant egg soup. The cooking skills were even better than Feng Yin's, and the few people ate until their bellies were full. Song Luo patted her belly, leaned back in her chair, and listened to Feng Xiai and Song Yuan talking. Song Yuan said, "My spirit palace has been repaired almost. I will rest for a few days, and then take the red tortoise eggs. It is only a matter of time before I break through to level 3. Feng Xiai smiled and said, "Congratulations, big brother." Song Yuan asked him curiously, "How is your soul palace recovering?" Feng Xiai shook his head, "I'm afraid it will take some time." His soul palace was more seriously injured than Song Yuan's. Now about 1/3 of it has not recovered, which is much faster than he expected. Song Yuan heard the affirmation in his words and said happily, "When the time comes, you will take the red turtle eggs, and you will be able to recover to the 6th level soon." Feng Xiai smiled lightly, "I hope so." Song Luo thought of Qin Yi, adjusted his posture, and said, "This guy has helped us a lot this time. We didn't give him the 7-colored pheasant eggs, so we can sell him some red turtle eggs." Feng Xiai turned his head and stared at her serious face, his eyes full of tenderness. "My lady, what you said is very true, that's what I meant. Qin Yi is not only his childhood friend, but also helped him a lot in this hunt, so he should return some favors. He took advantage of his wife with these red turtle eggs, and she should have the final say on where to go." Feng Xiai wanted to discuss it with her, but she didn't expect that she would take the initiative to mention it, which made Feng Xiai feel relieved. Song Luo saw that Feng Xiai had to discuss everything with her, and she couldn't help but have a headache. She waved her hand, "You can assign these things yourself in the future, and I will tell you directly what I want." Feng Xiai nodded, smiling. He stuffed all his lingbai into Song Luo's bracelet. Song Luo did not refuse, and was secretly satisfied. Very good, she liked it. As the night deepened, Song Yuan sat for a while, and then went back. Song Luo and Feng Xiai walked into the bedroom hand in hand. Knowing what would happen next, Song Luo was excited but a little nervous. Is it finally time to eat meat? Her eyes swept across Feng Xi's sturdy body, and Song Luo coughed lightly, trying her best to pretend to be calm. Little did she know that her red ears had betrayed her. Feng Xiai smiled and reminded, "There is a warm pool next door, madam. Do you want to take a bath?" "Yes. The clothes are in the closet." Feng Xiai said, took the clothes and walked out first, to the warm pool in the north. Song Luo opened the closet, and rows of new women's clothes blinded her eyes. They should be made by Feng Xiai. She picked a set of white underwear, and walked to another warm pool. She soaked her body in the warm water, leaned against the jade wall of the pool, and sighed. Comfortable. The hot water made her drowsy. Song Luo didn't forget what she was going to do tonight. She pinched herself, put on her underwear, and went back to the room. In the bedroom, Feng Xiai finished his bath, and sat on the couch, holding a book in his hand, a little absent-minded. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Feng Xiai looked up. The girl came closer in soft shoes. Her delicate and beautiful face was rosy from the hot water. Her black hair was scattered on her shoulders. Drops of water from the ends of her hair fell across her chest. The white underwear was wet by the water, and stuck to her body tightly, and the scenery of her chest was looming. When a pair of slightly watery eyes looked at him, there was a seductive charm in the clarity. During this period of time in the hunting ground, although the couple lived in the same room, he went to bed late and got up early every day, while she went to bed early and got up late, and the two of them lived in peace for more than half a month. At this moment, Feng Xiai felt that his whole body was getting hot, and his pair of eyes that were quietly sleeping were slightly rippled, and the fingers holding the book could not help but tighten. "Come here, I will help you dry your hair." The clear and slightly low voice came into his ears, and Song Luo paused. His heartbeat was quite fast. Feng Xiai sat on the couch in a white undergarment. He was born with handsome features, and now he was holding an ancient book, which made him look more elegant and abstinent. Song Luo swallowed her saliva, raised her head, pretended to be calm, walked to him and sat down. "Okay." The girl came closer, and the fragrance on her body penetrated into her nose. Feng Xiai was slightly absent-minded, looking at her black and wet hair, stretched out his slender fingers to stroke the top of her hair, and the spiritual power in his palm ran, and soon dried the wet hair. Glancing at the wet underwear, Feng Xiai hesitated for a moment, then moved his hand slightly downward to dry the underwear. The two sat side by side, legs touching. The man's body temperature was transmitted to her, and the freshness on his body could not help but drill into her nostrils. Song Lu looked at the man's handsome face, and her heart beat faster. The woman was fearless, and it was reasonable for her to overthrow her legal husband. Song Luo looked up and saw his rolling Adam's apple, and bit it with a whine. The woman's breath suddenly approached, and her soft body suddenly pressed on him. Feng Xiai felt numb all over, the dark color in his eyes deepened, and he lowered his head to reveal a helpless smile. He took the little girl into his arms and kissed her lips. "Do you like this?" His eyebrows and eyes were smiling, and his eyes, which were always peaceful, were a little doting. Song Luo was stunned unconsciously, and nodded stupidly. Feng Xiai put his forehead on hers, smiled slightly, and took her to the couch. The clouds disappeared, and the rain stopped. Song Luo was limp all over, and rolled her eyes fiercely. No matter how harmless a man looked, he turned into a beast on the couch. After the two of them were intimate, Feng Xi's eyebrows and eyes became more gentle. He hugged her to change clothes, kissed his wife's delicate face, and fell asleep slowly while holding the soft person. Chapter 30. Qin Yi didn't know that he was struck by good fortune, and told Qin Rui's parents about it. "Uncle, Aunt, you should take care of your daughter when you have time." Uncle Qin and Aunt Qin looked embarrassed, and had to apologize. "Qin Yi, your aunt and I really didn't know about this. When that damn girl comes back, your aunt and I will definitely teach her a lesson." Qin Yi said, "Let me make it clear first. You two want to make up for Qin Rui. I can't control it. If Qin Rui takes advantage of our family again, by relying on her status as a clan member, I, as the young clan leader, will not indulge her." Uncle Qin and Aunt Qin quickly responded, "Sure, sure." The next day, Qin Yi, Feng Xiai, Jiang Wenxiu, and Lu Yuan gathered at Feng Xi's house. Song Luo sat next to Feng Xiai. Their relationship had improved last night, and they got along more naturally. Feng Xiai naturally poured her a cup of tea, and then poured himself one. Song Luo held a cup of tea and stared at the three men opposite her, each with their own characteristics. Qin Yi was also an old acquaintance of Song Luo, and he greeted Song Luo familiarly. Jiang Wenxiu's eyes wandered between Feng Xiai and Song Luo, and he looked at Feng Xiai with a teasing look on his face. He had heard from Qin Yi how good Feng Xiai was to his wife. Although he looked down on her, she was Feng Xi's wife after all, so he wouldn't be stupid enough to say anything unpleasant. He smiled and nodded, calling sister-in-law. Song Luo still remembered him. He was there when she first met Feng Xiai. She had a decent impression of him, so she smiled and replied. Lu Yuan had handsome features, and exuded a cold aura, like a sculpture of ice and snow. He nodded to Song Luo indifferently, and Song Luo smiled back in the same way. Jiang Wenxiu was very envious when he heard about Feng Xiai and Qin Yi's harvest from Zai. "If I had known I was injured, I should have gone hunting with my injured body." Qin Yi leaned on the armchair and kicked Jiang Wenxiu with his slender legs. "You deserve bad luck." Jiang Wenxiu looked at Lu Yuan and his mood suddenly improved. "If you want to talk about bad luck, it's Lu Yuan. I heard that a level 5 elder brother suddenly appeared in your family, and won over many people. I'm afraid your position as the young master is in danger." Lu Yuan's expression remained unchanged, but a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. "He's just an illegitimate child. I don't care about him." Qin Yi asked Jiang Wenxiu curiously, "Instead of worrying about Lu Yuan, you might as well worry about yourself. Your old man is not doing well. When your elder brother takes over, I'm afraid he will have to separate you immediately." Jiang Wenxiu shrugged indifferently. "It's fine if we separate the family. Isn't Feng Xiai living well after being separated from the family?" Feng Xiai took a sip of tea and smiled without saying anything. Song Luo sat aside, with her round eyes open, eating the melon curiously. From time to time, Feng Xiai fed her a bite of the spiritual fruit cake made by Yang Mama, and her big black eyes narrowed into crescents with satisfaction. At this time, Feng Xiai knocked on the table, and said to Qin Yi, "My wife has something for you." Qin Yi raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Hey, what good things does my sister-in-law have for me?" Lu Yuan and Jiang Wenxiu also looked at Song Luo. Being stared at by several pairs of eyes, Song Luo was not at all nervous. She raised her chin and said to Qin Yi, "I sell you some red turtle eggs, do you want them?" Jiang Wenxiu jumped up. "Red turtle eggs?" Qin Yi sat up straight and looked at Song Luo seriously. "Really?" Lu Yuan didn't say anything, and looked at Song Luo with a pair of icy eyes. obviously wanting to ask this question too. Of course it's real, 100 eggs, 500,000 lingbai. After Song Luhua finished speaking, Feng Xiai immediately brought in a basket. Qin Yi, Jiang Wenxiu, and Lu Yuan looked at the red eggs in the basket, and couldn't hide the astonishment in their eyes. It's really red turtle eggs. Qin Yi reacted quickly, and in front of Jiang Wenxiu and Lu Yuan, he pushed the basket of red turtle eggs to his feet, took out a 500,000 lingbai card from the space ring, and handed it to Song Luhua, and solemnly thanked Song Luhua. Thank you, sister-in-law. Song Luhua took the lingbai card and threw it into the space of the jade bracelet. Qin Yi said, I accept this invitation. Song Luhua was very satisfied with his tact. Most people would not sell such a good thing. It would be better to keep it for her children to use in Jin province. She was willing to sell it to Qin Yi because of his friendship with Feng Xiai. Seeing that this good thing was taken away by Qin Yi alone, Jiang Wenxiu became anxious and looked at Song Luhua and Feng Xiai pitifully and said, Feng Xiai, sister-in-law, you can't favor one over the other. What kind of friendship do we have? You have the heart to let me watch. I give you 1 million lingbai, and you give me 100. 50 will be enough. Lu Yuan, 1.5 million lingbai, and you give me 50. Song Luhua looked at Feng Xiai, and Feng Xiai smiled and said, You found the red turtle eggs, so you decide. Seeing the two of them looking so pitiful, she really couldn't be too partial, so she agreed. Then each of them will get 500,000 and 50 red turtle eggs. Jiang Wenxiu and Lu Yuan were delighted, and each of them handed over a lingbai card worth 500,000. Song Luhua took the money, and each of them took a small basket of red turtle eggs back. Jiang Wenxiu and Lu Yuan, who had received a share of the benefits, calmed down. Several people discussed the hunting in 5 days. Qin Yi said, The east of Xihealing is surrounded by mountains, and there are many exotic beasts. Why don't we cooperate with each other? Feng Xiai, Jiang Wenxiu, and Lu Yuan thought about it for a while and agreed. Song Luhua sat for a while, and then went into the house. There is a refining room at home. Song Luhua only took a quick look yesterday. Now she found that the refining room is very spacious, with windows on all sides. The windows are open during the day, and the room is bright. Song Luhua took out the cauldron and started to refine the medicine. After working for most of the day, she didn't refine a furnace. Qin Yi, Jiang Wenxiu, and Lu Yuan looked at each other as they listened to the explosion coming from the refinery. Feng Xiai looked calm and invited them to have lunch at home. Qin Yi stood up and dusted off his robe, saying, Let's do it another day. We will go hunting in a few days, and there are many things to deal with. Lu Yuan, as the young patriarch of the clan, had a lot of clan affairs to deal with, and he had to go back to deal with clan affairs. Jiang Wenxiu was leisurely, but he couldn't wait to go back and try the effect of the red turtle eggs, and he couldn't sit still at this moment. In the next few days, Song Luhua stayed at home. The green quinoa planted by Yang Mama had matured. It was just an ordinary green vegetable. After eating it for several meals in a row, Feng Xiai and Song Yuan didn't want to touch it. Song Luhua didn't mind it, but there was no more in the vegetable garden. When Song Luhua was browsing the mercenary market, she bought a bag of unknown seeds in the empty vegetable garden and planted them all. The green light on her palm was quiet, and in a moment, these seeds quickly sprouted and drilled out of the ground. Generally, spiritual plant masters only control the growth of seeds to the germination stage and let them grow normally. Song Luhua wanted to control them to grow directly, but her level was too low and there were too many seeds, so she could only do this. Yang Mama watered them in the morning and evening, and these wild vegetables grew fast. On the morning of the second day, they had grown to half a finger long. Chapter 31. On this day, Song Luhua had just finished watering her vegetable garden with Nanny Yang when she saw Qin Yi walk in. Nanny Yang saw this and hurried to pour tea for the guests. Song Luhua washed her hands and sat opposite Qin Yi. Seeing that he looked a little unhappy, she couldn't help asking, Who offended the young patriarch Qin? Why are you so sullen? Qin Yi gritted his teeth and took out 2 invitations from his storage ring. Li Cheng and Qin Rui are having a wedding banquet, and they invite you and Feng Xiai to the wedding. Qin Yi looked down on the couple from the bottom of his heart. They had the nerve to invite them to the wedding banquet after doing such a thing. If the old man hadn't forced him to deliver the invitation, he wouldn't have come to their house to be disliked. If you and Feng Xiai don't want to go, don't force yourself, Qin Yi said, and then left. Song Luhua looked at the 2 festive gold-plated invitations in her hand, and threw them aside casually. In the evening, after dinner, Song Luo nestled in Feng Xi's arms and talked to him about this matter. If you don't want to go, we won't go. Anyway, she didn't recognize any Qin Rui or Li family. As for the friendship between the major families, Feng Xi was a branch that was separated, and he didn't need him to maintain it. Feng Xi stroked her black hair with a pair of smiling eyes and asked her, I never took Qin Rui's matter to heart. Do you want to go? If you want to go, I will go with you. Song Luo thought for a moment and said, Go, we must go. If we don't go, others will think we are afraid of them, so we have to go to the banquet openly. Okay, let's go. Feng Xi said, and carried her to the couch. The next morning, Song Luo was dressing in front of the mirror, and the red mark on her neck was particularly conspicuous. She used bees to sweat for a long time before repairing it to a barely noticeable appearance. The woman in the mirror had a white face, a small oval face, white and rosy, and full of collagen. She looked very different from when she first came here. Youthful and energetic, she no longer had the temperament of Lin Daiyu at the beginning. Song Luo carefully put on makeup for herself. First, she applied a layer of transparent ice flower cream, and then a fine layer of pearl powder. The pearl powder was made by Feng Xi using white clam pearls. She applied a thin layer on her face, which made her face, which was already as smooth as jade, even whiter. She gently applied a thin layer of rouge on her cheeks, and her beautiful face instantly became more radiant. She had curved willow leaf eyebrows, and painted maple leaf red lip balm on her small lips like diamonds. In just a cup of tea, a fresh and elegant makeup was completed. The Xialing yarn that Feng Xi and Qin Yi exchanged some time ago has been made into an emerald green smoke yarn scattered flower skirt hanging in the closet. Song Luo's slender fingers rubbed the cloth. It was indeed the Xialing yarn that was fought over by noble ladies. The material was clear and soft, and it fit her body shape when worn. Song Luo was very satisfied with her outfit. Feng Xi gave her most of the white and pink clam beads he harvested this time. Most of the white clam beads were made into pearl powder for her, and the pink clam beads were made into a lot of jewelry for her, including earrings, necklaces, bracelets, hairpins, etc. Song Luo picked and chose from the jewelry box, and chose a pair of pink pearl earrings, a pink pearl necklace, and a set of pink pearl head ornaments. It is said that clothes make the man, and after dressing up, the whole person's nobleness has been raised to several levels. Song Luo touched her temples with satisfaction, and said to Feng Xi, who was sitting on the side reading a book through the mirror, I'm ready. Feng Xi had already changed into a light green bamboo embroidered robe. He saw how his wife went from a plain face to a beautiful woman. In his eyes, there was not only surprise, but also amazement. He stood up, smiled slowly, and led his people out. Like the Feng family, the Li family is also one of the top 10 families in the south, and their main houses are in Ponsu City, not far from Yanqing City. Feng Xi's flying boat was taken to be refined, and then he took Qin Yi's flying boat. Jiang Wenxiu and Lu Yuan also came together. The four of them had to attend Li Cheng and Qin Rui's wedding banquet, so they took Qin Yi's flying boat. In Jiang Wenxiu's words, I don't know how much money I have to spend to attend your sister's wedding banquet, so I took a flying boat to make up for it. Song Luo agreed with this. However, she and Feng Xi did not plan to give anything expensive this time. They would just give 2 white clam pearls left over from grinding pearl powder. Anyway, Feng Xi was separated from the Feng family, and had unpleasant feelings with the couple. What family relationship? It was good enough that they did not overturn the table at the wedding banquet. It was wishful thinking to expect them to give something good. At the gate of the Li family's main house, there were lights and decorations, and firecrackers were roaring. The Li family's head and his wife stood outside the door to welcome the guests, and people from the 10 major families came to congratulate them. There is no strict separation between men and women in the 10 Winds continent. The married and unmarried young people of the younger generation sit together. Almost all the people from the main branch of the Feng family have arrived. The 5th daughter of the Feng family, Feng Zhu, has not married yet. She sits next to the 3rd daughter of the Yun family, Yun Tang. The two whispered something, and Feng Zhu's face suddenly changed. She looked around, stamped her feet in anger, and immediately leaned over to Jiang Shui, the wife of the current young patriarch Feng Jing, and whispered in her ear. Feng Zhu was angry when she thought of the priceless Dingan Pearl that she had missed. She complained to Jiang Shui with an indignant look on her face. Sister-in-law, you don't know how much the 4th brother is. He got a rare Dingan Pearl, but it was given to the Yun family for nothing. Fixing Beauty Pearl? This legendary item. Is it so easy for Feng Xi to get it? Jiang Shui looked skeptical. Sister-in-law, Don't disbelieve me, Yun Tang just told me. I heard that her great-grandfather, a very powerful 7th-level weapon refiner, is helping Feng Xiai to refine it again, and the price is a Dingan Pearl. Really? It is true that the Yun family has a 7th-level weapon refiner, and only he can refine a large flying boat. At this point, Jiang Shui believed Feng Zhu's words a little. Her face condensed, signaling Feng Zhu not to make a fuss, and she stood up and walked around Feng Jing quietly and told him about it. Feng Jing's face was livid. If this is true, fourth brother is too unreasonable. He would rather give this kind of treasure to outsiders than consider the family. Jiang Shui was also quite dissatisfied with Feng Xiai. She was the wife of the young patriarch of the Feng family. If this thing went into the pocket of the Feng family, it would be hers. Who wouldn't want to keep their youth forever? While making up her mind, Jiang Shui said, yes, fourth brother is too unrefined in doing this. Mother just needs such a good thing. How could he be like this? Even if he needs something, he should talk to the family. Can we not do what he wants? Feng Jing calmed down and said, we must tell our father and mother about this. Let our fourth brother find a way to get the things back. Xinya's flying boat slowly stopped outside Pontu City. Song Luo found that Feng Xi's mood was getting weaker and weaker, and asked with concern, Feng Xi, what's wrong with you? Feng Xi smiled and rubbed her little hand, saying nothing. Song Luo saw that he had recovered as usual, so she didn't ask any more questions. Feng Xi looked at the familiar city wall, and a trace of sarcasm flashed in his eyes. He had been fighting for his family since he was 8 years old. Once he was abandoned, even his biological parents and brothers regarded him as a burden. If it weren't for his reputation, I'm afraid they would not even be willing to share half of his assets with him. Even so, he left the family, and his parents still wanted to control him through marriage. Feng Xi just thought it was funny. Even if his life was abandoned, he would never be controlled by others. Chapter 32. Qin Yi knew his brother's worries, and patted Feng Xi's shoulder. Look at it more positively. Feng Xi brushed his hand away, and said lightly, I have let it go a long time ago. He looked at his wife, who was looking around in front of him, his lips slightly curved, and his eyes gradually filled with smiles. Seeing him like this, Lu Yuan also showed a rare happy expression on his face. In the original owner's memory, she had never been to other towns except Yanqing City. Pontu City was dozens of times larger than Yanqing City. It was densely populated, with wide streets and various shops on both sides. The prosperity is not comparable to that of Yanqing City. Song Luo was curious for a while at the beginning, but soon got tired of it. The lifestyle of people here is no different from that of small cities. It can be seen that ordinary people here are richer than the people in Yanqing City. Feng Xi, Qin Yi, Jiang Wenxiu, Lu Yuan and others walked on the street and soon attracted the attention of the crowd. Many women stood in the distance and watched secretly. Some of them were bold and pretended to pass by repeatedly. Song Luo had never seen such a situation before, and stood aside to watch the excitement with relish. The main residence of the Li family is quite far away. You can reach it by walking through East Street for another 3 or 4 miles. Song Luo has a cheating device called Flying Sword, so she is not tired at all. Qin Yi has seen her use it once, but he is not surprised. Jiang Wenxiu and Lu Yuan have never seen it before, so they stared at it curiously for a long time. Jiang Wenxiu was eager to try sister-in-law. Your flying spiritual device is quite interesting. Can you let me try it? Song Luo was very stingy, and turned her head away. No. Jiang Wenxiu begged several times, but was decisively rejected, so he gave up the idea. Seeing that Jiang Wenxiu had hit a snag, Lu Yuan was tactful enough not to mention it. He memorized the patterns on the sword with his eyes, then moved away calmly, thinking about asking the clan's weapon refiner to try. Qin Yi saw through his thoughts at a glance and immediately poured cold water on him. You don't want the clan's weapon refiner to refine a flying sword, do you? I wish you good luck. When he first came up with this idea, he immediately asked someone to do it, but in the end, countless refining materials were wasted, and nothing was refined, so he had to give up the idea. The things that Madame Feng Xi refines are all very strange, and we can't imitate them. His thoughts were exposed, and Lu Yuan's eyebrows moved slightly. He had already prepared for failure, but his eyes looked at Feng Xi with a little more meaning. Is this really the wife he picked up on the street? The martial spirit master was fast, and Song Luo stepped on the flying sword and soon arrived at the main house of the Li family. Here, Feng Jing, Jiang Shui, and Feng Zhu were still angry because Feng Xi gave the Dingan Pearl to the Yun family. The 3 pairs of eyes looked at the entrance of the flower hall from time to time. As soon as Feng Xi and Qin Yi appeared, Feng Zhu spotted them. "Look, fourth brother is here." Feng Zhu pointed excitedly in the direction of the entrance. Feng Jing and Jiang Shui looked over quickly and saw Feng Ci. There was a beautiful young lady beside him. She stumbled over something and stumbled. Feng Ci helped her up. Feng Zhu curled her lips and said, "This should be my eldest sister-in-law, who has very poor talent and comes from a small family." Jiang Shui looked at the jewelry made of pink clam beads on her body, and deep thought flashed through her eyes. Feng Jing was a man, and didn't care much about these women's things. When he saw Feng Ci, a dark look flashed across his face, but he quickly suppressed it. He stood up and walked to Feng Ci. "Fourth brother, you are here," Feng Jing said, and then looked at Song Luhua beside Feng Ci, and smiled. "This is the fourth brother's wife. Fourth brother's wife. I am Feng Ci's elder brother. You and the fourth brother can call me elder brother." Song Luhua looked at the man who suddenly appeared in front of him. He was wearing a light purple robe and a jade hair crown on his head. His facial features were 50% similar to Feng Ci, but he had a sharp face, and his cheekbones on both sides of his cheeks were slightly protruding. Overall, he was handsome, but not as good as Feng Ci. Song Luhua felt that he was very fake, especially when he smiled at her. He looked gentle, but in fact he didn't take her seriously. Song Luhua also faked a smile and said, "Brother, it's our first meeting, I greet you." Feng Jing smiled perfunctorily, pointed at Jiang Shui who followed and said, "This is your sister-in-law. You sisters are meeting for the first time. If you don't understand anything, let your sister-in-law tell you. I haven't seen my fourth brother for so long. Let's have a heart-to-heart talk." Feng Ci cast a worried look at him. Song Luhua secretly shook his palm and gave him a bright smile. "You go. Sister-in-law will take care of me." Jiang Shui stood up and took Song Luhua's arm. "Yes, fourth brother, you and fourth brother's wife have been married for so long, and this is the first time I see fourth brother's wife. Let's talk to each other. The women's table is next to you. Are you afraid that the eldest sister-in-law will eat your wife?" Feng Ci smiled. "Sister-in-law, you are joking. My wife, please trouble the eldest sister-in-law." Then he followed Feng Jing to another table. Jiang Shui took Song Luhua to sit at the table with the women's family. She looked at Song Luhua carefully. Her eyes paused on her black silk dress and powder clam beads, and smiled and joked. "I heard that the fourth brother got married. My mother and I were very surprised. Sure enough, I saw her today. She is a beautiful person. No wonder our fourth brother is so precious. He has been reluctant to bring him to the old house for us to see for such a long time." She looked at everyone. "Speaking of which, you don't know the sisters and sisters-in-law in the old house yet, right?" Jiang Shui pulled Song Luhua up and said to everyone, "This is our fourth brother's wife. The fourth brother's wife has just arrived, so the sisters should take good care of her." Everyone saw her rich dress, and secretly measured Feng Ci's value. It seems that the fourth brother of the Feng family, who was separated, is living a good life. Feng Zhu naturally saw the string of pink clam beads on Song Luhua's body, and her eyes were red with jealousy. Clam beads are hard to find on the market, and pink clam beads are even harder to find. Is her fourth brother crazy? A commoner of low birth is worthy of using these good things. She thought so, and her words were also sour. Fourth brother is so good to fourth sister-in-law. Such precious pink clam beads. Fourth sister-in-law has a complete set of head ornaments. Poor my dear sister, who is about to get married, can't even buy a string of bracelets. Fourth sister-in-law, can you lend me your bracelet? The kind that won't be returned once it's in her hands. What kind of character is Feng Zhu? The women present, including Jiang Shui, have suffered from her more or less, and they all showed an expression of watching a good show. Since Jiang Shui, the masked sister-in-law, appeared, and then Feng Zhu and the Feng family women present, Song Luhua knew that none of these people were easy to deal with. Feng Zhu was obviously a simple-minded person. She was the first to make trouble. Song Luhua was not surprised at all. She touched the pink clam bead bracelet on her hand, and said with a smile, "Of course." Just as Feng Zhu was looking proud, secretly cursing Song Luhua for being stupid, and stretched out a hand to take it, she heard her say, "No." Feng Zhu's smile froze on her face, and she said in disbelief, "You don't want to?" Song Luhua smiled and nodded, "Yes, this is a gift from your fourth brother. I swear I won't let anyone else get involved, not even you, my fourth sister, otherwise how can I live up to your fourth brother's kindness to me?" Song Luhua said such false words, with a sour taste in her teeth, and secretly touched the goose bumps on the back of her hand. Feng Zhu realized that she was fooled by this useless country girl, and glared at her fiercely. "Good, very good. The relationship between the fourth sister-in-law and the fourth brother is very good. I envy her very much. The fourth brother loves the fourth sister-in-law so much. I believe mother will not dislike the fourth sister-in-law. As a sister, I will also say a few good words for the fourth sister-in-law in front of mother. There is nothing that Fengju wants that she can't get. She wants the pink Clam pearl, and she also wants the Dingan Pearl. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but pinch Song Luo. The clan leader's wife is difficult to deal with, and she dotes on Fengju the most. She is even difficult for Jiang Shui, the young clan leader's wife, not to mention the other daughters-in-law. Yi Feiwan, the wife of Feng Ting, the second son of Feng, and Lu Qinyan, the wife of Feng Rui, the third son of Feng, looked at each other with a smile on their faces, showing that they were going to see something interesting. Song Luo looked at Fengju sincerely and said, "That's great. Thank you in advance, fifth sister." This sincere thank you made Fengju angry again. Chapter 33. Jiang Shui stepped out to smooth things over at this time. "Don't be afraid, sister-in-law. Mother is very easy to get along with. You will know when you meet people with me tomorrow." Song Luo agreed. At this time, two more women stood up. They were the second son's wife Yi Feiwan, and the third son's wife Lu Qinxi. Yi Feiwan took the lead in picking up a glass of wine and said, "Sister-in-law, I am the second sister-in-law, and the one next to you is the third sister-in-law. We toast you a glass. From now on, we are all sisters." Song Luo picked up the wine glass, smiled, and called the second sister-in-law and the third sister-in-law, and drank it in one gulp. "I drink first as a sign of respect. I trouble you sisters-in-law to take care of me in the future." Yi Feiwan and Lu Qinxi didn't expect that this fourth brother's wife was a bit fierce. They froze for a moment, closed their eyes, and poured a glass of wine into their throats. The spicy wine made their faces red. The two of them were completely honest. Fengju leaned against a cousin and whispered, "My fourth sister-in-law is indeed from a small family. Her words and deeds are very rude." The cousin laughed and echoed a few words, which made Fengju smile. She turned back and looked at Song Luo with contempt. Song Luo rolled her eyes. Look how capable she is. As the wife of the young clan leader, Jiang Shui was able to make friends with everyone at the banquet. Even Song Luo, the new sister-in-law, was brought in by her to join in on some topics. Song Luo ate cakes and drank tea, and listened to everyone talking about interesting things. From refining tools and medicines, to showing off husbands, to clothes and jewelry, and gossip about neighbors, there was nothing these women didn't know. Fengju, the haughty, rolled her eyes and said loudly, "Poor sister-in-law, have you seen the bride of brotherly heir? Sister Qin Rui has a connection with our Feng family. She is so beautiful, and a third-level weapon refiner. It is a blessing for the second brother of the Li family to marry her. It is a pity for the four of us. We are not destined to be together." After these words came out, the whole audience was silent. All eyes fell on Song Luo. Song Luo's mouth twitched. This thing is not a real sister. It is not an exaggeration to say that she is an enemy. The matter between Qin Rui and Feng Xi was so ugly at the beginning, and it was obviously Qin Rui's fault. Feng Xi brought her to the wedding banquet to expose the matter. Fengju, this idiot, actually brought up the old matter again, and in this occasion, what else is this if not making trouble? Regardless of whether Feng Xi was ugly or not, the three families, Feng, Qin and Li, would lose face. Sure enough, Jiang Shui was the first to turn black. "Fifth sister, today is a good day for your sister Qin Rui, and fourth brother and his wife are also in harmony. Why bring up the past? Sit down quietly. After the wedding banquet, we will take your fourth sister-in-law to the main house. It's her first time here, so we should do our best to be a good host." Fengju saw that her eldest sister-in-law looked unhappy, and knew that she shouldn't have said what she said just now. She snorted and sat down quietly. There were cakes and tea on the table. Song Luo took a sip of tea when someone said, "Let's go see the bride." Okay. Many women at the next table also had the same idea. They all got up and walked towards the exit of the garden. Jiang Shui said, "Poor sister-in-law, let's go see her." Song Luo glanced at Feng Xi, who was sitting a few tables away. Feng Jing was sitting next to him, and the rest were all children of the Feng family. A table of people were drinking tea and chatting. Feng Xi's position was just right to see the movements of their table. They seemed to be going somewhere else. Seeing Song Luo with a puzzled look, Song Luo pointed in the direction where the group of women were going and said silently, "Let's go see the bride." A few words. Feng Xi nodded. Song Luo followed. The women chattered, making the already lively wedding banquet even more festive. Some wives and young ladies from other families knew about Song Luo from the Feng family, and they all looked at her with curiosity. Song Luo knew that people like to watch the fun, so she didn't care much. Anyway, watching and talking behind the back won't lose a piece of meat. She just waited for these people to make fun of themselves, and she would watch them. It depends on the changing of the times. It is hard to say who will laugh at whom in the future. The Li family is indeed one of the 10 major families in the south. Green plants and flowers are planted on both sides of the path. Song Luo can feel that these are spiritual plants, many of which she does not recognize. She actually saw a bright red spiritual plant, with the same appearance as Lycoris radiata among the many flowers and plants. I don't know what this spiritual plant is used for. Song Luo thought to herself, and couldn't help but look at it a few more times. Fengju walked behind with Yun Tang, the third lady of the Yun family, holding her hand. Seeing this, she said disdainfully, "Country bumpkin, they don't even know the yellow spring flower." Song Luo turned her head and looked at them. Fengju glared at her nonchalantly. Yun Tang smiled embarrassedly and said, "Feng Xi's sister-in-law, this yellow spring flower is a third-level spiritual plant. It can be used to refine the third-level Yushu pill, which is very effective for internal and external injuries." Feng is sister-in-law. This title makes her look like an old sister-in-law. Song Luo twitched her mouth and was about to speak. Fengju snorted, "Sister Yun Tang, why are you telling her so much? With her talent, let alone Yushu pill, she may not be able to refine the simplest hemostatic powder." Uncle Li is really generous. He put the third-level spiritual plants outside, as ornamental flowers. Some small families have never seen the world, and might be greedy, and take the things away. I will have to tell the maids here later to keep a close eye on them. Fengju looked at Song Luo, hinting at something. Song Luo heard her talk more and more excessive, and she didn't indulge her. Look at what fifth sister said. Those who came to attend the wedding banquet of Mr. Li Tu today are all well-known people. A mere third-level Ganoderma lucidum is not worth stealing. Fifth sister is not young anymore. You should think before you speak. Don't say irrelevant words that disgust people in vain. You? Fengju's eyes bulged with anger, like a toad that had been blown up. Jiang Shui came out to ease the atmosphere at the right time. Okay, fourth sister-in-law. Fifth sister is still a child. Her mind is a little simple. Don't bother with her. She then said to Fengju, "Fifth sister, your fourth sister-in-law is outspoken. She didn't mean to scold you. Don't take it to heart." She blinked at Fengju, moved her lips slightly, and silently said the 3 words Ding Yanzhu. Fengju snorted hard, and pulled Yun Tang to the front. Song Luo didn't bother to pay attention to Fengju, the inexplicable young lady. Following a group of people, turning left and right, she finally arrived at a festive courtyard decorated with lights. A group of people squeezed into the main room, and on the antique bed, a bride dressed in festive clothes sat upright. The bride was covered with a veil, and Song Luo didn't see what she looked like. Everyone was talking about festive things, and Yunju squeezed in and shouted, "Sister Qin Rui." Compared with Song Luo, the useless fourth sister-in-law, she still liked Qin Rui, the 10th young lady of the Qin family, more. Just as she was about to say something, she was pulled away by Jiang Shui. Yi Feiluan and Lu Chenxi were also afraid that Fengju, the sister-in-law, would say something inappropriate, so they quickly said a few festive words and pulled her away. Song Luo glanced at Qin Rui and followed her. The crowd didn't see any fun, and a group of people followed back to the table. Chapter 34. Back at the table, Song Luo and the others sat for a while, and soon they came to the table. As one of the 10 major families in the south, the Li family, the second son of the direct line, held a wedding banquet, so the dishes were naturally not bad: third-level green-shell crab, first-level black rock pig, green-skinned shrimp, second-level silver-striped venison, first-level blue light fish, first-level wild amaranth, second-level green-skinned vegetables, a combination of meat and vegetables. It looked good. Although Song Luo's table was full of direct descendants of the Feng family, they couldn't afford to eat this kind of thing every meal. Another month passed, and now it was April in the warm season. The warm season is halfway through, and the next is the flood season. Once the 8-month flood season is over, the cold winter season will begin. The major families must store food without stopping for a moment. Otherwise, if they don't store enough food for the winter, it is easy to die in the cold season when there is a shortage of food. Before the dishes were served, they were quickly taken away by pairs of chopsticks. Although it was not as horrible as the banquet in her grandmother's village in her previous life, it was almost the same. Even the dignified Lady Jiang Shui put down her airs as the wife of the young patriarch and kept picking up the dishes from the bottom of the bowl, which made Song Luo stunned. It seems that the nobles of the 10 Winds continent are more down to earth. Song Luhua always eats slowly, and her appetite is a little smaller than these women. She doesn't plan to pile a lot of dishes at the bottom of the bowl, so she aims at a piece of crab meat and prepares to start. As soon as the chopsticks reach the edge of the plate, she sees a hand pick up the remaining green crab meat and quickly pour it into the bottom of her bowl. Song Luhua blinked, looked at Fengju's proud eyes, and silently turned her head to pick up the green vegetables. From then on, the image of noble ladies in her eyes was shattered into dregs, and she couldn't put it together. After the meal, the maids and servants removed the bare plates and served snacks and tea. Everyone was dressed like a noble lady again. Song Luhua blinked her eyes, took a sip of tea, and listened to a group of women gossiping. In this place where there are few entertainment activities, these women spread gossip very quickly. Ruanqiu, the wife of Feng Xi's sixth cousin, whispered, "I went back to my mother's house the other day. Guess who I met?" Jiang Shui smiled and said, "Of course, it was your mother's family. Who else could it be?" Ruanqiu shook her head and smiled mysteriously. "No, guess again." Yifei said, "Could it be the sixth brother? He went to your mother's house before you did?" Ruanqiu still shook her head. Lu Chenxi sat beside Ruanqiu and filled her teacup. "Sixth sister-in-law, how can we guess this? Just tell us." Fengju echoed, "Yes, sixth sister-in-law, don't keep us in suspense. Who did you see?" Song Luhua also stared at Ruanqiu, wanting to know who she saw. After attracting everyone's attention, Ruanqiu smiled and looked around. Song Luhua always felt that Ruanqiu's eyes paused on her. Song Luhua just felt puzzled. What does it have to do with her? She thought about it, and realized that the original owner had never been to Ponsu City, and had no relatives in Ponsu City. Just when she was puzzled, Ruanqiu said, "I went back to my mother's house that day. As soon as I walked to the treasure pavilion, I saw the eldest son of the farmer family walking very close to a woman and bought her jewelry. Brother Nongshur and his eldest cousin are really in love." Jiang Shui took a sip of tea and said lightly. Fengju said loudly, "That woman is definitely not the eldest cousin, otherwise the sixth sister-in-law would definitely recognize her." Ruanqiu gave a smart look, and Fengju raised her head proudly. "I said it, it must be some vixen outside. Sixth sister-in-law, tell me, who is that vixen?" Ruanqiu cleared her throat, looked at Song Luhua and said, "Speaking of this woman, the fourth sister-in-law should recognize her." Yifei covered her mouth in disbelief. How could the fourth sister-in-law know such a person? Fengju said disdainfully, "Second sister-in-law, you know that our fourth sister-in-law comes from a small family. Who knows what kind of messed up people she associates with?" Jiang Shui asked Song Luhua curiously, "Fourth sister-in-law, who is that person? As the main wife, the most pitiful thing for us is that our husband has a mistress. Why don't you persuade this woman to break up with cousin Nongshur? Otherwise how pitiful the eldest cousin-in-law will be." Song Luhua was confused. Who is she trying to persuade? In this world, her original body had no friends at all. After she came here, she developed a friend, Taya, who lived in the same alley. With Taya's size, could she be someone's mistress? It was almost the same for a pretty boy to be her mistress. Seeing that everyone was getting more and more biased, Ruanqiu coughed lightly and hurriedly explained, "That person does have some relationship with the fourth sister-in-law, but it's not what you think. This woman is the wife of the fourth sister-in-law's ex-fiancé. Her name is Wang Ye." "Yes, her name is Wang Yue. I later asked people, and found out that this woman had been involved with Nongshur's cousin for a long time, and finally I don't know how she got involved with the fourth sister-in-law's ex-fiancé," Ruanqiu said, looking at Song Luhua sympathetically. Fengju knew she had misunderstood Song Luhua when she heard it, and glared at Ruanqiu. "Sixth sister-in-law, why is it so hard for you to say something really?" Ruanqiu smiled, and did not argue with Fengju, the willful cousin sister-in-law, lest her man get into trouble. Jiang Shui's face froze, and she immediately put on an apologetic face and apologized to Song Luhua. "Fourth brother's sister-in-law, I was wrong just now. I didn't hear the whole story, and acted like a good person. Please forgive me this time." Song Luhua's head was buzzing when she ate the slightly bursting melon. She didn't expect that Xia Huaisheng, this bastard, was so courageous that he actually knitted a green hat for her. As for Jiang Shui's apology, Song Luhua of course chose to forgive her. "Of course, next time she makes a mistake, don't blame me for kicking her when she's down." She waved her hand and said, "Sister-in-law, I know you didn't mean it, you don't have to apologize." A group of women talked about the family affairs of all families, ate and drank, and finally waited for the wedding banquet to end. Feng Xi and Feng Jing came one after the other. Feng Xi was still smiling, but Song Luhua could keenly see the darkness in his eyes. She stood up and walked to Feng Xi's side. Feng Xi looked down at her and said with a smile, "Let's go, I take you to see father and mother." Feng Jing looked at Feng Xi and his wife walking in front and sneered. Feng Xi, this kid, was unhappy just because he tried to test him. Wait, he will be even more unhappy later. He immediately told his father and mother about Ding Yanzhu. Jiang Shui and Feng Zhu thought of Ding Yanzhu's matter at this time, and walked beside Feng Jing, their eyes full of eagerness. Feng Ting and Feng Rui thought of the witty remarks made by Feng Jing and Feng Xi at the banquet just now, and also realized that the atmosphere was not right. They pulled their wives and followed behind them, not too far away, and guessed secretly. Among the brothers, Feng Xi was originally the most talented, so they naturally got closer to this fourth brother, but now he has become a useless person, and the position of the young patriarch has fallen to Feng Jing, so the two of them naturally respect Feng Jing. Chapter 35. The Feng family mansion is of the same style as the Li family mansion, a classical mansion with winding corridors. Feng Xi has been separated for half a year, and has not returned for half a year. It is a different mentality to step into it again. Feng Yu, the head of the Feng family, and Nong Yuyo, the head of the family, are both over 60 years old, but they look only 30 years old. Feng Xi brought Song Luhua to pay respects to the two of them. Father, mother, your son and your wife are here to pay respects to the two elders. Feng Yu's face was indifferent, yes. Nong Yuyo smiled lightly. Get up, we are a family. There is no need to be so particular. ACI, have you been well these days? Feng Xi smiled and said, my son is fine, and my father and mother are fine. Your father and I are fine. Nong Yuyo nodded slightly. Then he looked at Song Luhua and said lightly, you finally brought your wife back to see me. This face suits you. Song Luhua heard the understatement in her tone, as if she was talking about an insignificant cat or dog. She rolled her eyes in her heart. No wonder Feng Xi rarely talked about the main house. Can she say that she is worthy of being the parents of a wealthy family? Her family affection is so weak that it is a bit pitiful. Feng Xi smiled faintly and said nothing. Ever since he was disabled, his parents' attitude towards him was completely different from before, and he no longer cared. His eyes moved around Feng Jing and Feng Zhu, and he saw the eagerness in their eyes, and the mockery in their eyes flashed away. Sure enough, before Nong Yuyo finished speaking, Feng Zhu was impatient to listen to these nagging words, and jumped out to complain loudly. Dad and Mom, you don't know yet. Fourth brother got a Dingan Pearl, but he betrayed us and gave it to the Yun family. What? Feng Yu, who was sitting at the top, couldn't sit still anymore. He looked at Feng Xi with a pair of sharp eyes. Fourth brother, is what your fifth sister said true? It's true. Big brother knows about this. Feng Zhu pulled Feng Jing. Feng Jing also followed up and condemned. Fourth brother, you are a member of the Feng family. How can such a good thing be given to outsiders? Yi Feiwan and Lu Qinxi looked at Feng Zhu and Feng Jing's fiery expressions, and were shocked. They looked at Feng Xi and his wife, who had not shown any expression at this time, and thought to themselves that these two people were really hiding something. Feng Ting and Feng Rui looked at each other, and looked at Feng Xi with disapproval. Big brother is right. Fourth brother, you are really something. You don't give such a good thing to your own family, but are willing to give it to the Yun family. Even if you divide the family, you shouldn't do such a thing that hurts others, and does not benefit yourself. If you have any dissatisfaction with the family, just say it out. We are a family. How can we let you suffer any loss? Feng Jing was very satisfied with the second brother. The third brother stood on his side, and said to Feng Xi, go, and get this Dingan Pearl back. Yes, you must come back. Nong Yuyo was surprised that there was such a thing. She could no longer pretend to be calm on her face. Her eyes were full of heat, as she looked at Feng Xi. Fourth brother, as long as you take this Dingan Pearl back, your parents won't blame you. Feng Yu gave an order directly. Fourth brother, just do as your eldest brother says. Whatever compensation the Yun family wants, the clan will pay half for you. Song Luhua had never seen such a shameless person. As far as she knew, Feng Xi had divided the family, and had signed a contract in black and white to continue to pay tribute to the family for 100 years. Apart from that, the rest was at his disposal. This year's tribute had already been deducted when Feng Xi was divided out. Feng Xi knew that they were planning to take Yanzhu when Feng Jing was testing him. Except for the initial anger, he no longer had any emotions. He came to the main house this time to bring his wife to meet his parents, and also to make things clear, so that similar things would not happen again in the future, and the family would think he was easy to control. He had been divided out, and even the patriarch, who was in charge of the family, had to follow the rules. Feng Xiai said slowly, the Yun family has refined the flying boat for me. As the bargaining chip for this transaction, there is no reason to take it back. And the clan has its own rules. I am doing things according to the contract. This year's tribute has been paid off. There is nothing wrong with the Dingan Pearl being at my disposal. He looked at Feng Yu. I have been divided out. I have to shoulder the family's 100-year tribute and the food, clothing, and life and death of more than 100 families under my command. Refining the flying boat is inevitable. You know that refining the flying boat costs a lot. I am ashamed to ask the two elders for money, so I can only give the Dingan Pearl away. He glanced at Feng Yu, Nong Yuyo and his wife, and smiled slowly. My son has become a waste now. I believe my father and mother can understand my difficulties. Okay. You are separated. The family can't control you anymore, and your parents can't control you either. You can do whatever you want in the future. Feng Yu's face was dark, and he left with a flick of his sleeves. Nong Yuyo blamed. How can you say that? Look how angry your father is. If you take the Dingan Pearl back, I will plead with your father and make him calm down. Feng Xiai stared at Nong Yuyo's eyes and suddenly smiled. Mother, it's impossible to get Dingan Pearl back. Just pretend you haven't heard of it. We are busy at home, so we will go back first. After that, Feng Xiai took Song Luo away. Nong Yuyo slapped the table heavily. Fourth brother, if you leave like this today, your father and I will not care about you anymore in the future. Feng Xiai paused. Feng Jing, Jiang Shui and others advised, fourth brother, why do you have to go against the wishes of father and mother? As long as you take the Dingan Pearl back, the two elders will forgive you. No need, there is no reason to go back on your word. This time, he walked out of the Feng family's gate without hesitation with Song Luo. A dissatisfied voice came from behind. Song Luo looked at Feng Xiai worriedly, and got a comforting smile from him. Don't worry about me. There are many brothers and sisters in the family, and there is not much love left for him from his parents. Previously, he had high talent and high spiritual master level, so naturally his parents looked up to him. Now, after leaving the Feng family's main house, Feng Xiai went directly to the Yun family. After retrieving the refined flying boat from the Yun family, the couple returned to Yanqing City. A new hunt was about to begin. Feng Xiai was either training in the martial arts field or handling household affairs in the study. The lack of elixirs was Feng Xi's biggest headache. He could buy some from others once or twice, but it would be inconvenient if he did it too many times. We still need our own alchemists. Feng Li and Feng Su alone are definitely not enough. Feng Shan, how are you recruiting alchemists? In the study, Feng Xiai asked while handling affairs. Feng Shan's face was bitter. Only one level 2 alchemist accepted our recruitment order, and there was no level 3 alchemist. Level 2 alchemists can refine 10 soul-boosting pills a day at best, and level 3 alchemists can refine at least 40 pills a day. Alchemists are rare, and most level 2 and above alchemists are usually employed by the top 10 families, but compared to branches like Feng Xiai, who split from the family, everyone naturally wants to invest in the main branch. After all, the resources that the main branch can provide are not comparable to those of a small branch. Feng Xiai understood this situation and waved his hand, saying, got it, continue recruiting. There are still 3 days until the hunting day, this time the soul replenishing pill. Feng Shan has been busy recruiting these days, and he has not forgotten to watch Feng Li, Feng Su and others refine the soul replenishing pill. Except for the newly recruited second-level alchemist, they only have 3 second-level alchemists, and they have only refined less than 200 soul replenishing pills, which is far from enough for a team of 100 people. Feng Shan was so anxious that his mouth was blistering. Feng Xiai had already made plans. Qin Yi, Jiang Wenxiu, and Lu Yuan agreed to give him 150 pills of Buling pills each. Together with the pills he bought privately from other places, there were thousands of pills in total. This joint hunt could barely last a few days. Buling pills were extremely important, and a third-level alchemist must be recruited as soon as possible. There was only 1 day left before the hunt. On this day, Song Luo was watering the vegetables she had planted. In just a few days, the unknown seeds grew almost half a meter high. On the purple stems, feathery leaves were the size of a palm, and tiny purple flowers bloomed on the top. Song Luo didn't recognize what kind of plant it was. She called Madame Yang, but Madame Yang also said she didn't recognize it. Song Luo then used her spiritual power to ripen one of the plants. In a moment, the purple flower grew, withered, and produced thumb-sized dark purple fruits. Looking at the purple small fruits similar to tomatoes, Song Luo fell into deep thought. The mutant grandson of tomatoes? At this moment, Madame Yang came over and said, "Madam, your friend Miss Gong is here." Miss Gong? That Miss Gong? Song Luo took a long time to react before she realized that it was her best friend Taya who came. "It's Taya, ma'am. Please invite her in." After Song Luo finished her instructions, she immediately went into the house to wash her hands. When she came out, Taya had already followed Madame Yang to the courtyard. She looked at the wide courtyard and said enviously, "Luo, your house is really big." "Not bad." After seeing the houses of the top 10 families, Song Luo said that her own courtyard was not good enough. However, compared with the courtyards of ordinary people, it is much larger. Madame Yang brought tea and snacks, and Song Luo asked Taya to sit down. "Try it, this is Madame Yang's specialty cake, made with second-grade green apricot spiritual fruit." The freshly baked green apricot spiritual fruit cake was steaming hot, cut into thumb-wide squares, and placed neatly in the orchard in a light green color, which was very pleasing to the eye. Taya picked up a piece and put it in her mouth. The sour, sweet, and soft green apricot spiritual fruit cake melted in her mouth, and a fresh aroma of spiritual fruit spread in her mouth. "Delicious." Taya gave a thumbs up. Song Luo pushed a cup of tea in front of her. "If it tastes good, eat more. By the way, how was your date this time?" Taya didn't go to the last hunting trip in Xiaoling. She said she went to the neighboring Taisu city to see someone. "I don't know if it worked out." Speaking of this, Taya looked shy, and a blush spread on her dark face. She took a bite of the cake embarrassedly and lowered her head and said, It's done. When are you getting married? After getting married, won't you live in Taisu City?" She only had this one friend in the 10 Winds continent, and Song Luo was a little reluctant to let her go when she suddenly married far away. "I have already made a marriage contract with my cousin, and I will leave in a few days." Speaking of leaving, Taya was also a little uncomfortable. She and her cousin were childhood sweethearts. When she was 10 years old, her cousin's family moved to Taisu City. She was very happy to marry her cousin, but it also meant leaving home and saying goodbye to her parents and friends. Song Luo took out a wild pear wood box from the storage bracelet and handed it to Taya. "I don't have anything to give you when you get married. This set of pink clam pearl jewelry will be your wedding gift." Taya opened it, and a set of pink pearl jewelry the size of a thumb jumped into her ears. Taya was so scared that she slammed the wooden box on the box. "No, Luo, this is too expensive. I can't accept it." She pushed the wooden box back to Song Luo's hand. "Pink clam pearls are priceless, and can slow down the aging of a person's face. This is too expensive. I don't want it." Song Luo had no choice but to push the box to her hand. "Why are you so polite? I was injured at that time. If I hadn't asked you to take care of me, I would have died in the house, and no one would know. I still have a lot of this stuff. I give it to you, and you can keep it. This is too." Taya wanted to refuse, but Song Luo raised her eyebrows. "Don't refuse. Well, I, Gong Taya, will always remember your friendship." Song Luo smiled and nodded. "That's right." When she first crossed over, she took over the shell of the original owner that was hit by the black rock pig and was covered with wounds. It was difficult for her to get up and walk a few steps. If Taya hadn't passed by and saw that she was not feeling well and took care of her for a few days, she would have collapsed as soon as she came through. The two chatted about some gossip and interesting things. Seeing that it was getting late, Taya prepared to leave. Before leaving, Taya suddenly thought of something and asked, "I wonder if your family still needs an alchemist? My cousin's distant cousin is a 3rd-level alchemist. She lost her husband and has a son. She wants to move to another place to live. Feng Xi is recruiting alchemists recently. Song Luo knows that there is a shortage, but she is a 3rd-level alchemist. Why not join the main branch of the top 10 families? Everyone knows that it is better to lean on a big tree for shade. This is the common practice of people nowadays. Is there something wrong with this distant relative of Taya's cousin? Although they lack a 3rd-level alchemist, they accept anyone. Taya is Taya, her cousin's relatives are her cousin's relatives. She knows the difference. If it's too troublesome, it's not suitable." "No, no." Taya waved her hand quickly. "I have seen that aunt, she is straightforward, but her husband owed a lot of money for medical treatment before he died, and wanted to advance 1 million lingbai to pay off the debt. The top 10 families have no precedent for this, so they rejected her." "I see." Song Luo said, "I ask Feng Xi and give you an answer later." As she said that, she took out the soul-searching stone. Feng Xi was discussing matters here. Feng Shan said, "The soul sword and armor are ready, but only 300 soul replenishing pills have been collected. Also, The level 2 alchemist we recruited a few days ago has joined the Li family. Speaking of this, Feng Shan was disgusted. On the day of signing the contract, the level 2 alchemist did not come. He sent someone to invite him, only to find that he had gone to the Li family again. Feng Xiai didn't care about a second-level alchemist. He waved his hand and took out a jade box from the storage ring. There are 800 soul-replenishing pills in it. Hold on for a while, I think of a way. Feng Xiai was also helpless. This joint hunting would take at least a month, and 1,000 soul-replenishing pills were naturally not enough. Recruiting a third-level alchemist was imminent. Feng Shan was about to say something when Feng Xi's soul-replenishing stone lit up. The unique colorful light was Song Luhua. Chapter 36. Feng Xiai, do you want a third-level alchemist? Feng Xiai picked up the communication spirit stone and heard his wife's crisp voice coming from the other side. Third-level alchemist? Yes. Feng Xiai said decisively. The other party requires a pre-withdrawal of 1 million lingbai. Do you still want it? Yes. Okay. Song Luhua cut off the communication spirit stone and asked Taya, we will leave for hunting in Xihealing tomorrow. Can your distant aunt come today? Yes. My cousin came to pick me up this time. He should not have left yet. I asked him to bring my aunt with him. She will be here in the evening. Seeing that things were going well, Taya hurriedly agreed. Well, your aunt will come in the evening. You can bring her to my house. If there is no place to stay, I will ask Madame Yang to clean a guest room at home for your aunt to stay in first. Okay, I will tell my cousin the news now. Taya went back in a hurry. Song Luhua looked at her back as she rushed around and shouted, slow down. Got it. After sending Taya away, Song Luhua continued to study her purple fruit. She only picked one of the fruits that had just grown, and there were 10 hanging on the tree. Song Luhua picked them all. She broke open one, and inside it were dense white seeds and purple flesh. The purple juice flowed down her fingers, dyeing her delicate white palms purple. She put it to her nose and smelled it, but there was no smell. Song Luhua didn't know if she could eat it for the time being, so she put it away. In the evening, Song Luhua and Feng Xiai had just put down their bowls and chopsticks when Taya came. Behind her was a woman who looked about 23 or 24 years old and looked haggard. She looked ordinary, tall and thin, wearing a plain coarse cloth dress, with her black hair neatly combed at the back of her head, fixed tightly with a wooden hairpin, and her quiet eyes were full of fatigue. Luhua, I brought my aunt. The average age of the people in Shifeng continent is 300 years old. Song Luhua was not surprised that she was 36 years old, but looked like she was in her early 20s. She nodded and looked at Feng Xiai. Feng Xiai looked at him and asked, I heard that you want to withdraw 1 million lingbai in advance? Yes. Madam answered quietly with her hands hanging down. Feng Xiai nodded. To withdraw 1 million lingbai in advance, you need to sign a 10-year contract. I wonder if you are willing. Yes. Very good, I have someone bring the contract. Feng Xiai used the Sun Ling Shi to inform Feng Shan, bring the contract and 1 million lingbai. A moment later, Feng Shan hurried over with the things. Taya's distant aunt Su Yin immediately signed the 10-year contract. The moment Su Yin received the lingbai card worth 1 million, her eyes finally turned red, tears slid down her cheeks, and she repeatedly gave Song Luhua and Feng Xiai a salute. Thank you, sir, thank you, madam. She and her husband loved each other, and they joined their relatives to form a mercenary team. During a hunting trip, her husband was seriously injured by a strange beast in order to protect everyone. Those so-called relatives were not only ungrateful, but also pushed all the responsibilities on her husband, and used the excuse of swallowing the supplies that they should have shared, and drove her out of the team. Su Yin exhausted her family wealth and borrowed a huge debt, but still failed to save her husband. These days, the debt collectors came to her house, and she found out that the loan contract had been tampered with by them. The 500,000 lingbai she owed had increased to 1 million in just 2 months. During this period, she tried all kinds of ways to pay off her debts, which was physically and mentally exhausting. It was not until she got this lingbai card worth 1 million that she felt relieved. Su Yin handled the matter very smoothly. After signing the contract, she followed Taya back. The guest room she asked Madame Yang to clean up was not used. According to Taya, Su Yin had a son of 7 or 8 years old. She was afraid that it would be inconvenient for the child to live here, so she lived in their house temporarily. After returning from hunting, she would slowly find a house to live in. Song Luhua expressed her understanding. The next morning, Feng Xiai, Jiang Wenxiu, Qin Yi, and Lu Yuan gathered outside the city with their respective troops. This hunting was unprecedentedly lively. In addition to the people of Yanqing City, major families and mercenary teams from other cities also came. They brought along everyone they could, including women, old people, and children. Feng Xi's flying boat had been re-refined and had more than doubled in size. The huge flying boat was docked on the flat ground, and the women of the Feng family led their children and boarded the flying boat with baskets on their backs. The remodeled flying boat also added a protective shield, which could be opened by placing a lingbai. This time, the martial arts masters did not have to stand around the flying boat to guard against the birds and beasts rushing over, and could sit or stand on the deck of the flying boat to chat. Song Luo sighed. This Dingan Pearl is worth using. In her opinion, this fake Dingan Pearl was almost the same as a found one. Using it to upgrade their common equipment was a very cost-effective deal. With the experience of the first time, Song Luo started to catch up on sleep when she got on the flying boat, and pulled Feng Xi to lie down with her. When she woke up again, Feng Xi was no longer beside her. Song Luo walked to the deck, and the flying boat had already docked on a flat ground. Their flying boat was not far from the flying boats of Qin Yi, Jian Wenxiu, and Lu Yuan. The martial spirit masters were busy building a temporary residence. Women and children were carrying baskets and packs, looking for wild vegetables not far from the station. Looking from the deck, there were people all around. Song Luo was just about to go down when she saw Feng Xi coming up with food. It's noon, have lunch first and then go down. After saying that, he pulled Song Luo into the room without saying anything. After the flying boat was upgraded, Feng Xi's room was also expanded a lot. Now it has a bedroom and an outer room. There was an 8 immortal table and several round stools in the outer room, and a Luohan couch was placed by the window on the north side. To the south was a yellow pear flower wood desk and a chair. After having lunch with Feng Xi, Song Luo got off the flying boat. Feng Xi took some martial arts masters and the masters of Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, and Jian Wenxiu to hunt, leaving some to continue building temporary residences. The first thing to be built was the refining room. When Song Luo came, Su Yin, Feng Li, Feng Su, and Feng Shan's wife Xiao Qiuyun had already had lunch and started to refine medicine. Feng Rou and Feng Lu were also lighting the refining cauldron and preparing to refine the weapon. Feng Xian was not there. Song Luo raised her eyebrows. She saw Feng Xian on the flying boat today. She should have come. As for her absence at this moment, it is probably because she left for something. Song Luo did not care. It was allowed to dabble in fishing without affecting the normal operation of the team. However, if you want to share more materials, you have to work harder to get more. Song Luo had not refined for a long time. She thought about it, took out the refining cauldron, found an open space, and started to refine medicine. She refined 3 furnaces in a row, but all failed. The girls of the Feng family have become accustomed to it. Su Yin was calm throughout the whole process except for the initial surprise. Song Luo herself didn't care. For her, success was only accidental, and failure was the norm. After another failed furnace, Song Luo was a little tired and started to refine the weapon. After 3 furnaces exploded, it was already dark. The first day of hunting was over. At night, after sweating, Feng Xi stroked her fair and round shoulders with his fingertips and said, "The women of the Qin, Jiang and Lu families will go to pick tomorrow. Do you want to go with them?" "No." Song Luo refused. She didn't dig wild vegetables. The next day, the weather was very good. Song Luo refined 2 furnaces of black ash, and then lost her patience. Carrying a basket and a shovel, she followed the crowd. In the warm season, everything grows, and the shoes step on the weeds on the ground, making a creaking sound. The women ran fast to find good things. Wherever Song Luo passed, it had already been dug up here and there, and the black soil was exposed, like a bald spot. It was warm today, and Song Luo randomly chose a direction and walked slowly over. Passing through the towering forest, she came to a valley. This place had been visited by people a long time ago, as evidenced by the long trail of footprints and the bald land everywhere. The women had trained their eyesight long ago, and whenever they passed through the area, they would not leave any wild vegetables or anything similar to elixirs. Unless it was a wild vegetable that was too old to be seen. Song Luo did not expect to find anything here. She squatted on the ground and randomly cut off a few unknown weeds with a shovel. This kind of fun was just like taking a stick and chopping at a patch of weeds. It's stress-relieving and fun. The wild vegetables that were cut into pieces by her shovel had oval leaves, thick roots, and large clusters. They looked like old and inedible weeds. Looking around, this valley was full of this stuff. Song Liuhu didn't care at all. If it was really wild vegetables, she wouldn't dig it. There are two things you can't do in life: digging wild vegetables and eating porridge. Unless her brain is broken. Song Luo squatted on the ground and cut one shovel at a time. Several women thought she had found something good and came to see it. They didn't expect that she was just messing around. The women said with disgust and walked away in another direction with their baskets. Song Luo vaguely heard a woman say, "I don't know where that young wife is from. She's just making trouble." Her companion agreed, if she lives like this, even if her mother-in-law doesn't punish her, her husband will divorce her sooner or later. Song Luo rolled her eyes. Why don't you go away and talk to her somewhere she can't hear you? What should she do now? Will she call people back and quarrel with these women? Song Luo sat on the ground to rest after squatting for a while. After sending away several groups of women and 2 groups of children, no one was curious about what good things she got. Song Luo estimated that the word had spread among the wild vegetable digging circle at this time, that there was a woman with a brain problem here, digging wild vegetables on the ground. Song Luo saw the people who took a detour when they saw her from a distance, and her eyes flickered. No one was staring at her at last. Get to work. Song Luo picked up the shovel and started digging. In fact, she discovered the geographical anomaly when she was digging the 3rd shovel. This is not a weed at all. After digging up the roots and stems, the thing growing underground is clearly a wild fruit similar to peanuts. In terms of appearance, it grows similar to peanuts, and in terms of size, it is 3 times larger than peanuts. Anyway, she called it peanuts. The most important thing is that it is actually a 2nd-level spiritual plant. Song Luo dug up a peanut seedling, and the plump peanuts were densely arranged underground. It took her a full quarter of an hour to dig out all the fruits of this peanut plant. She lifted the backpack, and it seemed to be 4 or 5 pounds. It was a bit exaggerated, but it was real. Song Luo counted the peanuts on her fingers, and immediately decided to seek help. When Feng Xi's communication spirit stone responded, he and Qin Yi, Jiang Wenxiu, Lu Yuan and others were jointly besieging a level 4 silver-striped deer. He raised the spirit sword and slashed the deer's neck with one sword, then quickly dodged to the side, and connected the communication spirit stone. Come and help pick wild vegetables. Song Luo told the location. Feng Xi immediately arranged for Feng Fengyu to go there with 2 first-level martial spirit masters. When Feng Yu was pulled down from the hunting ground by her master, she was confused. Until she was told to help pick wild vegetables, she hurried over angrily. During this time, a group of children came, and Song Luo sat on the peanut seedling she had just dug. Sure enough, the group of children took a look and ran away. Until she saw the familiar face of Feng Yu, Song Luo finally breathed a sigh of relief. When they came to the front, Song Luo kicked the peanut seedlings under her feet and said, "Dig it." Feng Yu saw at a glance that this thing was obviously not a wild vegetable, at best it was a weed, and he was very puzzled. However, he always obeyed orders. If the wife said to dig, then dig it. The 2 first-level martial spirit masters he brought looked at each other, squatted down and started digging. It was not until the 3 of them dug out the fruit with the shell that they suddenly realized it. The movements under his hands were even happier. The strength of a martial spirit master is dozens of times greater than that of an auxiliary spirit master, and these 3 people worked together, and they were more capable than the old yellow man in the field. In a short while, they dug a ridge of land. There were 5 baskets of peanuts. Feng Xi and others finally captured this 4th-level silver-lined road, counted and placed the prey, and went back to the temporary station to eat lunch. All the food was served, and Feng Xi waited for a while. Everyone else had finished eating, and Song Luo and Feng Yu did not come back. He frowned and took out the spiritual communication stone. Song Luo received Feng Xi's message and looked at the sun. Then she realized that they had forgotten the mealtime. Looking at the remaining 1 acre of land, Song Luo was reluctant to leave. They had already started digging. The secret of this land could not be kept secret. They could only dig up the rest as soon as possible. Song Luo pounded her aching back and asked Feng Xi to call more people. Foshan, take a few more people to help Madam dig wild vegetables. Fengshan's eyes lit up when he heard this. He called a dozen martial arts masters and quickly flew to the valley. When Song Luo saw the people coming, she finally felt relieved. She dropped the shovel in her hand and instructed Foshan, "See this kind of thing? Dig it, dig hard." She couldn't bear it anymore, and sat down on the ground to take a breath. Foshan looked at the fruits in the basket, waved his hand, and a dozen strong men started to work. The advantage of having more people soon became apparent. A dozen men dug the remaining 1 meter of land, and soon dug up all the remaining land. They harvested 6,000 kilograms of peanuts and shells. Although Fengshan and others didn't know what food this was, they were not stupid. So many fruits were obviously more cost-effective than digging wild vegetables. Besides, they didn't have to put in much effort. Song Luhua was just about to get up when she suddenly felt something moving on her head. Suddenly, a chill rushed to her head. Ah! Fengshan and Fengyu heard her scream of fear and rushed forward to check. They saw a fat jade-colored fleshworm moving on Song Luhua's hair. The two were surprised. Ground cicada? Chapter 37. Stop watching the fun. Take this thing away from me. Song Luhua glared at Fengshan and the other two. She was so angry at these two idiots. Although she didn't see it, she felt that it was a fleshy thing. She was most afraid of this kind of fleshy thing. Oh, okay. Fengshan stretched out his fingers, carefully caught the cicada, and took out a small porcelain bottle from the storage bag on his waist, and put it in. Song Luhua saw its full appearance, white, chubby, densely packed red legs, and the whole body was squirming. She shuddered with a chill. She was puzzled by Fengshan's behavior. What do you want this thing for? Fengshan smiled and said, Madam, you don't know this? This is a ground cicada, a second-level exotic beast. Adding blood Ganoderma to make soup can repair the damage to the Soul Palace. It is extremely precious. Really? Song Luhua's mouth twitched. Why didn't she believe it? It must be that this thing is too disgusting. Fengyu replied, It is absolutely true. We martial spirit masters fight all year round, and there are more or less small cracks in the Soul Palace. Although it can be restored naturally, it would be the best if we have food like ground cicadas to nourish us. It's a pity that there is only one. Song Luhua looked at the squirm of soil under her feet, and the white mass of things exposed, suddenly jumped back a step, and pointed with tears in her eyes. You don't have to feel sorry, look there. Family members, who understands? She saw a large group of flesh worms piled up and squirming, and her scalp tingled. Fuck. Fengshan suddenly saw so many ground cicadas, and without thinking, he said the catchphrase that his wife occasionally said. Brothers, we are rich, hurry up and catch the ground cicadas, don't let them run away. Fengyu was the first to react after Fengshan. She immediately squatted down and dug up the dirt, catching them one by one. When the others swarmed over, Fengyu had already caught 20 or 30 cicadas. A dozen big men surrounded dozens of flesh worms, and smiled foolishly. Song Luhua wanted to cry. She felt that she was surrounded by these things. She glanced at them randomly, and saw white, fat, tangled and squirming. She had a feeling that the ground under her feet was not clean anymore. Just as this thought came to mind, the soil at the tip of his toes began to wriggle slowly, and a white thing emerged from the soil. Ah! Song Luhua was going crazy. Meat worms. There are meat worms everywhere. Fengshan, Fengyu and others heard this. Their eyes lit up. Where are they? Where are the ground cicadas? Song Luhua pointed around randomly, and everyone soon found a large number of ground cicadas. They didn't care about being silly, and joined the army of picking ground cicadas. Song Luhua stretched out Erkong's hand. What about me? Don't you care about me? Staring at everyone with hatred, Song Luhua took out her flying sword and floated in the air. From this angle, she felt even more horrified. A nest of fleshy worms emerged from the overturned peanut field, and Song Luhua's stomach began to sour. She took out the communication stone and sent a message to Feng Xiai, come pick me up, come quickly. Feng Xiai was just about to go to the hunting ground with Qin Yi and the others, and halfway there, she received a letter from Song Luhua. Hearing the tremor in her voice, Feng Xiai asked hurriedly, Madam, what's wrong with you? Song Luhua shook her head. I'm fine, there are so many bugs here, I'm a little scared. When she was a child, she grew up in the village, and those naughty kids bullied her, and threw meat bugs at her, which made her most afraid of this thing for so many years. When Feng Xiai heard that he was afraid of bugs, he breathed a sigh of relief. His face turned cold. What does Fengshan do for a living? Song Luhua heard the anger in his voice, and explained to Fengshan. I asked them to catch ground cicadas, don't blame him. Even if she hated this thing, Song Luhua could see the importance of ground cicadas from the enthusiasm of Fengshan and others, and she didn't want to affect their catching good things because of herself. During this time together, Song Luhua could see that this group of people were loyal to Feng Xiai, and didn't want to affect their relationship because of this little thing. Feng Xiai didn't say anything else, just comforted her in a gentle voice. Don't be afraid, I'll be here soon. Chapter 38. Feng Xiai. Song Luhua was hanging on Feng Xiai, and finally felt much more at ease. Don't be afraid. Feng Xiai hugged her, glanced at the cicadas, and gently patted her shoulder. The person in his arms turned pale, and Feng Xiai hugged her tighter. "I take you back to rest, okay?" "Okay." Song Luo felt physically uncomfortable when she thought of these white wriggling insects. Back at the base, Feng Shi brought lunch, watched Song Luo eat and sleep, and then returned to the hunting ground. "Wake up." The sky is full of red clouds with the setting sun, forming a beautiful sunset picture. Women and children sit on small stools, clean the soil from the roots of wild vegetables, tie them into small bundles with straw ropes, and place them neatly in baskets. They do not participate in the distribution of materials in the tribe. These wild vegetables and spiritual plants are their own no matter how many they dig. The martial spirit masters are busy cutting up the strange beasts, and Song Luo did not see Feng Xiai. Fo Shan, on the other hand, looks energetic. Song Luo is curious. "How many fleshworms did you catch?" Fo Shan grinned and stretched out his hand. 5,000. 5,000? It's less than 2 acres of land, and you caught 5,000. I'm afraid you have to scrape the ground. Song Luo twitched her mouth. "It's not that I scraped the ground. I just turned the land 3 times. Fo Shan was proud and promised not to let go of a single cicada. "Is there any difference between this and scraping the ground?" Song Luo twitched her mouth. Just as she was about to leave, Feng Shan called her back. He suddenly bowed solemnly. "Madam, I was only concerned with catching cicadas today and neglected your safety. Please punish me." This guy's sudden politeness caught Song Luo off guard. What's wrong with him? Why is he still so lewd? The idiot tree bears idiot fruit, and Song Luo's idiot fruit has just borne fruit. "No. Fo Shan, is there something wrong with you?" Song Luo pointed to her head. Feng Shan's face fell. "I'm sorry to have frightened you today. I was punished by the young master." "Okay, solve the case." Song Luo waved her hand. "Since he has punished you, this matter is over. Originally, cicadas are precious, and Fo Shan is devoted to this team, which is understandable. As for her fear of fleshworms, it won't matter. She originally intended not to punish him, but Feng Xiai had already made the decision, so she couldn't say much. Next time, if there's anything good, give him more." Feng Shan bowed again. "Thank you, madam." Okay, I'm not angry. You go and do your work." Feng Shan left happily. Ever since she encountered the fleshworm yesterday, Song Luo has been dreaming of fleshworms. She didn't feel like going out these 2 days, so she stayed in the refining room of the base. She refined a few furnaces of waste ash, and pricked up her ears to listen to the gossips of a few girls. With a puff of black smoke came out of Fingley's cauldron. The refining failed. Fingley cleaned up the residue in the cauldron neatly, and started a new furnace. While refining the medicine, she gossiped. Wang Xinya's third brother-in-law Xia Huixing's mercenary team was disbanded, and the couple went to a farmer's house. "I heard from Fengyu that Wang Xinya got a spiritual Clam pearl and showed off everywhere. She also relied on Xia Huixing's mercenary team and really regarded herself as a lady." TSK. Feng Su interrupted her and winked at Fengyu. Everyone knew that Xia Huixing was their wife's ex-fiancé. Fingley, a fool, mentioned it in front of others. Isn't this a slap in the face of the wife? Feng Rou and Feng Lu looked at each other and pretended not to hear. Their hands moved more and more quickly. Feng Li was so stupid that she didn't think before she spoke. She dared to offend Madame in person. I'm afraid she didn't like her life. Although Madame usually looked like she didn't care about anything, if she really annoyed people, it would be easy for them to persuade her. Feng Shan's wife Xiao Qiuyun was a second-level alchemist. She was sick some time ago, and was recuperating at home. Now that she is well, she has come here. Hearing Fingley's discussion, she looked at Song Luo, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Feng Xian was in a state of not paying attention to what was happening outside the window from beginning to end, and was seriously refining the weapon, but the slightly raised corners of her mouth betrayed her worries. Su Yan was a generation older than those present, and she was a calm person. Although she didn't know about the things between Song Luo and the Xia family, she adhered to the principle of saying less and doing more, and did not participate in the topic, but silently refined the medicine on the side. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Fingley finally reacted to what she said, and her smile froze on her face, and she looked at Song Luo cautiously. Madam, I guess you didn't notice what she said. Fingley swallowed her saliva and prayed in her heart. It was her fault. She couldn't hold back her words and said everything. Song Luo was listening attentively, but suddenly she found that there was no sound. She looked at Fingley curiously. Go on. Why don't you say anything? Madam, I didn't mean it. I shouldn't mention the Xia family and the Wang family. Fingli felt that she was speaking in a sarcastic way, and her sweet little face wrinkled. Good guy. Song Luo realized that she was afraid that she couldn't let go of the past, and felt uncomfortable. She waved her hands speechlessly. What can't the Xia family say? Say whatever you want, I don't mind it. Tell me, did Xia Huaishan really join the Nong family? If she remembered correctly, at Qin Rui's wedding banquet last time, the sixth sister-in-law of the Feng family said that Xia Huaishan's wife Wang San or Wang Yueya had an affair with the young master of the Nong family. The child in Wang Yueya's belly didn't seem to be Xia Huaishan's either. Oh no, now the two families are together. There's going to be something interesting to watch. Pineapple. It turns out that she was worried for a long time, but they didn't mind it at all. I went to the Lu family yesterday. My cousin's cousin married a farmer. She said that Xia Huaishan and Wang Yueya have been in the farmhouse in the west for 2 days. Also, I think the relationship between Wang Yueya and the young master of the farmhouse is not simple. Oh, how is it not simple? Song Luo didn't expect Fingli to know something. Feng Su and others saw that Song Luo didn't care about others mentioning the Xia family in front of her, so they listened to Fingli's gossip at ease. It was the gossip about the young master of the farmer family, which was even more exciting. Several pairs of eyes were concentrating on the refining cauldron, but their ears were actually standing straight. Feng Yu knows Wang Yueya's sister Wang Xinya. She once visited the Wang family, and saw the young master of the farmer family coming out of Wang Yueya's room more than once. There is absolutely no innocence between these two people. Fingli thought of the mess between Wang Yueya and Xia Huaishan, and a trace of contempt flashed across her face. TSK. As expected, the eyes of the masses are sharp. Feng Ro whispered, I heard that Wang Yueya got pregnant when she married into the Xia family. Is it possible that the child is not from the Xia family? Feng Su and Feng Lu seemed to be thinking. Well, how can it be impossible? Feng Li was quick-witted. Song Lu Hua had to say, my friends, you may have found the truth. Feng Li was lively, and loved to visit people. She knew gossips from the top 10 noble families to the common people. Time passed quickly in the boring refining room with her gossiping. Song Lu Hua didn't refine a single furnace today, and it was dark again. After fishing for 2 days, Song Lu Hua was bored again. Today, she decided to refine it well. After 2 failed furnaces, her interest soon faded. Su Yin, Zhao Qiuyun and others encouraged her that failure was common. But the same failure was really maddening. Song Luo put away the refining cauldron. Chapter 39. The shadow brought by the cicada has not disappeared. After leaving the temporary base, Song Luo is reluctant to walk on the ground. Take out the flying sword and install the new black crystal stone. Stepping on the flying sword, flying 1 foot above the ground, I feel much more at ease. Flying past women and children along the way, I received countless envious glances. Song Luo is used to it. Feng Xi and his men were hunting in the mountains and forests in the north. Relying on the defensive function of the space jade bracelet and the flying sword, Song Luo bravely flew towards the hunting ground. After passing through a bamboo forest and a tall primitive forest, Song Luo found Feng Xi's hunting team on a flat land. They were besieging a 4th-level blue bull beast, which was as big as a hill. Every kick it gave shook the ground. Feng Xi, Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, Jiang Wenxiu, Feng Shan, and a few strangers she didn't recognize rushed to the front. Her brother Song Yuan used the green medicine to repair the cracks in his spirit palace, and with the help of the 3rd-level red turtle egg, he has now recovered to the 4th-level cultivation. He attacked from the southwest corner, and the spirit sword in his hand slashed fiercely on the back of the blue ox beast, leaving a burst of sword sparks. Feng Xi and his companions also had serious expressions, and they swung their swords quickly and fiercely. The martial spirit masters below level 4 in the back attacked in formation, retreated, and were injured. Someone immediately replaced them, and the battle went on in an orderly manner. It was the first time that Song Luo saw the martial spirit masters fighting. Countless white sword lights exploded on the blue ox beast, and the towering trees around were cut down to the waist, and the shouts of the martial spirit masters were like thunder. Song Liu was blood-boiled. Feng Xi and Qin Yi were shaken away by the power of the 4th-level blue bull beast. The two exchanged glances, both with serious expressions. They had been besieging this blue bull beast for half a day, but this guy's fur had not been damaged. Many of them were already injured. Feng Xi's spiritual power was overconsumed, and his spiritual palace was aching. If they continued like this, they would not be able to defeat it in 3 days and 3 nights. Qin Yi also realized the problem, and had already retreated in his heart, This blue bull beast has thick skin and flesh. If we continue like this, all of our people will die here. It's better to retreat. Lu Yuan agreed. Jiang Wenqiu smacked his lips regretfully. It weighs 4 or 5,000 pounds, and it's a level 4 beast. The cowhide, bones, tendons, blood, and horns are all top-quality materials for refining medicine and weapons. I really don't want to give it up like this. Qin Yi glanced at him. If you want benefits, you have to have the ability to take it down. Lu Yuan silently spat out the word idiot. This made Jiang Wenqiu jump up and down, but unfortunately, he was dragged by the blue ox beast and couldn't hit Lu Yuan. At this time, Feng Qi found his wife, standing on the treetop watching the fun on the flying sword. His pupils shrank, and he almost cried out. Song Luo smiled, controlled the flying sword, and slowly landed behind him. Feng Yu sat cross-legged on the ground, his slightly dark face pale. He was accidentally swept by the tail of the blue ox beast just now, and his internal organs were instantly displaced. Fortunately, it was just an ordinary internal injury. After taking a pill of spiritual supplement, as his spiritual power slowly recovered, his injuries were slowly healed. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw his wife falling from the sky and appeared in front of him. Feng Yu widened his eyes and jumped up from the ground. Why are you here? It's too dangerous here, madam. Please leave quickly. Song Luo was about to talk to him. Feng Xiai came over with a helpless look on his face. Luo, listen, this is not the place you should come to. Go back. I let Feng Yu take you back. Although they decided to withdraw, they had to find the right time to withdraw, and they didn't know how long it would take to withdraw. Women are delicate, and the blue bull can kill people with a sneeze, so he can't take risks. Okay, then you be careful. Song Luo saw his slightly pale face, and couldn't bear to let him worry anymore. I have a flying sword and a jade bracelet. I can go back by myself. No need Feng Yu to send me. Song Luo said, without waiting for Feng Xiai to say anything, stepped on the flying sword, and flew up to the sky. Qin Yi and others saw her and cast sympathetic eyes on Feng Xiai. Nonsense, too much nonsense. How could a woman hang around in the hunting ground? Feng Xi's wife is really too ignorant. Even if Qin Yi thought Song Luo was a good person, she was speechless at this moment. Song Luo stood in the air, and suddenly a huge mooing sound penetrated her eardrum, shaking her body unstable, and almost fell from the flying sword. Song Luo blocked her ears and looked down, only to find that the huge blue bull raised its neck, opened its mouth wide, and roared to the sky. Somehow, she thought of the purple small fruit similar to tomatoes that she had harvested. She took out a handful, and threw it directly into the blue bull's mouth. Chapter 40. Those pitifully small purple fruits actually fell into the mouth of the giant blue bull. The giant blue bull paused in its roar, and a trace of confusion flashed across its huge eyes. Then it rushed around like crazy. Little sister, what are you doing? Song Yuan jumped up and slashed at the legs of the 4th level blue bull, then dodged and looked up to see the scene. This is not the place for you, leave quickly. Song Yuan's face flashed with anxiety, and his tone was unusually stern. His shout made everyone look over. Song Luo stood in the sky, being stared at by thousands of eyes. Even though she had a strong heart, she was still embarrassed. Feng Xiai was fighting with the crazy blue bull. When he heard Song Yuan's words, he looked up and saw his wife, who had not left yet. She was almost stepped on by the blue bull's hoof. He quickly changed his position and dodged a hoof. He frowned slightly, and a trace of anxiety flashed in his calm and gentle eyes. Nonsense. Luo, don't be naughty, leave quickly. Song Luo knew that she was in the wrong, and smiled at him and Song Yuan in a flattering way. I'm leaving now, brother, Feng Xiai, don't be angry. After saying that, he immediately activated the flying sword and flew away. Qin Yi and the others did not see Song Luo throwing things into the mouth of the blue ox beast. They just thought it was mad because of their siege. After dodging the attack, they took the opportunity to tease. Feng Xiai, you are too pampering her. She dared to break into the hunting ground. If you don't take care of her, I'm afraid she will die without knowing how. Jiang Wenqiu was cut on the cheek by the hair on the tail of the blue ox beast. He gasped and dodged the next attack. It's what he deserves. I tried to persuade Feng Xiai at that time, but he didn't listen. This woman can't help, but she just makes trouble. It's too late to regret it now. Lu Yuan was a taciturn person, and he seldom said a few words at this time. Trouble. Feng Xiai saw Song Luo leave with his own eyes this time, and his heart was finally at ease. Facing the crusade of several friends, Feng Xiai raised his sword to block the giant tree that was pushed by the blue ox monster, and smiled helplessly. If you drink the water, you know whether it is cold or warm. I have never regretted it. I just knew. Jiang Wenqiu shrugged and hit harder with his sword. Qin Yi. Used to it. Lu Yuan looked at Feng Xiai sideways, and it was hard to describe. This is the brother who grew up together? What's that look? A group of people fought with a crazy blue bull monster for a quarter of an hour, and finally found a chance to retreat. Qin Yi, Feng Xiai, Jiang Wenqiu, and Lu Yuan simultaneously issued orders to the tribesmen. Prepare to retreat. The low-level martial spirit masters in the outer layer retreated first, and the high-level martial spirit masters such as Feng Xiai, Qin Yi, and others were on guard, and slowly moved away from the center. The retreat went smoothly. The outer circle martial spirit masters withdrew quickly, and Feng Xiai, Qin Yi, and others also distanced themselves from the blue bull monster. Qin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go! After saying that, a group of people quickly ran towards the agreed route. After running a few steps, they heard a huge clattering sound behind them, which was extremely rhythmic. Feng Xiai and Lu Yuan looked at each other and turned their heads together, but saw a scene that made their eyes tremble. However, they saw that the fourth-level blue bull beast did not catch up. Its mountain-like body was like a drunk. Its 4 huge bull hooves walked in their own way, and each hoof walked stubbornly in one direction, twisting and turning in an enchanting posture, and then spinning in place like a madman, spinning faster and faster. Feng Xiai believed that if the blue ox was not so heavy, it could turn faster. After it turned for who knows how many times, its huge body suddenly shook a few times, and it fell to the ground with a bang, splashing a layer of dust several feet high. Feng Xiai, Lu Yuan, Jiang Wenqiu, who was already stunned. This. Qin Yi added for him, unheard of. Yes. Fo Shan Songyuan and others thought they were knowledgeable, and now they were also standing there, not knowing what to do. Feng Xiai made a prompt decision. Let's go and have a look. Qin Yi, Lu Yuan and Jiang Wenqiu agreed with this decision and immediately gathered people to check. The blue bull beast went crazy and destroyed many giant trees. The surrounding area had already been flattened. Feng Xiai and others tried to check it out. Seeing that the blue bull beast was indeed silent, they took people to check it out. After checking it out, they confirmed that the external injuries on its body were all caused by their spirit swords. Qin Yi was very surprised. This level 4 blue bull has thick skin and flesh. We have been besieging it for so long, leaving only a few shallow wounds, but these wounds are not fatal. How could it die? Jiang Wenqiu and Lu Yuan were puzzled. Only Feng Xiai thought of his wife's visit, and secretly guessed that it might have something to do with her. Song Yuan also thought of it. He saw his little sister throw something into the mouth of the green bull before leaving. The green bull beast died not long after she left. This matter was probably related to her. He was happy, and a little unbelievable. He didn't know what strange things his little sister had refined. Now he couldn't wait to go back and ask her. Feng Xiai noticed Song Yuan's strangeness, and confirmed his previous guess. He was proud but also helpless. This girl was too bold to enter the hunting ground. He had to teach her a lesson tonight. With this level 4 blue bull beast, Feng Xiai and his team ended today's hunting ahead of schedule. Feng Xi's base. Jiang Wenqiu was still talking about the strangeness of the blue bull beast. Qin Yi and Lu Yuan looked at Feng Xiai. It must be your wife who did it. Qin Yi and Song Luhua have known each other for a while. Although this guy is poor talent, he can occasionally refine something amazing. When they were hunting in the morning, she was a variable, and there was no one else. Qin Yi had already guessed it in his heart. Although Lu Yuan was not very familiar with Song Luhua, he knew Qin Yi and Feng Xiai. Combined with the only accident today, things began to work out. Jiang Wenqiu was the purest naive person among the 4. When he heard Qin Yi and Lu Yuan's doubts, his first reaction was disbelief. How is it possible? Everyone knows that Feng Xi's wife has very low talent. If she had this ability, what would we martial arts masters do? Besides, I have never heard of any alchemist who has this ability to refine a medicine that can easily take down a level 4 blue ox beast. Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, did you eat too many spiritual pills and damage your brains? Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Wenqiu spared no effort to ridicule the two. Lu Yuan gave him an idiotic look. Qin Yi glanced at him and said to Feng Xiai, don't hide it. Who else but her can come up with such a weird thing? His wife's ability was not deliberately concealed. Feng Xiai was not surprised that Qin Yi could guess it, and he had no intention of hiding it. You were right. Jiang Wenqiu's pupils trembled. Impossible. Qin Yi looked at him with disdain. Idiot. Lu Yuan's guess was verified, and he became more serious to Song Luo. I wonder what kind of elixir your wife used. Do you still have this elixir? Chini said, yes, if we have this elixir, we can easily capture a few more 4th level blue bull beasts. Don't worry, I will give your wife the first credit, and she will not be treated badly with supplies. Feng Xiai shook his head. I don't know, she is not in the base. Feng Xiai admitted it, and Jiang Wenqiu had to believe it now, and he wanted to find someone immediately. Qin Yi, Lu Yuan was anxious, and now he could only wait. Chapter 41. Song Luo came out of the hunting ground and followed a group of children. They came to the place where they dug peanuts yesterday. A group of women gathered there, squatting and digging the soil, looking for something. Song Luo's mouth twitched. These people must have thought there was something good in this place after it was dug up like this. They were really late. Fo Shan said that they had turned it over several times, which was not an exaggeration at all. The only 2 acres of land where peanuts grew were the 2 acres, and the entire 10 acres of land in the valley were turned over by them. At a glance, not to mention wild vegetables, there was not even a blade of grass to be seen. It looked like a farmland. Song Luo didn't believe there was anything good in the place after all these. As expected, the women and children dug for a long time, but didn't find a single hair. One woman started to complain, where is the good stuff? I've been digging for half an hour, and I can't even find a single wild vegetable, let alone a good thing. Another woman wiped the sweat off her forehead, stood up and looked around. She didn't see anyone had any harvest, so she put on her backpack and was about to leave. What good stuff? It's probably some damn person who was so bored that he dug a piece of land to grow vegetables. You guys take your time digging, I'm leaving. The woman said, called her children and left. Song Luo, sorry, you all guessed wrong. However, the woman's words gave her an inspiration. There was a vacant lot in the station. She had someone fence it off and turn it into a vegetable garden. Wouldn't it be nice to grow some vegetables? Anyway, this time she would stay for at least a month, at most 2 months. She could plant vegetables that mature quickly, use spiritual power to ripen them every day, and she could harvest a crop in 10 days or so. There are also peanuts. You can choose some seeds to plant. Song Luo looked around the valley again, but she didn't see any peanut seedlings, so she gave up the search. Yes, if there are any around here, they will not escape Fo Shan and his men's hands. Song Luo didn't waste her efforts. She walked towards a sparsely populated forest. Song Luo admitted that she had become much braver after coming to this world. The forest was silent, and the wind rustled the leaves. She was not worried about safety issues. In addition to the defensive function of the Space Jade Bracelet, she also trusted the martial spirit masters. For tens of millions of years in the Ten Winds continent, martial spirit masters hunted in the front, while female spirit assistants and children gathered and planted in the rear positions. The safety of the rear positions was checked every day. The leaves creaked as I stepped on them. An unknown vine was entangled on a tall tree, and a white mushroom grew 2 meters high on the trunk. Song Luo took a look and ignored it. Under another big tree, Song Luo kicked away the fallen leaves on the ground with her feet, and a small piece of tender green quinoa appeared in front of her eyes, only growing to ankle height. Green quinoa is a bit like the gray quinoa in the previous life, with green rhombus-shaped leaves. The cold mixed and stir-fried green quinoa made by Yang Mama tastes very good. Song Luo likes it very much. However, it looks like it hasn't grown yet, and it won't be enough for a plate. Song Luo thought about it, and gave up. The women in the family must have picked green quinoa, so she bought some from others and asked Feng Yin to cook it. Passing by a tree hole, Song Luo subconsciously glanced at a branch and poked it. She had no other thoughts, just playing. Jigu jigu. Good guy. Song Luo didn't know what she had poked, and bursts of bird calls came from the tree hole. She took a few steps back in fear. Although there were no large beasts here, if you met a small beast as ferocious as a goose, it would peck you. Song Luo shuddered when she thought of the scene of being chased and pecked by a goose in her childhood. At this moment, there was no movement in the tree hole again, and her curiosity was aroused again. She walked forward and poked inside, jigu jigu. The sound started again. She stepped back in fear again, and the thing stopped moving again. Song Luo was angry. What are you doing? She poked it a few more times with the branch, and heard the chi-gu sound again. Song Luo chose to face the unknown. This time she did not retreat at all and continued to poke. After a while, there were chirping sounds coming from the tree hole, and a bird similar to a chicken made a chi-gu sound and jumped out of the tree hole with a puff, followed by a foul smell that filled the air. Song Luo was so smelly that she could hardly open her eyes. It spread its gray-spotted wings and ran quickly in the woods, and soon it disappeared. Xiangxiang chicken. Xiangxiang chicken is a third-level exotic bird, and looks no different from the domestic chicken in the previous life, but this thing was born in the Ten Winds continent, and has an extra skill that defies nature. They are born with a stink sac, and release a stench when they feel threatened. Most exotic beasts lose the idea of hunting them after being intoxicated by the stench. Song Luo reacted quickly, and immediately took out the basket from the jade bracelet space and guarded the cave entrance. With the first one escaping, the second, third, and 16th chicken soon jumped out of the tree hole. Song Luo had experience in catching rabid beasts, so she quickly caught all the fragrant chickens. But after catching them, she was choked by the fumes, and her eyes were red from the spiciness. Song Luo was so angry that she kicked the basket of chickens hard, and a group of tied fragrant chickens made a gurgling sound. If she were to say, this thing should be called stinky chicken. Having said that, these stinky chickens are quite nutritious. Adding blood Ganoderma and ground cicada to the soup, it is a good thing to warm the soul, and is suitable for all ages. After poking the tree hole, Song Luo did not forget to reach in and feel around, and indeed found a lot of fragrant eggs. With the harvest, Song Luo wandered around here, poking every tree hole, and this time she really poked out another nest of eggs. This time, Song Luo hesitated. After seeing the lethality of the stench of the fragrant chicken, she didn't want to suffer again. Her eyes were now swollen to the size of walnuts, and she wondered if she would be blinded by the smoke if it happened again. Song Luo decisively opened the spiritual communication stone to call for help. Here, Qin Yi, Jiang Wenxiu, and Lu Yuan stayed with Feng Xi and refused to leave. They had to wait for Song Luo to come back so that they could ask about the elixir that could defeat the 4th-level blue ox beast. Jiang Wenxiu had a better understanding of Song Luo after Qin Yi's popular science. When Feng Xi received the message from Song Luo, he shamelessly followed her. Qin Yi and Lu Yuan had already been eager to ask about the blue ox beast, so they followed Feng Xi. Chapter 42. Feng Xi, come and help me catch the chicken. Song Luo saw Feng Xi holding a basket in one hand to block the hole, and waving at him excitedly with the other hand. Feng Xi walked over quickly. Jiang Wenxiu saw her eyes swollen like walnuts, and laughed so hard that his shoulders shook. Qin Yi was stunned for a moment, and then laughed out loud. Song Luo, did you poke the nest of Xiangxiang chicken? Yes. Song Luo was very frugal with words. A smile flashed in Feng Xi's eyes, and he took the basket from her hand. The poison gas of Xiangxiang chicken is not very toxic. Just wash your eyes with water. Song Luo looked at him with resentment. I washed it a long time ago. The swelling didn't go down so quickly. Ha ha ha. Jiang Wenxiu laughed even more wantonly, and Song Luo rolled her eyes. Lu Yuan's mouth also showed a trace of smile. Qin Yi looked at Song Luo's basket, which contained more than a dozen fragrant chickens, and his mouth twitched. Although Feng Xi's wife was not very good at refining medicine and tools, she was really lucky. Last time, she found a lot of colorful pheasant eggs, and this time she caught so many fragrant chickens. This alone was enough for Qin Yi to look at her with new eyes. Song Luo urged Feng Xi, there is a nest of fragrant chickens in this tree hole. You should catch them quickly. There may be fragrant eggs in it. Be careful not to break them. Feng Xi nodded and smiled. Okay. Feng Xi took the branch and poked it a few times. After a burst of chirping sounds, the fragrant chickens jumped into the basket one by one. Qin Yi, Lu Yuan and Jiang Wenxiu helped and quickly caught the dozen fragrant chickens. Feng Xi took out more than 20 fragrant eggs from the hole, which made Jiang Wenxiu marvel. It would be great if there were ground cicadas. It would be delicious and nutritious when paired with fragrant chicken soup. Do you think that cicadas are wild vegetables that you can get just because you want them? Qin Yi said. If there are no cicadas, the soup made with blood Ganoderma and mushrooms is not bad. Jiang Wenxiu drooled at the thought, thinking that since he was here, he might find a few if he looked around. Song Luo smiled mysteriously. Cicadas, aren't they ready-made? Qin Yi, Lu Yuan and others had the same idea as Jiang Wenxiu. Since they were here, it would be nice to get some fragrant chicken to cook soup. Then the few people started looking around. They learned from Song Luo to look for tree holes, and they really found a few. Unfortunately, he was not as lucky as Song Luo. He searched for a long time, and poked at least 10 tree holes before he found a nest. There were only 2 or 3 chickens in this nest. Song Luo's nest must have more than 10 chickens, which was not good enough. Feng Xi followed his wife throughout the whole process, watching her magically poking out nests of fragrant chickens and catching chickens until her hands were tired. Jiang Wenxiu had the worst luck and only caught one. Looking at Feng Xiai and Song Liuhua's already full basket, he drooled with envy. Qin Yi suddenly felt that the 5 fragrant chickens in his hand were not fragrant anymore. Song Liuhua and others poked all the tree holes nearby and harvested nearly 100 fragrant chickens and more than 300 fragrant eggs. She suddenly had an idea to hatch these fragrant eggs. Back at the base, Qin Yi and others finally remembered what they were doing here. Qin Yi hurriedly asked, "Madame Feng Xiai, what elixir did you feed the 4th level blue bull today? It collapsed on its own not long after you left." "Yes, tell us quickly." Jiang Wenxiu was so curious. Lu Yuan took a sip of tea and his eyes fell on Song Liuhua. Being stared at by several pairs of burning eyes, Song Liuhua was indeed confused. What are you talking about? How could she not understand? Feng Xiai saw that she was still confused and explained to her with a smile. "Not long after you left, the green ox beast went crazy for some reason, spinning in circles in the same place, and died not long after." "Really?" Song Liuhua was very skeptical. A beast the size of a small mountain turned itself to death. Is this reasonable? Yes. Feng Xiai nodded in affirmation. Well, she was not very knowledgeable. So what method did you use? Qin Yi raised his eyebrows and smiled. Song Liuhua silently took out 3 purple fruits from the space. It may be related to this thing? Lu Yuan frowned. Tomato fruit? Not much. Tomato fruit is red, and these fruits are similar in appearance to tomato fruit, but their color is dark purple and much smaller than tomato fruit. Feng Xiai took a few thumb-sized purple fruits and put them in his palm to examine them carefully. It's not an ordinary tomato fruit. Maybe it's a mutated tomato fruit, a 3rd-level spiritual fruit. Qin Yi, Jiang Wenxiu, and Lu Yuan took turns to check and agreed with Feng Xi's statement. The problem may be with this fruit. Madame Feng Xiai, how many of these fruits do you have? Jiang Wenxiu looked at Song Liuhua with a fiery look when he thought that they could easily take down several blue cows with these purple fruits. These are the 3. Song Liuhua grabbed 7 purple fruits this morning and put them all into the mouth of the blue cow. I fed 7 to the blue cow this morning. Let me make it clear that these 3 purple fruits may not work. This happened by accident. Who knows how many fruits it takes to knock down a blue ox beast? Song Liuhua reminded them to prevent them from overturning. That's a problem. Feng Xiai, Qin Yi and others also thought so. After lunch, Feng Xiai and others went to the front to look for the blue ox beast with a fierce fighting spirit. Song Liuhua's eyes were still swollen, so she didn't feel like going out. As usual, she wasted 2 furnaces of elixirs and strolled to the open space in the camp. The slightly larger grass and trees on this land were uprooted, and the knee-deep weeds were not taken care of. They were trampled to the ground by everyone these days. Song Liuhua thought of her plan and asked Feng Yin to find someone to help prepare it. Feng Yin was easygoing. When he heard that she wanted to open a piece of land to grow vegetables, he took the job very readily. "Madam, don't worry, I will take care of this matter and get it done right away." After a while, Feng Yin brought a few martial arts masters and quickly turned the land over. He then used a hoe to break the soil into small pieces, repaired it and leveled it, and cut a few bundles of bamboo from the mountain to enclose the half-acre vegetable field. It was quite beautiful, like a farmhouse. Not bad. Song Liuhua was very satisfied and secretly gave Feng Yin a credit. As for what to plant on this land, she already had an idea. She wanted to plant peanuts. At this time, she thought of the valley where peanuts were first discovered, and immediately called Feng Yin and others to bring back all the soil in the valley, and spread a layer of valley soil on her newly opened vegetable garden. As for the rest, Song Liuhua thought about it, and asked someone to put it in a basket, and put it in the storage room. She had an immature idea, which could only be verified after the peanuts were planted. Chapter 43. Hunting Ground. The blue bull is one of the more common beasts. Feng Xiai and others soon found a lone level 4 blue bull. Attack according to the battle formation in the morning, and find an opportunity to feed it with the purple small tomato fruit. If the purple tomato fruit has no effect, retreat as planned. Feng Xiai and others discussed the countermeasures, and immediately led their tribesmen to rush forward. The level 4 blue bull has thick skin and flesh. This blue bull is only a little smaller than the one in the morning. After a while of fighting, Feng Xiai saw that the time was almost right, and winked at Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, Jiang Wenxiu and others. Several people understood, and led people to fiercely attack the front of the green ox monster. The flash of swords and sabers flashed, and they chopped at the head of the green ox monster again and again. The green ox monster roared, opened its huge mouth, and attacked Qin Yi and others angrily. Now! Feng Xiai dodged and quickly went behind the green ox monster, flew onto its body, and quickly ran from the tail to the head. The green ox monster seemed to be aware of something, and shook its body. Feng Xiai held his breath and concentrated more and more. His steps were light, and his body was still as steady as ever. Qin Yi, Lu Yuan and others saw this, and attacked the face of the blue ox beast with more force. Lu Yuan even threw out his spirit sword and hit the blue ox beast's left eye. Moo moo. After being hit in the eye, the blue ox beast roared in anger, and its nostrils, which were as big as a tree hole, blew heavy breaths. Its huge eyes ignited with flames, and soon it forgot about the strangeness on its body. It raised its huge ox hoof, and stepped heavily on Qin Yi and others. Feng Xiai had already reached the neck of the blue ox beast, and the blue ox beast had already noticed something was wrong. He shook his head desperately, trying to get rid of the ant on his back. Qin Yelu nodded and launched another round of fierce attacks, which annoyed the giant blue bull. Moo. So annoying. Feng Xi's eyes flashed with solemnity, and he took out a small purple fruit, stepped on the bull's head, and quickly threw it into the mouth of the blue bull. Moo! What the hell? The moment the purple fruit entered the mouth, the blue bull chewed it with its upper and lower jaws, and a trace of confusion flashed in its big eyes. Forget it, it doesn't matter, these damn humans must all die. After successfully throwing the purple small fruit into the mouth of the blue ox beast, Feng Xiai quickly returned to the team and started a new round of battle. After a few breaths, the blue ox beast began to go crazy and attacked frantically. After about a quarter of an hour, the blue ox beast began to go crazy, moving and spinning in a strange way, and finally fell to the ground with a bang, completely closing its confused eyes. Such a scene made everyone silent. After the silence, the cheers of the crowd resounded through the mountains and forests. Jiang Wenxiu was even more excited. It's indeed the function of the purple fruit. Even though Qin Yi and Lu Yuan had already determined this, they couldn't help but get excited at this moment. They still had 2 small purple fruits, so they could easily hunt 2 more level 4 blue bull beasts. You know, a team of thousands of people like them might not be able to hunt a level 4 blue bull beast even if they worked together for 3 days. They had already hunted 2 in just 1 day, and maybe they could hunt more, which made them excited. The western forest is the hunting spot of the Li Yun and Nong families. The 3 families were besieging a 4th level silver-striped deer, and suddenly heard a cheer. Everyone was stunned at first, and then they began to speculate. If I remember correctly, the central part is the territory of the Feng family, the Jiang family, the Qin family, and the Lu family. What did they hunt? Why are they so excited? I saw these 4 families only hunt a few 2nd level black rock pigs, and a 3rd level silver-striped deer the day before yesterday. Could it be that they hunted a big one today? TSK, what 4 families? Feng Xiai has been divided into families, and he has only a team of 100 people under his command. Can he represent the Feng family? The young masters of the Qin and Lu families, and the 3rd son of the Jiang family, are also confused. Cooperating with Feng Xiai is obviously poverty alleviation. What good things can they hunt? At most, it's a small 4th level silver-striped deer. It's been half a day, and they just hunted a 4th level silver-striped deer. What's so exciting about it? The one who said this was a member of the Li family. Since the last time they robbed Feng Xi's 4th level silver-striped deer, the 2 families have been feuding. Naturally, the Li family members are not stingy in belittling Feng Xiai in front of others. Li Cheng shouted, "How dare you? Is that what you should say?" The member of the Li family, who had spoken so arrogantly, immediately shrank his neck and dared not say anything more. The young master of the Nong family, Nong Hung, and the young master of the Yun family, Yun Ju, glanced at each other with a hint of amusement in their eyes. At least Yun Ju would not think that Feng Xiai had become a useless waste after being divided out. The Dingan Pearl that his Yun family got was sent by Feng Xiai. How could Feng Xiai, who could get such a good thing, be as useless as the Li family said? Nong Hung despised Li Cheng, the 2nd son of the Li family, even more. He and Feng Xiai were cousins, so they had more time to deal with each other than Li Cheng. He knew exactly what kind of person Feng Xiai was. Even though Feng Xiai had been criticized by all the major families for his marriage, it was not as simple as it seemed. And Li Cheng was a waste. If the young master of the Li family had not been busy this time, it would not have been his turn to cooperate with them. This idiot thought he had hidden the gloating in his eyes very well, but in fact, he and Yun Ju were too lazy to even look at him. Nong Hung and Yun Ju looked at each other and knew that Feng Xiai, Qin Yi, and others must have hunted something good, but they didn't know what good thing it was that made them so excited. The two of them were itching to go hunting, but they couldn't let go of the prey just to watch the fun. They cheered up and attacked more fiercely. Feng Xiai, Qin Yi, and their group did the same thing in the afternoon, using the only two remaining purple small fruits to successfully kill two level 4 blue bull beasts. In the evening, Feng Xiai, Qin Yi, Lu Yuan and Jian Wenxiu each got a level 4 blue bull beast weighing thousands of pounds. Although Feng Xiai led the least number of people, the purple fruit of Song Luhua played an irreplaceable role. So Feng Xiai got the heaviest blue ox beast, which weighed 5,823 kilograms. Jian Wenxiu's mouth was crooked with smiles. He didn't even dare to think about such a rich harvest. You know, the spiritual power contained in a blue ox beast is more than that of 10 level 4 silver deer, and they only spent one day to get one each. He has never been so lucky in his life. At this moment, Song Luhua is more pleasing to the eye than Feng Xiai. Qin Yi and Lu Yuan also have the same idea. Feng Xi's wife cannot be offended. Qin Yi quietly put away the 100,000 lingbai card that he was going to give her, took out a 200,000 lingbai card and handed it to Song Luhua. Lu Yuan's eyes flashed, and he also silently changed a 200,000 lingbai card. Jian Wenxiu pouted, saying that the two of them were so calculating and insidious. He immediately took out a 200,000 lingbai card and handed it to Song Luhua, and also gave her a small toy. This is a small medicine hoe made by my cousin in the clan. It is a first-level spiritual weapon. It saves effort to dig wild vegetables. Take it and play with it. Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, Oh, the idiot finally got it. Song Luhua was peeling peanuts and selecting seeds, when she suddenly received a lingbai card of 600,000 yuan and Jian Wenxiu's small medicine hoe from Qin Yi and others. She immediately realized that it was the purple small tomato fruit that worked, and accepted it with peace of mind. After all, who would complain about having too much money? Qin Yi looked at the strange-looking fruit in Song Luhua's hand, and a hint of deep thought flashed through his eyes. Lu Yuan rarely spoke and asked, I wonder if there are any more of these purple small tomato fruits? She couldn't say for sure about this question. She only ripened one of the seeds she planted at home, and harvested these 10 purple small fruits. She has used them all up now. The others are not ripe yet. Who knows what they will produce? Song Luhua really couldn't guarantee it, so she said, no more, just these few. Qin Yi sighed in disappointment. That's it. Good things are rare after all, and it's good to be able to pick up such a big bargain this time. Song Luhua was thinking about going back to see if there was any harvest. The most urgent thing was to plant her peanut seeds first. She thought, maybe there would be an unexpected harvest. So Feng Xiai, Qin Yi, Lu Yuan and Jian Wenxiu were caught by Song Luhua to peel peanuts for an hour, and they were treated to fried peanuts as a side dish for dinner. It was just that these peanuts were a little special. They were bigger than longan, and they were simply fried with a little oil and salt, and they were crunchy. Feng Xiai and the others all said they were good after eating them. Feng Xiai, Qin Yi, Lu Yuan and Jian Wenxiu really liked it. This thing called peanuts, when eaten in the mouth, the fragrance lingered on the lips, and it was also a second-level spiritual food, which was perfect for drinking. Several men ate a large plate of peanuts and drank some spirit wine, and talked about tomorrow's hunting plan. Song Luhua picked up a longan-sized peanut and put it in her mouth. Half of her cheek was stuffed with it, and her eyes were still swollen, making her look like a clown. Jian Wenxiu laughed so hard that he slapped the table. Feng Xiai smiled lightly, crushed the peanuts with chopsticks, and placed them in front of Song Luhua. Chapter 44. Growing peanuts is very simple. Use a small hoe to dig a hole in the well-prepared field, throw 3 to 5 peanut seeds into the hole, and cover with soil. Song Luhua worked on half an acre of land for a whole morning. Rubbing her aching waist, it was time for lunch again. The female relatives did not participate in hunting, nor did they participate in the distribution of the wild vegetables they dug, the spiritual plants they found, or any materials. They did not eat with the martial spiritual masters, and all brought their own dry food. Of course, if a martial spiritual master felt sorry for his female relatives and gave them his share, no one would say anything. Feng Yin specially made a delicious chicken stewed with blood Ganoderma for Song Luhua today. A few fresh wild vegetables were put in the soup base, and a few touches of green dotted the light soup surface, which made people particularly appetizing. The soup just out of the pot was steaming hot. Song Luhua took a sip of it with the hot steam. The taste was rich and fresh, refreshing in the throat. She took a bite of the delicious chicken, and the meat was smooth and firm, melting in the mouth. After a bowl of chicken soup, Song Luhua felt comfortable all over. The sun was shining outside, and she couldn't help but take a nap in the bedroom of Feijo. In the afternoon, Song Luhua refined 2 furnaces of elixirs as usual, and exerted her spiritual power on the newly planted peanuts until the peanut seeds sprouted and drilled out of the ground. This busy work lasted until sunset, and only 2 ridges of land were born. Song Luhua was exhausted and sat on the ground, holding her slightly aching head and closing her eyes to rest. Weak, really too weak. Song Luhua secretly complained that if Feng Yin hadn't made her a delicious chicken soup at noon to replenish her body, she might not have lasted even 2 ridges. However, she was somewhat puzzled. Her current level, whether it was refining equipment, refining medicine, or planting, was level 1, but she could give birth to level 2 spiritual plants. Although it was more labor-intensive than a real level 2 spiritual plant master, it was actually given birth. The same was true for the small red fruit. Before the fruit bore fruit, she did not know that it was a level 3 seed, but she did not expect that she could give birth to it. At that time, because she only gave birth to 1 plant, she did not feel any effort, so she did not think about this aspect for a while. Now it seems that this is obviously unreasonable. Song Luhua was very confused, but there was no example for her to refer to. She thought for a few minutes, and decisively made up a reasonable explanation. She had traveled through time and space, and she became a useless person, and she was still a useless person without a golden finger. It was reasonable that there were some bugs in her professional skills. Once she accepted this explanation, Song Luhua suddenly became clear. The girl was pale, and looked powerless, squatting on the ground. The orange sunset hit her fair and tender cheeks, as if she had coated her delicate and beautiful cheeks with a layer of soft gold. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, leaving a row of thick shadows on her eyelids, sometimes trembling up, sometimes trembling down, like a pair of broken butterflies, weakly flapping their weak wings, beautiful and pitiful. Feng Xi had just returned to the base when he saw this scene. His heart suddenly stagnated. There was no such thing as beauty. In his eyes, the lady must be very uncomfortable. Take it. He casually threw a pink bunny cub in his hand to Feng Shan. Feng Xi walked straight to Song Luhua, picked her up by the waist, and entered the flying boat. Song Luhua was still reviewing her bug skills in her mind. Her body suddenly flew into the air. She was startled and opened her eyes instantly. What she saw was the man's elegant jaw. Feng Xi. Song Luhua punched him in the chest angrily. You want to scare me to death. I knew that you, a heartless and unfaithful man, must be tired of the yellow-faced woman at home and want to scare me to death and marry a beautiful woman. Woohoo! I have a miserable life, Song Luhua suddenly became playful and began to perform the storybook with excellent singing and recitation. However, her acting skills were too poor. She could only make exaggerated squinting and squeezing her delicate and small facial features together, and with the strange tone of her voice, many human beings watched and laughed. Oh, so our young master likes this kind of style from the lady. Learn. An unmarried girl laughed obscenely, took out a brush and a booklet on the spot, wrote furiously, wrote and drew on the booklet, and laughed obscenely from time to time. Feng Xi had sharp ears, ignored the teasing of everyone, freed up one hand, gently tapped Song Luhua's forehead, and shook his head helplessly. He knew from the beginning that she had no ability to sing opera, and after a few months of marriage, this skill still had not improved at all, which made people laugh and feel helpless. Feng Xi was worried that she was not feeling well, but after her torment, the worries in his heart were relieved. He hugged her tighter, patted her soft buttocks, and whispered, "Don't make trouble again, okay?" He dragged out the last sound of the word for a long time. His slightly soft voice was magnetic and seductive, making people blush and their hearts beat faster. Song Luhua swallowed her saliva and kissed Feng Xi's sexy thin lips, causing the onlookers to cheer even more enthusiastically. Exciting. Woohoo. The laughter was deafening. Song Luhua stiffly turned her body to the side, and then she saw the eyes of the crowd, which were like big light bulbs. Suddenly, her brain was filled with blood, and her cerebellum was buzzing, as if it was run over by a tractor. Question: how should I react when I am socially dead? Should I look back calmly, and show a wise smile to everyone, or perform a twisted performance on the spot, dark crawling, screaming, wriggling, splitting? Waiting online, it's really urgent. Oh, I forgot. She has become an internet-disconnected person, and can't wait for this generation of netizens. In the end, Song Luhua chose to play dead, and buried her face in Feng Xi's arms shyly. All he could hear was his chest trembling and his low laugh. Song Luhua shamelessly, legally, put her hand into his clothes and touched his 8-pack abs, feeling very happy. The feeling of exhausting spiritual power is really bad. Headache, headache and headache. The next day, Song Luo squatted in the peanut field where only 2 ridges had sprouted, and fell into deep thought. She always felt that the road was narrowing. Let her think about where it was narrowing. At this time, several women passed by. I was wondering yesterday, who was so stupid that he planted the land in the station. It turned out to be Madam. A woman glanced at the land with only a few sprouts and whispered carefully, "Speak softly, what if Madam hears it?" Oh, I speak softly. The woman quickly lowered her voice, and couldn't help showing off. My daughter is a 3rd-level spiritual plant master. Yesterday, she found a lot of spiritual medicines. If we hand them all in, we can exchange them for a lot of food. Let me tell you, Madam has poor talent. It would be easier to dig some wild vegetables than to farm. She may not be able to harvest anything even if she keeps doing this for 10 days or half a month. It's pitiful for Madam to keep doing this. Your daughter is so capable. Why not let her help Madam? With her ability, all the plants will sprout in half a day, and a harvest will be available in 3 days. No. That won't work. I don't know what this is. If it's an ordinary wild vegetable, it would be a waste of time and delay my daughter's search for spiritual plants. The woman shook her head quickly. The few people thought they were talking in a low voice, but they didn't know that Song Luo, who was concentrating on listening to the gossip, heard everything. In a flash, Song Luo had a flash of inspiration. She knew something was wrong. Chapter 45. She needs a daughter. No. She needs a worker like a woman's daughter. She is already a boss. Why does she have to do it herself? She is idle. Song Luo cursed. She took small steps to penetrate the enemy. Andy, if I take out this thing, I will hire your daughter to help me farm for a day. What do you think? Song Luo was ruthless, and didn't say much. She showed off a white clam bead. The thumb-thick clam bead sparkled in Song Luo's white palm. The aunt's surname was Bai, and she was called Bai. Her eyes suddenly brightened, and she showed her white teeth. It is my daughter's blessing to work for you, Madam. I will accept this clam bead on behalf of my daughter, and ask her to farm for you immediately. Song Luo nodded with satisfaction, and handed the clam pearl to the aunt. Several women nearby said with burning eyes, Madam, my daughter is a 2nd-level spiritual planter. She can also help you farm. Can I ask her to come? Ask her to come. She is a 2nd-level spiritual planter. She will get a slightly smaller clam pearl. Song Luo rummaged through the jade bracelet space for a long time, and finally found a small box of index finger-sized clam pearls. She took one out, and showed it to everyone. It was not as big as the one given to Bai. Although the women were a little disappointed, they still actively promoted their own girls. Madam, my niece is also a 2nd-level spiritual plant master. My 2nd daughter is also a 2nd-level spiritual plant master. The women expressed their demands in a flurry, and all of them were 2nd-level spiritual plant masters. Song Luo waved her hand. Come. The women got the confirmation, and they were all so happy that they couldn't stop smiling. The Aunt Bai, who said her daughter was a 3rd-level spiritual plant master at the beginning, carefully hid the spiritual clam pearl she got, held her head high, and smiled. The women moved quickly, and in just a moment, the 5 girls gathered at Song Luo's peanut field. In addition to the 2 ridges that she had helped to sprout yesterday, there was still a large area that had not sprouted. If the spiritual power was not used, it would take 7 days for it to sprout and grow normally, and 3 months for it to mature and be harvested. Song Luo waved her hand and said, Start working. The girls walked into the peanut field with serious faces, and offered their spiritual power one after another. The palms of their hands were full of dim light. Soon, under the influence of the spiritual power, the peanut seeds broke through the soil with tender yellow buds. Feng Ling, the daughter of the Bai family, was the only 3rd-level spiritual plant master among the group. She looked about 15 or 16 years old, with a well-behaved appearance. Her black hair was neatly tied behind her head with a light blue hairband. She squatted on the ground, a small ball. Her chubby little face was serious, and a faint light flashed in her palm, and the peanut seeds quickly broke through the soil and sprouted. The girl did not delay at all and immediately gave birth to the next nest of peanut seeds. The other girls were much slower than Feng Ling. Song Luo observed that Feng Ling gave birth to 4 nests of peanut sprouts, while the other girls only gave birth to 1 nest. This girl is a good candidate for farming. Song Luo nodded secretly. Work hard for her, she won't treat her badly. She decided to change the amount of 1 clam pearl per day given to Feng Ling to 2 per day. Anyway, she didn't wear these white clam pearls very often, and they were eventually ground into powder. After lying on the recliner as a supervisor for an afternoon, Feng Xiai asked Feng Yin to stew a fragrant chicken soup for her. Song Liuhua's headache symptoms finally improved completely. Fortunately, Feng Xiai didn't let Feng Yin add disgusting things like ground cicadas to the chicken soup, otherwise, she would faint. Nearing evening, all the peanut seeds in the half-acre field had sprouted and had grown to 2 feet high. Song Luo paid the girls the money as promised, and the girls went back happily with the slightly smaller clam pearls. The 4 large clam pearls that their brother brought back last time were all given to the elders at home, which made them envious. This time, they earned one with their own hands and made it into a pendant when they returned. Feng Ling knew that her mother had already received the money. After finishing the work, she patted the dirt on her clothes, bowed to Song Luo, and prepared to go back. Wait a minute. Feng Ling turned her head, tilted her head, stared at Song Luo with a pair of obedient eyes, and asked in confusion, "Madam, you called me. Do you have anything else to tell me?" Song Luo smiled and handed her a clam pearl. "You did a good job. Take it and play with it." "Thank you, madam." Feng Ling was stunned, took the things obediently, thanked, and left slowly. The next day, Song Luo led Feng Yin to water the peanut field, and then left it alone. Feng Yin was very puzzled. Why not let those girls ripen these peanuts directly? The harvest will be ready in 3 days at most. Song Luo shook her finger secret. Madam has her own reasons for doing things. Feng Yin quickly understood. "Madam, what do you want to eat tonight? I make it for you." "A cold mixed quinoa." Song Luo blurted out. "I've been drinking chicken soup these days, and have been getting a little irritated, so I eat some vegetarian food to get rid of the heat." "Okay." Feng Yin picked up the wooden barrel, and went back to the kitchen to prepare dinner for a large group of people. Since watering, the peanuts have changed more and more every day. Song Luo took a stick and gently poked the root of a peanut. She jumped up with a scream in fear, and quickly threw away the stick in her hand. Her guess was correct. On the 4th day, Song Luo called Feng Ling and several other girls again to ripen the peanuts. The tender white stems gradually turned green, emerald green leaves grew on both sides, and tender yellow flowers bloomed on the top. The flowers withered, and the clusters of peanut leaves turned from emerald green to dark green. Until the sun set, the ripening work of half an acre of land was finally completed. The girls were very tired, and Feng Ling and others looked pale, without a trace of blood on their lips. Song Luo couldn't help but wonder if she had squeezed people too hard. Several girls took the spiritual clam pearls and thanked her happily. Song Luo, she is really not a human. Before leaving, she asked Feng Yin to give her a few fragrant eggs to replenish her body, and she received thousands of thanks from the families of these girls. Well, they are all a group of lovely tribesmen. While no one was paying attention, Song Luo walked around the peanut field with a stick, and then picked a lucky peanut to dig. The white and fat peanut shell was exposed. Song Luo swallowed her saliva, endured the numbness of her scalp, and dug deeper. Oh my god! The white and fat flesh worms squirmed in the soil. Song Luo's pupils shrank, threw away the stick in his hand, fled from the peanut field like a gust of wind, and patted his chest in shock. Thinking that he had taken the stick and poked the flesh worm with the stick, Song Luo suddenly felt that his hands were not clean. Chapter 46. What's wrong with your wife? Feng Xiai came with Qin Yi, Lu Yuan and Jiang Wenxiu, and saw Song Luo running towards the kitchen. I don't know. Feng Xiai had already shaken his head slightly. Qin Yi smiled and said, "She's so startled, it's interesting." Feng Xi's lips curled up slightly. Indeed. She was not gentle. Most of the time she was lazy, but occasionally she was like a crazy bunny, cute and smart. Speaking of which, in recent days, there has been a trend among women to raise bunny as pets. He caught a pink bunny cub a few days ago, and was going to give it to her as a pet, but he was indeed delayed and forgot about it. I asked Feng Shan to bring it to her later. Jiang Wenxiu hadn't been to Fengxi's residence for a few days, and when he saw a vegetable garden here, he was quite surprised and went forward to check. "Fengxi, when did you open up the vegetable garden? Instead of letting the spiritual plant masters grow vegetables, it would be better to let them pick more spiritual herbs." "What kind of vegetable is this? Why does it look a bit like weeds?" Jiang Wenxiu curiously picked a green peanut leaf, put it in his mouth and chewed it, and the next moment, "Ah, paw!" "Feng Xiai, what are you planting? It's bitter and astringent, and the vegetables are all old." Feng Xiai knew that Song Luo had been planting peanuts these days, and even hired someone to help her grow the seeds. Yesterday, the seedlings were only an inch tall, but today they seemed to be grown, so she must have asked someone to help them grow again. Peanuts? The ground is the peanut fruit. Feng Xiai added. Oh! Qin Yi and Lu Yuan were very curious. So this is peanuts. Qin Yi's slender legs crossed the bamboo fence and curiously pulled up a bunch of peanuts until he saw the peanut fruits with fresh soil squeezed together underneath, and finally concealed his curiosity. Just as he was about to get up, he saw a white, fleshy head poking out from the loose soil. This is... It's a ground cicada. Lu Yuan, who was standing outside the fence, spoke softly. Feng Xiai was surprised. It's a ground cicada. Ground cicada? Where is a ground cicada? After Qin Yi went down to the field to pull a bunch of peanuts, Jiang Wenxiu was also aroused with strong curiosity. Just as he stepped into the bamboo fence and was about to start a bunch of peanuts, he heard the voices of 3 people and ran over to watch in a hurry. Qin Yi ignored her, stretched out his slender fingers, and dug at the place where he had just pulled out the peanuts. The piles of fat cicadas squirming together attracted his eyes. Look! Feng Xiai, Lu Yuan had already seen it. Jiang Wenxiu screamed, fuck! Song Luhua felt much better after washing her hands. As soon as she walked out of the kitchen door, she heard Jiang Wenxiu's ghost cry. She looked curiously, but saw several people surrounding her peanut field, not knowing what they were doing. She leaned over and asked curiously, what are you doing? Qin Yi picked up a cicada and was about to show it to her. Feng Xiai frowned slightly and immediately blocked Song Luhua. Qin Yi, take it back. Qin Yi saw that he looked serious and took the cicada back in confusion. He was so careful that he might have thought it was his wife. Song Luhua was protected by Feng Xiai behind her. She caught a glimpse of the mud in Qin Yi's hand and knew that he had dug peanuts. Suddenly, she thought of something and grabbed Feng Xi's clothes tightly on the back. Cicada? Did you see the cicada? Yes. Feng Xiai stroked her hair to comfort her. Did you know there were cicadas here? Qin Yi was shocked. Yes. Song Luhua leaned against Feng Xiai and played with his fingers carelessly. Not to mention Qin Yi, Lu Yuan and Jiang Wenxiu, even Feng Xiai was shocked. Last time, she took Feng Shan to dig more than 5,000 cicadas, he knew that. But how did she grow these cicadas when they were born and raised every day? This completely broke Feng Xi's cognition. Even a calm person like him was confused for a moment. Song Luhua didn't explain to them, but just told them, I give you something, you can do it. Then she immediately asked Feng Xiai to arrange for people to carry out 15 baskets of soil from the storage room. Here, 5 baskets per person, 1 million lingbai. 1 million lingbai. You are robbing me. Jiang Wenxiu thought it was something good at first, but now, he saw that it was just a few baskets of soil, and he wanted 1 million lingbai, and he almost jumped up. Song Luhua glanced at him. You can take it or not. If you don't want it, I take it back. Song Luhua looked at Qin Yi and Lu Yuan. Qin Yi smiled without thinking. Sell me all the 5 baskets that Wenxiu doesn't want. Lu Yuan said calmly, give me half. As they talked, they took out their lingbai cards and were about to pay. Jiang Wenxiu saw that something was not right, and hurriedly pushed the 2 aside, who said I don't want it. It's just 1 million lingbai, I have money. Here you go. Jiang Wenxiu immediately took out a 1 million lingbai card and stuffed it into Song Luhua's hand, then picked up 5 baskets of soil, and was about to put them into the storage ring. Wait. Song Luhua stopped him. Jiang Wenxiu was anxious. You took my money and sold the soil to me. Don't you want to deny it? Song Luhua rolled her eyes at him. What are you thinking? I told you not to put it in the storage ring, and have someone carry it back. Why? Jiang Wenxiu was puzzled. Why so many whys? Just do what I say. Otherwise, if there is any problem later, I won't refund you if you want to. You, Feng Xiai, take care of your wife. Jiang Wenxiu felt that he was being targeted. Feng Xiai smiled and said, my wife is very good. Jiang Wenxiu couldn't believe it. Feng Xiai, you have changed, you are finished, you are afraid of your wife. Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, do you think I am right? Qin Yi looked up at the sky and pretended not to hear. Lu Yuan glanced at him indifferently, and uttered the word idiot from his thin lips. Jiang Wenxiu was angry and said, you have all changed. Song Luhua laughed loudly, because you are too stupid. You? Jiang Wenxiu was speechless and muttered, a good man does not fight with a woman. Song Luhua choked and threw out 3 baskets of shelled peanuts. These peanuts are for you. You know how to choose seeds, so I won't repeat them. As for planting, just find a spiritual plant master to ripen them. 3 days is enough to grow a crop. Where did the ground cicada come from? Song Luhua thought she had made it clear. Qin Yi and Lu Yuan were not stupid. They knew what to do after connecting Song Luhua's peanut field and today's actions. Jiang Wenqiu slowly figured it out, secretly cursing Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, and Feng Xiai in his heart, saying that they were all bad friends. Seeing that his brother was about to suffer, these three people kept silent when asked. Fortunately, he was smart, otherwise he would have missed such a precious thing as the ground cicada right under his nose, and he would have regretted it to death. Not to mention, Feng Xi's wife had something on her. Jiang Wenqiu quickly smiled. Seeing that he had recovered, Song Luhua snorted proudly. Feng Xiai patted her little head with amusement. Chapter 47. The ground cicada is valuable. Feng Xiai immediately arranged for people to collect peanuts and catch ground cicadas. Feng Shan heard that there were ground cicadas again and ran very fast. Feng Yi, Feng Qing, and Song Yuan hurriedly followed. Feng Wu and Feng Lu saw this and did not lag behind. In this way, 1 led 2, 2 led 3, Feng Shan led a series of people and started to work in Song Liuhua's half-acre peanut field. Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, and Jiang Wenqiu could not help but come forward to help. Even Feng Xiai was left. So the Feng family members saw a scene that made them dumbfounded. I saw my son, the young master of Qin family, the young master of Lu family, the third son of Jiang family, and a group of old men harvesting vegetables in the ladies' field. In a moment, the bamboo fence was surrounded by clansmen who were looking at people's brains. Song Luhua also stood outside the fence with her hands in her pockets to watch. A group of women stood outside and whispered. Bai pointed to the peanut field and said proudly, "This is what my daughter planted for the lady." Everyone couldn't help but be curious. What on earth is this? Look at the leaves, it's quite old, it doesn't look like a delicious vegetable. In fact, Bai didn't know what it was, but she couldn't resist her desire to talk. She rolled her eyes at the woman who asked the question, "What do you know?" "I tell you, this is a good thing. Didn't you see that the young master and the other young masters picked it themselves?" The woman nodded. "So what good thing is it?" "Bai, wait and see." Feng Ling, as a spiritual planter who participated in the whole process of peanut planting, was very curious about what kind of vegetables it was. She stood quietly beside her mother Bai, staring at the field with a pair of round eyes. The last time, Feng Shan led people to catch the ground cicadas. Feng Xiai had never caught one himself. At this moment, he gathered a bunch of peanut seedlings, held them, and exerted a little force on his palm. A large bunch of peanuts with mud appeared from the ground. And in the soil, just below the peanut seedlings, a nest of white ground cicadas entangled together suddenly appeared in front of him. Feng Xiai was slightly stunned when he saw this scene for the first time. Ground cicadas are so worthless, and they appear in nests? Jiang Wenqiu's surprised cry came from the other side. Feng Xiai smiled and immediately took out a small wooden barrel from the storage ring, and put all the ground cicadas in it. Although Qin Yi and Lu Yuan knew that there were many ground cicadas here, they did not expect that there were so many. Under each cluster of peanut seedlings, there was basically a nest of ground cicadas, with at least 10 to 20, and at most more than 30. Thinking of the soil and peanut seeds given to them by Song Luhua, Qin Yi and Lu Yuan's eyes flashed with eagerness to try. At this time, the crowd of onlookers also broke out in a commotion. Ground cicadas. It's actually ground cicadas. This is the first time I have seen so many ground cicadas in my life. Wow, according to this, these ground cicadas are worth a lot of money. A young wife, carrying a basket, stretched her neck and saw the cicadas crawling in the ground. She wanted to catch them. Money, money, money. Feng Erga's family, you are too ignorant. Can money buy the cicada? It is a great tonic for repairing the soul. No matter how much money you pay, you can't sell it. Who doesn't know? I'm just saying. Feng Erga's family has never been rich, so how could they know about such a rare thing as a cicada? Bai and others have been in the Feng family for 30 or 40 years, so they naturally recognize cicadas. Bai especially remembers that when she first married into the Feng family, her husband's great-grandfather was still alive. So she got a cicada and treasured it so much that she couldn't bear to eat it. Finally, she waited until the cicada was about to die before stuffing it into her husband's mouth. That was the only time she saw ground cicadas, and they were exactly the same as the ones in the field. In her impression, ground cicadas have always been very precious and rare. With so many of them appearing at once, she always felt that her eyes were dazzled. But after rubbing her eyes, the dense ground cicadas were still swaying in front of her. Feng Ling saw her dazed mother, shook Bai's arm, and asked curiously, "Mom, what are those? Those white and fat insects?" Bai glared at her. "Those are not insects, they are ground cicadas." Ground cicadas? Feng Ling had heard of them, but it was the first time she saw them. She looked at them curiously. Bai asked in a low voice. You helped Madam to farm the land. Didn't you notice that there were ground cicadas all over the land? Feng Ling shook her head. I don't know. Seeing her confused eyes, Bai sighed helplessly. Her daughter was talented, but she was stupid. She would never pay attention to such an important matter. Bai was generally happy. She had a husband and son, and with so many ground cicadas, she could get a few. Fengshan had experience in digging ground cicadas. He dug up all the peanuts first, and then started digging ground cicadas. Song Yuan and Feng Yi once suspected that there was something wrong with their eyes. Seeing Fengshan so calm, they also pretended to dig as if nothing had happened. Feng Wu and Feng Lu, the twin brothers, were not so calm. The two brothers were amazed while digging. Seeing Fengshan and others so calm, they restrained themselves a lot. Feng Qing still had a blank expression on his face. If you ignore the speed of his actions, you would really think that he was not excited at all. In fact, Fengshan was not as calm as he appeared. He had led people to dig up more than 5,000 ground cicadas before. He thought he had seen a lot of things, so he had to show off in front of so many brothers to appear to be capable. A group of big men dug and dug in the small peanut field. After digging out peanuts, they continued to dig, turning the soil over and over again, even the corners of the bamboo fence, to ensure that no ground cicada could crawl out of the field alive under their noses. Song Luo looked at the group of people who were like Japanese invaders entering the village, and her mouth twitched violently. After they dug this wave, they had to reopen the land. Wu Lingshi was strong, and had a large number of people. Before dark, the peanuts and cicadas in this half-acre of land were finally dug out. Fengshan, Feng Qing, Feng Yi and others happily carried a few wooden barrels to the storage room. Qin Yi, Lu Yuan and Jiang Wenxia were jealous, and they hurried back even though Feng Xi kept them for dinner. After dinner, it was completely dark. Song Luo stood on the deck of the flying boat and looked towards the residences of the Qin, Lu, and Jiang families. She saw that the other side's residences were brightly lit, and these people were leading their clansmen to dig the ground and build fields. The next morning, Song Luo was refining medicine in the refining room and heard Feng Li gossiping. Have you heard? Ever since the ground cicada was dug out from the field planted by our wife, the young master of the Qin family, the young master of the Lu family, and the third son of the Jiang family went to build fields overnight. This morning, the peanut seeds were planted in the field. Wait until we finish refining this furnace, and then go and take a look. Since Su Yin, the third-level alchemist, and Fengshan's wife Xiao Qiuyan joined, the spirit-replenishing pills can basically fill the gap in consumption. Feng Li and Feng Su, the two girls, have a lot more free time and can go out for a walk when they have nothing to do. Su Yin is a calm person who doesn't like to join in the fun. She shook her head and said, I won't go. You can go with Feng Su. She is in her 30s or 40s, and she can't play with the little girls. Feng Li asked Song Luo again, Madam, are you going? Song Luo casually threw pieces of cowhide the size of a palm into the cauldron. Yes, this was the cowhide of the 4th-level blue cow medical skill that Feng Xi was assigned. Feng Xi had someone cut off the cowhide and prepared it completely to be made into armor by the weapon master after returning. The remaining fragments were cleaned up and used as materials for the weapon masters to practice. These palm-sized cowhides were given to her by Feng Xi. After putting the cowhide into the cauldron, Song Luo increased the fire and changed her position to lie on the recliner and read the picture book. After hearing what Feng Li said, she nodded immediately, indicating that she would go. After a while, the spiritual fire under the cauldron gradually extinguished, and Song Luo opened the lid and got a furnace of fist-sized basketballs. Song Luo, someone wearing overalls, singing and dancing and practicing rap for 2.5 years appeared in my mind. I don't know whether I should say MP. Fengri and Feng Lu asked curiously, Madam, what is this? Facing the eyes of the whole room, Song Luo could only smile awkwardly. What should she say? Feng Xian seemed to see her embarrassment, and said sympathetically, Okay, if Madam doesn't say it, I guess you don't know what it is, so let's not ask. Song Luo cast an admiring look at her. Feng Xian smiled at the corner of her lips, and a trace of disdain flashed in her eyes. Chapter 48. Song Luo rarely interacts with women from other families, and this is her first time to visit the Qin family's residence. The Qin family's residence is much larger than Feng Xi's. There are simple temporary grass houses everywhere around. Feng Li is very familiar with this place. She took Song Luo and Feng Su to find a little sister from the Qin family. Water, this is my wife. I brought her to see the land that your young master opened up yesterday. Qin Wan is a second-level alchemist from the Qin family. She and Feng Li are both from the top 10 families. Qin Yi and Feng Xi get along well, and the families under the two families have a lot of exchanges. She bowed to Song Luhua, and saw that the woman in front of her was wearing a neat blue female martial arts uniform, with bright eyes and white teeth, and a beautiful appearance. Her appearance and demeanor were no less than the daughters of the 10 great families. Feng Li had always heard that she was very kind and generous, so she had a good impression of her and smiled warmly. "Hello, Madame Feng Xi. It's rare to see you visit our families. If you have time in the future, please come more often. It will be more lively with more people." Song Luhua felt the other party's kindness and smiled in return. "Of course," Qin Wan said, and took them to the land Qin Yi had opened up yesterday. This is the land that the young master renovated overnight. This land was renovated according to Song Luhua's land. The appearance and size cannot be said to be exactly the same, but it can be said to be a complete replica. The bamboo fence outside is also similar to the one built by Feng Yin and others. Song Luhua's mouth twitched. Qin Yi is really a talent. It must be said that he is really fast. Qin Yi is the young master of the Qin family after all, and he is in charge of most of the resources of the Qin family. He waved his hand, and 3 third-level spiritual plant masters and dozens of second-level spiritual plant masters came out in full force. When Song Luhua arrived, the Qin family's spiritual plant masters had been busy for half a day, and all the peanuts in the field had sprouted. They were still continuing to stimulate the growth, and at this rate, they would be mature tomorrow. Song Luhua had to sigh that the resources of the core members of the family were so inhumane. She suddenly became curious about Lu Yuan and Jian Wenxiu's residence, so she took Feng Li and Feng Su to wander around the residences of the two families. These 3 people. Song Luhua was completely speechless. The peanut fields that Lu Yuan and Jian Wenxiu were facing were also completely copied from hers. In this regard, she could only say that they were indeed brothers who had grown up together, and their brain circuits were exactly the same. The progress of the 3 families was basically the same. According to their method of inducing labor, the peanuts would be ripe tomorrow. As for the things underneath, they should be almost done. Song Luhua planned to come back and take a look tomorrow. After all, she sold this thing at a high price, so she had to see the effect. If the effect was too poor, it would be embarrassing to do business with others next time. Pineapple and Feng Su wanted to play outside for a while. Song Luhua waved her hand, indicating that she would go back first. She didn't know many people, and Feng Li and the others were not just playing. When the sisters got together, in addition to gossiping, they mainly exchanged their experiences in refining medicine. She was a useless person who followed the non-mainstream route, so what could she exchange? Song Luhua walked towards the mountain. She hadn't been out for a long time, and the wild vegetables, spiritual medicines, and other resources nearby had been divided up by women and children. Walking on the road, I saw only the newly grown wild vegetable sprouts and the wild vegetable bunches that no one cared about. In the past few days, Feng Xi and his men have to go farther to find prey. It seems that in a few days, the base will be moved forward. Song Luhua thought carelessly. In the forest, a young man and woman looked at each other affectionately. The man took out a hibiscus jade dragonfly hairpin from his bosom and pinned it on the woman's bun. He touched her pretty cheek lovingly, looked at the woman affectionately, and said, Xian, this time when I go back, I will become your husband and wife. Are you willing? The woman seemed to be in a dilemma, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, and her face showed a sad look. There is a grudge between our two families, and I am afraid that the young master. She hesitated to speak, and the man already understood what she meant. He comforted her with a relaxed look. No, my second brother stole a silver-striped deer from Feng Xi, but my second brother is my second brother, and I am me. I believe that Feng Xi is a person who distinguishes between gratitude and resentment, and will not stop you and me from getting married because of this matter. Besides, even if he stops it, what does it matter? You are a member of the Feng family. Apart from your parents, Feng Xi has no right to interfere in marriage. Even if you report it to the Feng family, there is no saying that you can't get married. Feng Xian's eyes flashed with impatience. Who said that? She was just afraid that Feng Xi and the Li family would have a grudge, and she, a member of the Feng family, would marry into the Li family. She was afraid that people would gossip about her behind her back. The third son of the Li family was really a fool. She had said it so clearly, but he couldn't hear it. She thought that with her talent and hard work, she would soon be promoted to a 4th-level weapon refiner. At that time, she would report to the main branch and improve her status. As a lady of the main branch, she could marry a man of her dreams. Unfortunately, 2 months had passed, and her weapon refining skills were still at the 3rd level. She will be 18 soon and can't wait any longer. After choosing and choosing, only Li Ji, the 3rd son of the Li family, is barely acceptable. Even if she is unwilling, she can only give in. Xian, these are all trivial matters. Don't worry. As long as you nod, you will be my Li Ji's unique wife in the future. I will let you live a good life. Believe me, yes. Faced with Li Ji's sweet words, Feng Xian hid the unwillingness in her eyes, relaxed her eyebrows, and smiled tenderly. I believe you. The two talked sweetly, whispered to each other, and walked out of the forest hand in hand. Song Luo sat on the treetop, not daring to say a word. When the two of them could no longer see anyone, they realized that their family was being poached. Feng Xi's team was really pitiful. The only 3rd level weapon refiner was about to be married off, and it was the Li family who had robbed their prey. Back in the refinery room, Feng Xian had already changed into martial arts uniforms and started to refine weapons. Only Su Yin, Zhao Qiuyun and Feng Xian were busy in the entire refinery room. After all, Su Yin and Zhao Qiuyun were older and could be patient, which was normal. But Feng Xian had just agreed to someone's marriage proposal, and she immediately continued to refine weapons after returning. Song Luo admired her very much. Song Luo didn't know much about this sister's character, but she was not an ordinary person with such perseverance. She felt that she had to talk to Feng Xi about Feng Xian's matter. In a team, martial spirit masters and auxiliary spirit masters are indispensable. At present, their team only has Feng Xian, a 3rd level weapon refiner. In this case, they must prepare as soon as possible, otherwise it will affect the next hunt. That night, Song Luo and Feng Xi mentioned it. Feng Xi smiled and said, I already knew about this matter. Don't worry, I have a plan. Song Luo didn't ask any more questions after hearing this. She yawned and fell asleep in a daze. Chapter 49. Since Feng Xi has already made plans for Feng Xian, Song Luo doesn't plan to care. Today, the peanuts of Qin Yi, Lu Yuan and Jiang Wenxiu are all ripe. In order to collect cicadas, Feng Xi and the other 3 discussed to postpone the hunting arrangement and wait until the peanut fields are arranged properly before going up the mountain. Feng Xi then ordered the martial spirit masters in the tribe to rest for half a day. Early in the morning, Song Luo stuffed a few bites of cakes and dragged Feng Xi to Qin Yi's residence to watch the fun. Feng Xi walked at a leisurely pace, but Song Luo was very anxious. She dragged his arm and urged him, hurry up. Okay. His little wife stamped her feet anxiously. Feng Xi pinched her puffy face, chuckled, and quickened her pace. In front of the peanut field at the Qin family's residence, a group of Qin family members gathered to watch. The Qin family members already knew what was going on with the peanut field at Feng Xi's residence. At this moment, everyone was whispering and watching the actions of the young clan leader Qin Yi. Qin Yi stood at the front. He was the first to cross the bamboo fence and enter the peanut field. He squatted down and pulled up a bunch of peanut seedlings. The fruitful roots were covered with peanut fruits with soil. Qin Yi did not look happy. He continued to dig towards the exposed soil until he saw the nests of fat white cicadas, then he smiled. He dug a few more clusters of peanuts himself, confirmed that this nest of cicadas was not accidental, patted the soil on his hands, and ordered the martial spirit master in the clan to go down to the ground to dig. The same scene also happened in the Lu family. Lu Yuan dug a few clusters first to confirm that there were indeed ground cicadas. His cold eyebrows and eyes were like the first melting of snow, and the smile on the corners of his lips attracted many tribesmen to look at him and talk about him. There are ground cicadas in the peanut field, be careful when digging. Lu Yuan gave some instructions before letting the martial arts masters of the tribe go. Jiang Wenxiu was also very lively. He had been grinning since he dug out the first nest of ground cicadas. When Song Luo and Feng Xi came, they saw him sticking his butt out and digging quickly in the field. Puff. He looked like a husky digging and burying the soil, and Song Luo couldn't help laughing loudly. Jiang Wenxiu looked up and saw her and Feng Xi coming. He waved to them excitedly, dropped the peanuts in his hand, explained to a clan member next to him, and walked out of the peanut field, and went straight to Song Luo and his wife. Feng Xi, I'm going to be rich. Do you know how many cicadas I caught? Feng Xi shook his head, I don't know. Jiang Wenxiu smiled. I have caught more than 300 of them. After catching all of them, I'm afraid there will be more than 2,000. Even if I hand over some of them to the family, I can get a lot. Even if the spirit house is injured in the future, there will be some protection. As he spoke, He suddenly remembered that Feng Xiai became a family outcast because of the injury to his soul palace. He suppressed the excitement in his voice and said seriously, Feng Xiai, you harvested a lot of cicadas this time. With their nourishment, your soul palace will definitely recover. If not in 1 year, it will definitely be in 5 years. Jiang Wenxiu was very confident about this. Cicadas were rare good things that could repair the cracks in the soul palace. I believe it too. Feng Xiai nodded affirmatively. In fact, his soul palace had been almost repaired under the treatment of the green liquid. Using some more ground cicadas will only make the repair faster. In 10 days or 8 months, it will be completely healed. There is still a lot of green liquid medicine, which is most useful for repairing the spirit palace. The effect is much better than that of ground cicadas. Feng Xiai naturally kept it for emergency use. As for these ground cicadas, he planned to give some to the martial spirit masters in the tribe. Since he was their leader, he had to think about the tribe members. Moreover, most of them, who were assigned to him, were those whose male members had died. Within a certain limit, he was still willing to take care of them more. Feng Xiai had hope of recovery, and Jiang Wenxiu was happy for Feng Xiai from the bottom of his heart. He patted Feng Xi's shoulder and grinned. I'm relieved that you think so, brother. Feng Xiai brushed his palm away and smiled lightly. In the morning, Qin, Lu, and Zhang's peanuts and ground cicadas had all been harvested. Qin Yi got 2,300 kilograms of peanuts and 1,210 ground cicadas. Lu Yuan harvested 2,157 kilograms of peanuts and 1,172 ground cicadas. Jiang Wenxiu got 2,481 kilograms of peanuts and 1,121 ground cicadas. It can be said to be a great harvest. At noon, several people gathered at Lu Yuan's residence. Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, Jiang Wenxiu and others were in a very good mood. Qin Yi waved his hand and took out a piece of lotus-colored xianling yarn from the storage ring, and smiled at Song Luhua. This time, I can have such a harvest, thanks to your method. This piece of xianling yarn is a newly dyed color. You can take it back to make clothes and skirts. Seeing this, Lu Yuan handed a palm-sized box to Song Luhua. This is a piece of 3rd-level mutant purple bamboo, which can be used as a material for refining equipment. Jiang Wenxiu also took out the things he had prepared a him. I'm not as rich as these two. This packet of seeds is a legacy from our Jiang family. No one has ever grown it. I don't know what it is. You can try it. Really, we are all old friends. You are too polite. Song Luhua said, and accepted the gifts from several people neatly. I made a small fortune again, hee. Feng Xiai saw that she was smiling with her teeth showing, and pinched her little hand dotingly. Song Luhua pinched back and smiled at Qin Yi and the others. Since you are so considerate, I will give you another surprise. What surprise? Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, and Jiang Wenxiu said in unison. Nothing much. I just have a few baskets of soul and 300,000 lingbai. If you want them, I will send them to you. Yes. Qin Yi and the other two immediately paid. Okay, there are 9 baskets in total, 3 baskets per person. Bring your own people to move them. Thank you. Lu Yuan and the others knew that they had gotten a great deal, so they took out a bottle of nourishing spirit pills from their arms, and threw them to Feng Xiai, and Qin Yi and Jiang Wenxiu followed suit. Feng Xiai took 3 bottles of Bulingdon without any burden. Song Luhua took a look and found that there were 50 pills in a bottle of Bulingdon. Although its value was not as high as that of the cicada, it was not a small amount. She was more satisfied with these people. If they got something good next time, they could have a share. After lunch, Feng Xiai and others discussed the hunting schedule in the afternoon and went back to their homes. As soon as Song Luhua entered the camp, she saw Song Yuan with a red face. Her elder brother's skin color was originally bronze, and now his face was red. If you don't look closely, you can't see it. Oh, I don't know what happened to him. Not only did he move his hands and feet, but he also held his face with his eyes wide open, showing a row of big white teeth and grinning. It was really unbearable to watch. Is he still her silly and tough brother? She walked forward in confusion and patted Song Yuan's arm. Song Yuan was shocked. Song Luhua stared at him curiously. Brother, what's wrong with you? What are you grinning about? Song Yuan coughed a few times, and his face changed quickly, returning to normal. Nothing, little sister, we're going to hunt soon. I go change clothes first. After saying that, he ran into the flying boat. Song Luhua realized that he was wearing a black silk narrow-sleeved outfit with golden cloud patterns embroidered on it today, and the whole person looked heroic and heroic. There was definitely something wrong. Song Luo thought to herself. Chapter 50. Fourth brother's wife, how are you? On this day, Song Luo was refining medicine. Jiang Shui came with a pretty girl. Thanks to everyone, my husband and I are doing well. Song Luo didn't like the people in the old house of the Feng family, and she had even less interest in the people brought by Jiang Shui, the eldest sister-in-law. She glanced at them casually, and replied indifferently. Jiang Shui was not annoyed, and still smiled gently. You and your fourth brother are doing well, and your brother and I are relieved. It's my fault. I was busy refining weapons some time ago. I came to Zai Healing for a month, and didn't come to play with you. After more than a month, you are a little unfamiliar with me. As she said this, she scolded. We are all family, we are still connected. I don't have time to look for you. Fourth brother's wife is too polite, you can just come to me directly. There are many brothers and sisters in the Feng family. Although fourth brother has separated from the family, we sisters-in-law should keep in touch with each other. Song Luo smiled falsely, and rolled her eyes in her heart. These people are really shameless. Last time, Feng Xi almost fell out with the entire Feng family because of Ding Yanzhu. This so-called sister-in-law can still come to the door, as if nothing had happened, flattering her face, and saying that she wanted to keep in touch. It's really shameless. Sister-in-law, you have wronged me. My husband has just chosen to live in a separate house. He is responsible for the food and drink of hundreds of families. As a wife, I can't be too lazy even if I want to be lazy. Since sister-in-law said so, if I don't go, it would be disrespectful to you. From tomorrow on, I will go to play with you every day. Song Luo stared at Jiang Shui with her eyes, as if to say, as long as you agree, I dare to go every day and eat them out of money. Indeed, Song Luo thought so. She also wanted to bring a few more people to eat them out of money together. Song Luo had heard a lot of gossips after getting to know Feng Li and the others. This also included the grievances between Feng Xi and the Feng family. At the beginning, Feng Xi's spiritual palace was injured and his cultivation level declined. As the eldest son, Feng Jing, whose talent was slightly lower than Feng Xi, naturally became the young patriarch of the Feng family. If Feng Xi was separated according to the normal division of the family, she would have nothing to say, and Feng Xi would not leave Ponsu City to start a new family. However, Feng Jing actually did something extremely disgusting in the matter of dividing the family. He almost put all the old, weak, sick and disabled people in the Feng family with few male members under Feng Xi's name. It was difficult for him to gather 100 households. She said that in the Ten Wind continent, not to mention that the average life expectancy is 300, and the families are all families with 2 or 3 children, and as many as a dozen children, Feng Xi's team of 100 households can only gather a little over 100 martial spirit masters. This is totally unreasonable. It turns out that Feng Jing, the dog, assigned all the clan members with few male members and high death rate to Feng Xi. With so many mouths waiting to be fed, if Feng Xi hadn't been so scheming, they wouldn't have been able to make ends meet. Afterwards, Feng Jing only received a mild rebuke from Feng Yu, and then there was no more sound. Pa, Song Luo said that the people in the old house were not good people. Based on the personalities of these people who would not do anything without profit, Song Luo knew that they were probably planning to take advantage of Di Chan. What a beautiful thought. Jiang Shui actually didn't take this fourth brother's wife from a small family seriously. When she heard her say that she wanted to come every day, her first reaction was that she was really not presentable, and she actually wanted to take advantage of her by coming every day. I looked down on her even more. She spoke with a sense of superiority. You come every day, and I am naturally happy for you. But you and my fourth brother are living separately now, and life is not easy. How can I let you neglect your important tasks and play with us? When we go back, you will have some free time, and we can get together again. Isn't it a good thing for both of us? TSK, Song Luo pouted. She is worthy of being the wife of the young clan leader, but she is shameless enough to say all the good and bad things. Yes. Sister-in-law, you are right. Song Luo picked her nails impatiently, not wanting to talk to her anymore. It's getting late. Sister-in-law's family must have prepared lunch. I'm afraid you won't be used to my simple food, so I won't keep you. You? Jiang Shui had never seen someone drive her away so bluntly, and was stunned for a moment. Thinking of the purpose of this trip, she suppressed her displeasure and pulled the corner of her mouth. Fourth brother's wife, there's no rush for lunch. In fact, I came to you today because I have something to discuss with you. What's the matter? Song Luo was speechless about her nagging. If she had just said it earlier, she could have refused it earlier. It was a waste of her time. Jiang Shui's eyelashes drooped slightly, covering the annoyance in her eyes, and continued, I heard that my fourth brother got a lot of cicadas. You are few in number, and can't use so many. Can you share some with the clan? Don't worry, we won't treat you unfairly. We will buy from you. You can name a price for how many lingbai you want. As long as the price is reasonable, we will definitely satisfy you. Snort. Song Luo sneered, sister-in-law, are you taking me for a fool? You know how tonic the ground cicada is, and I know it too. This is a good thing that cannot be bought anywhere in the world, and Lingbai wants to get rid of us. You must be asleep. You can't say that. As a member of the family, how can the fourth brother be so selfish? There are so many people in the family who are suffering because of the broken spirit palace. He obviously has so much. Not to mention contribution, even if he sells some, it will benefit the family members, right? Jiang Shui suppressed her anger and argued with reason. Come on! Not to mention that the family has been divided. Even if it hasn't been divided, who would be so stupid as to give away life-saving things to others? Sister-in-law must know Feng Xi's situation. Compared with others, he needs these cicadas more. Selling cicadas is non-negotiable. Please go back, sister-in-law. After listening to Jiang Shui's moral kidnapping, Song Luo became even more impatient. She is not a saintly little white flower who will give away the good things in her home just because someone fools her. Jiang Shui has been married to the Feng family for decades and has dealt with Feng Xi for decades. She knows that she can't get any advantage from him, so she wants to make a breakthrough from Song Luo, a commoner girl with little knowledge. Unexpectedly, this person is a stubborn person who doesn't know how to be humbled and won't listen to any advice. She was so angry that she almost lost her kindness. Seeing Wang Yueya standing aside, a malicious smile flashed across her face. The fourth brother's wife is so cruel, and I, as her sister-in-law, have nothing to say. Jiang Shui smiled and took Wang Yueya's hand. I was only thinking about reminiscing with you before, but I forgot about her. This is Miss Wang San, the wife of the eldest son of the Xia family. Given the relationship between my sister-in-law and Xia Daolong, I think she knows him. Since Feng Xi and Song Luo got married, she checked the identity and background of this woman. Naturally, she knew that she had an engagement with Xia Huaixing, the eldest son of the Xia family, and she had deep feelings for Xia Daolong. I didn't mean to disgust her. Who made her so ungrateful? Jiang Shui pushed Wang Yue out and stood aside to watch the show. Oh, it's the first time I've seen her. Song Luo looked at the so-called Miss Wang San. She had beautiful eyebrows and eyes, her skin was white and rosy, and her facial features were not very colorful, but her eyes, which seemed to be about to cry, revealed innocence in the clarity, and were very tempting. She was wearing a loose-waisted military uniform, with a hint of feminine charm in her heroic spirit. Her right hand subconsciously protected her belly, and Song Luo remembered that she was pregnant. Meet Madame Feng Xi. Wang Yueya opened her clear eyes, and looked curiously at the wife of Feng Xi, who was widely known among the 10 great families. She felt very sorry for snatching Madame Feng Xi's fiancé, but she had a reason to do so. Wang Yueya's eyes flashed with guilt. Song Luo didn't have a good impression of her, so she greeted them calmly and asked the two to leave. Chapter 51. Outside Feng Xi's residence. Jiang Shui sneered. Why, Cousin Nong sent you to buy cicadas, and you did it this way? You didn't say a word? She still had some thoughts about pretending to be a good sister-in-law to Song Luo, but she had no patience for Wang Yueya, a vixen. If you had put in the effort to snatch a man, we wouldn't have returned empty-handed. Wang Yueya believed that she had never offended Jiang Shui. She had a clear look in her eyes, and responded with reason and evidence. Madame Feng Shao clan leader, there is no need to be so sarcastic. I naturally don't have the confidence to do something that you can't do. I still need to report this to my young master. Madame Feng, please do as you please. I leave first. Wang Yueya said, and left in another direction. Bitch. After being confronted by two women, she looked down upon. Jiang Shui's face turned pale and blue. When no one noticed, she cursed a few times and left in a hurry. In the afternoon, Song Luo failed to refine several furnaces in a row. Everyone was used to it, and Song Luo didn't care. Playing with a palm-sized basketball, thinking, how about, give this thing to Feng Xi to try? Although, maybe a little shameful, but it's just sitting there anyway, so it's better to use it. Song Luo finally convinced herself, with this bullshit reason. In the evening, Feng Xi and the others returned. Song Luo told him about Jiang Shui and Wang Yueya's visit in the morning. Feng Xi nodded and said lightly, I know. You did the right thing. Since we have separated, The clan has no reason to force us to have our things except for the 100-year offering. At this time, Song Luhua had to admire the ancestors of the major families. In order to prevent the children of the family from killing each other, they formulated various regulations. One of them is that the main branch cannot forcibly plunder the resources of the branch, otherwise the participants will be exiled to a remote place. This regulation guarantees the interests of the children of the separated family. After dinner, there was still a ray of flying clouds in the sky. Song Luhua leaned on Feng Xiai and blew the wind on the deck. "Brother?" Feng Xiai, "Look, is that my brother?" Song Luhua pointed at a figure in the distance. Feng Xiai looked up. "Yes." "Strange, he just finished dinner. What did he go out for?" "I don't know." Feng Xiai shook his head. "I always feel that my brother has been weird these days." Song Luhua muttered, and then stopped paying attention. Suddenly, she remembered the palm-sized basketball in the stove, and immediately took one out from the jade bracelet space. Feng Xiai took it in his hand and played with it. It was a very strange round ball with simple and strange patterns engraved on it. It can be seen that it is made of blue cowhide. It feels light and weightless in the hand. What kind of spiritual weapon is this? I wonder how to use it. He stared at Song Luhua like a curious baby, trying to get an answer. The jade-like face and the slightly dull eyes somehow touched her cute spot. Song Luhua poked her cheek with her finger and smiled. "This is the spherical spiritual weapon I made. As for how to use it, I will teach you later. Otherwise, you can find someone to try it?" Well, Song Luhua decided not to harm Feng Xiai with the lethality of this basketball. After all, it was hard for her to imagine that the elegant and jade-like young man, danced to a song on the spot. Kini is too beautiful, which was too destructive. Thinking that his wife's refined things were always strange, Feng Xiai agreed immediately. Then called Feng Shan over. Song Luhua admired Feng Xi's point, that is, he would listen to advice. "Okay, let's go with him." Feng Shan was called over, looking at a loss. Song Luhua threw him a basketball, coughed lightly and said, "This is a spherical spiritual weapon. I will tell you how to use it, you can try it." Spiritual weapon. Feng Shan thought of the bowl that his wife took out last time, and his heart was beating. This spherical spiritual weapon must be extraordinary. "Thank you for your trust, madam. Please teach me how to use it." Song Luhua saw the eagerness in his eyes, and smiled. "I teach you right away." As she said that, she found an open place. "Watch it, I will only teach you once." "Yes." Feng Shan was very alert, his expression was serious, and his eyes were almost glued to Song Luhua. "I start." "The Kinis are so beautiful," Song Luhua suddenly shouted. Then a flash of inspiration came, and the palm-sized spherical spiritual weapon in her hand quickly grew larger, growing to the size of a human head. Next, she squatted slightly, and bounced the spherical spiritual weapon in her hand on the ground like a ball, passing through her left hip, left and right armpits, repeating several times, using her fingertips to push the spherical spiritual weapon, and spinning it a few times, and then throwing it out. Turning around and shrugging, turning around and jumping, moving her fingers. Genie is so beautiful. Dance moves, 100% restored to the operation of a certain Kuan. Song Luhua even dubbed herself in her brain, just for that perfect effect. Feng Shan, He was staring at the sky, his face was full of confusion. What kind of move is this? It's quite strange. Does a spiritual weapon need such a complicated move? Feng Xi's mouth twitched, and he held his forehead, thanking his wife for not letting him perform such a shocking move. After Song Luhua finished the demonstration, she looked at Feng Shan, who was stunned. "How is it? Have you learned it?" "It's very simple. You first shout the 4 words 'Genie is so beautiful,' and then do this and that like I just did, and then you can use it." Feng Shan only hated that his memory was too good. In Song Luhua's expectant eyes, he simply squeezed out, "I learned it." That's good, that's good." Song Luhua patted her chest. One demonstration had already made her tap her toes. If she did it again, she was afraid that she would dig out a universe. There are 8 more spherical spiritual tools. They are all for you. 10 basketballs came out of the furnace. Song Luhua kept one for herself, and gave the rest to Feng Xiai. "Thank you for your consideration." Feng Xiai smiled, and touched Song Luhua's little head. Hee. Husband and wife are of one mind, and their strength can cut through metal. Song Luhua looked at Feng Shan, with a strange expression, and smiled brightly. Feng Shan, I always feel something is wrong. Chapter 52. In the valley. A group of fiery red flame sheep were leisurely eating grass. Feng Xiai, Qin Yi, Jiang Wenxiu, and Lu Yuan led the team to surround them from all sides. Feeling the murderous intent, the sheep instantly became chaotic and ran away. Feng Xi and others were divided into two groups. One group continued to blockade, and the other group rushed into the circle to fight against the flame sheep. Although the flame sheep are herbivorous beasts, their race is good at finding flame grass. They eat flame grass all year round, which makes their bodies extremely hard and difficult to kill. They are no less difficult to kill than the second-level blue bull beast. Feng Xi, with his fourth-level spiritual power, tried his best but could only kill one at a time. Even with the combined efforts of Feng Qing, Feng Yi and others, it would take half a day to kill one. Seeing that some of the flaming sheep broke through the blockade and escaped, Feng Xi took back the spiritual sword and ordered Feng Shan, "Try using the spherical spiritual weapon." Yes. Yesterday, there were no strange beasts, so Feng Shan did not exert the true power of the spherical strange beasts. He only privately familiarized himself with the method of using the spherical spiritual weapon. Although the method of opening was a bit awkward, he wanted to know the true power of these spherical spiritual weapons. He immediately took out the spherical spiritual weapon. "Genie is so beautiful." The rough and powerful voice suddenly appeared in the midst of the fight, instantly attracting the attention of many people. Qin Yi dodged the blood splashed by the flaming sheep, and saw Feng Shan like a different person, holding something in his hand, standing there stupidly. What is that? Genie is so beautiful. He was not the only one who was stunned. Jiang Wenxiu dodged the horns of the flaming sheep, his mouth twitched, and he muttered, "What are Fancy's people doing crazy?" Lu Yuan saw Feng Xi's face was normal, as if he was thinking about something, and he killed a flaming sheep with ease and grace. Sure enough, the next scene verified Lu Yuan's guess. Feng Shan saw that the thing in his hand, which he couldn't see clearly, quickly grew larger and turned into a ball with a strange pattern painted on it. Then he began to shake all over, and after doing a series of strange and slightly funny movements with the ball, he controlled the ball to eject in a straight line, and hit a flaming sheep with a bang. Me. The flaming sheep that was hit screamed, and fell to the ground with stars on its head. Great, it worked. Feng Shan didn't expect that he would succeed in one try, and excitedly prepared to go forward to pick up the sheep. Wait! Finxi called him. Not dead. Feng Shan calmed down, and sure enough, he saw that the flaming sheep staggered to its feet, and then ran towards him like crazy. Other martial spirit masters tried to stop it along the way, but they were all dodged by this crazy flaming sheep. Even though it was chopped by the sword energy, it did not give up and rushed towards Feng Shan. It looked like Feng Shan had killed its entire family, and was staring at him. Feng Shan had no choice but to put away the spherical spiritual weapon, and fight with the crazy sheep. The crazy flame sheep had no reason at all. His spiritual sword had already hit its head, but the sheep just used its head to push it up. It was quite strong. Fortunately, he was a 4th-level martial spirit master, otherwise, he would have been pierced through the belly by this crazy sheep. Feng Shan secretly complained in his heart, Madam, what kind of spiritual weapon did you refine? It really hurt me." Song Yuan happened to have dealt with a flame sheep, and immediately raised his sword to help. The two of them cooperated, and it took a lot of effort to kill it. Feng Xi stood aside holding a sword, tapping the sword with his slender fingers, as if thinking about something. Feng Shan, use the spherical spiritual weapon again. Yes. Brother, assist Feng Shan. Okay. Song Yuan was not there yesterday, and did not know about this spherical spiritual weapon. Now seeing Feng Shan's strange action of restarting the spiritual weapon, he could not help but burst out laughing, and the 180-foot-tall man laughed so hard that his shoulders shrugged. Ha. Feng Shan, what kind of spiritual weapon is this? It's like dancing. Except your sister, our wife, who can refine such a strange spiritual weapon. Song Yuan, Ha. Luckily his sister didn't look for him. Feng Shan, well, actually danced well. Very energetic. Yes, that's it. Feng Shan ignored him, and turned around sadly, shaking his elbows, knees, shoulders, and then turned around again, completing the whole set of movements, manipulating the spherical spirit weapon to fly out and accurately hit a flaming sheep. In the sidelong glances of the crowd, the flaming sheep was indeed not dead. After staggering to the ground, it got up again, and then rushed towards Feng Shan like crazy. This scene is exactly the same as the first flaming sheep that was hit. This time, with Song Yuan's cooperation, Feng Shan was not as embarrassed as the first time, but in general, it was much more difficult to get rid of this crazy sheep than to kill it directly with a sword without using a spherical spiritual weapon. Song Yuan wiped his sweat, kicked the body of the crazy sheep under his feet, and complained, I have never heard that spiritual weapons can increase the difficulty of killing strange beasts. My sister is still powerful. Isn't it? My spiritual sword has cut holes. Fengshan looked at the third-grade spiritual sword he had just repaired with heartache. Fengxi thought for a moment and said, Brother, you pick a flaming sheep and take Fengyi and Fengqin to guard it. Fengshan, you use the spherical spiritual weapon to attack the flaming sheep selected by Song Yuan. When the flaming sheep falls to the ground, brother, you, Fengqin, and Fengyi try to kill it quickly before it gets up. Yes. Song Yuan called Fengqin and Fengyi, rushed into the flock of sheep and selected a flaming sheep. Fengshan immediately activated the spherical spiritual weapon, and after a little aiming, he immediately hit the flaming sheep selected by Song Yuan and the others. Song Yuan, Fengqin, and Fengyi were on high alert. At the moment when the flame sheep fell to the ground, they all exerted their strength and hit the flame sheep's most vulnerable throat. They thought they would have to work harder, but they didn't expect that the flame sheep would be dead with just this one blow. They looked at each other in surprise. Just like that, it's dead? Song Yuan and Fengshan had teamed up to deal with a flame sheep that was hit by a spherical spiritual weapon. They had to work hard to kill it. It was too easy to kill this flame sheep. It's easier than just killing an ordinary flame sheep. Fengshan, Song Yuan, and others cooperated a few more times, and Fengxi immediately figured out the pattern. The moment the flame sheep was hit by the spherical spiritual weapon and fell to the ground, its attack power weakened. A third-level martial spirit master could easily kill it, and 2 second-level martial spirit masters could also kill it with a joint attack. Fengxi immediately ordered, Fengqin, Fengyi, you learn to use the spherical spiritual weapon from Fengshan, and the others cooperate with Fengshan, Fengqin, and Fengyi to kill the flame sheep. The first-level martial spirit master clears the battlefield. Yes. Fengqin and Fengyi looked bitter. Looking at the laughing Fengwu and Fenglu brothers, Fengyi raised his fist. What he got was the two brothers' louder laughter. Let's get started. Fengxi took out 2 spherical spirit tools, and threw them to Fengqin and Fengyi. Fengshan bared his big white teeth, yes. Finally, he was not the only one who was embarrassed. Ignoring Fengqin and Fengyi's resistance, he seriously demonstrated the use of the spirit tools. After the demonstration was completed, Fengshan asked like watching a play, have you learned it? I've learned it. Fengyi smiled viciously, and the 2 dimples on his pretty baby face seemed to want to drown Fengshan in them. Fengqin hummed lightly. Since taking the 3rd-level spirit turtle egg after the last hunt, Fengqin and Fengyi's spiritual power have been raised to the 4th level. Although his control over spiritual power is not as good as Fengshan, who entered the 4th level a few years earlier, after practicing it a few times, he can accurately control the spherical spirit weapon to hit the flaming sheep. Here, Fengxi's team harvested heartily. Qin Yi, Lu Yuan and Jiang Wenxiu's team were stunned. The speed of their 100 people has caught up with our team of 300 people, right? Chapter 53. Fengxi, you are really good. Where did you get this good stuff? Jiang Wenxiu was the first to get impatient, and he shamelessly approached Fengxi. Want it? Fengxi smiled faintly. Jiang Wenxiu nodded frantically. Do you have more? Of course. Qin Yi and Lu Yuan also came. Fengxi, your spiritual weapon is good. I will give you 1 million lingbai. Can you sell 2 to me? Qin Yi made the offer first. Lu Yuan directly showed a lingbai card worth 1 million. No, I don't want the lingbai this time. I need the lingjian. Fengxi said, 42nd grade lingjians, 9 3rd-grade lingjians, and 3 4th-grade lingjians. The remaining 6 spherical spiritual weapons will be given to you. Qin Yi, Lu Yuan and Jiang Wenxiu asked for it, and decided immediately. Okay, we want it. Once the lingjian returns to the base, I will send it to you. Fengxi nodded. I will let Fengshan teach you how to use the spherical spiritual weapons. Do you want to use them yourself or send someone to learn? Fengxi glanced at the 3 of them. Find someone to learn. Fengxi and Lu Yuan said in unison. Jiang Wenxiu also said hurriedly, I will send someone to learn too. The usage method was so funny to them that they thought it was even funnier if they did it themselves. The tribe members would do the hard work, so they didn't need to do it themselves. Okay. Fengxi chuckled. With the cooperation of the spherical spirit weapon, everyone was more adept at hunting the flaming sheep. After a while, the martial spirit masters who were cleaning up the battlefield were almost too busy to handle it. What's funny is that there are a bunch of big men twisting and turning at the scene. It's quite eye-catching. Fengxi thought of his wife's demonstration yesterday, and now he felt it was very cute, and couldn't help curling the corners of his lips. Song Luhua had just returned to the camp after a stroll outside, and heard Feng Yin say that there were guests. Who? Feng Yin said. It's the young patriarch of the Nong family. Nong Hung? It's him. Is the young patriarch of the Nong family so idle? He doesn't need to hunt today? Song Luhua was quite puzzled. Although Feng Yin cooked and managed logistics at the base every day, he was well informed. That's right. Yesterday, the young clan leader of the farming family and his group encountered a level 4 green ox beast. They fought for a whole day. The young clan leader of the farming family consumed too much spiritual power and injured his spiritual palace. He needs to recuperate for a few days. TSK. Song Luhua was not surprised by this. It was just an ordinary small crack in the spiritual palace. He could fix it with some good stuff, and it would be healed in a month. What's his plan for coming here now? Isn't it obvious? In terms of blood relationship, Nong Hung is Feng Xi's cousin. If he is really sincere and willing to offer a price to talk to them, they are not so stubborn. Unfortunately, this person sent Wang Yueya, who is not related to her at all, and even has some grudges with her, the first time. Although he came in person this time, his sincerity is obviously insufficient. If he is really sincere, he will not take advantage of Feng Xi, the head of the family, to talk to her. Isn't it just thinking that she is easy to fool and want to take advantage of her? Song Luhua was very disgusted by this, and said hello to Feng Yin. Just tell him I'm not back yet, and tell him to wait until Feng Xi comes back. After saying that, he turned around, took out his flying sword, and ran straight up the mountain. Nong Hung waited for half an hour, drank his tea, but still didn't see Song Luhua come back, and he was already very impatient. The smile on his calm features disappeared instantly. Wang Yueya got up and walked behind him, pressing his temple for a while, until Nong Heng's expression relaxed. Then she spoke gently. It's almost noon, and Madame Feng Xi hasn't come back yet. Is there something wrong? I go ask. Go ahead. Nong Hung waved his hand. Go ahead. You're pregnant, and you're still struggling with me. For you, I'm not tired. Wang Yueya lowered her head shyly, and touched her belly with her slender fingers. No one was eating in the kitchen at noon today, so Feng Yin only cooked for them, and cooked it a little simply. Because Nong Hung came, she made an extra roasted second-grade silver-striped venison and fried peanuts. When Wang Yueya came, Feng Yin was processing the venison. Seeing this, he had to stop what he was doing. Madame Xia, right? Is there something wrong? Wang Yueya was stunned when she heard his address. It took her a long time to react that he was calling her. She blushed in embarrassment. I want to ask when your wife will be back? It's noon, and it's unsafe for a woman to be out alone. Do you need to send someone to look for her? Feng Yin looked at her strangely, and said nonchalantly, the collection area in the back is very safe. My wife knows how to behave. You don't have to worry about it. However, let me remind you that, judging from the situation today, our madam may not be back for lunch. Young Master Nong doesn't know when she will be back. If you are dissatisfied, I can convey it on your behalf. No. No need. Wang Yueya shook her head in disappointment. Naturally, she would not tell Feng Yin, a cook, about such an important matter. Feng Yin nodded. In that case, the fourth young master will be back before sunset. If young Master Nong has something important to do, he can come to find our young master after sunset. Okay, thank you very much. Nong Hung was silent for a moment after hearing Wang Yueya's words, then stood up and said, then let's go back first. Yes. Wang Yueya followed him closely. Song Luhua followed a group of women with a flying sword. Most of the people collecting in this area are the women of the 4 families of Feng, Qin, Lu, and Jiang. The families are close, and most of them have 7 or 8 twists and turns of relatives. The women go out to pick wild vegetables and spiritual plants in their own small groups. Song Luhua, the 4th lady of the Feng family, enjoys her life at home every day. She doesn't need to refine instruments or medicine, nor does she need to pick wild vegetables or spiritual plants. This has long been spread among the people. While India is not enough, few people want to play with her. They just saw this kind of life. If they really got close to it, they would inevitably feel unfair. Song Luhua has her own way of standing in the world and living. Her talent is the best among the useless. She can't fit into the circle of geniuses. She doesn't like to dig wild vegetables in the circle of ordinary people. It's better to be alone. In the eyes of surprise, curiosity, or envy, she stepped on the flying sword and flew quickly towards an empty bamboo forest. Sun Xiao wiped her bangs and happened to see Song Luhua stepping on the flying sword and leaving in a chic way. She said enviously, If I can also have such a flying sword, it's worth dying. You're dreaming. Flying spiritual tools are so rare that you may not be able to buy them even if you have money, let alone we don't have money. I'm just saying. Sun Xiao knew her own limitations, and smiled awkwardly. Sun Xiao was the daughter-in-law of the Feng family, and Sun Xiao was her cousin from her mother's family. The two of them finally got to act together, so they were naturally happy to find their mother's family to reminisce about the past. She was no longer surprised by the scene of Song Luhua flying on a sword. Seeing her cousin being criticized, she couldn't help but defend her. This is how our lives will be. If we don't even dare to envy, what's the point of living like this? To be honest, my wife got such a good thing. I am not jealous at all. I even hope she can get more. You don't know how generous she is to us. She gave us the thumb-thick clam pearls. If it were other women, they would be enjoyed by the wives and daughters. Sun Sierra saw this, and opened her collar to reveal a pink clam pearl pendant hanging around her neck. Look, this is what my wife gave me last time when we went hunting. Not only me, but every household in our family gave us one. My husband felt sorry for me, and gave me this pink one. There are 4 more white pearls, not smaller than this pink one. I have another white one here, and I'm preparing to make another pendant. Cousin, you have fair skin, which is just right for such a white pearl. This one is for you. Sun Sierra hesitated for a moment, took out a small purse from her bosom, and carefully poured out a thumb-sized white clam pearl from it. Everyone was drooling at her show-off, staring at the white clam pearl with burning eyes. Sun Xiao swallowed her saliva. Third sister, are you really giving it to me? Of course, take it. Seeing this, Sun Sierra stuffed the clam pearl into Sun Xiao's hand. Since I put on this pendant, my skin has become much smoother than before. My cousin is about the same age as her. They have played together since childhood, and often visited each other after getting married. When she was having a hard time at first, my cousin also helped her. Now that she is doing better, she is thinking about helping her cousin. My cousin has aged a lot in recent years. After thinking about this clam pearl again and again, she decided to give it to her cousin. Chapter 54. Sierra, thank you so much. Sun Xiao tightly grasped the white clam pearl, tears welling up in her eyes. She knew that such a thing was something she couldn't buy even if she had money, so she immediately took out all her private money. This is the 10,000 lingbai I saved, you keep it first, and when I have more, I give you more. Sun Sierra didn't refuse. Okay, then I take this lingbai, which is equivalent to selling this clam pearl to you. I don't want the extra. But 10,000 lingbai can't buy it at all. Sun Xiao hesitated. Even the 10th grade lingmu pearl on the market would cost more than this price. 10,000 lingmu pearls were too little. Okay, treat me as a sister and accept it. Don't mention whether it's worth it or not. The two sisters talked for a long time, and finally gave the lingmu pearl away. Other women asked, Sheer, do you have any lingmu pearls? Sell me one? I sell you 20,000. Not 30,000 lingmu pearls for one like the one just now. I give you 50,000 yuan, sell me one. I give you 60,000 yuan. Sun Sierra was surrounded by a group of women, and she was overwhelmed. No more, just this one, the rest will be divided among my 2 sisters-in-law and my sister-in-law. No one would be stupid enough to sell such a good-looking lingbang pearl even if they offered 100,000 yuan, let alone 50,000 yuan. You have so many wives in your family, do you think it's possible that she will sell some? The women were thinking about Song Luhua again. Sun Sierra pouted, what are you thinking? Our wife is not short of money. She can keep it as a gift, can't she wear it herself? Why would she sell it? You are so lucky to have such a generous mistress. In their family, let alone the Lingju list, they didn't even get a few more wild vegetables. That's right. Sun Sierra thought that her family might not even have enough food to eat if they followed the 4th young master, but she never expected that their family would live a better and better life. She had a hunch that their future life would get better and better. Song Luhua didn't know that someone was spreading a good reputation for her behind her back. She came to a bamboo forest with her flying sword. There are few people here. In addition to the green bamboo, there are bamboos, all of which are thin bamboos, only as thick as a thumb. Looking from a high place, it is a large piece that extends all the way to the west, to the farmhouse, the Li family, and the Li family's territory. A few days ago, the bamboo she used to surround the peanut field was cut by Feng Yin and his men from here. You can still see the inch-long, slanted bamboo stubble on the edge. She remembered that Li Yuan gave her a piece of 3rd-level mutant purple bamboo last time, saying that it would be used as a material for refining. Song Luhua pulled out a bamboo fruit from the side of that piece of purple bamboo, and she wanted to try whether it could be planted. I heard that purple bamboo has harsh growing conditions, and Song Luo didn't know what kind of environment it needed. Anyway, green bamboo is bamboo, purple bamboo is also bamboo, so she just dug the same soil to plant purple bamboo. Where to start? Song Luo picked up a small medicine shovel and looked for fertile land everywhere. But after searching for a long time, she found that the soil everywhere was similar, nothing special. Forget it, just dig the soil at the root of the bamboo. Song Luo picked up the small medicine hoe and started digging. It's worth mentioning that this first-level small medicine hoe given by Jiang Wenxiu is quite useful, and it's very powerful when digging the soil. With a simple dig, a large piece of soil was brought out. After digging the 10th bamboo easily, there was a click, and the tall green bamboo fell down. Song Luo looked at the small medicine hoe in her hand in astonishment, with a flash of surprise in her eyes. She swore that she really didn't touch the bamboo, she just dug some soil. Just after picking up the bamboo and preparing to check it, she saw a bunch of fat insects crawling out of the straight bamboo tube. Aw, damn it! Song Luo screamed, took a step back in fear, and rushed back to the base on the flying sword. Feng Yin was preparing dinner for the evening. He heard the noise and came out to check. Seeing her panic, he asked nervously, "Madam, what happened to you?" Song Luo patted her chest and shook her head. Nothing, I just encountered a few bugs." I couldn't help but smile bitterly. She must have a problem with bugs. Feng Yin was relieved to hear that she was just scared by bugs. She was interested in the bugs. What kind of bug is it? It's like a ground cicada, a bit disgusting, but it's long and thin, anyway, it's disgusting. Song Luo only took a glance, and the white streaks that made her scalp numb were deeply engraved in her mind. I think that should be the bamboo treasure. "Madam, where did you meet it? Take me to catch it." Feng Yin jumped up excitedly. What is the bamboo treasure? Song Luo had never heard of this thing. Bamboo treasure. Bamboo treasure. Ahem, it's a good thing. Women can't use it. Don't ask. Take me to find it. I know you are anxious, but don't worry. The thing may have run away now. Song Luo told the truth. Feng Yin, he is not in a hurry, after all, he can't use it for the time being. However, as long as he is a man, no one can guarantee that he will never need it. He is so anxious, isn't it thinking of preparing for a rainy day? Song Luo still took Feng Yin with her. Song Luo found the half of the master that she had thrown on the ground. I found it in here. See if it is still there? It's still there. This is the bamboo treasure. Feng Yin took out a handful of slender white flesh worms from the bamboo, and said excitedly. Song Luo's mouth twitched. It really doesn't deserve such a nice name. After all, it's a bug, and it's ugly, a little creepy. It deserves it, it deserves it. Feng Yin stared at the handful of meat bugs in his hand with burning eyes. His eyes were brighter than when he saw a beautiful woman, and from the look of it, he wanted to perform a raw protein eating show on the spot. Chapter 55. Song Luo couldn't bear to see Feng Yin like this. Are you really that serious? Madam, you don't understand. I can't tell you clearly. Anyway, this thing is good for men. You don't need it. Our young master may need it in the future. Feng Yin smiled, and carefully put the handful of bamboo treasures in his purse. What is good for men? Song Luo suddenly had an idea, and a certain Bao movie and a certain brother's advertisement flashed in the bottom of her mind. Could it be this kind of thing? If it was this kind of thing, no wonder Feng Yin hesitated and refused to explain clearly. As for whether Feng Xi could use it, she felt that it was not necessary at the moment. Song Luo looked at Feng Yin suspiciously. Could it be that he was so young and couldn't do it? Feng Yin's scalp was numbed by Song Luo's gaze. She wiped her face in confusion. Husband. Madam, what are you looking at? Is there something on my face? No. I didn't see anything. I was just thinking that since this bamboo treasure is so precious, maybe we can look for it again. She would never tell Feng Yin that she doubted that he was capable. That's right, madam. Let's go look for it separately. Okay. Song Luo pulled the corner of her mouth with difficulty. Forget it, there are a lot of bugs here. She has to overcome them. At worst, she can find it and call Feng Yin to catch it. After some psychological preparation, Song Luo carried a small medicine hoe and wandered around in the bamboo forest. Feng Yin used the communication stone to send a message to several martial spirit masters stationed there, arrange the matters of the station, and then carried the hoe and walked side by side with Song Luo, starting to search on the left and right. Feng Yin quickly found a bamboo joint with a hole on a bamboo. He took out the magic sword and carefully split the bamboo tube. A large white fleshy worm flew out from the inner wall of the white bamboo tube. Song Luo asked with disgust and curiosity, "Did you find it?" "No." Feng Yin kicked the large white fleshy worm on the ground in disappointment and crushed it to death. "If it's not a bamboo treasure, what is it?" Facing Song Luo's curious eyes, Feng Yin put away the magic sword and gave her a scientific explanation. "The large fleshy worm just now is called a bamboo witch. It feeds on bamboo treasures and bamboo. It has no attack power, and is a useless worm. The reason why bamboo treasures are so rare is that, in addition to their own rarity, bamboo witches also have some obstacles. In fact, Feng Yin has no confidence in finding bamboo treasures again. The main reason is that bamboo treasures like to eat purple bamboos, and it is not necessarily possible to find a nest of bamboo treasures among 10,000 bamboos in green bamboos. The lady is lucky today. She found a nest in this green bamboo forest. It is not necessarily possible to find it again. Otherwise, everyone is not stupid, and they will cut down all these green bamboos to catch bamboo treasures. There are still some matters to be dealt with in the garrison, so Feng Yin thought about going back." Just as she was about to speak, "Husband." Song Luo turned around and glared at him. "Shut up." When he was listening to Feng Yin's popular science, he used the handle of a small medicine hoe to knock on the bamboo joints. At this moment, she seemed to hear something. Only a subtle but clear crackling sound came into her mind. As soon as Feng Yin spoke, the sound disappeared again. Song Luo used the handle of the small medicine hoe to knock on the bamboo joint that seemed to make the sound, retracted her hand, waited for a while, and the crackling sound was heard. The sound rang again. Song Luo stared at a section of green bamboo in front of her that looked no different from other bamboos, and determined that the sound came from this bamboo, the eighth section from bottom to top. However, soon, the sound disappeared. Song Luo knocked again and called Feng Yin to listen. "Listen, what's inside?" Feng Yin listened attentively for a while, and heard no other sound except the sound of the wind in the bamboo forest. Truthfully shook his head. "No." Song Luo was puzzled and knocked again. Soon after, the crackling sound was heard again. "It's obvious." "Listen again." Feng Yin put his ear to the bamboo this time, but still didn't hear any sound. Song Luo was puzzled. "Chop this bamboo and see." Feng Yin was also very curious about what sound the lady heard, so he immediately drew his sword. Song Luo found a safe corner, and saw the thumb-thick green bamboo split into two after the sword flashed, splitting from the middle. In one of the bamboo tubes, a white, slender fleshy worm was wriggling around. "Bamboo treasures." Feng Yin was overjoyed, as he put away his sword and carefully put away the 34 jewels wrapped together. Song Luo looked at the slightly less smooth inner wall of the bamboo joint, thinking, could it be that the sound she just heard was the sound of these bamboo treasures eating? But Feng Yin, a 4th-level martial spirit master with a high level of cultivation, didn't hear it? This is a bit strange. Feng Yin was able to be left in the station by Feng Xi to handle daily affairs, and his brain was not slow to react, and he quickly found the key point of the problem. "Madam, can you hear the movement of the bamboo treasure?" Song Luo shook her head. "I don't know." She herself was confused, so naturally she couldn't give him an answer. Feng Yin understood the situation and stopped asking. "Perhaps you can find the bamboo treasure by the sound. Why don't you try again?" Song Luo also wanted to verify her sudden ability, so she nodded and agreed. She took the small medicine hoe and knocked around in the bamboo forest. After knocking hundreds of bamboos, she didn't hear the sound she heard just now. Feng Yin couldn't help but sigh. Bamboo treasures are really rare. Song Luo kept silent and continued to knock. Suddenly, the crackling sound appeared again, and Song Luo raised the corners of her lips. She was actually a little happy to hear this sound again. Immediately commanded Feng Yin, "Chop this bamboo and see." Feng Yin's eyes lit up, and he drew his sword neatly. "There really is one." "Madam, you are amazing." Feng Yin looked at Song Luo with a little more burning eyes. "With Madam's ability, if you search the entire bamboo forest, you may be able to harvest a lot of bamboo treasures." Song Luo understood Feng Yin's meaning, and resignedly took out the flying sword, stepped on it, and slowly knocked in the bamboo forest. Since the help of this spherical spiritual weapon, Feng Xi, Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, and Jiang Wenxiu, the 4 martial spirit masters, cooperated in pairs, and the speed of clearing the flaming sheep was much faster. Soon all the flaming sheep in the valley were killed. Everyone was in a very good mood. Qin Yi wiped the blood on his hands and smiled. "I haven't fought so happily for a long time." "That's right. This group of flaming sheep is much easier to kill than green cattle and silver deer. In addition, Feng Xi's spherical spiritual weapon can kill a large number of them. Our trip is equivalent to 3 days of hunting. Lu Yuan opened his thin lips and said, "Look at the number, there are 4 or 500. A level 3 flaming sheep weighs more than 300 kilograms, and 400 of them are about 120,000 kilograms. After only one morning of fighting, each family can get 30,000 kilograms of meat. The level is not low, so they are naturally happy." Chapter 56. Qin Yi patted Feng Xi on the shoulder. "Your wife's spherical spiritual weapon played an important role in hunting so many flaming sheep this time. After we divide the supplies equally, I will give your wife an extra flaming sheep to replenish her body. You can choose one." Lu Yuan looked at Feng Xi. Jiang Wenxiu was not to be outdone and immediately said that he would also give one. Feng Xi accepted the enthusiasm of the brothers with a smile. "Then I will thank you all for my wife." Feng Xi and Song Luhua did not keep the spherical spiritual weapon made by Song Luhua secret. Fo Shan had already spread the news to everyone. Not to mention the reactions of her family members and the Qin, Lu, and Jiang families. At least Qin Yi and Lu Yuan were not surprised to hear that it was made by her, and they even felt that it was true. The things made by other refiners, whether in appearance or usage, were not so exquisite, but at least they were in line with the rules. Only Feng Xi's wife could make these strange spiritual tools. Only Jiang Wenxiu felt it was incredible when he first heard it. After all, he had advised Feng Xi because of his poor talent and poor family background. After spending some time together, he felt that Feng Xi's wife was not as simple as she seemed. He could finally trust his brother's judgment again. Jiang Wenxiu looked at Feng Xi with a firmer look in his eyes. He could not go wrong if he followed his brother. Feng Xi chuckled, put away his sword, and walked as calmly as ever. It was still early, so Feng Xi and the others discussed and continued to move forward to see if there were any more flaming sheep nearby. Half an hour later, the flaming beast was not found, but a group of feathered phoenix chickens were attracted. The lowest cultivation level was level 4, and the highest was level 5. Feng Xi was in a lot of trouble. He would rather meet a 6th level blue bull than these things. Although the feather phoenix chicken is called a chicken, its attack power is comparable to that of hawks and falcons. Not only is it a gregarious bird, its body is twice as big as the flame sheep. It has gorgeous feathers, sharp claws, and a long beak, which are extremely sharp. It also has huge wings and can fly and run. If you are not careful, it will grab a person or a beast and throw it to death. Therefore, although its meat is rich in spiritual power, few martial arts masters will take the initiative to provoke it. They are naturally not a special group of people who don't care about their lives. What's more troublesome is that although this thing has a low IQ, or more precisely, it's a bit stupid, but it is extremely vengeful. Once it doesn't like someone, it will take the initiative to attack, and it won't stop until it's dead. It won't retreat even if it's hurt or injured. The feather phoenix chicken has made a name for itself with this fearless stupidity. This time, they didn't take the initiative to provoke this group of difficult feather phoenix chickens. They just passed by on the ground and were discovered by the group of feather phoenix chickens, so they were hated. Qin Yi, Lu Yuan and Jiang Wenxiu looked solemn, staring at the group of feather phoenix chickens hovering in the sky, and their alertness was raised to the extreme. Jiang Wenxiu was already cursing in his heart. What the hell, I can't even pass by, right, brainless idiot. Crack, click, click. The silent atmosphere was broken by the feather phoenix chickens. Someone in the team moved, and the group of feather phoenix chickens hovering above them immediately made an unpleasant clicking sound. Judging from the situation, there is no chance of a peaceful ending. Feng Xi stood in the front, put away the smile on his face, and made a light gesture. Kill! 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 The Feng family shouted 3 times in unison, quickly adjusted the formation, and were full of fighting spirit. Qin Ye's eyes flashed a trace of coldness. Qin family members, fight! Yes! The Qin family members received the order, and immediately changed their formation, pointing their swords to the sky. Lu Yuan snorted, and the family members behind him quickly understood, and got ready for battle. Jiang Wenxiu waved his hand and said, "Damn it, I've been fed up with these stupid chickens for a long time, kill them." The tribesmen behind him twitched, and made preparations quickly. Their actions completely angered the group of feather phoenix chickens. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The group of feather phoenix chickens made uneven calls, then scattered, flapping their fat wings, swooping down from the sky, and their sharp claws and beaks greeted everyone. Feng Xiai took the lead in raising his sword and fighting with a level 5 feather phoenix chicken that swooped down. Feng Shan, Song Yuan, Feng Yi, Feng Qing and others also immediately entered the battlefield, found their positions, and fought together. Jiang Wenxiu bought a level 3 red turtle egg from Feng Xi last time to upgrade to level 5. His combat power was inferior to those level 5 feather phoenix chickens that could fly and were not afraid of death. He just resisted a feather phoenix chicken and was scratched on the back by another feather phoenix chicken whose tail was bald. Although he was not injured, his back was burning with pain. You could imagine the strength of this claw. Fortunately, he was wearing a set of armor made of level 5 blue cowhide, so he was not scratched. Jiang Wenxiu cursed and pointed his sword at the bald-tailed 5th level feather phoenix chicken. Stupid thing, wait until I catch you, I will make you into a roast chicken. Before Feng Xi's soul palace was injured, he was already a 6th level martial spirit master. He has rich combat experience. Now that his soul palace has been repaired, he can still fight with the 5th level feather phoenix chicken with 4th level spiritual power. However, although these feather phoenix chickens are stupid, their instinctive reactions are extremely sensitive. Once they sense danger, they flap their big wings and fly into the sky. On the ground, they can only jump 2 or 3 feet high at most. Even if they want to kill these feather phoenix chickens that are looking for trouble, they are out of reach at this moment. Once they recover, there will be another round of attacks. If this continues, they will be dragged to death. Feng Xiai retracted the spirit sword. Feng Shan, Feng Yi, Feng Qing. Use the spherical spirit weapon to attack. Yes. Feng Shan and the other two hurriedly got rid of the fight with the feather phoenix chicken and took out the spherical spirit weapon. Others, cooperate with the 3 of them. Yes. Feng Xiai gave the order and joined the battle again. Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, Jiang Wenxiu and others also took out the spherical spirit weapons and ordered them to cooperate. Although such an order was issued, Qin Yi and others were not sure. After all, the feather phoenix chicken is a 5th level exotic bird. Its size and combat power are many times higher than that of the fiery sheep. This time, it may be difficult to use the spherical spiritual weapon to achieve a surprise victory. Qin Yi jumped up and kicked away a 3rd level feather phoenix chicken that rushed from the side and exhaled. Lu Yuan did not comment. More and more people are injured. Instead of dying here, it is better to fight. Even if we lose, it is our fate. No one can be blamed. Yes. Qin Ye's mouth curled up a smile, and he gritted his teeth and said, if you ask me to find the weakness of this group of feather phoenix chickens, I will destroy its entire clan. Take me with you. Jiang Wenxiu was blown away by a wing, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and rushed up again. Chapter 57. The spherical spiritual weapon was activated, and Feng Shan and others skillfully manipulated the enlarged ball to smash the feathered phoenix chicken in the air. All they heard was a quick scream of caw-caw, caw-caw. Several feathered phoenix chickens were suspended in midair, and then with a bang, they fell hard to the ground. Song Yuan and others held spiritual swords and waited for a long time, but the feathered phoenix chickens did not move. He stepped forward carefully and poked with the sword, but there was still no sound. Is this dead? Song Yuan was shocked. Killing a level 3 flaming sheep is not that easy. They just died? Song Yuan still felt a little unbelievable even with the facts in front of him. At the same time, he complained in his heart, what on earth did his little sister refine? Killing sheep is not okay, but killing chickens is just as easy as killing them. These feather phoenix chickens died as if it was a joke. Feng Shan, Feng Qing, and Feng Yi just stared at the feather phoenix chickens in the air, and when they were defeated in one blow, they immediately looked for new targets. As the saying goes, a master can be defeated by a random punch. There are quite a few of these feather phoenix chickens, and they like to stick together, so they can't help but knock down a lot of them. However, the feather phoenix chicken is much more flexible than the flame sheep, and it takes a lot of spiritual energy to fight it. Feng Shan and the others have been holding on for a whole morning, and now their spiritual energy is a little weak. Several people's faces turned pale, and sweat slid down their cheeks like rain. Feng Shan secretly groaned. He couldn't hold on for much longer. But when he looked at the feather phoenix chickens in the air, there were still 200 or 300, so he could only grit his teeth and hold on. After manipulating the spherical spiritual weapon to shoot down a few feather phoenix chickens, Feng Shan, Feng Qing, and Feng Yi could no longer hold on. Fortunately, Feng Wu and Feng Lu had also learned how to use the spherical spiritual weapon, so they could just fill in. As for the third person, it must be Song Yuan. Song Yuan looked at the ball with resentment, and shook his body resignedly. Once the spherical spiritual weapon was turned on, his spirit and spiritual power were highly concentrated, staring at the feather phoenix chicken in the air. Under the attack of the 9 spherical spiritual weapons of the 4 families, the feather phoenix chickens fell from the sky like dumplings, and those who fell never moved again. This phenomenon soon attracted the attention of Feng Xiai, Qin Yi, and others. The 4 were quite surprised to see that this spherical spiritual weapon was so effective against the feather phoenix chicken. Feng Xiai first thought of the words "genie is so beautiful" that Feng Shan and the others had shouted. Could it be that this spherical spiritual weapon had a miraculous effect on chickens? Thinking of the strange things his wife had made, Feng Xiai couldn't help but laugh and find it interesting. This time, this genie is so beautiful helped them a lot again. Jiang Wenxiu kicked the feather phoenix chicken that fell in front of him hard. "I told you to show off, die." "Haha. Die?" Qin Yi sighed. "I was wondering what the genie was saying. I didn't expect that my sister-in-law's refined stuff was so special. Not to mention, it's more useful than ever to use this thing to hunt feather phoenix chickens." Lu Yuan, yeah. Jiang Wenxiu was still there. Ha ha ha. Qin Yi couldn't stand it and kicked him. "That's enough. There are still a lot of feather phoenix chickens. Don't you see that your martial arts master's spiritual power is almost exhausted? Why don't you change people quickly?" "Oh, why don't you change people? Why are you holding on?" Jiang Wenxiu was not angry either, and glared at his pale-faced tribesman. "Yes." The tribesman's face twitched, and he silently took off the spherical spiritual weapon and stuffed a spiritual pill into his mouth. With the help of the spherical spiritual weapon, the situation of being besieged by the wheels of non-stop attacks was broken, and the pressure on Feng Xiai and others was reduced by half. And as time went on, more and more feather phoenix chickens were shot down, and Feng Xiai and others gradually gained the upper hand. Everyone present was more or less injured, but fortunately they had prepared enough spiritual pills and various internal and external injury pills, so everyone was in good condition. Today was the biggest crisis they had encountered since they started hunting. Although the spherical spiritual weapon resolved the crisis, Feng Xiai, Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, and Jiang Wenxiu were still injured. Feng Xi's martial uniform was dark blue. There were only wet spots on the dark blue fabric and palm-length holes, with dark blue threads on the clothes. Even so, his hair was not messy, his face was calm, and he looked elegant. Qin Yi's white martial uniform was stained with a lot of blood, and the tear torn by the feather phoenix chicken was quite obvious, which looked a bit horrible. Seeing Feng Xiai like this, he couldn't help but complain. "I should have learned from you to wear a black martial uniform." Turning his head, he saw Lu Yuan in a tattered dark green uniform, which did not detract from the demeanor of the young clan leader. Even Jiang Wenxiu, who was in a stone green uniform and jumping up and down in the distance, looked more decent than him. Qin Yi gritted his teeth and secretly made up his mind to wear black clothes next time he went hunting. Then he looked at his family members, who were all dressed in white, with blood and tears on their clothes, looking miserable and shabby. He secretly wondered if his ancestor was not smart enough to decide on the white uniform. Isn't this a scam? This family uniform needs to be changed. Not only Qin Yi, but all the Qin family members present looked at themselves, and then at other family members. Their own family members became beggars this time. Jiang Wenxiu felt that these feather phoenix chickens were more or less seriously ill. Their own family chickens were dying like dumplings, but the rest did not run away, and became more and more courageous. Those who were lucky enough not to be hit by the spherical spiritual weapon rushed down, were beaten, and fled to the air in a panic. They were chased far away by the spherical spiritual weapon, and soon they came back. He saw the ball-tailed level 5 feather phoenix chicken again. This freight was really good, and it actually lived to the end happily. Jiang Wenxiu hated this the most, and quickly directed his 2 martial arts masters, who controlled the spherical spiritual tools. "Did you see the ball-tailed chicken? Smash it hard for me." "Yes." The 3rd son of their family still holds a grudge against a feather phoenix chicken. The 2 Jiang family martial arts masters, who controlled the spherical spiritual tools, shook their shoulders and twisted their waists, turned around and looked at each other, with a trace of speechlessness in their eyes, and controlled the spherical spiritual tools to chase and intercept the ball-tailed feather phoenix chicken that Jiang Wenxiu pointed out. The spherical spiritual weapon had a great killing power on the feather phoenix chicken. After a while, the feather phoenix chicken with a bald tail had no way to escape. It was hit hard by a spherical spiritual weapon, and fell to the ground with a bang. Jiang Wenxiu stepped hard on its hairless tail. "You are so capable, I will roast you tonight." Qin Yi, Lu Yuan took a step away from him with disdain. The last feather phoenix chicken in the sky was shot down. Feng Xiai looked at the sky and smiled. It's late, pack up and go back. After cleaning up the battlefield, they harvested a total of 472 feather phoenix chickens, including 248 level 4 feather phoenix chickens, and 224 level 5 feather phoenix chickens. Each feather phoenix chicken weighed about 150 kilograms. Even if you don't look at the level, there is a lot of meat. Qin Yi said, how about dividing it equally according to the convention? Lu Yuan nodded, yes. Jiang Wenqiu, divide it. Feng Xiai, with only 100 people, has more than 200 fewer people than other families, so it seems to be the party that has the advantage. However, in this hunting and Xihealing, whether it is the purple small fruit that his wife brought out to knock down the 4th level blue bull, or the ground cicada, or this strange spherical spiritual weapon, they all played a significant role in this hunting. If you say that they paid for these good things, there is no reason to sell them unless they are acquainted. With such good stuff in hand, Xiao only needs to shout, and someone will naturally come to him for cooperation. He has a clear conscience for these resources, and Qin Yi and others must think so too. As the sun sets, the garrison is bustling. Feng Xiai goes back, but does not see Song Luo. The willing master in the kitchen said, Madam and Feng Yin went out to find something. They have been out for an afternoon, and have not returned yet. Oh, by the way, the young master of the farm came this morning. Madam was afraid that they would pester her, so she left without even having lunch. The food was still warm for her, and it is not fresh now. The martial spirit master slapped his forehead, and told everything at once. Feng Xi's smile faded. He ordered, prepare Madam's dinner again, make it fresh, stew some chicken soup, and go to the storehouse to find some nourishing high-level spiritual plants to put in. After that, he took out the spiritual communication stone and walked out. The martial spirit master looked at his tattered martial arts uniform and muttered, you should at least take a bath and change clothes before going. Green bamboo forest. Song Luo, like the monks in the temple, stepped on a flying sword, knocking around and listening. Feng Yin followed behind him, grinning with a fat face, chopping, grabbing. One was numb and had no desire to live, while the other had a big basket hanging around his waist, and the flesh on his face was piled up in one place with a smile. Do you want to grab more? Song Luo asked Feng Yin countless times. Catch, please. Feng Yin gently patted the basket on his waist, and said it with a pleading look. Okay. Song Luo continued her boring knocking. Chapter 58. When Feng Xiai found the two, a large area of bamboo forest had traces of being razed. When Feng Xiai saw the two cooperate and grab a handful of bamboo treasures from a green bamboo, he was surprised. It was because bamboo treasures like to eat purple bamboo, but this is green bamboo. Song Luo was very happy to see Feng Xiai, and waved, Feng Xiai, you are here. Look, Feng Yin, and I found a lot of bamboo treasures. Song Luo said, pointing to the basket hanging on Feng Yin's waist. But Feng Xiai didn't even look at the basket on Feng Yin's waist, and walked straight to Song Luo, flicked her forehead with his fingers. You are so capable that you don't even eat lunch. I ate some pastries. Song Luo saw the wound on his body and exclaimed, are you injured? How seriously injured? Did you apply medicine? Song Luo hurriedly pulled Feng Xiai to check. As soon as he stretched out his hand to his chest, Feng Xiai grabbed his hands. He lowered his head and smiled softly. It's okay, just an external injury, it will heal soon. Song Luo was still worried. Let me see. Be good, I show you when I get back. Feng Yin is still watching. Feng Yin turned around and smiled. I didn't see it. Song Luo, I was just checking Feng Xi's wound. You guys make me look like a perverted woman. Hee hee. Feng Xiai chuckled and took Song Luo's hand. It's late, let's go back. Yeah, let's go back. Song Luo breathed a sigh of relief when she heard about going back. She was a little bored after working as a hammer for an entire afternoon. Feng Yin was reluctant to part with these bamboo treasures, but since his master had spoken, he could only look reluctantly into the depths of the green bamboo forest and then left. After Song Luo and the other two left, a group of women came from the west, wandering around in the bamboo forest like headless flies. Didn't you say that we could get out by coming through here? Yes, we have been wandering in the bamboo forest for an entire afternoon, and we have found nothing and are lost. It's all your fault. You don't know the way. Why are you showing off? It's getting dark now. If you can't get out, are you going to stay here and feed the beasts? The women couldn't help but complain about Xia Lu, who led the way. I said people with other surnames are unreliable. They were all from the Western farming families, and they had never looked down on the common people of other surnames who came to them for help. If it weren't for the face of Xia Daolong and his wife, they would not bother to pay attention to Xia Lushi. My Daolong said it himself. How could it be wrong? Xia Huaixing did say that the territory of Qinyi, Fengxiai, and other 4 families was through this bamboo forest. But they entered this bamboo forest at noon, got lost in it, and walked for more than 2 hours, but still hadn't walked out. Xia Lushi felt a little guilty. Even if she felt guilty, she couldn't be timid. Mrs. Xia straightened her back and accused, "If you hadn't said there were cicadas in the central area and wanted to dig them, I wouldn't have secretly brought you here. You are too greedy." A woman couldn't stand her arrogant look and sneered, "Didn't you say there was a way to avoid the Qin and Lu families and go to their territory to find cicadas? We each paid you 50 lingbai, and then you brought us here. This afternoon, you took us to this bamboo forest, let alone cicadas, and we didn't even see a few wild vegetables. After dark, who knows what strange beasts will appear in the wild? If we get into trouble in this forest, my sons will not let your son go. You dare. My Huaixing is a 3rd-level martial spirit master, and my eldest daughter-in-law is a 2nd-level alchemist." She had shown her face in front of the young master. "How dare you?" Before Xia Lu finished her words, she was interrupted. "Stop arguing. There is something wrong with this bamboo. It seems to have been chopped by a martial spirit master with a spirit sword." A careful woman squatted aside, looking at the split bamboos, thinking, "There is another one over there." Another woman saw another split bamboo 10 steps away. "Everyone, look for it. Maybe we can get out by following these bamboos." A group of people looked for the split bamboos everywhere, and finally walked out of the bamboo forest in the direction of these bamboos for half an hour. Xia Lu looked at the light in the distance. "I said we could reach the residence of the 4 families of Qin and Lu." The other women didn't even look at her, snorted, and walked straight to the west. Only the woman who first discovered the strangeness of the bamboo looked at the bamboo forest behind her thoughtfully. Back at the base, Feng Yin opened the lid of the bamboo treasures, and most of the bamboo treasures were squirming in the basket, their slender jade-white bodies entangled with each other. Even though Feng Xiai was as still as a mountain, he couldn't help but be surprised. After all, it was a green bamboo forest, and he thought that finding hundreds of them would be the limit, but he didn't expect there were so many. This half basket might have 4 or 5,000. He couldn't help but secretly think that his wife was quite magical. The seemingly ordinary green bamboo forest could make her scrape out things like bamboo treasures. Speaking of this, Feng Xiai remembered that she had scraped the ground before, and the soil that the cicadas came out of was obtained by scraping the ground, and Feng Xiai couldn't help laughing again. Fo Shan, Song Yuan, Feng Qing, Feng Yi and others all came to join in the fun, and couldn't help but let out a hiss with a burning feeling in their eyes. "Good fellow Feng Yin, where did you get so many bamboo treasures? Are you going to wipe out the whole family? I don't remember seeing any purple bamboo forests in this area." Everyone talked at once, surprised and puzzled. Feng Yin closed the lid. "Guess." Fo Shan remembered that there was a green bamboo forest behind the camp, and a trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes. Could it be that green bamboo forest? Impossible, bamboo treasures don't like green bamboos. I believe you can find a few, but it's impossible to find so many, Song Yuan said firmly. Feng Yi smiled and said, "No matter where they come from, leave a few for me." Feng Qing, 10. I want some too. And I? Feng Yi glanced at their lower bodies meaningfully. Don't worry, we have them all. We are few in number, and the task of expanding the clan and strengthening the family will be left to you. Feng Shan was already married, and was not afraid of his teasing. He patted Feng Yin's shoulder with a smile and said, "Okay, but you have to give us more bamboo treasures, otherwise, we will be powerless even if we are willing. Don't you think so?" He even turned around to look at Song Yuan, Feng Qing, Feng Yi and others. Song Yuan didn't know what he was thinking about, and laughed dryly, his ears reddened. Feng Yi looked young, but he was thick-skinned, and smiled. That's the truth. He also poked Feng Qing with his elbow. Feng Qing moved away expressionlessly. After a few people joked, Feng Shan couldn't help asking, "Where did you catch these bamboo treasures?" "It's in the green bamboo forest not far away." "What you just guessed is right," Feng Yin said in a tone that said, "I didn't expect it." "It's true. It's true." To be honest, Feng Yin didn't expect it at first. "At first, my wife found a nest of bamboo treasures. I tried to find them, but I found so many. It turned out that my wife, younger sister, found them, so it's okay." During this period, Song Luo made a lot of noise from time to time, and Song Yuan, Feng Shan and others were no longer surprised. When something obviously unreasonable happened to them, it became reasonable in their eyes. Let's catch it tomorrow. Feng Yin briefly told the whole story, and the few people agreed that Feng Qing and Feng Yi would follow to catch bamboo treasures in the bamboo forest tomorrow. Chapter 59. At the same time, all the women in the farm returned to their homes. The first woman to discover the abnormality in the bamboo forest was Su Qinger. Her husband was a second-level martial spirit master in the farm, and she herself was only a first-level spiritual plant master. Both of them had average qualifications, and under the protection of their family, they lived a neither good nor bad life. After returning home, Su Qinger thought more and more about it. There must be something wrong with that bamboo forest. She secretly counted the number of split bamboos in the bamboo forest, and found that there were more than 100 of them. I don't know who split these bamboos, but no one would split these bamboos for no reason, so there must be something good in these bamboos. What exactly is good, Dingxi? Su Qinger suddenly had an idea. Bamboo treasure. Although people say that bamboo treasure grows in purple bamboo, there are many things in this world that she has never seen, and these green bamboos may be an exception. Didn't the fourth son of the Feng family, who is so outstanding, marry a commoner and useless woman on the flying boat at the station? Song Luo saw her brother change into a new set of clothes and go out again. She tilted her head and stared curiously all the way until his figure disappeared in the mountains and forests, but she couldn't figure out why. Feng Xi used his hands to comb her wind-blown hair, and seemed to see her confusion, and said with a smile, "Brother is also old enough to get married." What? Song Liu's eyes widened. You mean, I'm going to have a sister-in-law? Maybe? Feng Xi gently helped her open jaw close. Maybe? I didn't notice it at all. Song Luo suddenly thought of his elder brother's previous strangeness. Well, she noticed it, but she didn't think about it in that way. Because her elder brother looked like a straight man, he found her a sister-in-law so quickly. Song Luo secretly thought that one should not judge a person by appearance, and her elder brother was great. Who is my sister-in-law whom I have never met? Song Liu's eyes were full of gossip. Feng Xi shook his head. I don't know. If you don't know, then don't know. Song Luo didn't expect him to know, and immediately flipped through her jade bracelet space. No, my elder brother is a rough man. He definitely doesn't know how to please girls. I have to help him. Yes, let my elder brother give this piece of shieling yarn to my future sister-in-law. Feng Xi saw her mumbling to herself, and smiled faintly while standing aside. Outside the Li family's residence, Song Yuanhong's face flushed. His heartbeat was like a drum, and he gently inserted the butterfly hairpin in his hand into the woman's bun. Does it look good? The woman raised her head, revealing a lotus face, with a gentle smile in her eyes. It looks good, it looks good. Song Yuan nodded quickly. In that case, come back from this hunting trip, and marry me. The woman's rather ordinary voice was like thunder in Song Yuan's ears. Marry? Marry you? Yes. Song Yuan was stunned. His head was buzzing. The woman's smile faded slightly. You don't want to? No, I do. Song Yuan came to his senses, and hurriedly agreed. Then I wait for you. It's getting dark, and the road is hard to walk at night. Go back early. Song Yuan left in a daze. Song Yuan's back disappeared into the night, and Li Zhener turned around and went back to her residence. Pushing open the door, Xiao Nianniao, who lived in the same room with her, said sarcastically, "Oh, you just broke up with brother Nong Yi and you're hooking up with someone else. My business has nothing to do with you." Her engagement with Nong Yi had been broken up, and Nong Yi had no right to care about what happened to Li Zhener. Xiao Nianniao, this disgusting woman who had been hooking up with Nong Yi before her engagement was broken up, had no right to care about her business. Li Zhener was too lazy to pay attention to her. Xiao Nianniao laughed. That's right, brother Nong Yi and I are going to get married soon, and you're almost 18 years old. If you don't get married, you won't live long. In response, Li Zhener covered her head and fell asleep. Last year, her mother died of frailty, and this year, her father was seriously injured by a strange beast while hunting. Li Zhener was already deeply saddened. Nong Yi's breaking off the engagement was not a pain in the neck for her, but it was not to the point of making her desperate. She still had to take care of her 5-year-old brother, and she had a long life ahead of her, so she had no time to get entangled with them. She was fed up with Qin Rui, the second son's wife, who always told her what to do, and she was also fed up with Xiao Nianniao, a woman who said one thing in front of her and another behind her back. She wanted to get married quickly, and get rid of these uncomfortable people. In a few days, the hunting would be almost over, and she would go back to get married. so she wouldn't have to stay in the Li family and be disgusted by these people. I heard that the team of the 4 son of the Feng family didn't have these messy things, and after getting along with Song Yuan these days, Li Zhener felt that except for not being from a noble family, he was no worse than Nong Yi. As long as they worked together, life would not be bad, and she felt a lot of comfort. She closed her eyes and fell asleep quickly. As soon as Song Yuan arrived at the station, he received a piece of lotus-colored Xianling yarn from his sister as a friendly sponsorship. "Little sister, what are you doing?" Song Yuan was puzzled. Song Luo stared at Song Yuan from head to toe. He was 8 feet tall and had a strong body. He should have 8 abdominal muscles. His face, thick eyebrows and big eyes, was angular. Although he was not as delicate as her, he was from the same factory after all, and his appearance was not inferior. He was definitely sunny, cheerful and tough. Not bad, not bad. Song Yuan felt uncomfortable being stared at. "Little sister, what are you doing? Why are you looking at me like that?" Song Luo smiled. "Nothing, I'm just showing my brother's heroic figure to my future sister-in-law. By the way, this piece of Xianling yarn is for my future sister-in-law to make clothes." Song Yuan scratched his head embarrassedly. "You know everything? I didn't hide it from you on purpose." Song Luo waved her hand. "I understand." Song Yuan, "No you don't. I'd like to hear more about it. She is gentle, beautiful, and kind-hearted. We are going to get married. We get married after this hunting trip." Okay, I really don't understand." Even though Song Luo was well prepared, she was still shocked by Song Yuan. Then, "Bless you? Thank you, little sister." Watching Song Yuan leave, Song Luo touched her chin and sighed secretly. What a coincidence. She got married quickly, and her brother was not much worse. They are not from the same family, so they don't marry. The next day, Feng Qing and Feng Yi were thinking about catching bamboo treasures in the bamboo forest. Song Luo opened the door sleepily, and saw the 2 of them on the left and right. Feng Yi leaned on the left door frame, and Feng Qing stood straight on the right. "It's like a door god." Song Luo shuddered with fear. "What are you 2 doing?" "Madam, let's go catch the bamboo treasure together," Feng Yi said with a smile. "Heh." Song Luo rolled her eyes. "You have to wait until I have breakfast." Feng Yi kicked Feng Qing attentively. "Wait, we will go and get you food." "Feng Qing, hurry up." Feng Qing looked at him expressionlessly, turned around and got off the flying boat. Chapter 60. After breakfast, Song Luo went to the bamboo forest under Feng Yi's nagging. This time, she chose to go west. "Hey, it's so hot. I'm starting." Song Luo blew a breath into her palms, and took out a small medicine hoe. Under the curious eyes of Feng Qing and Feng Yi, she stepped on the flying sword and jumped up and down, and began to knock. She was as flexible as a monkey swinging on vines in the mountains. "Our wife is really unique." Feng Yi laughed and quickly covered his mouth, and his eyes that were exposed were straightened. Feng Qing trembled the corners of her mouth, turned her head away, and turned back again. There was no movement. The 2 stood on the ground and watched her knocking and knocking. They didn't know how many green bamboo she knocked, but still had no harvest. Feng Yi couldn't help but sigh. This bamboo treasure is really hard to find. I don't know what I can harvest today. Even if I find half of what I found yesterday, I will be satisfied. Song Luo was like a diligent woodpecker. Knock, 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 knock. Kacha, kacha. Hearing the familiar voice, Song Luo's eyes lit up and shouted to the 2. "Got it. Here it comes." Feng Yi and Feng Qing quickly raised their swords and split the bamboo. The thin green bamboo was split in half from the middle. In the 13th section of the bamboo, on the inner wall of the white bamboo tube, thin and long bamboo treasures were wriggling inside. Feng Yi was surprised. There really are some. He immediately pulled all the bamboo treasures into the basket at his waist. Song Luo continued to go west. The bamboo in the deep is thicker than the outside. Song Luo unexpectedly discovered that the probability of bamboo treasures in the bamboo here is higher than those thin ones outside. She knocked harder and harder. After knocking for a long time, she miraculously discovered that although she was still disgusted by the white flesh worms, she seemed not to be as scared as she was at the beginning. It seemed that she was immune to them. Song Luo thought happily, and knocked out another nest. Hunting area in the west. Su Qinger carried a basket, and sneaked into the bamboo forest. Before coming, she wanted to do a big job, harvest hundreds of bamboo treasures, and become rich. After coming, she looked at the long bamboos, and was in trouble. She had no idea where to start. First, she didn't know which bamboos contained bamboo treasures, and second, She didn't have the strength of a martial arts master to easily split these bamboos. She used a sickle to cut a bamboo with great effort, and split it open, but there was nothing. Su Qinger was extremely disappointed. She gritted her teeth and turned away. A quarter of an hour later, countless women and children poured into the bamboo forest, along with dozens of first-level martial arts masters. In order to find bamboo worms, the martial arts masters and women in the farmers' homes became bamboo cutters. The fallen bamboos were dragged away by the children, broken open, and they looked inside with their eyes wide open. The big scene soon attracted the Li family and the Yun family. The two families decided to follow the trend no matter what the farmers were doing. They immediately gathered a lot of people and started to cut and split bamboo. Seeing that the situation was getting bigger and bigger, and no one had found a bamboo treasure, Su Qinger became more and more uneasy. She was just guessing. Could it be that she guessed wrong? As time went by, no one found the bamboo treasure, and everyone began to doubt Su Qinger's words. Old Eighth family, are you sure there is really a bamboo treasure here? Su Qinger's husband was the eighth child in the family, so his parents named him Nong Old Eighth. She married Nong Old Eighth and became the eighth family's wife. Who doesn't know that bamboo treasures grow in the purple bamboo forest? This is green bamboo. Is there really a bamboo treasure? Don't make fun of us. Su Qinger's sister-in-law looked at her seriously. It's okay to make fun of your own family, but it's not funny to make fun of other people's families. Besides, people from the Li and Yun families came, and in the end it was a joke. It would be difficult to explain to the young clan leader. It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. Su Qinger was panicking. At this point, she couldn't say no. Besides, she was 80% sure that even if it wasn't the bamboo treasure, it must be something else. Su Qinger's sister-in-law felt relieved when she saw her firm words. She explained to the other sisters-in-law, the bamboo treasure is so rare that it's normal that we can't find it for a while. With such a large bamboo forest, we can find it slowly. Everyone was comforted. Although they still had some doubts, they had some hope. Su Qinger put her worries aside for the time being, and just hoped that something would appear soon, even if it wasn't Zhu Bao. Suddenly, several children's cheerful voices came. Zhu Bao, it's Zhu Bao. Really? Where is it? Let me see. The women, children, martial arts masters, farmers, Lis, and Yuns all gathered around the source of the voice. The crowd was in chaos. Don't push, my shoes were squeezed off. Damn it, I'm going to die. If you push me again, I beat you to death. A big martial spirit master raised his fist at the people behind him and shouted a few words, and the situation was slightly under control. Everyone finally saw the true face of the bamboo treasure. On the inner wall of the white bamboo, there were long and thin fleshy worms wriggling inside. Some people didn't know the goods and didn't recognize them. Several knowledgeable martial spirit masters took a look and confirmed happily, it is indeed a bamboo treasure. There are not many in this nest, only about 20, but one bamboo treasure can play a significant role, and each one is very precious. A martial spirit master came out of the farm and carefully put away the 20 or so bamboo treasures. Then he took a deep breath and waved his hand, continued to cut bamboo. Yes! At this time, the people from the Li family and the Yun family knew what the farmer was looking for, and looked at the bamboo forest behind them with burning eyes. A group of people dispersed and started to cut and break bamboos enthusiastically. Su Qinger breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. She made the right bet. As long as everyone can find more bamboo treasures, she will definitely get the reward. With money, she can buy the clothes and jewelry she likes, and buy more vegetables and fruits with spiritual power. In short, she can buy a lot of things she wants. Song Luhua and others don't know that in the western hunting area, because of her and Feng Yin's behavior yesterday, the three families of Li, Nong, and Yun started a bamboo cutting activity. She is now busy picking bamboo treasures in the bamboo forest with Feng Qing and Feng Yi. Why pick? Because she found a very strange place. The ground here is moist, and there is a water mark when you step on it. If you knock on this place casually, you will find bamboo treasures. After knocking for so long, her hands were numb. Song Luhua simply stopped knocking and directly ordered Feng Qing and Feng Yi to cut all the bamboos here. Of course, the effect was very good. Every bamboo cut here has bamboo treasures in its roots, and the most are in the bottom bamboo joints, the kind that can't be stuffed into the thin bamboo tube. Going up, there are bamboo treasures in every joint. When the bamboo tube was split open, flesh worms flew all over the sky. Feng Qing and Feng Yi had to put a blanket on the ground before starting to split the bamboo. Song Liuhua's fleshworm phobia, which was cured a little yesterday, came back again. She screamed and quickly found a place far away, squatting on the ground to dig the soil. Chapter 61. The Bamboo Forest to the West. The Nong, Li, and Yun families were busy cutting bamboo. The three families all found bamboo treasures. Now, everyone was even more motivated. Everyone, work hard, and I give you credit for this time. Yes. A group of women and children didn't expect to share such precious things, but they could earn more by looking for bamboo treasures here than by digging wild vegetables. Both sides were very satisfied and became more motivated. A martial arts master from a farmer's family looked at the bamboos that stretched to the central hunting area in the distance, his eyes burning with enthusiasm. The Qin, Lu, and Jiang families, and the fourth son of the Feng family may not know that there are bamboo treasures in this green bamboo forest. After we finish cutting down the bamboo here, we will go cut down all the bamboos over there, and all the bamboo treasures will be ours. Last time, they got the cicada, and we didn't get any. This time, let them stare at the bamboo treasures. Ha ha. The martial spirit masters of the Nong, Li, and Yun families fell into beautiful fantasies. Song Luo said, "Don't compare your little melons and dates with my army of insects." At this moment, she was numb. She dropped the stick in her hand, jumped up with a chuang, took out the spirit sword and flew into the sky. She patted her chest in shock. Fuck. It's not that she is uncivilized, but who can resist this? Song Luo was going crazy. She just wanted to dig some soil, pinch it a few times, and kill some boring time. But as soon as she dug with a stick, she dug out a fleshy green worm as thick as a thumb. Imagine a green fleshy worm as thick as a thumb coming out of the ground, and its black eyes as big as mung beans met hers. The horror level was comparable to seeing a pair of brand new embroidered shoes in a dilapidated old building. For a person with fleshworm phobia, it was good that she didn't die of fright on the spot. Feng Qing and Feng Yi were cutting bamboo. When they heard her scream, they immediately went forward to check and saw her in the sky. The dimple on Feng Yi's face twitched. "Madam, what are you doing in the sky?" Song Luo lowered her height a little, frowned, and pointed to the place where she had just dug. "There is a big insect." "You are too timid." "What's so scary about this bug?" "Wait, I step on it and avenge you." Feng Yi smiled and strode to the place where Song Luo had just squatted. As expected, he saw a hint of green outside. He stepped halfway with one foot, and was about to crush the fleshworm to death. Suddenly, the thing showed its head from the black earth. "Huh?" Feng Yi moved his foot away in confusion. "This bug looks familiar. It's a soul-replenishing bug." As the name suggests, the soul-replenishing bug is full of spiritual power. It belongs to the fourth-level exotic beast. Its main function is to warm the meridians and soul palaces of the whole body, strengthen the toughness of the meridians and soul palaces, so that the martial spirit master or auxiliary spirit master will not easily damage the meridians and soul palaces due to excessive use of spiritual power. Feng Qing squatted down and dug out the whole body of the fleshworm. Only a fat fleshworm as thick as a thumb, with a pale green color, was exposed. Feng Yi was quite surprised. "It's really a nourishing spirit worm. I'm not seeing wrong." Feng Yi screamed and put the big green worm into a pocket like a treasure. Song Luo, "What about the promise to avenge me?" Feng Yi laughed. "In fact, we don't have to avenge this vengeance, right? Hee hee, you ghost." Song Luo curled her lips. Feng Qing then remained silent and continued to dig at the place where the ground was dug. Suddenly, his pupils shrank and his face was full of disbelief. Feng Yi turned his head and saw it, and the whole person was stunned. He pointed at the piles of soul-replenishing insects in the black soil and stammered. So many soul-replenishing insects." Song Luo curiously took a closer look and flew up to the sky again. The green flesh worms were wriggling in the moist black soil, and her scalp was numb. "Fortunately, I ran fast." She didn't dare to think about what she would be like without this flying sword. She would have jumped up and down in the bamboo forest, screaming and running wildly. Song Luo silently controlled the flying sword to fly higher, until she could no longer see those overly fat green insects. She felt much better. Feng Qing and Feng Yi looked at each other, and Feng Qing immediately took out the communication stone and called for help. When Feng Yi received the communication stone, he was taking people to count the supplies in the storage room. Feng Qing said briefly, "Bring people to help." Then he cut off the call. Feng Yin's eyes lit up. "It seems that they found more bamboo treasures this time than I did yesterday. Come on, you guys count them first, I go help." "You go, we count them a few more times. We guarantee there won't be any mistakes. Several martial spirit masters nearby had lights in their eyes, and they wanted to catch bamboo treasures themselves. But looking at the pile of supplies that needed to be counted, they could only regretfully give up the idea. When Feng Yin arrived, Feng Qing and Feng Yi had already dug a large area of land, and the basket next to them was half filled with spiritual insects. Song Luo sat on the flying sword and took out some snacks to eat. Feng Yi saw that Feng Yin was the only one there, so he patted his forehead. You came alone? Feng Yin laughed. What else? Is it not enough for me to come alone? So many soul-replenishing insects, and these bamboo treasures everywhere. What do you think? Feng Yi pointed to the bamboos around him, and then showed the nests of green soul-replenishing insects in the ground behind him. Feng Yin, Silence was the endless roar in his heart. Feng Yi, call everyone here. Feng Yin glared at Feng Qing. It was all because this kid didn't explain clearly. What could he do? He could only happily say, okay. When Feng Yin called all the martial arts masters in the station, everyone was shocked again. But time waits for no one. So many things can only be put into their own pockets, they can feel at ease. Everyone was busy in full swing. It is said that the ground here is unusually wet. Feng Yi and his team just dug a pit, and soon, a shallow layer of black water accumulated in the pit, which could not be seen without careful observation. Song Luo was quite curious about this. Squatting beside the pit, she saw a dark bottom. She stirred it with a stick and found that it was not sticky, but had the same viscosity as water. She touched it with her fingertips, and found that the water was cool but not cold, giving people a warm feeling. What on earth is this? Song Luo murmured in confusion. Chapter 62. Huh? What the hell? Song Luo jumped up. It disappeared. She looked at her fingers in disbelief. Her fingertips were white, and her neatly trimmed nails were pink, as cute and beautiful as usual. She bit her fingers, and there was nothing unusual. Looking at the small pit on the ground, the black water inside was gone. So, this thing ran from her fingertips into her body? For a moment, Song Luo's head was confused. In order to confirm whether there was anything wrong with her body, she performed a breakdance on the spot. After dancing for a long time, except for a dizzy head, there was nothing strange about the body. It's strange. Song Luo couldn't see anything, so she didn't bother to care for the time being. After searching everywhere, she saw the same black water, so Song Luo had to suppress this matter in her heart. Feng Yin brought 4 people, plus Feng Qing, Feng Yi, and himself. The 7 people were divided into 2 groups. 3 people cut bamboo and caught bamboo treasures, and 4 people dug and caught spiritual insects. They were all serious strong men, turning the soil and cutting bamboo at a fast speed. In just one morning, Feng Yin and his team had finished turning over this special land, and had almost caught all the spirit insects. Feng Qing led the team to cut bamboo, and the task of catching bamboo treasures was also coming to an end. Song Luo casually knocked on the bamboo outside the black wet soil. She already had an idea of how many bamboo treasures were there. In the whole morning, they harvested 2 large baskets of bamboo treasures, about 150 kilograms. If it were in terms of quantity, Feng Yin estimated that there would be more than 100,000 bamboo treasures. Feng Yin, Feng Qing and Feng Yi were all very excited. Song Luo was indifferent. She wouldn't eat these bugs anyway. If she was forced to eat them, it would be exciting. Picked up the communication spirit stone, and sent a message to Feng Xi. Feng Xi, Qin Yi, Lu Yuan and Jiang Wenzheng led the team to catch the feather phoenix chicken. Since they knew that this spherical spirit weapon had a restraining effect on the feather phoenix chicken, they discussed a plan to eliminate the feather phoenix chicken. In recent years, no one dared to provoke the feather phoenix chicken, whether it was a strange beast or a human, resulting in these creatures having no enemies and breeding unscrupulously. Feng Xi and others only made a slight move and attracted a large group of feather phoenix chickens. With the experience of the last battle, this hunting plan went smoothly. In just one morning, they wiped out a feather phoenix chicken team, and each family got 100 feather phoenix chickens. Just after cleaning the battlefield, Feng Xi received the communication spirit stone from Song Luo. He wiped the blood off his face and said gently, Luo. Feng Xi, call Qin Yi and others to come over. We found a good place. There are many bamboo treasures here. Song Luo broke the communication spirit stone after she finished speaking. Feng Xi raised his eyebrows slightly, and told Qin Yi and others about this. Really? Jiang Wenxiu's eyes widened. If you don't believe it, you don't have to go. Feng Xi snorted and laughed, and conveyed the order to his team to prepare to go back. Go, go, I believe it. Jiang Wenxiu was afraid that everyone would go, and only he would be left behind, so he immediately repaired the team and looked at Feng Xiai eagerly. Qin Yi and Lu Yuan looked at each other and thought that they had taken advantage of it again this time. They followed the location that Song Luhua said and walked into the depths of the bamboo forest. Qin Yi and Lu Yuan looked at the split bamboo, feeling a little incredible, but more of anticipation. The hunting activity is coming to an end. The harvest of their families is already quite huge. If they can get some more bamboo treasures, it will be even more perfect. Feng Yin and others wanted to continue to cut bamboo outside the special plots and catch bamboo treasures, but Song Luhua stopped them. That's enough. We have to leave some soup for others when we eat meat, otherwise no one will want to cooperate with us in the future. I asked Feng Xiai to call Qin Yi and others over, so let's leave these to them. It's getting late. I believe they will be back soon. You go back and prepare lunch first. Yes. Feng Yin hesitated for a moment, and immediately left with his people. She, Feng Qing and Feng Yi were the only ones left in the bamboo forest. Feng Qing didn't talk much, and did whatever he was told to do, without any objection to the matter. Feng Yi looked at them laughing and joking, like a little kid, but he was clear-headed. If there were no such benefits to Hang Qin Yi and others, given his son's current situation, he would not be able to obtain equal voice and distribution rights in this hunt just based on his friendship with the three people. Even if Qin Yi, Lu Yuan and Jiang Wenxiu were willing, the families behind them would not allow them to do so. Madam's behavior only caused them to lose some marginal benefits, which was harmless, but it allowed them to temporarily maintain an equal status with the other three major families. Of course he had nothing to say. Song Luhua liked smart people. She would respect them 10 feet if they respected her. Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, and Jiang Wenxiu cooperated with Feng Xiai with the power of their families, but the prey was divided equally. She knew it well, and giving up some benefits appropriately would only be good, not bad. Otherwise, she would have nothing better to do and sell the soil that gave birth to the cicadas to Qin Yi and others. When Feng Xiai arrived with Qin Yi and others, he saw his wife lying leisurely on a recliner, with all kinds of cakes, snacks and wild fruits on the small table in front of her. Feng Qing and Feng Yi stood on her left and right. This scene was as leisurely as it could be. Feng Xiai was stunned, chuckled, strode to the table, took out a chair from the space ring, and sat down. His slender fingers picked up the blue and white porcelain kettle on the table, poured himself a cup of spiritual tea, and tasted it carefully. Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, and Jiang Wenxiu followed suit, each taking out a chair and sitting around a table. Those who drank tea, and those who ate snacks, and they did not consider themselves outsiders at all. Thousands of clansmen from several families stood quietly behind them, watching silently. With this posture and this scene, if you don't know, you might think that the big guys from several parties are negotiating, and if they can't reach an agreement, they will wave their hands and start a fight. No matter how thick-skinned Song Luhua was, she felt uncomfortable. She climbed up from the recliner and said resignedly, "Since we are all here, let's start working." She designated a location. Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, Jiang Wenxiu, the three of you, start from this point, each choose an area, cut bamboo, split it, and the bamboo treasure is inside. Okay. Given her previous reliability, Qin Yi and others no longer doubted and immediately led the tribesmen to work. Qin Yi chose the west, Lu Yuan chose the north, and Jiang Wenxiu chose the east. Song Luhua had explored this location before. Although there were not as many bamboo treasures here as in the area they just visited, there were more than she and Feng Yin had encountered the first time. Soon, someone on the far side of the road opened a bamboo treasure, and the cheers affected the Qin and Jiang families. Before they could envy, their own team also received good news. After the first time, there was a second time, and a third time. The successive openings of bamboo treasures boosted the confidence of the three families, and everyone worked harder. Song Luhua stretched, put the recliner, table and other items back into the space, and said to Feng Xiai, let's go back first." Okay. Chapter 63. Along the way, Song Luhua chattered and told Feng Xiai about today's harvest. Said, "So, don't be disappointed. We caught a lot of bamboo treasures and spiritual insects today, much more than Qin Yi and the others." Feng Xiai looked up and saw that she looked like she was asking for praise. He gently touched her little head and smiled gently. "How could I be disappointed? My wife is more capable than I thought. I thought he would support her after they got married, but I didn't expect that he would be the one being supported." Feng Xiai felt this feeling was quite novel. Today was the last day of hunting. Qin Yi, Lu Yuan and Jiang Wenxiu, the three families caught a lot of bamboo treasures yesterday afternoon. Today, they didn't even bother to go hunting. They called all the men, women and children of the whole family to go to the bamboo forest early in the morning. The strange beasts in the vicinity were almost cleared, and Feng Xiai didn't plan to go deeper, so he led the team to sweep the nearby valleys. Whatever wild vegetables and spiritual medicines they saw, they would pick them back. When Song Luo rose, Feng Xiai and his team didn't know how long they had been in the mountains. As soon as she finished breakfast, Feng Yin came to her with an iron cage. "Madam, your bunny." When he was counting things, he took out this pink bunny from the corner. Song Luo then remembered that this was caught by Feng Xiai as a pet for her to play with, but she was too busy at that time and didn't take care of this little thing, so she asked Feng Yin to help raise it for a while. The soft and cute bunny, which is pink, is really touching. Feng Yi has raised it for so long, I'm afraid it has grown up a little. Okay, let me take a look. Song Luo rubbed her hands and lifted the black cloth on the iron cage expectantly. Oh my god! What the hell is this? The fur is pink, nothing wrong with it. The rabbit beast, nothing wrong with it either. But who could have told her that this thing had grown to 20 kilograms in just half a month? The meat and fur were squeezed into a narrow cage. Whose pet is so fat? Moreover, I don't know when this thing has grown a circle of black fur under its nose. This appearance is very big. In special times, the ancestors of 3 generations would be strictly investigated and taken away to eat peanuts. Song Luo thought that this was not cute but edible. Of course, this was a pet given to her by Feng Xiai. Feng Xiai had to vote for her life and death before he could decide whether this little thing, well, the big thing should be pulled down to be spicy or braised. Put it back, it's too big, my room can't hold it. Song Luo waved her hands, looking like she couldn't bear to watch. She strictly suspected that Feng Yin was the reincarnation of a professional pig farmer. She especially remembered that this pink rabbit was as fresh and cute as Xia Yuhe by Daming Lake when she first saw it. She couldn't bear to see him become a dogfuck colonel in just half a month. Feng Yin hesitated for a moment, and had to take the cage away. In order to find Zhu Bao, Song Luo had no time to refine pills and tools in the past 2 days, so she took out the cauldron and started to refine medicine. As she was refining, Song Luo noticed something was wrong. It used to take at least half an hour for a furnace to fail. The 2 furnaces she just refined failed in half an hour. The whole process of refining medicine seemed to be accelerated. Unlike before, it took half an hour to confirm the failure. After refining several more furnaces, as expected, they still failed. The time was indeed much shorter than before. Song Luo widened her eyes. She seemed to have found a bright spot. According to this calculation, her efficiency has at least doubled. In other words, before, she could refine 10 furnaces a day without stopping and fail 10 furnaces. But now, she can refine 20 furnaces a day and fail 20 furnaces. How can this not be considered an increase in efficiency? Song Luo also laughed at herself. In terms of the efficiency of refining medicine and refining tools, no one can compare with her. As for why this happened, she thought of the black water she encountered in the bamboo forest yesterday. Her abnormality might be related to that thing. What a weird thing. Song Luo complained, and lost interest in refining medicine. She immediately put away the cauldron, and ran out on the flying sword. Hunting ground in the west. Bamboo forest. Nong Hung, Li Cheng and Yun Ju were quite excited to hear that bamboo treasures were found in the green bamboo forest. They immediately gathered all the tribesmen to start cutting bamboo, and looking for bamboo treasures. After 2 days of continuous hard work, they finally cut down almost all of the green bamboo forest. Each family harvested thousands of bamboo treasures. Su Qinger, who first proposed that there were bamboo treasures in the green bamboo forest, was rewarded with 100,000 lingbai. She immediately held the lingbai card tightly, and was so excited that she couldn't control herself. Nong Hung waved his hand to let her leave. He had an idea of the central bamboo forest in his mind. Unfortunately, this idea was broken as soon as it came out. A martial spirit master came to report, "Young clan leader, we have finished cutting bamboo." Guess who we met at the border? They also went to cut bamboo. It's nothing more than Feng Xiai, Qin Yi, Lu Yuan and Jiang Wenxiu's families. Nong Hung sighed, his plan failed. Yes, Feng Xiai, Qin Yi and Lu Yuan are all shrewd people. Even Jiang Wenxiu looks reckless, but he is also a man of finesse. If there is anything good, they can't hide it from them. Qin Yi had his mind set on them, but when he saw that the Nong, Li and Yun families had already cut the bamboo to the doorstep, he gave up the idea. He nodded to Nong Hung, Li Cheng and Yun Ju on the opposite side, and left with his people. Although it was a pity, it was not disappointing. After all, he got more than 10,000 bamboo treasures for free before leaving, which was already a lot. Nong Hung, Li Cheng, and Yun Ju on the opposite side had the same idea. They worked hard for 2 days, and each got 2,000 bamboo treasures. The core members of the family shared them, and everyone got a lot. When Song Luo found Feng Xiai, they were picking wild fruits all over the mountains. However, most of them were left over by others. They all grew on the tops of trees, where women and children really didn't dare to go. Feng Xiai picked out a first-grade wild peach with excellent appearance and attractive red color from the basket, carefully wiped it twice with a handkerchief dipped in water, and handed it to Song Luo. "Do you want to eat it?" "I want to eat it." Song Luo took it and took a bite. The crisp, sweet, and sour flesh of the wild peach was refreshing with a natural herbal fragrance. After a few bites, only a peach pit was left in the fist-sized wild peach. Feng Xiai changed a new handkerchief, wiped her mouth, and said, "Stretch out your hand." Song Luo quickly put the peach pit in her pocket, and stretched out a small hand stained with wild peach juice. Feng Xiai took her hand, and wiped off the stains on it bit by bit with the handkerchief. Song Luo suddenly thought of the pink bunny beast, hesitated for a moment, and asked Feng Xiai tentatively, "Well, Feng Xiai, the bunny beast you gave me seems a bit ugly. If I don't want to keep it, will you be angry?" Chapter 64. Feng Xiai smiled and scratched her small nose. His eyes seemed to be full of stars. "It's just to make you happy. If you don't like it, don't keep it." "Then can I deal with it myself?" Song Luo pulled Feng Xi's palm and shook it. "Of course I can. According to my wife's wishes." Feng Xiai was curious about how she would deal with it. Song Luo, "Take it to the kitchen, braise half and spicy half." "Hee hee. Let Feng Yin do it when we get back." Feng Xiai gently tapped her nose, smiling dotingly. It was noon. Flying boats of all sizes were heading towards Yanqing City. The quiet streets soon became crowded. In Feng Xi's martial arts arena, the martial arts masters sweated as they carried baskets of exotic beast meat down from the flying boats. The women stood in groups of 3 or 5, placing baskets of wild vegetables, wild fruits and spiritual plants at their feet, chattering about gossip, staring at the harvest on the scene, and laughing happily. The children were running around and playing in the open space. Occasionally, they would run into the busy elders and get kicked in the buttocks. Then, they would run to the side and continue playing. This scene was more lively than the new year. Overall, the harvest was great. Excluding daily food and drink, a total of more than 28,000 kilograms of second-level silver-striped venison, more than 21,000 kilograms of third-level silver-striped venison, 8,000 kilograms of third-level silver-striped venison, 15,000 kilograms of second-level blue cattle meat, 5,000 kilograms of fourth-level blue cattle meat, 36,300 kilograms of third-level flaming sheep, 21,620 kilograms of fourth-level feather phoenix chicken, and 15,800 kilograms of fifth-level feather phoenix chicken. In addition, there are 7,000 caddies of second-level peanuts, 8,000 ground cicadas, more than 130,000 bamboo treasures, and more than 78,000 spiritual insects. There are still 75 fragrant chickens caught by Song Luo, and 213 fragrant eggs left, which are not included in the distribution. The prey has been counted several times, and Fo Shan handed the book in his hand to Feng Xiai. Feng Xiai flipped through it, and immediately had a plan in his mind. Everyone has worked hard on this hunt. Each person will get 150 caddies of second-level silver-striped venison, 100 caddies of third-level silver-striped venison, and 50 caddies of fourth-level silver-striped venison, 100 caddies of second-level blue cattle meat, 30 caddies of third-level blue cattle meat, 200 caddies of third-level flame mutton, 100 caddies of fourth-level feather phoenix chicken, 80 caddies of fifth-level feather phoenix chicken, 10 ground cicadas per person, 100 bamboo treasures, 100 spiritual insects, and 50 caddies of peanuts. A third-level martial spirit master will receive 2 third-level red turtle eggs, 20 additional soul-replenishing insects, 30 bamboo treasures, and 30,000 spiritual jades. A fourth-level martial spirit master will receive 5 third-level red turtle eggs, 50 additional soul-replenishing insects, 50 bamboo treasures, and 50,000 spiritual jades. Equal treatment for weapon refiners and pharmacists. Yes. Feng Yin's fat face smiled like a flower, and he immediately arranged for people to distribute the supplies. Feng Shan's eyes were burning, and he couldn't help but grinning with his big white teeth, smiling brilliantly. Feng Li, Feng Su, Fengru, Fenglu and others had excitement in their eyes. They had already received enough things last time, but they didn't expect that the amount of exotic beast meat they received this time would almost double, not to mention the precious things like the ground cicada, which they also had a share of. What was unexpected was that there were also good things, like the soul-replenishing insects and bamboo treasures. With the ground cicadas and soul-replenishing insects, their souls and meridians would have more protection, so they would not be panicked, and they would naturally be more adept at refining medicine and tools. They couldn't use the bamboo treasures themselves, but there were men at home, so it would be great to give them the use of them. Su Yin suddenly thought she had misheard, so she asked Zhao Qiuyun and got the exact answer. She was stunned. She had always wanted to join the top 10 families, because the big families were generous and could let her and her children live a life without worries about food and clothing. Unexpectedly, Feng Xi's team was treated several times better than the main branches of the top 10 families. Ground cicadas, spirit insects, bamboo treasures, all of these were good things hidden by the big families, but he didn't even blink an eye and gave so many of them. She suddenly had expectations for the future. When the other martial spirit masters and women heard that their husbands and sons had been allocated so many supplies this time, they couldn't help but cheer. Even the children shouted happily, "It's time to eat meat." At this moment, Song Luhua was infected by their happiness. Among them, there were 3 flaming sheep given to Song Luhua by Qin Yi, Lu Yuan and Jian Wenxiu. These were taken out by Feng Xi separately. After Song Luhua learned about it, she called these people on the way. She happily accepted the benefits that belonged to her alone. Although Feng Xi was the leader of this team, no one could say anything even if he emptied all the remaining things in the warehouse. But for a team to continue to operate, it must have the support of money and materials, so he did not plan to use a considerable part of the materials, leaving them for the operation of the team. Some tribesmen only have women in their families, but no men. If they can't make ends meet, they have to subsidize them from time to time, which costs a lot. Feng Xi glanced at the remaining things in the warehouse, and a light smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Before his wife came, he lived a tight life. Every time he divided the materials during hunting, except for a small corner, the whole warehouse was empty. I don't know when it started, but their life gradually became better. The huge warehouse was almost full. Song Luhua was confused by Feng Xi's smile. He usually smiled most of the time, but looking at her at this time, it always made people feel that there was an indescribable emotion in it. The house located in Qinghua Lane, obviously not living here for a long time, the moment she stepped into the yard, Song Luhua felt extremely familiar. Nani Yang came out happily. "Sir, madam is back. She has worked so hard. Lunch is ready. Would you like to eat first?" "Yes." Feng Xi smiled and nodded. Nani Yang smiled lovingly and said to Song Luhua, "Madam, why don't you see my uncle? I have prepared his share as well." Song Luhua was surprised and said with a smile, "My brother has gone back to change clothes. I will call him now." Song Luhua called Song Yuan, and the 3 of them had dinner and went back to their room to rest. When they woke up, it was already evening. Feng Xi changed into a loose casual dress and sat on the couch outside to read a book. Song Luhua yawned and staggered into his arms. Smelling the fresh breath in his arms, she felt a little drowsy again. Feng Xi adjusted his sitting position, holding her horizontally on his thighs, one hand on her shoulders, the other hand around her slender waist. The woman's eyebrows and eyes were picturesque. Her small nose wings were opening and closing. Her rosy little mouth was slightly open, revealing a pink tongue and white pearly teeth. The girl's soft body was completely pressed against him, and waves of fragrance rushed into his nose. Feng Xi rolled his Adam's apple helplessly, suppressed the restlessness in his heart, and doted on her delicate nose tip and gently tapped you. Chapter 65. The two sat quietly for a while, and it was time for dinner again. After dinner, Song Luhua went to her small vegetable garden for a walk. The small fruits she planted before hunting were all ripe. The purple large fruits, as big as her fist, were hanging on the branches. Song Luhua's eyes lit up. They are all level 3 spiritual fruits. At this moment, she clearly felt that these purple large fruits were definitely not the same as the small fruits that were produced last time. In terms of effect, the small fruits last time were naturally better. After all, they could be used to kill the level 4 blue bull beast. But these 3rd level spiritual fruits are not bad. Song Luhua immediately called Feng Xi to help pick the fruits. In the vegetable field, rows of purple-leaved plants, half a person's height, were full of purple fruits as big as a woman's fist, which bent the stems, and some of the fruits were almost sticking to the ground. The fruits were full of spiritual energy. They were at least the best among the third-level ones. Feng Xiai was quite surprised. When he was in the family, the third-level spiritual fruits grown by the spiritual plant masters not only had less spiritual energy than half of these fruits, but also produced sparse fruits. On the other hand, his wife's crops far surpassed theirs in both quantity and quality. My wife is very capable, Feng Xiai explained. Song Luo accepted all the praise from Feng Xiai, and she proudly puffed out her chest. Of course. Nani Yang found 2 baskets and gave one to Feng Xiai and Song Luo. She had been at home, watering and weeding the vegetable garden from time to time, and could be said to have watched them grow with her own eyes. No one was happier than her when these fruits were harvested. Start picking. Song Luo gave the order, and Yang Ma and Feng Xiai began to pick them. The purple big fruit was soft in the hand, and you only need to grab the fruit stem and pull it gently to pick it. Song Luo picked one, wiped it on her clothes casually, and took a bite. A large amount of juice flowed into her mouth, and the sweet and sour fragrance instantly filled her entire mouth and taste buds. After swallowing it, a warm feeling flowed into her abdomen, which made her feel very comfortable. It was even more delicious than the third-level spiritual fruit she had eaten before. Song Luo squinted her eyes comfortably, and ate a whole purple big tomato fruit in 2 or 3 bites, and felt like dancing on the spot. She planted 7 tomato fruit plants in total, a total of 70 plants. Since each plant had a lot of fruits, they picked all the purple big tomato fruits, and got more than 300 kilograms. Song Luo thought of the 3 flaming sheep, and wanted to give some to Qin Yi, Lu Yuan and Jiang Wenxiu. Song Luo called Lai Feng Shan. I heard from your wife that you can weave bamboo baskets. Can you help me weave a few, the kind of small and elegant ones? Song Luo gestured and narrated, talking a lot. Feng Shan listened and said quickly, I understand. Song Luo took out a pile of bamboo from her space bracelet. This is the bamboo they cut when they caught the bamboo treasure. Can you see if it can be used? Feng Shan twitched his mouth. You can put everything back. He picked up a few pieces of bamboo and nodded with his hands. It can be used. I will weave it for you right away. Then, Song Luo saw him take out the magic sword, brush it a few times, and neatly scrape off the bamboo joints and bamboo hair, then split it in 2, and then split it into even thin strips with the magic sword, scrape it clean, and then weave it. First, use the wider bamboo strips to make the base, and then start weaving with thin bamboo strips. Feng Shan's fingers fly quickly, and finally lock the edge, and then measure the size of the lid with his hands. Another quick operation, an exquisite bamboo gift box with a handle and a lid is woven. Feng Shan wove more than 10 in one breath, and it only took an hour. His hands were almost waving out after images, and he successfully dispelled Song Luo's idea of stealing his skills. I decided that he was really good at weaving. I guess he could weave with his eyes closed. If he were in modern times, he would definitely be called a master of intangible cultural heritage. What a waste of talent. Alright. Feng Shan moved and put down the last gift box, then stood up to stretch his muscles. I haven't made so many for a long time. Madam, are you satisfied with these? Not bad. Song Luo picked up one and looked at it. The texture was delicate, the arrangement was tight and orderly, and the tentacles were smooth. Whether in terms of quality or appearance, it was good. It looks good. Feng Shan smiled and said, it's only now. I will forget it in a few years. Before leaving, Song Luo gave 2 large purple fruits. Take these 2 spiritual fruits back and eat them. They taste good. Thank you, madam. Feng Shan was pleasantly surprised. He could feel that these 2 spiritual fruits were at least level 3. In terms of appearance, he estimated that they were already the best among the level 3. Such good spiritual fruits were rarely sold on the market. How much were the bamboo baskets he had woven worth? This trip was worth it. After watching Feng Shan leave happily, Song Luo took out 3 bamboo baskets, each of which could hold just 10 large purple fruits. After packing them, she tied a red ribbon and pasted gold-dyed red paper on them, and an extremely exquisite gift box appeared. In the afternoon, Feng Xiai, Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, and Jiang Wenxiu gathered together. Feng Xiai pointed to the spiritual fruit on the table. My wife gave you a gift, 1 box for each of you. What is it? It's wrapped so beautifully. Jiang Wenxiu curiously tugged at the red paper on the bamboo basket. You know when you open it. Qin Yi untied the ribbon on it, and opened the lid. Juicy, neatly arranged large purple fruits appeared in front of him. Is this a fruit? He recognized this spiritual fruit at a glance. When they hunted the 4th level blue bull monster last time, didn't they use a smaller version of this spiritual fruit? Feng Xiai nodded. Yes, it is indeed a fruit. It is different from the ordinary red fruit and the small fruit we used last time. It is just a third-level spiritual fruit. Lu Yuan opened his own portion, and a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Qin Yi shook his head and said regretfully, "It would be better if it was that small fruit. If so, it would be easier to hunt the blue ox beast next time." Jiang Wenxiu had already taken one out and put it in his mouth. The sour and sweet taste, full of juice, and abundant spiritual energy spread in his mouth. It was so delicious that he exclaimed, "Fuck! Hurry, hurry, hurry! Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, try it, it's delicious, extremely delicious." "Is it really that delicious?" Qin Yi saw Jiang Wenxiu still licking his fingers, and turned his head away in disdain. "Really, I'm not lying to you." After Jiang Wenxiu finished speaking, he took out another one and started showing off. Qin Yi and Lu Yuan then took out one and started eating it. As soon as they started eating, they were stunned. Then, they both sped up their eating speed. After eating a large purple fruit, Qin Yi and Lu Yuan were still a little reluctant to leave. Qin Yi took out a handkerchief, wiped the corners of his mouth and fingers elegantly, looked at the remaining 9 fruits in the basket, and put the lid back on, dragging the basket towards himself. Lu Yuan followed suit. Jiang Wenxiu was not happy, his eyes widened. "What are you two doing? We're on guard against me." "TSK?" Qin Yi glanced at him. "Yes, I'm on guard against you. Wild boars eat fine bran. I'm afraid you finish your basket and come to steal mine." Jiang Wenxiu was about to get angry, but when he saw that he only had 7 large purple fruits left, he was speechless. Chapter 66. The two bickered. Feng Xiai smiled and sipped the spiritual tea. Lu Yuan asked, "Did your wife also grow this spiritual fruit?" "Yes." Feng Xiai nodded. "Your wife is good." Lu Yuan rarely praised. "Indeed?" Feng Xiai smiled and affirmed. Jiang Wenxiu thought of his evaluation of Song Luhua, and his face was burning. It hurts too much." He seemed to be used to being slapped in the face by Feng Xi's wife. Qin Yi sighed. "You are lucky. With this batch of cicadas, it is only a matter of time before your soul is fully restored." Feng Xiai did not deny it. In fact, his soul will be fully restored after a few more days of recuperation. And all this is thanks to the green spiritual liquid refined by his wife. A man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure. He still understands this principle, and he will never expose the green liquid to everyone. Although this cicada is not perfect, it is also a good shield. It's so rare to find a level 6 or even level 7 martial spirit master. When the time comes, let your father and mother regret it. Jiang Wenxiu felt sorry for Feng Xiai. Uncle, Aunt did go too far. Qin Yi couldn't help shaking his head. Regret? What can you do? Lu Yuan knew Feng Xiai. Even if the Feng family regretted it, Feng Xiai would not necessarily be soft-hearted. Among the 4 of them, Feng Xiai looked the most gentle, but in fact, he was the most ruthless one. Outside Song Liuhua's house, a woman hesitated again, and finally stepped forward and knocked on the door. Madame Yang recognized her at a glance. "It's Feng Xianyang, come in quickly." Feng Xianyang was in her 40s or 50s. Because her husband died early, she never remarried and raised Feng Xian alone. She looked a little more weathered than her peers. She was wearing a stone blue jacket and stood nervously aside. Madame Yang closed the door, led the person to the yard, and asked, "Are you here for something today?" I came to see the madam." Feng Xianyang lowered her head. Madame Yang was puzzled. "What do you want to see the madam for?" Feng Xian's mother lowered her head and refused to speak. Madame Yang was helpless. "Wait, I pass it on for you." Song Luhua had just planted the seeds that Jiang Wenxiu had sent, which were said to be inherited from his ancestors, the section of purple bamboo that Lu Yuan had given her, and the peach pit left after eating the wild peach. She collapsed on the bed like a cat. Just after taking a few breaths, she heard Madame Yang say that Feng Xian's mother came to see her. "Do you want to see her? If not, I send him away?" Madame Yang asked. "Let her meet you. Ask her to wait in the front hall for a while." "Yes." After sending Madame Yang away, Song Luhua got up from the bed resignedly, combed her hair again, and changed her clothes. She can be sloppy behind people, but must be bright in front of people. After all the changes, she is the noble, beautiful, dignified and elegant flower that everyone loves. Front hall. Feng Xuanyang ate the cakes brought by Madame Yang without any taste. Alas! She lived in the Feng family for so many years. After her husband died, she did not remarry. With the cultivation level of a second-level spiritual plant master at that time, it was barely enough to support herself, not to mention raising her daughter and training her to become a third-level weapon refiner. If it weren't for the help of the family and the fourth young master, they wouldn't be where they are today. This time when she came back, Xian'er said she wanted to marry the third young master of the Li family, which scared her. How could she not know that the fourth young master and the Li family had conflicts? Xian'er was really something. As the highest level weapon refiner under the fourth young master, why did she choose the Li family? If she married someone from another family, she wouldn't have to worry. Now her behavior would definitely make the fourth young master unhappy. How could she and her mother stay in this family? But Xian'er said, "What's there to be afraid of? I'm the third wife of the Li family. Why should I live under the sway of the fourth master? At most, you can go to live with me in the Li family. With me here, you won't have to worry about food and clothing." Feng Xian's mother was helpless. "Xian'er, don't you think about it again?" "Mother, I've made up my mind. I want to marry Li Ji." "But..." Feng Xian's mother hesitated. "Mother, there is no but. Even the lady, who has no talent, can marry the fourth master and enjoy a good life. I work so hard, with my talent, why can I only marry an ordinary person, work hard for a living all my life, and even have to scrimp and save to buy a new piece of clothing? You don't need to persuade me, I have made up my mind." "You kid." Seeing that her daughter was determined, Feng Xuanyang could only follow her. She wanted to get married, especially to a person from one of the 10 major families. According to the rules, she should have told the fourth young master long ago, but the child has dragged it until now, and she has not said a word before the marriage tomorrow, which is a bit unkind. She had no choice but to bite the bullet and speak for her. As soon as Song Luhua entered the front hall, she saw a woman sitting on a chair in a reserved manner, sighing. Her facial features were ordinary, but her eyebrows and eyes could vaguely be seen, and she was somewhat similar to Feng Xian. She must be Feng Xuan's mother. Hearing the light footsteps, Feng Xuan's mother looked up and saw a gorgeously dressed, light, and slender beauty coming in from the door. She was wearing a fragrant red cloud skirt, her black hair was braided with pink clam beads, and it was piled high on the top of her head, revealing her beautiful white neck. A deep red-yellow spring flower was pinned on her left temple, and 2 strands of fine hair were braided into small braids by her ears, with a pink clam bead braided at the end, which was playful and gentle. Beautiful. Feng Xianyang was stunned for a moment before she realized that this was the lady she wanted to see, and she quickly stood up and saluted. Song Luhua nodded. "No need to be polite, sit down." Feng Xianyang sat down dizzy, rubbed her hand shyly, and hesitated to speak. Song Luhua waited for a moment, and seeing that she didn't speak, she asked directly, "Auntie, do you have something to say? The main point is that you have to ask even though you know it." Feng Xian is afraid that she will get married. She is a member of the hunting team. If she gets married and leaves, she must say something. Otherwise, if the incident happened suddenly, where would they find a martial arts master to replace her temporarily? This matter concerns the livelihoods of more than 100 families, so it is not necessarily unimportant. Song Luhua took the initiative to ask, and did not allow Feng Xuanyang to procrastinate any longer. She carefully glanced at Song Luhua's delicate and tender hands, and then whispered, "Madam, my daughter Xian'er is getting married, and I am afraid that she will not be able to serve under the fourth young master. I came here today to tell you this." After she finished speaking, she looked at Song Luhua nervously, and saw that she looked okay, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Song Luhua finally put her worries aside, and said with a smile, "Marriage is a happy event. Congratulate Feng Xian for me." Song Luhua took out a wooden box from her space bracelet, which contained a pair of pink clam beads and a pair of red clam beads. "This is my dowry gift for her. Pass it to her for me." "Thank you, madam." Feng Xuan's mother was relieved to see that she was not angry, and even gave a gift. Chapter 67. Watching Feng Xuanyang go back with a relaxed look, Song Luhua stretched and muttered, "I wonder when my elder brother will bring his new sister-in-law home." Li family. When Li Xian'er decided to get married in the hunting ground, she told Qin Rui that she was going to marry Song Yuan. When Qin Rui heard that it was not a surname from the top 10 families, she waved her hand indifferently. "Okay, I got it." The Li family is the main branch of a large family. Although a third-level weapon refiner is not as common as wild vegetables in the wild, one more or one less will not make any difference. Qin Rui likes to act like the wife of the second son of the Li family, and command the family's weapon refiners to work, and she puts all her work on them. She can live in peace with those who can tolerate it, but Li Xian'er happens to be the one who can't tolerate it. She often ignores her words, and occasionally talks back at her. In addition, Xian Nianio, who loves to flatter, is instigating her, so Qin Rui dislikes Li Zhinar even more. Therefore, when Li Zhinar said that, Qin Rui wished that she would get out of the Li family immediately and marry a commoner to live a hard life. Li Zhinar said nothing. She came back from the hunting ground and got married to Song Yuan as soon as she got home. She was packing things at home these days. Song Luhua was eating snacks leisurely in the yard when she heard a series of clanging sounds coming from her mother's yard. She passed through the corner door and saw a tall woman in a sky blue silk dress holding a little boy standing beside her. And the eldest brother Song Yuan called a large group of martial arts masters to help move things, including Feng Shan, Feng Qin, Feng Yi, Feng Yin, Feng Yu, Feng Wu, Feng Lu. Basically all the people she could call by name came. Song Luhua silently approached her future sister-in-law and found that she was pretty. She had a gentle and elegant face, a heroic look between her eyebrows, and a firm and clear look in her eyes. She looked like a wise person. Her brother had a good eye. I heard that the new sister-in-law was from the Li family. Hee, it was amazing. The Li family had just taken a corner from her family, and her brother took another one back. Wow, it had to be her brother. Awesome. Li Zhinar was concentrating on watching everyone moving things, when suddenly her 5-year-old brother pulled her hand. She realized that a woman had stood beside her without knowing when. You are sister-in-law? Li Zhinar asked uncertainly. She knew that Song Yuan had a sister who married the fourth son of the Feng family, but she had never seen her before. The woman in front of her had a beautiful face and looked very beautiful. If you look closely, her facial features are somewhat similar to Song Yuan's. You are my sister-in-law, right? I am Song Yuan's sister Song Luhua. My husband's family is next door. My brother is really a fool. How can he let you stand outside? Come on, sister-in-law and brother, come to my house to have some snacks, drink some tea, and rest your feet. Song Luhua warmly invited Li Zhinar and the others to come over. Li Zhinar was secretly happy to see her hospitality and shook her head to reject her kindness. I won't go for now. I still have a bunch of things to clean up at home. I come to your house to play with you after I'm done. Seeing that she was a straightforward person, Song Luhua didn't force her anymore, stood with her for a while, chatted with her for a few words, and then went back. When she came over again, she took 2 large purple fruits and stuffed them into Li Zhinar's hands. This fruit quenches thirst, sister-in-law. You and your brother can warm one each. Song Luhua said, and called to Feng Shan, Feng Yin and others in the courtyard. Come to my house for dinner later. Okay, thank you, madam. Feng Shan moved a cabinet while grinning. The spiritual fruit that madam gave him last time was really delicious. I wonder if I can eat it when I go to visit later. Song Luhua explained to Li Zhinar and asked her to go to her place for dinner. Li Zhinar hesitated for a moment and agreed. The 2 families are relatives. If you refuse blindly, it will seem polite. Anyway, they live close to each other and work together. There will always be a chance to invite them back. Song Luhua saw her nod and left with satisfaction. She had to help Madame Yang prepare dinner. Chapter 68. Madam, please prepare more food tonight. My brother, sister-in-law, Feng Shan and others are all having dinner here. Oh, I'm preparing it. Madame Yang knew that the wife's sister-in-law would come home today, and there were a lot of things to deal with at home. She was afraid that they would not have time to cook, so she prepared it early. Song Lu walked into the kitchen. A lot of processed exotic beast meat, green vegetables, and the like were already placed on the wide kitchen table. Madame Yang, there was also a large basin of green cattle exotic beast meat that needed to be cut next to it. She rolled up her sleeves, picked up the kitchen knife, and was about to help cut the beast meat, but Yang Mama quickly stopped her. Hey madam, put it down, I do it. There are more than 20 people, most of whom are martial arts masters with big appetites. How can you handle it alone? Let me help you. Song Luhua dodged Yang Mama and insisted on cutting. The second-level blue ox beast meat was a bit hard. She picked up the kitchen knife and cut it one by one with some effort, and the size and thickness were very uneven. Madame Yang couldn't bear to watch it any longer, so she grabbed the kitchen knife and pushed Song Luhua aside. My wife, let me do it, you are not fit for this job. Song Luhua wanted to say something, but she saw Madame Yang holding the green cattle meat with one hand and holding the kitchen knife with the other hand. She moved quickly, raising and lowering the knife several times in one breath, and the sound of thump, thump, thump came from time to time. In an instant, the thin and thick green cattle meat fell on the chopping board. She couldn't even see the knife in her hand. Half a minute later, A large plate of second-level blue ox meat was turned into evenly thick slices and neatly placed back. Song Luo was stunned. This? So fast? Nani Yang smiled indifferently. What's the big deal? I started cooking when I was 5 years old. I'm 100 years old this year. I don't know how many years I've been cutting vegetables. I can cut them with my eyes closed. Amazing. Song Luo couldn't help but admire. She is worthy of being a woman who has cooked for a lifetime. She did hear Feng Xiai say that Nani Yang was 100 years old this year. Because of her poor talent, she is still only a second-level spiritual plant master. Since Feng Xiai could remember, she has been cooking in the main house of the Feng family. This level of proficiency cannot be achieved without decades of practice. She thought she could not handle it alone, so she came to help, but she did not expect that Madame Yang would show her skills today. After cutting the meat, Madame Yang started to deal with green crabs, green shrimps, etc., and then quickly set up 2 large pots on the other 2 stoves and started steaming shrimps and crabs. She glanced at Song Luo and said with a smile, "Madam, you go out, now the dishes are ready, just put them in the pot." Okay. Song Luo walked around and saw that she really had nothing to do, so she walked out. It was evening. The yard of Song Luo's house next door gradually became lively. Song Yuan, Fo Shan, Feng Yin and others came over, talking and laughing. Song Luo brought a large pot of spiritual tea and asked them to sit down first. Fo Shan, Feng Yin and Song Yuan, a group of men, winked and said something. Song Luo pulled Legionnaire and 5-year-old Li He into the inner room and gave her the gift that had been prepared long ago. Legionnaire was surprised when she received the exquisite wooden box. What is this? Song Luo looked at her with a smile. Open it and see? Legionnaire opened the mechanism on the wooden box, and with a click, the wooden box opened, and a set of pink clam pearl jewelry came into view. A necklace, a bracelet, a pair of hairpins, a pair of pearl flowers, and 2 pairs of earrings, all made of pink clam pearls, and each clam pearl is as thick as a thumb, smooth and round, with full grains and uniform size, which is a rare and top-quality product. Legionnaire was stunned for a moment and pushed the box over. This is too expensive, I can't accept it. She had only seen so many jewelry made of clam pearls on the favored ladies in the clan since she was a child. It was too expensive, so she couldn't accept it. Oh, just accept it if I give it to you. We don't have to be so formal. Besides, I have a lot of these things. I found them when I was hunting, and they didn't cost me much. Take it. If you don't, I'd be angry. Song Luo pretended to be angry, and put the box in Legionnaire's hand. Thank you, sister. Legionnaire couldn't resist her, so she accepted it. She had a good impression of her sister-in-law Song Luo, and felt that she was not only easy to talk to, but also very generous. She felt less anxious about her future life. When the 2 sisters-in-law took Li He out, Yang Mama, Feng Yin and others had already started serving the dishes, and Feng Xiai also came back. There were nearly 30 people in total, and they sat at 2 large tables. Legionnaire sat next to Song Yuan with her brother Li He, and Song Luo sat next to Feng Xiai. Today's dishes are very rich: spicy green shrimp, steamed green crab, fragrant chicken soup with cicada, roasted level 2 green cattle, roasted flaming lamb, steamed level 2 green scale fish, level 1 green light roasted fish, roasted venison, oil and salt peanuts, cold green quinoa, and some homely stir-fried vegetables. Song Luo also contributed the spiritual fruit wine she brewed before the last hunt. She added some purple big tomato juice to it yesterday, and the taste was even clearer and mellower, with a fresh fragrance of fruits and vegetables. Feng Yin drank a glass, and said it was delicious. Even Feng Shan, who only loved strong liquor, couldn't find any fault with it, and even felt that after drinking a glass of spiritual fruit wine, he felt comfortable all over. Feng Xiai elegantly picked out the tender white crab meat from a crab shell, and put it on Song Luo's plate. Since getting married, whenever Feng Xiai was around, he would do this, and Song Luo was used to it. Legionnaire was stunned. She didn't expect that Feng Xiai, the foreson of the Feng family, who seemed unattainable to outsiders, would be so considerate. She subconsciously glanced at Song Yuan, who was toasting with Feng Shan, Feng Yin and others, and sighed silently. Incomparable. Nani Yang's cooking skills are good, and the dishes are rich, so everyone is very happy with this meal. Before Song Luo left, she gave everyone a large purple fruit, and Feng Shan, who had tasted it, almost drooled. He tried to trick Feng Yin, Feng Qing and others into giving the fruit to them, but they turned around and left without hesitation. Feng Yin has been dealing with food and drinks for many years, and his eyesight is not bad. He could tell at a glance that this fruit was a level 3 or above fruit, and it was definitely not available on the market. Fo Shan wanted to fool him, but there was no way. Then he had been cheated several times before, so he had learned his lesson and ran away quickly with his things in his pocket. Fo Shan and others left, and Song Yuan told his plan. Your sister-in-law and I have already signed a marriage contract, but your sister-in-law said that we won't hold the wedding banquet for now, and will do it when we have sorted out the family affairs. Song Luo expressed her understanding. She thought it was troublesome, so she didn't hold the wedding banquet with Fengxi. Let's just leave it like this for now, and do it when we want to, it's nothing. Chapter 69. Madam Yang, what's going on outside? Why is it so lively? Song Luo woke up early in the morning and heard knocking and banging outside, which was very festive. Madam Yang's face was not very good. Feng Xian is getting married today. She is marrying Li Ji, the third son of the Li family. The young patriarch Qin, the young patriarch Lu, and the third son Jiang have all received invitations and are going to the scene to watch the ceremony. I heard that all the people from the 10 major families, who are well known, have been invited, but we are the only ones not invited. Isn't this looking down on our sons? It's really too much. That's it? Song Luo twitched her lips. If he doesn't invite us, then don't invite us. We are too lazy to go. What's there to be angry about? Song Luo knew what Yang Mama meant. Feng Xi was also famous among the 10 great families in the past. Since he was separated from his spiritual palace due to injury, those families have been looking down on him. The 10 Winds continent is a place where the weak are preyed on by the strong. The Li family has been blatantly snatching Feng Xi's prey. Why do they still care about these things? Yang Mama was still a little indignant, and Song Luo stopped her. Okay, Mama, why are you getting so angry? Let's just live our own lives. That's true, but I still feel bad. She watched the 4th young master grow up, and saw him grow from a jade-like beauty to a peerless beauty. He was admired by thousands of people since he was a child, but now he is in such a cold and lonely situation. How can she not feel sad? Therefore, she felt endless resentment towards the Li family, who first attacked the young master. Song Luo saw the sadness and loneliness between her eyebrows, and understood her feelings. However, thinking that Feng Xi's spiritual palace had almost recovered, and he was using the 3rd level red turtle egg to impact the 5th level cultivation again in the past few days, the slight depression in her heart because of Madame Yang soon disappeared. As long as Feng Xi's cultivation is restored, the Wang family and the Li family are no problem. Besides, Feng Xi himself may not care about these things. Why do they think so much? Song Luo happily went to visit her elder brother's house next door, and then came back to inspect her vegetable garden. She had planted the piece of purple bamboo given by Lu Yuan for several days. She used spiritual power to stimulate it, but there was no reaction. Song Luo thought that this thing was probably finished. Now she looked at it, and saw that the bottom had begun to rot. Forget it, let's refine the weapon. She gave up. This thing was a dead thing, and it couldn't be planted. On the contrary, the so-called ancestral seeds given by Jiang Wenxiu had sprouted tender buds, smaller than the tip of a needle, hidden in the black soil. If you don't look carefully, you can't see them. Song Luo moved them with her hands and barely saw them. This ancestral seed is not so difficult to sprout. Song Luo muttered. Song Luo asked Feng Xi to bring back the fragrant eggs she found during the last hunt. She planned to try to incubate the eggs. If they could be hatched, she could raise them. Then the chickens would lay eggs, and the eggs would lay chickens, in an endless cycle. Then she would have endless amounts of xiang chickens and eggs to eat. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. Song Luo immediately thought of a way to incubate the eggs. Normally, hens incubate the eggs, but after the xiang chickens were caught, they were all slaughtered and stored. If she had known earlier, she would have saved their lives. Apart from this, what other ways could be used to incubate the eggs? Song Luo racked her brains, but couldn't figure out how to hatch the eggs. Alas! One regrets not having enough knowledge when it is needed. If she had read one more book on poultry farming skills in her previous life, she wouldn't be so short of money. At this moment, Madame Yang walked towards the kitchen with a kitchen knife in her left hand and a cage in her right hand. Song Luo's eyes lit up. Got it, she didn't have chickens, but she had rabbits. That's right, the grown pink rabbit beast that Feng Xi gave her hadn't been slaughtered in the past few days since they came back. Song Luo immediately stopped Yang Mama. Mama, don't kill it yet, I have a use for it. Although Yang Mama was confused, she still gave the cage to Song Luo. Song Luo lifted the more than 20-pound rabbit beast, and her wrist suddenly dropped, and the mask of pain was exposed. It's so fat. It's heavier than 2 large barrels of mineral water. Song Luo grimaced as she lifted it. Or Yang Mama couldn't bear it anymore, so she grabbed it and asked, "Madam, where are you going to carry it?" "I help you carry it." The utility room. Madame Yang carried a cage weighing more than 20 kilograms, and pushed open the door of the utility room at a brisk pace. Song Luo took out a piece of beef tendon from a level 4 green bull from her space bracelet, and tied up the pink rabbit, leaving its soft belly exposed. Then, under Madame Yang's incredulous gaze, she brought a large basket of fragrant eggs, and placed them neatly under the belly of the pink rabbit. "You let a rabbit hatch eggs?" Madame Yang was so shocked that she didn't come back to her senses for a long time. "Yes, it has a lot of hair. It would be a pity if it doesn't hatch eggs," Song Luo said, as a matter of course. "But shouldn't Xiangxiang eggs be hatched by Xiangxiang chickens? Wouldn't that kill them all? Do you know another way?" Song Luo asked Yang Ma sincerely. "I don't know." Yang Ma shook her head. "That's it." Song Luo shrugged. "The rabbit beast shouldn't hatch eggs, right?" Yang Ma hesitated for a moment, and asked the key question. "I know, it's learning this." Song Luo pulled the pink rabbit's ears, and threatened fiercely, "Hear me, hatch the eggs well, or I braise you and make you spicy." The pink rabbit's round eyes were full of fear. Seeing that she actually threatened a rabbit to hatch eggs, Yang Ma was silent. 3 days later, in the wing room, Song Luo refined 6 furnaces of elixirs in a row in the morning, packed them up calmly, and then started to refine the next furnace. The efficiency has really improved a lot. It's only been an hour and a half, and she has already refined 6 furnaces. Song Luo thought carelessly, and quickly added various spiritual medicines to the cauldron. Since she became rich, she bought herself a better cauldron. This cauldron is not only 1 level higher than the original one, but also has a much larger space inside than the original one. From then on, Song Luo changed her practice of adding medicinal materials in a stingy way. She kept adding a lot. After throwing a handful of fragrant money grass into the cauldron, Song Luo found that the cauldron was a little dry. "Damn, I added too much." Without saying anything, she poured a ladle of spring water into the pot. "It's a little too wet again." In this case, adding more spiritual herbs would not make it better. Song Luo felt sorry for the spiritual herbs she had added. Some of these herbs were bought by Feng Xiai from the mercenary market and the pharmacy, and some were picked by the spiritual plant master of the tribe and exchanged with the tribe. In short, they were all made with real money. She estimated that the cauldron would still fail, so she simply poured a few more ladlefuls of spring water into it. The liquid in the cauldron turned green, and this color reminded Song Luo of adding spiritual insects, so she simply threw 10 of them in. She felt sorry for adding spiritual herbs, but she didn't feel anything about adding spiritual insects, mainly because there were still a lot of these things in the warehouse. A quarter of an hour later, the fire under the cauldron went out, and Song Luo opened the lid. Unexpectedly, the refining was successful. Chapter 70. Growth Liquid? Song Luo blinked. Since she came back from the hunting ground, she could clearly feel the effects of the things she refined, instead of knowing nothing like at the beginning. The dark green liquid in the cauldron in front of her was obviously the growth liquid for promoting plant growth. Looking at the level, it was at least a 4th level spiritual medicine. Song Lu was overjoyed. If she had this thing, would she still have to work hard to promote growth, arrange it, and immediately arrange it for the things she planted in the vegetable garden? She took out 100 porcelain bottles from her storage bracelet and put the growth liquid in them. Song Luo took a bucket of water and poured half of the growth liquid into the porcelain bottle. In an instant, the water turned green. She first took the wild peach sapling as an experiment, pouring the water mixed with the growth liquid on the wild peach pit that had not yet sprouted. The next moment, a green peach tree was pulled up from the ground, growing taller, thicker, growing branches, blooming and withering. As a result, Song Luo watched the green peaches grow up, turn red, and hang heavily on the treetops. Nani Yang came in from outside and rubbed her eyes suspiciously. "That's not right. How can there be such a big fruit tree here?" Song Luo herself didn't react. She stared blankly at the remaining half bucket of water mixed with growth liquid, and a word stuck in her throat. "Madam, this tree." Nani Yang walked closer and found that there was a person standing behind the tree. "Ahem, this is a wild peach tree. I just gave birth to it." Song Luo took over the conversation and looked at the wild peaches on the tree and muttered to herself. "I remember this wild spiritual peach was just an ordinary 1st grade wild fruit, but now it has become a 3rd grade spiritual fruit. Is it a mutation?" Song Luhua touched her chin and nodded thoughtfully. Madame Yang was overjoyed. Great. So many third-grade spiritual fruits. Enough for you to eat for a while. I can also make some spiritual fruit cakes for you. Madame's snacks include various spiritual fruits, all bought by the young master from outside, ranging from first to third grade, not to mention the high price. The spiritual power is also average. These spiritual peaches are full of spiritual power, and you can tell they are sweet just by smelling them. They are many times better than the ones they bought from outside. Madam, these spiritual peaches are ripe. Do you want to pick them? Pick them. Song Luhua waved her hand and took out several baskets from the space bracelet. The two gathered under the tree and picked them happily. Song Luhua and Yang Mama picked and ate them. When they took a bite, the flesh was soft, and the sweet and tempting taste burst in their mouths. The sweet juice gushed out, and the cool and comfortable feeling was refreshing. The unique fragrance of spiritual peaches floated in the air. Madame Yang ate one with great enjoyment. She was just thinking that she was too wasteful when Song Luhua picked up one, wiped off the fluff on it with a handkerchief, and stuffed it into her mouth. Eat it if you want. There are so many. You can eat as much as you want, Song Luhua said generously. At this time, Madame Yang no longer hesitated. She swallowed her saliva, held up the peach in her hand, and chewed it with great enjoyment. After eating 3 in a row, she burped with a sense of satisfaction. After picking a basket, Song Luhua was so tired that she couldn't straighten her waist. She looked at the tree and found that there were still 2/3 of the peaches left. If all of them were picked, she would probably be able to harvest several hundred kilograms. Song Luhua was rubbing her waist when Feng Xiai and Song Yuan walked in. Her eyes lit up and she waved to them. Feng Xiai, big brother, come and help. Under the spiritual peach tree. Feng Xiai and Song Yuan looked at such a big spiritual peach tree and were silent for a moment. They had only been out for half a day, and there was a spiritual peach tree full of fruits at home. Even if it was induced, the speed was too fast. Before the two of them could figure out the reason, Song Luhua disliked the two of them for being too slow, stuffed a basket into each of them, and urged them, "Don't look, hurry up and help." Feng Xiai and Song Yuan looked at each other, smiled dotingly, and picked the peaches quickly with the baskets. The 4 of them picked for half an hour, and finally picked all the peaches on the tree. There were 6 large baskets. Each basket weighed at least 100 kilograms. That's too much. Song Yuan was incredulous. Wow, they are all level 3. Song Yuan swallowed his saliva, took one directly from the basket, and put it directly into his mouth without even wiping it. Song Luhua said with disdain, took out a handkerchief to wipe one, and handed it to Feng Xiai. Try it, it's delicious. Thank you, my lady. Feng Xiai took it, took a bite, and swallowed it with a smile. She said in surprise, it's actually a third-grade top-quality spiritual peach. Song Luhua walked around the tree and looked at the remaining half bucket of green water mixed with growth liquid, with a gleam of light in her eyes. Just one scoop can turn a peach pit into a big tree in an instant and produce fruit. More importantly, it also grows a third-grade spiritual fruit. Does it mean that as long as she has these growth liquids, she will never lack spiritual fruits to eat in the future? It's exciting to think about it. Song Luhua cast her eyes on the Jiang family heirloom seeds that had just sprouted, and made up her mind. Chapter 71. As her heart moved, Song Luhua immediately carried the wooden bucket and walked towards the vegetable field. After pouring a bucket of water with growth liquid, the area where the Jiang family's heirloom seeds were planted suddenly became full of vitality. Green vines quickly covered the vegetable field, and orange flowers bloomed and fell. Countless orange fruits, the size of watermelons, emerged from the green vines. Feng Xiai, Song Yuan, and others had been attracted by the movement. The third-level spiritual peach in Song Yuan's hand. Click. He fell to the ground with a sound, and looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Little sister, have you upgraded? But that's not right. As far as he knew, even a level 3 spiritual plant master couldn't grow so many spiritual plants to this extent in such a short time. He just turned around, and the bare vegetable field just now became like this, which was obviously not right. And this spiritual peach tree, he was sure it didn't exist yesterday, but it grew into a big tree in just one day, and produced a lot of fruits today, which obviously had something fishy. Feng Xiai looked at a wooden barrel beside Song Luhua, thinking. Facing the puzzled looks of Feng Xiai and his brother, Song Luhua pointed to the wooden barrel beside him, and said, I have refined a medicine that can make spiritual plants grow rapidly. Medicine? What medicine? Song Yuan took a curious look. The light green liquid in the barrel seemed familiar, and Song Yuan reached in and stirred it, but felt nothing. I call it growth liquid. As the name suggests, Song Yuan and Feng Xiai felt that this name was indeed more appropriate. But what is this? Feng Xiai tapped at orange fruit with his slender fingers. He could vaguely feel the spiritual energy inside, but it was not very abundant. Song Luo shook her head. I don't know either. This is the seed that Jiang Wenxiu gave me. It is said to be the ancestral seed of the Jiang family. Don't be fooled by that kid. This is it, the ancestral seed? It's not even as valuable as that spiritual peach tree. It's not that Song Yuan looked down on it. He could feel that the spiritual power in this thing was at most level 2, no more. Never mind, at least it's a second level spiritual plant, as long as it's edible. Song Luo didn't care much. But have you finished picking the spiritual peaches? Why don't you continue picking? Song Luo looked at the half-tree of spiritual peaches left and raised her eyebrows. Pick, I go now, big brother. Song Yuan figured out the whole story and continued to pick spiritual peaches happily. Feng Xiai smiled gently and followed with a basket. Song Luo squatted on the ground, studying these orange melons. She knocked first, dong dong dong. The sound came, but it seemed that nothing could be heard. I pulled a big orange melon off the vine and cut it open with a knife. In an instant, the black flesh flowed out like liquid. I touched it with my hand, and the black liquid stained my hand, staining my palm black. I was so angry that I couldn't wipe it off with a handkerchief. Although I could vaguely feel the spiritual energy inside, Song Luo couldn't help but complain, who can eat this thing? Before I can taste it, my mouth and teeth are stained black, and it can't be washed off. The seeds passed down from Jiang Wenxiu's family are quite special. Song Luo ran to the kitchen and washed them with water. She rubbed her hands until they were almost peeled. She finally managed to rub off the black stuff, but compared to the white skin on her wrists, they were still a shade darker. Jiang Wenxiu is such a jerk. Putting her black and red little hands in front of her and looking at them, Song Luo couldn't help but mutter a few more words. Song Luo came out of the kitchen. Song Yuan, Feng Xiai, and Yang Ma had already picked all the spiritual peaches. There were actually 5 baskets. Song Luo thought for a moment and said to Song Yuan, "Brother, take a basket back. My sister-in-law and he will like it." "Yeah." After Song Yuan left, Song Luo looked at the remaining peaches and asked Feng Xiai to move them all to the storage room. Nani Yang picked a few and said with a smile, "I make some peach cakes for you as a snack." Song Luo nodded expectantly. Song's kitchen. Li Zhener was preparing lunch, and 5-year-old Li, he was sitting at the stove to help light the fire. His small hands skillfully put firewood into the stove. Song Yuan took out a peach and stuffed it into his little hand like a magic trick. Li smiled shyly, not knowing whether to accept it or not. He looked at Li Zhener eagerly. "Sister?" Li Zhener nodded to her brother in a soothing manner while cooking. Li took it. "Thank you, brother-in-law." "Good boy." Song Yuan leaned over and touched his little head, and stuffed another peach into Li Zhener's hand. "This is grown by my little sister's family. It's very sweet. Try it?" Li Zhener gave him a glare. "I'm cooking." Song Yuan smiled and took the spatula from her hand. "I do the frying, you eat this spiritual peach first." Li Zhener smiled, stood aside, and took a bite. As soon as she took a bite, the sweet peach fragrance spread in her mouth. The sweet taste went down her stomach, and her whole body felt very comfortable. She said in surprise, "Level 3 spiritual fruit? Yeah, it tastes good." Song Yuan turned his head and smiled, and soon turned back to swing the spatula and stir-fry in a professional manner. Li Zhener couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth. Afternoon. Song Luo watered the tree with some water mixed with growth liquid, and the tree grew taller, but it did not bloom or bear fruit. Song Luo could only give up with regret. It seemed that this tree could only bear fruit once a year. Song Luo's eyes turned. She took out a peach, ate the flesh, buried the core in the soil, and watered it with some growth liquid, and the scene in the morning reappeared. A peach tree grew up quickly, bloomed and bore fruit. In terms of appearance and size, they are smaller than the fruits of the 3rd-level spiritual peach tree that morning. It's just a 1st-level spiritual peach. Song Luo curled her lips in disappointment. However, it's better than nothing. Song Luo plans to pick them all. Feng Xiai and her eldest brother went to the martial arts field again, and Song Luo took out a ladder, leaned on the wall, and looked towards her eldest brother's house. She saw her eldest sister-in-law Li Zhener hanging clothes in the yard. Song Luo waved at her and shouted with a smile, "Sister-in-law, come and pick the fruits." Li Zhener wrung out the last piece of clothing in her hand, stood on tiptoe, and neatly hung a men's martial arts uniform on the bamboo rack, smiling and responding, "Come right in." Thinking of the basket of third-level spiritual peaches that her husband brought back from her younger sister's house today, Legionnaire couldn't help but twitch her lips. The brother and sister dared to give, and the other dared to take. These third-level spiritual peaches are worth a lot of money, and her family has no sense and took them back carelessly. Could it be that Feng Xiai, the head of the family, has no objection? It's not good to give it back now, so she could only bite the bullet and accept it. She made some spiritual peach jam, and will bring a jar to her sister-in-law later. Chapter 72. When Legionnaire led Li He and came over with a can of peach jam, she saw 2 big peach trees in the yard. One tree had nothing but leaves, and the other was full of peaches. She explained. A hint of disbelief flashed in her eyes. Even if it was a level 4 spiritual plant master, it would be impossible to grow such a big peach tree in one day, let alone make it full of fruits. I wonder how my little sister and the others did it? Could it be transplanted from somewhere else? But there are no signs of transplanting these 2 trees. This is strange. Song Luo didn't know what she was thinking. She had changed into a female martial arts uniform that was convenient for work and came over. Sister-in-law, you are here. She gently pinched the tender little face of little Li He. Ah, he is here too? Will you pick fruits with me later? Okay. Li He shyly hid in her sister Legionnaire's arms, revealing a pair of black eyes, and looked at Song Luo shyly. He remembered this sister. Song Luo teased the child for a few more times until his face turned red, then she let him go. Legionnaire watched with a smile. After the two had enough fun, she handed the white pottery jar in her hand to him. Your elder brother brought back a lot of third-level peaches this morning, so I made some peach jam. Little sister, try it first. If it tastes good, I make some more for you. Song Luo curiously opened the lid of the ceramic jar, and a rich and tempting peach fragrance came to her face. The white porcelain wall was filled with pink peach jam, which was both beautiful and fragrant, making people salivate. It looks good, so I won't be polite. Song Luo accepted it with a smile, and carefully put it in the storage jade bracelet. Legionnaire was also very happy to see her accept it readily. The 2 sisters chatted for a few more words, and started picking peaches. Little Li He carried a small basket, and circled around, like a hard-working little bee. During this time, Yang Mama finished her work in the kitchen, and came to help. The 3 women talked and laughed, and unknowingly picked all the peaches on the tree. Song Luo wanted to give some more to Legionnaire, but she refused. Your elder brother has already brought back a basket, which is enough for us to eat for a long time. Although these spiritual peaches are only first grade, they are also considered top-grade spiritual fruits among the first-grade ones. You can keep them, and eat them slowly. Okay. It's just first-grade spiritual fruits anyway, so I can give them to her when I get something better next time. Although she didn't spend much time with this sister-in-law, Legionnaire could feel her kindness. Before leaving the corner gate, she glanced at Madame Yang in the distance, hesitated for a moment, and said what was in her heart. Your brother, and I can live a good life, so don't send us any good things. By the time Song Luo realized what was happening, she had already pulled Li He into the yard. Song Luo grinned in amusement. She still considered her. She liked this sister-in-law. She understood what Legionnaire meant. She was afraid that Feng Xiai would be unhappy when she saw her always giving good things to her parents, which would affect the relationship between the couple. Legionnaire was overthinking about this. Feng Xiai never objected to who she gave the things she made to. She was still confident about this during the time they had been together. Feng Xiai looked gentle, but he was noble in his bones. This little thing was not worth anything in his eyes, and he was not to the point of calculating such a small thing. Song Luo decided that she would have to give what she should give in the future. Although she did not occupy the original owner's body voluntarily, and she came here only after the original owner died, she was a reasonable person. Whether the original owner was intentional or not, she was still grateful for her life. Moreover, she recognized Song Yuan, the elder brother who depended on the original owner, and she naturally thought about the good things. However, she already had the 3rd-level spiritual peaches, so these 1st-level spiritual peaches were still fresh and delicious, and it was not a problem to keep them in the storage room. Song Luo thought about it, and used the growth liquid to produce some 1st-level spiritual peaches, and simply let the tribe members pick them all and share them. She used the spirit stone to send a message to Feng Xiai, saying that she had planted some more 1st-level spirit peaches, and asked him to tell Feng Shan and others to come pick them when they were free. Song Luo counted the number of people in the tribe with her fingers. Plant 3 trees? It seems not enough. Plant a few more trees. Isn't it a bit too little? The bucket of water she prepared in the morning was not used up yet. We must let the tribe members realize the freedom of 1st-level spirit peaches. Song Luo began to use the growth liquid to plant spirit peaches crazily. As for the vegetable garden not being big enough, it was not a problem at all. There was such a large piece of bluestone in the yard, so she could sprinkle some soil on it. It didn't matter whether it took root or not, as long as it could grow and bear fruit. Madame Yang had just come out of the storage room and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Oh my god," when she saw the situation in the yard. Martial arts arena. Fo Shan heard that Song Luo asked them to go over and pick spiritual peaches. He was very confused and curious and couldn't help asking Fengxi, "Did Madame plant spiritual peaches? How many did she plant? Are they fruiting so soon?" "Maybe 3 or 4. Fengxi wasn't sure. His wife's ideas were too active, and he occasionally couldn't keep up. Great. Fo Shan and others were looking forward to it. They had tasted the wild spiritual peaches they picked in the mountains during the last hunt. They tasted good, but the quantity was too small. They took all the ones they got back to the women and their families. When they heard the word spiritual peaches, they couldn't help but saliva in their mouths. There were many of them, and with 3 or 4 spiritual peach trees, each of them could get at least 10 peaches. They could eat one themselves, and the rest would be good snacks for the women and children at home. A group of martial spiritual masters happily followed Feng Xiai to Qinghua Lane. When they opened the door, the scene in front of them stunned everyone. Feng Xiai, Song Yuan, Feng Shan pointed at the spiritual peach trees in the yard and said tremblingly, "We are not in the wrong place. How come the young master's home has become a forest?" Feng Yi opened his mouth wide, took a step back silently, looked at the familiar plaque outside the door, and fell silent. Feng Qing, Feng Wu, Feng Lu and others looked at the peach tree full of fruits, and they had not yet recovered. Feng Yin's eyes were full of surprise, and the flesh on his face was squeezed together. "Ha ha. Madam. Well done." At this time, everyone realized that the peach forest growing in the yard was full of fruits. As soon as they entered the yard, rich spiritual energy lingered in the air. The sweet smell of spiritual peaches made them swallow their saliva. Song Luo squeezed out of the dense forest, and saw a group of people standing at the door in a daze. She tilted her head and asked, "What are you doing standing at the door? Come in and pick the fruits." "Yes." Fo Shan, Feng Yin and others got the order, and excitedly went into the spiritual peach forest. Seeing this, Feng Xiai silently took out the spiritual stone, and called another group of people to pick spiritual peaches. Song Yuan twitched his mouth and said, "Good job," and also went in. A group of men were chattering in the yard, jumping up and down, busy and busy. Song Luo said with a sense of accomplishment, "Look, this is the kingdom that I have built for you." Chapter 73. So sweet. The white and red spiritual peaches hung on the branches. A young martial spiritual master couldn't help but pick one, wiped it on his clothes casually, and took a bite. The crisp flesh was sweet but not greasy. The fragrance of the spiritual fruit flowed into his mouth, and the abundant spiritual power flowed into his spiritual palace as he swallowed. The young martial spiritual master squinted his eyes in enjoyment. Fo Shan and others were also very greedy, but these things were good things. If you eat one less, you will have one less. No matter how greedy you are, you can only swallow your saliva. Soon, Feng Shan, Feng Yin and Sung Yuan picked all the peaches in the yard. Baskets of white and red peaches filled the yard. Feng Yin and others looked at Song Luo eagerly, waiting for her to distribute them. 2 baskets per family. Song Luo quickly calculated in her mind and gave this distribution plan. Yes. Feng Shan's eyes lit up, and he quickly selected 2 baskets of peaches from the baskets. As for these forest peach trees, I don't want them anymore. You can pull them out for me. Song Luo felt that these peach trees were really an eyesore. It's a pity to just pull it out like this. If anyone wants it, why don't we transplant one each? Feng Yin chose a spiritual peach tree and expressed his thoughts. I don't want it anyway, you guys deal with it. Song Luo didn't care. I want one. Feng Yi howled. I want one too. Feng Wu and Feng Lu looked at each other, and immediately spoke up. Me too. Some martial spirit masters wanted to plant it, but thinking of their small yard, they had to give up with regret. Fo Shan and the others pulled up the peach tree, helped clean the dirt on the bluestone slab, and then happily carried the peach home. The yard returned to its former freshness, and Song Luo finally felt better. It had been a few days since the pink rabbit beast hatched its eggs. It had been Yang Ma who had been feeding it these days, and Song Luo didn't know how it was progressing. Thinking about it, she walked towards the utility room. Seeing her coming, the pink rabbit beast bounced its legs in fear, and its bright red eyes were full of fear. Song Luo touched its soft fur. It felt so soft. If it wasn't so ugly, Song Luo might have used it as a head cushion. Let me see how you hatched your eggs. Song Luo opened the belly of the pink rabbit beast, and a bunch of fresh and fragrant eggs came into view. They were the same as when she put them in. Can you do it, little dog? If you can't even hatch eggs, what's the point of keeping it? Just ask Yang Ma to make it spicy. I haven't eaten spicy rabbit heads for a long time, and I miss them. Song Luo shook her head pretending to sigh. Then she walked out. The door of the utility room was slammed shut. Song Luo didn't notice that after she left, the pink bunny beast, Shijiji, cried like crazy for a long time before struggling to free one of its bound pink feet and carefully placed it on a fragrant egg. Feng Nuan's yard. A group of little sisters gathered together to chat. Li Yuner showed an orange stone on her wrist that was tied with a red rope. Feng Nuan, it's a pity that you didn't go to our third son's wedding. Look, did you see it? This is the return gift from our third young master's wife. If you buy it yourself, you need 50 lingbai each. Your third young master's wife is really generous. The girl in a goose yellow skirt and bangs touched her empty wrists with envy. That's right. You don't know how many delicious foods there are at our third young master's wedding banquet. Not to mention the food, there are also many spiritual fruits after the meal. Although they are all first-level spiritual fruits, each person was given 2. Li Yuner recalled the last wedding banquet and still felt unsatisfied. What's there to brag about? TSK, who hasn't had a feast? Feng Nuan couldn't stand her. She didn't invite Li Yuner today. She couldn't kick the shameless man out. Oh, I forgot Feng Xian is from your clan. It seems that our third son didn't invite your son to her wedding. Yes, your son's soul palace is broken, his strength is declining, and he married a useless girl from a commoner family. He is no longer on the same level as our son. Li Yuner hated the fact that she had embarrassed herself last time, and she spoke gloatingly and mercilessly. Although the other girls were not qualified to attend the wedding banquet of the third son of the Li family, they had heard about this matter. Everyone in their clan was secretly laughing at the joke of the fourth son of the Feng family. But Li Yuner was the only one who spoke so openly in front of the family of the fourth son of the Feng family. Everyone looked at her with admiration. She was really good at talking, and she offended the host family as soon as she opened her mouth. She's standing on someone else's territory. Aren't you afraid that they call someone to beat her up? Seeing the atmosphere was a bit stagnant, the girls wanted to smooth things over, but they didn't know how to say it. They could only look at Feng Nuan, wanting to see how she would respond. Feng Nuan was an extrovert by nature. In the past, she would have slapped Li Yuner in the face, but now she wasn't angry at all. She looked at Li Yuner with contempt. Some people, seeing a little bit of profit, will take it like a fly eating shit, and think they got something good. They've obviously never seen the world but still want to brag about it. Be careful that one day you blow your own skin off, and that will be a bad thing. I think you are just saying that the grapes are sour because you can't eat them. Anyway, we have really benefited. The wife of our Li family is very generous. Unlike your Mrs. Song, who is from a commoner family, she can't even give you good things when she has them. Li Yuner lifted her hair and said sarcastically, she is really generous. After all, the wife of your Li family can give you an orange light stone bracelet worth 50 lingbai, and can also give you 2 first-level spiritual fruits at the wedding banquet, while our wife can only give each of our 100 families a few spiritual clam beads of unknown value and 2 baskets of first-level spiritual peaches. Feng Nuan showed the pink clam bead pendant on her neck and said casually, compared to your inferior orange stone bracelet, I still like this pink clam bead more. Wow! The sisters were excited. They crowded around Feng Nuan. It's actually a pink clam bead. Feng Nuan, you are so lucky. This pink clam bead has a uniform color, full grains, and is so big. It is the best of the best. Its anti-aging effect starts at least 20 years. Your wife is so nice, very nice. Everyone nodded vigorously. If someone gave them such a good thing, they would praise the person. A group of girls envied, and their eyes turned red. If they were not rational, they would have wanted to snatch it away. Chapter 74. You? Impossible. Li Yuner stood up quickly and squeezed to Feng Nuan's side, staring at the pink clam pearl on her neck with burning eyes. Impossible. Why would she give you such a good thing? As she said this, she stretched out her hand to grab the pink clam pearl pendant on Feng Nuan's neck. Feng Nuan frowned and dodged, shouting, What are you doing? Li Yuner came back to her senses. Her eyes were full of disbelief. Muttered, Impossible. What's impossible? Our madam has sent us peaches. The facts are here. You can believe it or not. Feng Nuan said impatiently. She looked at the other sisters and said, "Our madam sent us a lot of peaches. I cut 2 for you to try. You're in for a treat today." Feng Yuan looked at Li Yuner provocatively and walked quickly towards the storage room. When she came out again, she was holding a large white porcelain plate, on which were neatly placed peaches that were cut into juicy, white, red and fragrant. "It looks delicious." The sisters took a petal each and put it in their mouths impatiently. The crisp and sweet peach tasted delicious and rich in spiritual energy, which attracted a group of girls to want more. They looked at the remaining ones with envy, and quickly entered the state of scrambling for food. "Oh, I got it first. Let it go." "Put it down? Do you think I'm stupid?" At the moment when the 2 people were fighting for it, there was another fisherman who took advantage of it. She took advantage of the 2 people's unwillingness to give in, and quickly snatched the food from the tiger's mouth. "Thank you, 2 sisters." "You, Sister Qianqian, you are so mean." The little girl who didn't get the last peach glared at the girl called Sister Qianqian with resentment. Li Yuner looked at everyone angrily. These people looked like they had never eaten in their 8 lifetimes. She was afraid that Feng Yuan would laugh at her, so she only took one. The sweet and delicious peach went into her stomach, and she felt comfortable all over. If she had known, she should not have been so reserved. Feng Yuan took out 2 peaches and shared them with them. She felt a little distressed. Seeing that they were so precious, she couldn't help but feel happy. "Look, this is the life we live. Even if they are separated from the main branch, their lives are no worse than others. Their wives are born in commoner families, have poor talents, and have many shortcomings, but they are much more generous than those wives of the main branch. This alone is enough to deserve their respect." Li Yuner licked her lips and looked at Feng Yuan shamelessly. "Feng Yuan, you are too stingy. Didn't you say that your wife said 2 baskets? Just give us 2 to send away?" The sisters were shocked by Li Yuner's thick skin. Although they still wanted to eat, they couldn't say such shameless words. Besides, if they remembered correctly, this guy just ridiculed Feng Yuan, the 4th son of the Feng family and his wife. Shameless, really shameless. Yuan Qianqian almost choked to death on a mouthful of tea. Ahem. "Li Yuner, do you want to hear what you were saying? People kindly invited you to eat spiritual fruits, but you still think it's not enough. If you are so generous, then we will all go to your house tomorrow, and you can take out a few spiritual fruits to treat us?" "That's right. Li Yuner, it's agreed that we will all go to your house tomorrow. If there is no spiritual fruit to entertain, don't mention being in the same circle with us in the future. We can't afford to lose face." Everyone attacked Li Yuner. Li Yuner choked. I don't have spiritual fruit at home. You can go to whoever's house you want tomorrow. My mother called me home for dinner, so I'm going back first." After Li Yuner finished speaking, she ran away. Feng Yuan held her waist and laughed so hard that she fell forward and backward. Yuan Qianqian asked curiously, "Is your wife always so generous?" "Of course, not to mention the madam, our young master is not stingy either. Every time he hunts, most of the exotic beasts are shared among us, and the remaining ones are appropriately subsidized to the orphans and widows of the clan." In Feng Yuan's impression, since their young master was separated, they have been given a lot every time they hunt. So good. Yuan Qianqian looked at Feng Yuan, who had not seen her for a while, and was well fed, and made a decision in her heart. Fengshan's family. When Fengshan carried the 2 baskets of spiritual peaches back, Fengshan's mother and Zhao Qiuyun were very surprised. "Where did you get so many first-grade spiritual peaches?" "My wife gave them to me. My wife gave them to me. My wife loves to give gifts." Zhao Qiuyun has experienced this when she was refining medicine in the hunting ground. As long as she was in the refining room, there would always be spiritual fruitcakes, spiritual fruits or other snacks from them. But her husband brought back 2 baskets of spiritual peaches at once, which was really a bit exaggerated. "Is it just for you, or for everyone?" Zhao Qiuyun looked as if she had done something to make my wife give you so many spiritual fruits. Fengshan rolled his eyes at her. "You think too much, every household has it." "What?" Zhao Qiuyun couldn't imagine, if each family sent 2 baskets, how many spiritual fruits would it take? Madam is really generous. Zhao Qiuyun choked. She used to think that their madam was generous, and the beneficiaries were their clansmen, and they were too happy to wait, but if they sent it this way, they would not empty their family's assets. When the 4th young master had no material support, they would not become ordinary retail investors with no one to take care of them. No, she would have to persuade him later. At this time, she no longer had the joy of having 2 more baskets of spiritual fruits. Looking at her husband who was still grinning, she wanted to pull his ears and yell in his ear, asking him to be more careful. Song Luo didn't know what would happen after sending so many spiritual peaches. She was squatting beside Yang Ma, watching her pick the orange melons from the field, cut them open, dig out the pulp, and then wash them with water over and over again. Yang Ma, this stuff is hard to wash off on your hands. Aren't you afraid that you will have a pair of black hands in the future? Song Luo looked at her fingernails, which had been dyed black, and couldn't help but worry. My wife, just look at me. Madame Yang scrubbed the watery pulp and seeds over and over again. This is such a good thing, and it's a second-level spiritual plant. Don't waste it. Song Luo touched her nose. She was just about to tear off and throw away these yellow-skinned, black-skinned, watery things, but Madame Yang happened to come out, so she did all these actions now. After Yang Ma washed it over and over again, the black pulp was washed away, leaving only the melon seeds with a black jade color. She put the black melon seeds on a bamboo winnowing basket to drain the water, then stood up, picked up the winnowing basket and walked to the stove, lit a fire, added oil, salt, star anise, bay leaves and other seasonings and began to stir-fry. After a while, a fragrant aroma came from the pot, and the more it looked like melon seeds. Seeing that it was almost done, Yang Ma grabbed a handful and gave it to Song Luo. Madam, would you like to try it? Chapter 75. Song Luo took it and cracked one. The black shell was cracked open, revealing the snow-white melon seed kernel inside. She put it in her mouth and chewed it carefully. The taste was soft and smooth, and the crisp fragrance was unusual, making people want to eat more. Delicious. A smile instantly bloomed on Yang Ma's face. With my decades of experience, there is no spiritual plant that cannot be eaten. Song Luo smiled. Thanks to you, otherwise, I almost threw away such a delicious thing. This melon seed is indeed unusual, and has an extraordinary attraction to her. Song Luo inexplicably likes to crack these black melon seeds. She always feels comfortable after cracking the melon seeds. This feeling of comfort is different from the warmth, when the spiritual power gathers in the spiritual palace after eating the spiritual fruit. In short, there is an indescribable feeling. Song Luo knocked 10 melons in a row. When she knocked the 11th melon, her whole body became hot and her spirit palace began to swell slightly. It took a long time for her to recover. Song Luo was shocked and broke into a cold sweat. You can't eat too much of this stuff. She felt that these spiritual melon seeds were very good things, and their value was not less than the ancestral space jade bracelet that Feng Xiai gave her. Song Luo immediately took it seriously. She still had a lot of orange melons grown. Song Luo volunteered to break open all the remaining melons, dig out the pulp, and wash out the dark melon seeds over and over again, and let Yang Ma fry them into melon seeds. All the orange seeds were fried, and filled 2 large wooden barrels. Song Luo hesitated for a moment, grabbed a handful, and gave it to Madame Yang, telling her not to eat more than 10 seeds a day, and put the rest in the space jade bracelet. It's not that she is stingy, she only ate one more and became like this. The old lady should not eat too much at once, otherwise she will get sick. When she came out of the kitchen, Song Luo realized that she forgot to wash her hands. Her little hands were black, and the nails and the gaps between her nails were black. If it was at night, just stretching out these little hands would scare people. Madame Yang is still experienced. She picked a few orange melon leaves from the vegetable garden, rubbed them until they were wrinkled, and used them to wash her hands easily. She also reserved some seeds. Song Luo cleared the remaining orange melon vines in the field, scattered the seeds into the soil, and poured water with growth liquid. In just a few moments, a field of orange melons grew in the field. It was still a second-level spiritual power orange melon. Song Luo started a new round of washing, and Madame Yang fried it. The two of them worked all day, and finally fried several large buckets of spiritual melon seeds. However, Song Luo always felt that the latter batch of spiritual melon seeds was not quite the same as the first batch. The taste and texture were right, both were crunchy, and left a lingering fragrance. But the feeling of eating them was completely different. She tried to eat 10, 20, and even many more seeds, but none of them caused her spiritual palace to swell and ache like the first batch of orange melon seeds. Song Luo then confirmed that this second batch was just ordinary second-level spiritual melon seeds. From then on, there was a new category in her diet, called orange melon seeds. She called the first batch of orange melon seeds the best, and the second batch the ordinary orange melon seeds. That day, she was lying on a recliner in the yard, basking in the sun and eating orange melon seeds, when Madame Yang's surprised voice came from the utility room. Madam, the Xiangxiang chicken is hatched. Really? Song Luo jumped up from the recliner, and the melon seed shells on her body were scattered all over the ground. Look! Madame Yang carefully held a palm-sized xiang chicken cub and handed it to Song Luo. Song Luo suddenly thought of something, subconsciously took a step back, and shouted, "Let it go." Before she finished her words, she heard a puff sound, and the fragrant chicken in Yang Ma's hand farted, and the few wet bird feathers on the tail that were still stained with egg liquid were lifted up by the impact. The next moment, a familiar spicy smell came to her nostrils, and Song Luo immediately covered her eyes and retreated. Yang Ma was facing the chickens, and she was stunned by the chicken's fart. She blinked her eyes, and stood there stiffly holding the fragrant chicken. After a while, a burning sensation came from her eyes, and Yang Ma's old eyes were so hot that tears came out. She realized that something was wrong, and immediately put the fragrant chicken in her hand back under the belly of the pink bunny beast, and quickly retreated. Song Luo took out a palm-sized crystal mirror from the space jade bracelet, and looked at it carefully. Seeing that her eyes were only slightly red and swollen, she felt relieved. Nani Yang was not so lucky. The xiang chicken farted in her face, and her eyes were swollen like walnuts. Song Luo, She felt a little relieved, but also a little guilty. However, she couldn't blame herself yet. What she was worried about now was that if things continued like this, how could she keep the xiang chicken? The hatched chicks don't have much meat. If you eat them, they won't even fill your teeth. If you don't eat them, it's a waste of time and eyesight to raise them. Song Luo was worried. Suddenly, she looked at the small crystal mirror in her hand. Although this thing is relatively expensive in the 10 Wind continent, she can still afford it with her current wealth. She can make 2 pairs of crystal goggles to protect her eyes. The more she thought about it, the better she thought this was. Song Luo immediately went to the mercenary market. Before the goggles were made, those difficult chicks could only be taken care of by Madame Yang. Madame Yang rinsed her eyes with water. Although her red and swollen eyes still looked a little scary, they were no longer uncomfortable. After hesitating for a moment, she quickly cut some wild vegetables, mixed them with yesterday's leftover rice, threw them in front of the pink bunny beast, and ran out like escaping. In the utility room, the pink bunny beast had swollen and red eyes, and tears as big as beans rolled down its eye sockets, and it cried pitifully. Shiji. It was almost suffocated to death. Is there no one to speak for it? As the shells of the fragrant eggs cracked, pink and gray fragrant chicks with sparse hair staggered out from inside, and farted from time to time, one after another, and the whole utility room was filled with a foul smell. The rabbit beast, who was in the center of the stench, closed his gem-like red eyes with despair, stretched out his only pink furry little foot that could move, and continued to explore the new fragrant egg. He didn't dare to stop. He didn't dare to stop at all. Once the incubation of the egg stopped, it would be the day for him to be put into the pot. Thinking of this, he kicked his other 3 tied legs in anger. Without 3 legs, the speed of incubation was 3 times slower. Damn it! Chapter 76. Madam, this is Aunt Feng Yang. Song Luo had just asked her sister-in-law Li Zhener to help her refine a few pairs of crystal goggles when she saw Feng Xiai leading a cool woman into the door. She was wearing an ordinary female martial arts uniform, and her long hair was simply tied up with a valuable bean green top-grade spiritual jade hairpin. Her eyebrows were firm and heroic, and her steps were steady and firm, which was quite chic. Before Song Luo greeted her, she quickly stepped forward a few steps, walked in front of her, and looked at her curiously. Are you Feng Xi's wife? Aunt Feng Yang. Song Luo shouted with a smile. Feng Yang took out a wooden box from her storage ring and handed it to her. A gift for meeting you. Thank you, Aunt. Song Luo happily accepted it. Feng Yang nodded with satisfaction. Song Luo hurriedly invited her to sit in the house, but Feng Yang said, I just moved here and there are some things to take care of at home. I won't sit down. I come back tomorrow when I'm free. Okay, then take care, Aunt. After Song Luo and Feng Xiai watched her leave, she pulled Feng Xi's sleeves for fun, and looked at him curiously with her big black eyes. Who is Aunt Feng Yang? Why did she come here suddenly? Song Luo didn't know many people in the Feng family except those from the main branch. Feng Xiai grabbed her hand that was messing with her sleeve, and said with a smile, Aunt Feng Yang is my cousin from the previous generation. She is a 4th-level weapon refiner. Now she has returned to the clan, and will refine spiritual weapons for our team in the future. That's great. Song Luo clapped her hands excitedly. It's really not easy. Finally, there is a 4th-level weapon refiner. She opened the wooden box given by Feng Yang, and inside was a set of top-grade orange light stone jewelry. The warm and bright orange light stone sparkled in the sun. Song Luo thought about it, picked and chose from the space of the jade bracelet, and selected about 20 round and plump pink clam beads of the same size, and put them in a small box the size of a palm. Reciprocity is the way to get along. After Aunt Fengyang's house is settled, she will visit with these gifts to show her sincerity. These are not enough. She ran to the storage room, picked a basket of third-level spiritual peaches, and filled a basket of second-level ordinary orange melon seeds, and then she felt a little satisfied. However, Song Luo was still a little curious. But why did Aunt Fengyang divorce? Feng Xi's eyes flashed with a trace of sarcasm. Aunt Fengyang married the fifth master of the Yun family more than 20 years ago. The fifth master Yun injured his waist and abdomen during a hunting trip, and he has been childless since then. Aunt Fengyang has been looking for medicine everywhere to nurse him back to health over the years. Last time you hunted, you found bamboo treasures in the green bamboo forest, so I sent a message to Aunt Fengyang. I wanted to use this opportunity to ask Aunt Fengyang to help refine some spiritual swords to temporarily make up for the vacancy after Feng Xian left. Unexpectedly, Master Yun Wu couldn't restrain himself after getting the bamboo treasure, and was caught by Aunt Fengyang. Aunt Fengyang has a hot temper, and couldn't stand such a great humiliation, so she made up her mind to divorce. Song Luo didn't even blink when she heard it. What a dog-blooded drama. Song Luo thought of the subtle ambiguity between Nong Hung and Wang Yueya, the wife of the original owner's cheap ex-fiancé, and sighed that these people really know how to play. Are all men like this? Song Luo looked at Feng Xi curiously. I'm different from them. Don't think too much. Feng Xi saw through his young lady's thoughts at a glance, and couldn't help but tap her head. No, I didn't say anything. How do you know what I'm thinking? Song Luo glared at him guiltily, covered her head and ran away. Feng Xi shook his head and chuckled, turned and went into the study. Song Luo continued to tinker with her chicken-raising business. With the crystal goggles, she and Madame Yang were no longer afraid of the foul smell of the fragrant chicken. Opening the door of the utility room, a strong stench rushed straight to the front. Song Luo and Yang Mama held their breath and quickly walked to the pink rabbit beast. They saw the pink rabbit beast tied up with red and swollen rabbit eyes, and a pink furry foot twitching desperately. And it was surrounded by broken eggshells and pecking fragrant chicken cubs. This scene was quite harmonious. Song Luo covered her nose and laughed. She and Yang Mama worked together, one pounced on the food, and the other bent her waist and moved forward slowly. After a lot of chaos, they finally caught all the more than 20 fragrant chicken cubs that had hatched and threw them into the bamboo cage. As for the poor pink bunny, Song Luo finally felt guilty, and took out the beef tendon rope that her sister-in-law had made, put it on it, and then untied its hands and feet. Before leaving, Song Luo kicked its fat butt with her foot. You really know how to hatch eggs, great job. As long as you hatch eggs well, there will be great benefits. Shijiji. The pink bunny cried a few times weakly. Let me give you a name. Shijiji. The pink bunny opened its eyelids, and its blood-red eyes suddenly lit up. Do you want to be called Gigi? Song Luo tapped her chin with her little hand, and shook her head decisively. This name is not good, it's pornographic. You look pink and fluffy. The pink bunny pricked up its ears in anticipation. Then I call you Erden. The pink bunny, Erden, if you work hard, you will be our royal hatching rabbit. If you don't work hard, then it's hot. As the saying goes, only heroes know when to act. In this situation, I think you should know what to choose, right? Erden closed his eyes stubbornly, and put his chin on the ground. Oh, he still has some backbone. Song Luo said with a sigh, don't feel wronged. You should be glad that you met me, otherwise you would have been put into the pot long ago. Only I have a pair of wise eyes to discover your advantages. Choose the right path, and become a top rabbit. I have already told you the reason. Next, whether it is spicy or hatching eggs, I will decide for you. Song Luo said, and walked out of the utility room. Spicy or hatching eggs, spicy or hatching eggs. Erden closed his eyes in despair, and when he opened them again, he was already full of vicissitudes. It stretched out 4 pink and molten little legs, and began a difficult working life. The resources of Shiha Ridge have been almost exhausted. The 10 great families and the mercenary union have agreed on a new hunting ground and plan to set off in 2 days. Song Luo then realized that she had not refined weapons for a long time. That day, she took out the piece of purple bamboo that Lu Yuan had sent. This piece of purple bamboo, which was as thick as a thumb and as long as an arm, had a smooth surface and a faint purple glow. When Song Luo was refining it, she instantly drew the shape of a flute in her mind. Very faintly, the shape of the purple flute was vaguely visible. Song Luhua was overjoyed. Her weapon refining skills had improved. In the past, before the spiritual weapon came out of the furnace, she never knew what kind of spiritual weapon was being refined. This time, she actually had a specific image. Soon. This time it must be a flute spiritual weapon. Song Luhua muttered firmly. Time passed bit by bit, and Song Luhua's heartbeat accelerated when she was refining. Finally, after a quarter of an hour, the spiritual fire under the refining cauldron went out, and Song Luhua opened the refining cauldron with great anticipation. Chapter 77. Swona. It's actually a swona. Boil. Song Luhua looked at the thing in the cauldron, and couldn't help cursing. There was no purple flute as she imagined, so she put her head into the cauldron and looked around. She looked left and right, and found only a purple swona in the cauldron. It's simply against the sky. Song Luhua scratched her hair, and finally accepted the reality after a moment. She tried to blow it, but couldn't make any sound, so she could only throw it into the jade bracelet space in disappointment. The feeling of overturning the car was a little uncomfortable, but fortunately, this thing was also very effective. She thought about it, and relieved herself. With the crystal goggles, and a piece of cloth covering the nose, raising chicks was no longer difficult, and Song Luhua began to raise chicks immersively. The orange melon vines pulled from the vegetable garden had a little bit of spiritual energy, and she chopped them all, and fed them to the chicks. These Xiong chicken chicks grew very fast, and they looked different every day. She saw some bald chickens with sparse hair yesterday, but when she fed the chickens today, they had all grown hair. Since Erden was given a name, his efficiency has increased dramatically. Almost half of the eggs were hatched within 2 days. The remaining ones were probably impossible to hatch. Song Luhua was very satisfied and rewarded him with a juicy white radish for the first time. Erden was really hungry. He held the first-grade white radish thicker than her thigh and chewed it. Song Luhua understood and said to Yang Ma, Erden likes to eat white radish. From now on, feed him 3 meals a day, and 9 meals of white radish in 3 days. Madam Yang. I don't understand, but I obey. Yes, madam. Song Luhua nodded with satisfaction. The hunting day soon arrived, and Song Luhua could only reluctantly say goodbye to the chicks she had raised for a few days. This time, the place they went to was a marshland, thousands of miles north of Xihealing. The flying boats of the major families and mercenary teams set out from Yanqing City, and took a full day to get there. The flying boat was suspended above the marshland. Looking from above, as far as the eye could see, thousands of miles away was a flat land with water ripples, deep or shallow, and various aquatic plants growing. In the shallow water below, Song Luhua saw yellow, purple, and red flowers at a glance. They were very beautiful. A few naughty children were playing on the deck. They took out a stone from their pockets and threw it down. There was a puff-puff sound in the water grass, and a group of birds, whose appearances were not clearly seen, rushed away. Feng Xiai took out the wood that had been prepared long ago from the space. All martial spirit masters, listen to my order, build a temporary station. Yes. All women and children are not allowed to go down without permission before the temporary station is built. He glanced at the women and children on the flying boat again, and said with a serious face, Yes. The women and children responded one after another. There is water in the marshland, and the danger in the water is no less than that on land. Before the martial spirit master has swept and confirmed safety, the women and children with weak combat power are not allowed to go down easily. This kind of scene is commonplace for the people who were born and raised in the Tin Wind continent. Most people dare not joke with their lives. However, every year there are a few people who are not afraid of death, imagining that they are lucky and want to take advantage in advance. Feng Xiai has to remind them seriously. Song Luhua had never seen such a scene before. She leaned on the side of the boat and looked at the marshland below with wide eyes. Legionnaire reminded her worriedly, Little sister, you must not go down first. There is a kind of beast in this marshland that is good at hiding and relatively ferocious, called crocodile. If you encounter the white snow crocodile, it will be fine. It only feeds on spiritual plants, has a gentle temperament, and is slightly smaller in size, so you can still save your life. If you encounter the green crocodile or the gray crocodile, it will be difficult for us women or children to escape from the crocodile's mouth. Song Luhua's cognition of this world mostly comes from the original owner's memory. The original owner had poor talent and weak body. The Song family was afraid that the humidity of the marshland would make her more uncomfortable, so they never let her go to the marshland to pick. However, she had already read some books and records, and had some understanding of the situation in the marshland. She naturally knew what Legionnaire said, so she nodded obediently, I know, sister-in-law. Legionnaire was relieved to see that she didn't seem to be lying. When she came here, Song Yuan told her that her younger sister had never been to the marshland, and asked her to watch her, but she thought he was joking. Judging from the situation now, it really didn't seem like she had been there before, so Legionnaire kept a watchful eye on Song Luo and stared at her closely. Song Luo was helpless. Was she really not afraid of death? She was very afraid of death. In her previous life, she had not spent the huge sum of 200 million yuan before she died. She had already experienced a heart-wrenching pain. She did not want to repeat the regrets of her previous life in this life. In this life, she had nothing and struggled to become a millionaire. She also had a very handsome husband. She was bitten to death by something casually. She was so unlucky. Song Luo retracted her neck even though she was curious. Feng Ci was directing the construction of a temporary base. Seeing her retract her neck, he shook his head with amusement. The martial spirit masters were quite efficient. The next day, when Song Luo woke up from the flying boat, wooden buildings on the marshland had been built. As in previous hunts, Feng Ci's base was still close to the bases of the Qin, Lu, and 3 families. On the left were the main branch of the Feng family led by Feng Jing, and on the left of the Feng family were the Yun, Nong, and Li families. The other 3 of the 10 great families, the Lan, Bo, and Lu families, were directly behind them. Surrounding them were scattered branches of the 10 great families. Not far from the 10 great families was the mercenary guild. The power of the noble families and the mercenary unions extended from near to far, one in the south and one in the north. The women and children were in the middle, gathering plants and catching small aquatic shrimps, crabs and fish. Feng Ci, Qin Yi, and the people from the 10 noble families advanced in a row, clearing the dangerous beasts in the marshland, and set up a protective shield for the safe zone on the edge. Only then did Song Luo and the others dare to go down. The water here was only knee-deep, so Song Luo and the others walked directly in the water. Before leaving, Feng Ci gave her a set of level 4 spiritual clothes made of green cowhide beasts, which had a waterproof effect. Song Luo put them on directly when she got off the flying boat. This level 4 spiritual clothing made from level 4 blue cowhide beast is very comfortable to wear. It is not only waterproof, but also extremely light. The color has been processed, and it is blue with some light, which is very beautiful. Song Luo wore the level 4 spiritual clothing, and happily went into the water. If there was no resistance in the water, it would feel no different from being on land. This is really a good thing. Song Luo couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 78. Just after taking a few steps in the knee-deep marshland, Song Luo was dumbfounded. You? A group of women, from the 10 great families, and the mercenary team, just like locusts passing through, began to pick the water vegetables. Water celery, tender reed roots, water spinach roots, water lily, white dragon claw flowers. Nothing that can be eaten was left unpicked. Among them were her own clansmen. Song Luo, carrying a small basket, went forward to help pick some. A few aunts and sisters-in-law looked at her empty basket, and each of them grabbed a handful of mixed water vegetables of various types from their own baskets and put them into Song Luo's basket, filling her small basket. Said, "Madam, these are all for you, go and play." While the lady was talking, she did not stop and quickly picked up a handful of red amaranth. "Yes, madam, what vegetables do you want to eat? I will leave some for you. Why do you have to do all this work?" Another lady echoed. They had never seen their wives digging wild vegetables before, and they were used to it. Suddenly seeing her doing these things, they were really not used to it. So they all persuaded her to play aside. As for wanting to eat some wild vegetables, that was easy. They could just give some to each of them. These things are nothing compared to the 2 large baskets of first-grade spiritual peaches she gave. Everyone has a scale in their hearts. Song Luo couldn't refuse the kindness, so she had to carry a basket of wild vegetables and wander to the back to fish. She really fished. Just now, a palm-sized first-grade spiritual Christian carp suddenly jumped out of the water, and Song Luo subconsciously reached out to catch it. The palm-sized spiritual Christian carp jumped hard in her hand, and Song Luo hit it with 2 big noses in her backhand to make it quiet. Then, she quickly put the basket of water vegetables in her hand into the jade bracelet space, took out a wooden barrel, filled it with some water, and threw the first-grade spiritual Christian carp in her hand. It seems that in this shallow marshland, in addition to water vegetables and wild duck eggs, there are also fish and shrimp. Song Luo looked at others, and saw a group of children using fishing nets to catch fish and shrimp. It seems that they have a lot of harvest. She immediately became interested and took out a small wooden boat from the space jade bracelet, and sat cross-legged in the boat. She took out a few bamboo poles from the space, tied the tendons of the second-level blue ox monster to one end of the bamboo pole as a rope, tied fresh monster meat, and threw them into the water one by one. I don't know if I can catch anything, Song Luan muttered, and took out cakes, melon seeds, and tea from the space, and savored them carefully. This scene made the women of other families, and the mercenary union envious. Who is that? She is so leisurely, unlike us, who soak in the water, and dare not stop even when our legs and feet are white and swollen. That's right, it's really the same person with different fates. Another woman looked at her jealously, and realized that she was distracted, and the red amaranth under her hand was pulled away, and a trace of annoyance flashed in her eyes. Who else could it be? Isn't it that loser from the Song family? Xiaolu slung the basket on her arm upwards, glanced quickly in the direction everyone was pointing, and moved forward quickly with jealousy and disgust. I didn't expect this little bitch to be so lucky. She was supported by her father and brother before she got married. After her Dalong broke off the engagement, she found a richer man and was supported by her husband. She is so shameless. So she is the wife of the fourth son of the Feng family. TSK. If I had known that life would be so easy after marrying him, I'm afraid many people would regret it now. Regret? That's nonsense. Xiaolu rolled her eyes and said disdainfully, everyone knows that the fourth son of the Feng family has injured his spiritual palace, and will hardly make any progress in his life. The two of them, one is a waste, the other will never make any progress, and they were separated by the family. They are a perfect match. Haha, Xiaolu, I think you are just saying that the grapes are sour because you can't eat them. Everyone knows that you are trying your best to get your Xie Qingqing to get into the arms of the direct descendants of the 10 major families, just to be a concubine, but they don't want her. The women taunted mercilessly. Humph, don't talk about me. Even if you have the chance, you will definitely do the same as me, Xiaolu said angrily, and ran away with the basket. The women looked at each other, choked and speechless. People go to high places, and water flows to low places. If there is this opportunity, they will definitely do no less than Xiaolu. They are all Xiaolu's former neighbors, but they can't stand Xiaolu's success. Since Xie Dalong and his wife joined the farm, this old man has been showing off whenever he gets the chance. The treatment of the top 10 families is so good, and every time they hunt, they get a lot of exotic beast meat and lingbai. A group of people are jealous, but they can't do anything, so they can only find a few opportunities to ridicule her. Xiaolu returned to the farm team, and sneered at the group of women. Just like this, you dare to compare with her? As for Song Luo, this bitch, she is not even half as good as her Dalong's wife. She just watched how this bitch was abandoned by Feng Xiai. Thinking of her daughter-in-law, Xiaolu glanced at the farm's residence, and a trace of satisfaction flashed in her eyes. Farmer's residence. Wang Yueya, Xie Qingqing and others were tired from refining medicine, so they went outside and looked into the distance. At this time, Nong Hung happened to come back from the marshland to rest, and bumped into the two sisters-in-law. Since he overused his spiritual palace last time, he has been resting for more than a month, but he is still not fully recovered. He went to Feng Xiai to buy the cicada but failed. The three families of Qin, Lu and Jiang were all cunning and treacherous. They played Tai Chi for a long time, but they refused to give up even one, which made Nong Hung very angry. At this moment, he was feeling irritated, but because Wang Yueya, his confidant, was there, he had to maintain the demeanor of the young patriarch. He nodded gently to the two of them, and was about to leave, when he was stopped by someone. Nong Heng's eyes flashed with impatience, but he turned around and put on a gentle smile. Qingqing, do you have something to say? Xie Qingqing looked at Nong Heng shyly, twisting her hands together, and couldn't say anything for a long time. Seeing a flash of anger between Nong Heng's eyebrows, Wang Yueya hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Qingqing, what do you want to talk to the young patriarch about? If it's not important, we talk about it later. The young patriarch has something important to do, so let's not disturb him for now. Your sister-in-law is right. If it's not an important matter, let's talk about it later. I go in first, Nong Heng said, and strode into the room. Xie Qingqing had been thinking for a long time, and was about to take out the gift she wanted to give, but she only saw it departing back. The little plan in her heart was in vain, and she stamped her feet in disappointment and left. Seeing this, Wang Yueya gently pushed open Nong Heng's door. Half an hour later, she came out with a shy face. Thinking of Xie Qingqing, this unreasonable sister-in-law, Wang Yueya was quite troubled. How can a pheasant be matched with a phoenix? The young patriarch is such a noble person. Even if this little girl admires the young patriarch, they will not have a result. It seems that she has to give up her thoughts. Wang Yueyang murmured, with a sense of sadness between her brows. Chapter 79. Song Luhua did not hear the women's gossip. She had just swallowed a piece of spiritual fruit paste when she saw the blue beef tendon tied to the bamboo pole stretched straight. It was still shaking. It was obvious that something was pulling the exotic meat under the water. Song Luhua's eyes lit up, and she got to work. She quickly lifted the bamboo pole, and a palm-sized first-level spiritual Christian carp emerged from the water, hanging in the air, and its tail flicked a few times. Song Luhua was speechless. How much do you love the exotic meat that you still don't let go of even after all this? I didn't put the hook. If that's the case, then you can't blame me. Song Luhua pulled the Christian carp up viciously. The Christian carp seemed to be unaware of the danger. It still held the beast meat tightly on the shore. Wow, you are quite capable. Song Luhua slapped the Christian carp with a few big blows, dug out the beast meat from its mouth, and continued to throw it into the water. As soon as this bamboo pole was put into the water, the bamboo pole next to it moved again. Song Luhua pulled it up, and found another palm-sized first-level Christian carp. Song Luhua excitedly repeated the action of the previous fish, pulling it up, slapping it, digging out the beast meat, throwing the fish into the wooden barrel, and throwing the beast meat into the water. The whole set of movements was done in one go without any hesitation. The speed of catching fish was too fast. As soon as she put down this one, the other three started to move. She hurriedly pulled up the 3 palm-sized crucians, and the other 2 started to move. The key point was that these small crucians were determined to hold on to the green mountain, and would not let go. They were all dragged ashore, but they were still holding on to the exotic meat, and would not let go. Song Luhua was angry and anxious. These exotic meats were bitten by you and him, and soon a piece of meat as thick as a thumb was gone. Song Luhua was so distressed that she kept throbbing. After catching a fish that refused to let go, he slapped it several times. Let go. I told you to let go, but you kept showing off all the meat. Until all the meat on the bamboo poles was gone, Song Luhua squatted on the wooden boat, panting with exhaustion. This won't work. I won't catch many fish, but I die of exhaustion first. Song Luhua looked at the 2 buckets of Christian carp placed at the tail of the wooden boat, and fell into deep thought. It seems I need to find help. Song Luhua thought for a moment, and decided to mobilize the children in the tribe to help. She flew forward on the flying sword for a distance, and then she could see clearly the 20 or 30 children of her family, big and small. There were boys and girls, many of whom looked familiar, but Song Luhua could not remember their names. Only Aliha was her eldest sister-in-law's younger brother. After spending some time together, Song Luhua was very familiar with him. But this little guy was too young, only 5 years old, and Song Luhua did not have much hope for him. She cast her eyes on the other oldest boy, who looked about 10 years old. He was wearing the family's unique black martial arts uniform, with a square face, thick eyebrows and big eyes, and looked quite energetic. Song Luhua saw him commanding other children in an orderly manner. The older ones were divided into several teams to cast and pull the nets, while the younger ones, such as the 5-year-old Lihi, slowly caught fish from the fishing nets. Normally, casting a net is the fastest way to catch fish, but it obviously doesn't work here. Song Luhua stood aside and watched for a while. The command was very powerful, and the net was cast in a professional manner, but when the net was pulled up, there were really few fish in it. Looking at the children of other families, they were similar to hers. She held her forehead with her hand. It was obvious that the fish in the waters of the photo could avoid being caught by fishing nets. Without some real materials, it would be impossible to catch them. No wonder those women would rather pick water vegetables than catch fish. Song Luhua waved to the oldest child, and Feng Yang pointed at herself in surprise. Madam, you called me? Yes, come here. When Feng Yang walked up to her, Song Luhua asked, What's your name? Whose child are you from? Feng Yang's eyes lit up, and he replied, Madam, my name is Feng Yang, the eldest son of Fengshan's family. So your father is Fengshan. No wonder he looks familiar. Song Luhua patted his shoulder. Then she said, Feng Yang, don't fish yet. Take them with you. I need your help. Yes. Feng Yang agreed excitedly, and ran to a group of children. After a while of chattering, the children collected the fishing nets and wooden barrels in an orderly manner, and the older children carried them, holding their chests high, and walked towards Song Luhua. Everyone is here. Let's go. Song Luhua waved her fist. Yes. A group of children responded with excitement. When they arrived at her territory, Song Luhua threw out a bundle of bamboo, a ball of beef tendons of the second-level blue ox beast, and a piece of second-level silver-striped venison from the space, pointed to the fishing rod she had made, and said to Feng Yang, "See, make these bamboo poles into similar fishing rods." Yes. Under Feng Yang's leadership, 50 bamboo poles tied with beast meat were quickly thrown into the water. Song Luhua briefly explained to them the key points of hooking fish, and the children all nodded in agreement. A group of children stared at the beef tendons on the bamboo poles. In less than 10 breaths, dozens of beef tendons on the bamboo poles straightened. Before the children, including Feng Yang, could react, Song Luhua shouted, "Feng Yang, your fishing rod has a fish in it, you can pull it up." Feng Yang finally reacted and hurriedly pulled up a Crucian carp. Then, Song Luhua showed them what it meant to be mighty and domineering in front of a group of stunned children. With a pair of small hands, Papa. She slapped the fish twice on the face and pulled the beast meat out of its mouth. The process was smooth and silky, and the children were shocked and scared. They stared at her blankly. At this time, Song Luhua realized that she seemed to have gone too far. Her gentle, beautiful, dignified and generous image was completely ruined. She coughed a few times in embarrassment and said softly to Feng Yang, "Did you see it? These Crucian carps bite very tightly, you don't have to worry about them falling in midair, but after lifting them ashore, you can only snatch the beast meat back like this. Alas, I don't want to do this either, but I don't have much exotic meat left, and these Crucian carps are so greedy. I'm afraid they eat all our exotic meat before we catch a few fish." Song Luhua sighed in a pretentious way. Feng Yang and the others widened their eyes, patted their chests, and said angrily, "Madam, you're right. You can't let them eat so much of our exotic meat." When Feng Yang thought that these Crucian carps were better than what he ate at home, the sympathy in his heart instantly disappeared. He complained instead. When the other children heard this, they immediately gave up and promised to protect the exotic meat and never let them eat more. Song Luhua saw that her image was slightly saved and smiled with relief. Chapter 80. Strange. Where are the children of the 4 sons of the Feng family? How come they disappeared in such a short time? The women were picking water vegetables in front, and occasionally some looked back to see their children. Their own children were all there, but the 2, 3 or 4 children of Feng Xi's family were gone. Didn't they follow their unreliable wife? A woman said indifferently. Why did she call these boys? Everyone was very curious. What can she do? She either eats and waits for death all day or plays around. I have never heard that she has made any good things. She has poor talent and is lazy. I don't know how the 4 sons of Feng can stand her. A young wife said sourly. They are lucky, so it's useless for you to be sour. The women laughed at her. The wife was so angry that her face turned red, but they were all elders in the clan, so she couldn't say anything. She rolled her eyes and walked to the women in Feng Xi's team with a basket. Your children are playing with Madame Song. Oh, you are so unlucky. You have such an unreliable mistress. Food is so precious. She doesn't worry about food and drink, and she doesn't make progress. She also drags your children to play together. Isn't this teaching the children bad things? In my opinion, this woman has a very bad mind. If I were you, I would not let the child play with her. Who are you? How can you, an outsider, interfere in our family affairs? The lady is kind-hearted. She is willing to play with our children. It is an honor for our children. We are very happy. You have no right to say anything. At this time, someone recognized her. Aren't you Nong Shui from the Nong family? You came to our house to offer yourself to our son before, hoping to be his wife. Why, after you failed to marry our son, you start to slander our lady in front of us? So you are Nong Shui. Everyone looked at her meaningfully, as if they were saying that she was a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Nong Shui's intention was exposed. Her face turned pale. She glared at everyone fiercely, and ran away with the basket. She cursed Feng Xi and Song Luhua in her heart. After Nong Shui left, the women complained about their children. Hu Zi, this stinky boy, I teach him a lesson when I get home. My Kaiwa is the same, I should teach them a lesson when I get home. Play is play, but don't go too far. They are more delicious than cows and black rock pigs. If they keep making trouble, how can we afford to feed them? When I get home in the evening, I will have a good talk with my wife. Don't let these kids play around. The women were talking at once. They were secretly preparing to give their children a meal of bamboo shoots and meat. They even thought of the sticks to beat them. They wanted to use the thin and straight ones that hurt the children, but didn't break their bones. On Song Liuhua's side, a group of children were busy with their phones. The older children each managed 2 fishing rods, and the younger children each watched one. Except for the initial confusion, the children quickly mastered the entire process of fishing. When the fish was hooked, they pulled the rod, slapped it with their little hands, took out the second-grade silver-striped venison from the fish's mouth, and continued to drop it into the water. In a short while, dozens of wooden barrels were filled, and one wooden boat was not enough, so Song Luo contributed her last 2 wooden boats. Feng Yang and the others were busy and sweating all over. Song Luo squatted aside and ate orange seeds, and suddenly felt that she had gone too far. Feng Yang, do you want to take a break? Song Luo reminded. It's okay, madam, we're not tired. Feng Yang picked up a crucian carp neatly, took out the meat of the exotic beast, and threw it into the water again. Yes, it's not tiring. We're going to catch a lot of crucian carps. The children wiped the sweat off their faces and smiled with bright eyes. Song Luo said that the orange seeds in her mouth suddenly didn't smell good. She also picked up a bamboo pole and started fishing. After an hour, there were not many crucian carps in this area, so they walked a little further and changed to another place. At this moment, Song Luo's 3 wooden boats were filled with wooden barrels of various sizes. Each wooden barrel was filled with palm-sized crucian carps. From time to time, 1 or 2 would bend their bodies and jump from the wooden barrels to the wooden boats, and be picked up by the children watching nearby and thrown back into the wooden barrels. There seemed to be no place for her to stand on the wooden boats, and Song Luo could only squat on the flying sword with grievance. If I had known earlier, I would have brought a few more wooden boats. If this continues, I'm afraid there will be no place to put the wooden barrels. Song Luo picked up the spiritual communication stone and contacted Feng Yin. The children have caught some spiritual crucian carp. You bring a few people to carry them back. She counted the barrels on the wooden boat, and there were more than 30 of them. Feng Yin rushed over with people, and saw the scene. A group of little brats played with simple fishing rods, with great vigor. The spiritual crucian carp were violently pulled ashore like fallen leaves swaying in the air, and thrown into the wooden barrels at their waists. The 3 wooden boats on the water were filled with large and small wooden barrels. The silver-white fish scales on the mouth of the wooden barrel flashed, indicating that the barrels of crucian carp were all there. The willing master beside him opened his mouth wide and said blankly, "Are crucian carp so worthless?" Feng Yin also wanted to ask this question. Song Luo waved to Feng Yin and others, "Come and help move it. There is no place to put it." Oh yes. I thought he only brought 2 people with him. So many barrels, I am afraid it will take 2 or 3 trips to move. However, the next scene left an indelible impression on Song Luo. Feng Yin waved his hand, and the 2 martial spirit masters he brought with him quickly waded through the water to the wooden boat. The 3 people, including Feng Yin, first untied their belts, hung 4 buckets on the 4 sides of their waists, hung 1 bucket in each arm, held 2 buckets in each hand, and held 1 bucket in their mouths. They quickly emptied the wooden boat of spiritual crucian carp, and then ran towards the camp at full speed. Song Luo and a group of children were stunned. Feng Yang looked at Feng Yin and others with admiration. "When I grow up, I want to be as powerful as you." In this regard, Song Luo only wanted to say that it was really amazing, worthy of being a professional in logistics, and when necessary, he could also use his mouth to pull goods. Awesome was not enough to describe her shock. The appearance of Feng Yin and others instantly shocked the entire garrison. The martial spirit masters of the Lu family, Jiang family, Feng family main branch, and Qin family garrison looked at these 3 people running from afar with strange appearances, and couldn't help laughing. It's so funny. Isn't this Feng Yin from the team of the 4 young masters of the Feng family? Why did he hang such a wooden barrel on himself? Who knows? Anyway, I have never seen such behavior in my life. What else could it be? What's in the bucket? The team of the 4th young master of the Feng family is small, so 1 person has to work as 2 people. The 4th young master is too pitiful. I didn't expect that he would live like this after being separated. A martial spirit master from the main branch of the Feng family sighed with regret. Fortunately, we were not assigned to the team of the 4th young master, otherwise we would be the ones who are pitiful. That's true. A group of men chattered and watched the excitement. Chapter 81. I am afraid that my brother will suffer, and I am also afraid that my brother will enjoy great happiness. When Feng Yin and others approached and saw the buckets of spiritual crucian carp hanging on them, the eyes of the martial spirits of the main branch of the Feng family, Qin, Jiang, and Lu families, who were watching the fun changed instantly. No. Where did they get so many spiritual crucian carps? It's a pity that we just laughed at them. If I had so many spiritual crucian carps, I would be able to call him Dad, not to mention being laughed at by others. A martial spirit master of the Jiang family said sourly. The martial spirit master of the main branch of the Feng family had a hot face. They felt pity when their brothers suffered, and their eyes turned red when they saw that their brothers had so many good things. They thought that the brothers were going to suffer, but they didn't expect that they were secretly enjoying themselves. A few people looked at each other and returned to their own bases in disgrace. The martial arts masters of the Lu, Jiang, and Qin families were jealous and couldn't help but come forward to chat with Feng Yin. Brother, where did you get so many spiritual Christian carps? With the relationship between our two families, tell them. Yes, don't worry. If you tell me, I will never tell others. The martial arts master of the Qin family looked at Feng Yin. The people of the Lu and Jiang families also looked at him eagerly. Feng Yin thought for a moment, then picked up the spiritual communication stone and sent a message to Song Luo. Madam, can you tell the people of Qin, Jiang, and Lu about your method of catching spiritual Christian carp? Song Luo said indifferently. Just tell me, it's okay, this area is so big, there are a lot of spiritual Christian carp, and their fishing will not affect us. Besides, anyone who is interested can find out our tricks quickly after a little investigation, so it doesn't matter if you tell them. After getting the approval of his wife, Feng Yin immediately told them the method. Everyone was a little surprised when they heard it was so simple. The next moment, they immediately prepared to gather their children and the martial arts masters, who could squeeze out free time to start fishing for spiritual Christian carp. Song Luo was squatting on the flying sword when he saw a group of martial arts masters walking towards them quickly. A group of martial arts masters wearing Qin, Jiang, and Lu families came forward with a smile and greeted them. So Madam Song is here. Thank you for your fishing method this time. The martial arts master of the Qin family saluted to Song Luo. Everyone around him also saluted. These people are quite polite. Song Luo was satisfied and said with a smile, by the way, Feng Yin may not know that the best way to catch spiritual Christian carp is to use level 2 silver-striped venison. She found this out after squatting on the spiritual sword and testing for a long time when she was bored. During this period, she changed to black rock pork, but the group of spiritual Christian carp quickly spit it out after biting the rod, and it was impossible to catch it. She also changed dozens of kinds of exotic beast meat one after another, and found that they were only obsessed with silver-striped venison. The strange thing is that after she changed to level 4 silver-striped venison, as soon as these spiritual Christian carp bit the rod, they immediately turned over their white bellies and floated on the water. What's going on? Song Luo didn't understand. It means both are okay. Both levels of silver-striped venison are effective, but who wants to eat dead fish when they can catch live fish? Besides, all these Christian carps are foodies. The 2 kilograms of silver-striped venison she brought are almost eaten up by her. She can't bear to let them eat the 4th level silver-striped venison. It's not that the 4th level silver-striped venison is unaffordable, but the 2nd level silver-striped venison is very cost-effective. At this time, Song Luo realized that she had hit the mark by mistake in the first place. This group of people had a good attitude. They were Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, and Jiang Wenxiu's clansmen. Song Luo didn't mind explaining things clearly, so that they could avoid some detours. Thank you, madam, for telling me. A martial arts master from the Jiang family hurriedly thanked them. The martial arts master from the Lu family was not to be outdone, and immediately expressed his willingness to help them move all the spiritual Christian carps to the base. Song Luo smiled brightly. Thank you very much. It's just a small thing, I dare not thank you. A group of people split into 2 groups. One group went to find the children in their family to catch spiritual Christian carps, and the other group helped Song Luo move buckets of spiritual Christian carps to Feng Xi's base. After the others had walked a long way, Song Luo suddenly realized that she had forgotten to tell them that these Christian carps were foodies. Forget it, it's not a big deal. The 3 families of Qin, Jiang, and Lu copied Song Luo's method to catch Christian carps, and the martial arts masters quickly made the fishing rods. A child in his teens just put the fishing rod tied with 2nd level silver-grained venison into the water, and immediately a Christian carp was hooked. Got it! The fish is hooked! The boy cheered and chirped. Shut up! The martial spirit masters frowned and said. Everyone became cautious instantly. Lift it up. Yes! The boy held his breath and carefully lifted the fishing rod. A palm-sized Christian carp instantly emerged from the water. Wow! Everyone stared at the Christian carp excitedly. The martial spirit masters were delighted. It was too easy to catch a Christian carp as soon as they put it down. Now they just had to lift the Christian carp up. Everyone stared at the boy nervously. The boy swallowed his saliva, nervously grabbed the fishing rod, and continued to carefully lift it up. Because he was too nervous, his legs and feet staggered in the water. The fishing rod suddenly tilted up, and the crucian carp swung in the air like a pendulum. The martial spirit masters covered their eyes and shook their heads. This crucian carp is a waste. No, the crucian carp is still there. After a moment, the boy looked at the crucian carp biting the exotic beast meat in disbelief. I pulled it up. He held the crucian carp in his hands and watched in amazement as it bit the second-grade silver-striped venison meat tightly. Its eyes were wide open, and its mouth, shaped like a sad face, swallowed up and down. It seems impossible to take it off. The boy tried to pull it, but the crucian carp was biting it tightly and couldn't be pulled off at all. Impossible. A martial spirit master took the crucian carp and tried to pull it off, but he couldn't pull it off. But he couldn't increase his strength. If he used more strength, the crucian carp would be pulled in two. How can I make him let go of it? The martial spirit master suddenly had an idea. He remembered that the children in Madame Song's team slapped the crucian carps when they took them off. He thought these kids were a little crazy, but now it seems that he may have misunderstood them. He stretched out his big hand like a palm leaf fan, fanned the crucian carp twice, and then quickly pulled the exotic meat out of the fish's mouth. This small piece of exotic meat was missing a large part. Damn it, it really deserves a fan. The martial spirit master was so distressed that he couldn't stop crying. When the Qin, Jiang, and Lu families were making a lot of money by fishing for the crucian carp, other families soon discovered the trick and followed suit. The sun was setting. The women from each family who were picking water vegetables were pushing bamboo rafts, carrying backpacks and baskets, and returning home. The women of the Feng family, including the children, picked up a straight and thin reed from the reeds in the water. Girls, boys, wait for me. The women picked up the reeds and waved them in the air viciously. Chapter 82. Wow, so many crucian carps. The children jumped and danced excitedly as they watched the crucian carps they caught today. Take out 70 buckets and divide them. Song Luo thought for a moment and said to Feng Yang, how did you divide them before? You divide them. Yes, thank you, madam. Feng Yang almost jumped up with excitement when he heard that they could divide 60 buckets. He calculated in his mind and soon started to divide them. Huzi, you take 3 buckets back. Kaiwa, you also carry 3 buckets. Agu 3 buckets. Aki, a Cheng, a Lu, 2.5 buckets each. The rest, Ahe, 1.5 buckets each. Under Feng Yang's command, a group of children lined up and took their share of crucian carp. Okay, go back. At Song Liuhua's command, Feng Yang and the other children happily walked towards their residence. Feng Yin looked at the remaining 100 buckets of crucian carp. Wow, these children are really capable. They got so much in one day. Of course, your method is the best, madam. Otherwise, the children would not be able to catch a few buckets with the nets in a day. Song Luo thought of the children, who had fished all day, while she had only fished for a day, and waved her hands guiltily. It's all thanks to the children. This was also an accident. The crucian carp is the most nourishing. The women have weak constitutions. They soak in the water all day and are inevitably attacked by moisture. Let's stew the remaining crucian carps into soup for the children and women in the team. Madam, you are kind-hearted. Feng Yin received the order and immediately began to process the crucian carps, ensuring that the women and children could drink a bowl of hot crucian carp soup in the evening. After arranging everything, Song Luo wandered around the camp with her hands in her pockets. This hunt was almost a large-scale joint hunt between all families and mercenary guilds. The distance between each camp was very close, and even people from other families had to pass by here, which made Feng Xi's camp very lively. Song Liuhua's leisurely appearance was very different from the busy crowd. Women usually gossip while working, and Song Liuhua's identity has long been known by gossip. People just looked at her curiously, and were not surprised. They were busy all day, carrying baskets and bamboo baskets on their backs, and were exhausted. They hurried to their own residence. Song Luo saw her own women in the crowd. She smiled at them in a friendly way. The woman forced a smile and ran towards her residence aggressively. What's going on? Song Luo was quite puzzled. Aren't people usually very kind? And there are those holding sticks. What are they doing? Forget it, maybe they just broke some to play with. She subconsciously flashed through her mind the image of children being beaten by their parents with thin bamboo sticks, and shook her head. These children were quite well behaved, so they shouldn't be beaten. Huzi, come out to me. On the wooden building, the women put down their things and prepared to educate their children. Huzi was diligently changing the water for the crucian carps, And suddenly he trembled at his mother's yelling. Before he could answer, he saw his mother holding a reed stick and walking towards him fiercely. He subconsciously covered his butt and ran away, shouting in surprise, "Mom, what are you doing? What do you think I am doing, you little thing? I told you." Told you? Huzi's mother passed by like the wind, and when she saw that there were 3 buckets of Christian carp in her house, she stopped in an instant, and the stick in her hand fell on the wooden floor with a click. She asked Huzi in disbelief, "Is this all what you got today?" "Yes." Huzi looked at his mother suspiciously, not daring to get close, and tried hard to think about why he was beaten. Did he secretly add water to his father's wine, and was discovered by his father, or did he accidentally knock over his mother's rouge, and put the blame on his 2-year-old little sister, and was discovered by his mother? "Mom, what are you going to do?" Huzi couldn't stand the stagnant atmosphere, and if he wanted to fight, he should fight sooner. It was really uncomfortable to be in suspense. "Nothing, I just saw that you are so capable, so I thought of rewarding you with some lingbai to buy candy." Huzi's mother showed a self-proclaimed kind smile, took out 5 lingbai from her arms, and handed them to Huzi. Dare not accept it. Huzi dare not accept it at all. His mother took the wrong medicine today, so she is so easy to talk to. Don't tell her to use the excuse of 5 lingbai to trick him over, and beat him up if she catches him. His mother has done such things before. Huzi's mother's hands are sore from holding it, and her stupid son still looks scared. Huzi's mother put away her smile and raised her eyebrows. "Do you want it or not? If it weren't for the fact that you caught so many lingyu today, I wouldn't give it to you." Huzi finally understood his mother's intention and breathed a sigh of relief. He muttered, "If you want to reward me, just say so. Give me a stick as a reward." Who wouldn't be afraid? When Huzi's mother saw the 3 buckets of lingyu, she knew that she had misunderstood the lady and her son. She coughed awkwardly and rolled her eyes with great momentum. "I still have a childish heart. It's not okay to play with a reed stick." Okay, you are right," Huzi replied perfunctorily, and put the 5 lingyu pieces in his pocket like treasures. The next day, Huzi's mother got up, and saw Chang's mother throwing the reed stick far away. The 2 women looked at each other, and smiled awkwardly. Song Luo gathered a group of children, and prepared to continue fishing for Christian carp. She saw that most of the children were happy, but there were 2 or 3 crying and pouting. She asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" It's no small matter if a child is sick. Although the physique of children in this world is stronger than in the previous life, it can't be taken lightly. Song Luo couldn't help but worry. Feng Yang, who knew the truth, couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth, and finally couldn't help it. Ha ha, ha ha. After the other children, who had escaped the disaster, had gotten over their fear, they couldn't help but laugh. The aggrieved little guys felt more and more aggrieved, and couldn't help crying. Feng Yang and the others laughed even more recklessly. Song Luo was confused by their laughter, and glared at Feng Yang. "Laugh, laugh, laugh. What are you laughing at? Those 3 kids are crying like this. What's going on?" "Ha. Their mother thought we were lazy yesterday, and beat them up when we got back. After I beat him, I realized I beat him wrongly." Feng Yang showed his big teeth like his father, and laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his back. This beating was in vain, haha. Huzi and the crowd realized that he had escaped a disaster yesterday, and wiped the sweat from his head in fear. The 3 children cried even louder. Song Luo twitched her mouth, and couldn't help showing her white teeth and laughing until her chest hurt. "Don't cry, haha, don't cry, your mother didn't mean it. Since you performed very well yesterday, I will reward each of you with a handful of orange seeds." Song Luo quickly took out 10 kilograms of orange melon seeds from the space jade bracelet. Each child grabbed a handful, and divided them all. The remaining half a kilogram of orange melon seeds were divided among the 3 crying ones. Finally, the 3 tearful little ones were coaxed. They thanked him in a soft voice with a crying tone. Song Luo was satisfied. The well-behaved cubs were really cute. Chapter 83. In just one day, Song Luo's method of fishing for Christian carp has become popular among the children in the entire hunting ground. Feng Yang and his friends had a good harvest yesterday, and they were ready to do more today. After walking along the way, they found that there was no place for them. Only the waters near the base were unattended, but the Christian carp here were basically caught. They fished for half a day today, and only harvested 10 buckets of Christian carp. It was a huge difference from yesterday's harvest, and Feng Yang and the other children were a little unhappy. With so many gains, if it were normal, they would definitely be overjoyed. Unfortunately, this was too far from their hearts, so they were a little depressed. Song Luhua had already expected this situation, and didn't say anything. Ups and downs are the norm in life, and letting these children experience more can also help them settle down. She squatted on the wooden boat, recalling the Crucian carp soup from yesterday. Panin's cooking skills are good. The milky Crucian carp soup is stewed fragrantly and deliciously. The fish bones have been shaved clean. When you take a bite of the fish meat, it melts in your mouth, and it is fresh and fragrant. As she thought about it, she felt a little hungry. It was still half an hour before dinner time. Song Luhua remembered the fragrant chicken that Yang Ma had roasted for her before she set out, and took out a whole chicken from the space of the jade bracelet. With her little hand, she tore off a large chicken leg and took a bite. Tender, salty and fragrant, it filled her taste buds. Song Luhua ate with relish and quickly finished a chicken leg, and the glutton in her stomach was temporarily appeased. Feng Yin must have stewed Lingru soup again at noon today. Song Luhua regretted that she could not drink Lingru soup. In her previous life, she had heard that it was best not to eat chicken and Crucian carp together. Although she didn't know why, she decided to be a good kid who listened to advice. There was still a chicken leg bone in her hand. Song Luhua thought about it, picked up a fishing rod, tied the chicken leg bone to the other end of the second-level green beef tendon, and threw it into the water. She didn't try the fragrant chicken yesterday, so today was a good time to try it. As soon as the thigh bone of the fragrant chicken was put into the water, the beef tendon at one end of the fishing rod was pulled straight, and the bamboo pole began to swing around in an outrageous way. A big deal? Song Luhua's eyes lit up, and she pulled the bamboo pole up with all her strength. When the thing under the bamboo pole emerged from the water, Song Luhua suspected that her eyes were blurry. Crayfish? She actually saw crayfish. The red crayfish were tightly attached to the fragrant chicken leg bones, like a huge red ball. If I remember correctly, this thing was introduced to China during the Republic of China period. Some places in the Tin Wind continent are similar to ancient China, and there are lobsters, which is really unexpected. However, there are green shrimps weighing more than 10 pounds, so it seems that crayfish are not so rare here. Garlic, spicy, fragrant, steamed, braised, Song Luhua's mind suddenly appeared with hundreds of thousands of ways to cook crayfish, and her mouth was watering with greed. She pulled hard, and the layers of crayfish on the fragrant chicken leg bones, some of which were not tightly attached, fell into the water one by one, splashing water with a splash. Throwing this large group of red crayfish into the wooden barrel, under the action of gravity, the crayfish scattered one after another, and stretched out a pair of small red claws in the wooden barrel to clamp and pinch. This is much more interesting than fishing for Crucian carp. Song Luhua made 2 more fishing rods to catch shrimps. The lobsters here are also stupid. As soon as they are put down, they will immediately take the bait without hesitation, and they will come up in a large group. After a while, the wooden barrel can no longer hold it. The crayfish are different from Crucian carp. They are very lively, and use a pair of clamps to crawl out of the wooden barrel. Song Luhua was busy, and didn't have much time to pay attention to these escaped lobsters. She had to take out a big wooden barrel from the jade bracelet space, the kind used for bathing, and pour all the lobsters in the small wooden barrel into it. Now she felt relieved, and she squatted on the tail of the wooden boat, fishing for shrimps happily. The lady was quiet, so she must be doing something naughty. This was the experience Feng Yang summed up after spending a day with her yesterday. At this moment, there was no sound of crunching orange seeds, no sound of her walking around on the wooden boat, and no sight of her standing on the flying sword to watch the fun. So why was she so quiet? Feng Yang turned his head to look at the wooden boat 2 meters away, and saw a big bathtub placed on it. As for his wife, he could only see a corner of her green clothing sticking out from behind the tub. He had never seen this spiritual clothing made of the skin of a 4th-level green ox on any other lady except his wife. It must be his wife. I just don't know what she is doing. Feng Yang walked over curiously, climbed onto the wooden boat and took a look. He was startled by the piles of red shrimps in the tub. The red shrimp claws made his scalp numb. There were still cuts on his toes from being bitten by this thing. These little things are not lethal, but it hurts when you get bit by them. Feng Yang doesn't want to recall the taste at all. Madam, why do you get so many small red shrimps? Feng Yang was puzzled. Small red shrimps can't be eaten, so why are they picked up? Of course, to eat. Song Luhua picked up a pole of lobsters and threw it into the bathtub, and rolled her eyes at Feng Yang, who asked this stupid question. Eat. Feng Yang was shocked. You want to eat this thing? Are you kidding? Seeing his incredible look, Song Luhua also saw the problem. They call this thing a small red shrimp, and they didn't know it was edible. Song Luhua was also shocked. As a foodie from my country of Dashi, shouldn't you not know how to eat lobsters? Why are you making such a fuss? Could it be that you haven't eaten it before? The small red shrimp is small and dry. When you eat it, you will find the shell in your mouth. It is bitter, and not delicious at all. Feng Yang looked as if he couldn't believe that you thought this thing was delicious. Song Luo was silent. This kid probably doesn't know that before eating crayfish, the liver, intestines, and digestive glands on the head must be removed. Otherwise, the gallbladder will be eaten. How can it not be bitter? Boy, I let you see it today. There are so many crayfish, but they have never tasted the deliciousness of crayfish. It's really wrong. Song Luo decided to let them see the charm of crayfish. Oh no, it's the charm of small red shrimp. Chapter 84. Feng Yang hesitated for a moment, but still chose to believe his wife. Mainly, there was no other way to disbelieve. The crucian carp was gone. After putting down 50 bamboo poles and waiting for a quarter of an hour, only 4 or 5 of them showed signs of movement. Although the other children did not understand their wives fishing for small red shrimps, they all got busy after each of them received a few pieces of candy. It's true that although this thing doesn't taste good, fishing for small red shrimps is really fun. A bamboo pole was put down, and soon a series of small red shrimps were hooked. Just pick it up and throw it into the bathtub, and the small red shrimps will automatically put the bait made of fragrant chicken, which is much more convenient than fishing for crucian carp and picking the silver-striped venison out of its mouth. The whole process is also more interesting. Feng Yang and other children thought that since they had caught a lot of crucian carp yesterday, it was not a small amount to get so many today. They all started to play happily. 20 or 30 children each pulled 2 bamboo poles, and quickly put the small red shrimps into the bathtub. Soon, the bucket that could hold 300 or 400 kilograms was filled. Song Luo was amazed. Picked up the spiritual communication stone, and summoned Feng Yin. Feng Yin came with 3 people. He was afraid that there were too many spiritual crucian carps today, and 3 people could not carry them, so he specially called 2 more martial spirit masters. When he saw a large tub of small red shrimps, he was dumbfounded. Madam, you called me here just to take this thing back? He looked surprised. This small red shrimp is a first-level water beast, but it's not delicious. If you haven't eaten it, just take a few pounds back to taste it. There's no need to take so much. Don't worry about it. If I tell you to take it back, just take it back. Song Luo was busy pulling shrimps, and had no time to explain it to him. The martial arts masters behind Feng Yin looked at each other, and looked at Feng Yin. Feng Yin was helpless, and waved his hand. Carry it back. Yes. Although the martial arts masters also felt that the lady was just playing around, they didn't think it was a big deal. After all, this place was not far from the base. Although it seemed a little unusual to carry a bucket of small red shrimps back, since they were here, it would be better to help the lady take these small red shrimps back than to go back empty-handed. A group of men happily lifted the tub and walked away. The tub was too conspicuous. As soon as Feng Yin and his companions returned to the base, they immediately attracted the attention of the people from the 10 great families. Hey Feng Yin, didn't you get a lot of crucian carp yesterday? Why are you getting so many small red shrimps today? A member of the Yun family asked curiously. It's bitter and full of shells. What else can it be used for? Some people just watched it for fun, while some smart people had already guessed their intention. There is no intention, it's just that we couldn't catch any crucian carp today, and the kids were bored. So we caught some small red shrimps to kill time. There's no point in killing time by catching useless things, and catching so many. Feng Yin, we are all from the same family, just tell us. A martial arts master from the main branch of the Feng family laughed shamelessly. Yesterday, you told the Qin, Lu, and Jiang families about the method of catching crucian carp, but you didn't mention a word to us. Where is your elbow? Come on, when the 4th son of the Feng family was in trouble, the main branch never helped him. Now that he is something good, he is talking about the friendship of the same clan. It makes me laugh to death. The martial arts masters of the Jiang, Lu, and Qin families all showed contempt. What do you have to do with our family's internal affairs? The few people started arguing with each other. Feng Yin didn't like the main branch of the Feng family, but he couldn't say it openly in public. He was quite troubled by this. He could only order people to carry the little red shrimp back first. He accepted the kindness of the martial arts masters from the Qin, Jiang, and Lu families, and would talk about it later. At noon, Song Luo saw that the time was almost up, so she put away her fishing rod and took the children back to the base. I teach you how to deal with these little red shrimps. She nodded, picked up 3 large buckets of little red shrimps, and said to the children, Yes. The children were also very curious. What exactly was the new method that the lady mentioned? Could this new method make these little red shrimps, which were all in shells, taste good? They watched eagerly. Som Luo prepared to make 2 types. One with shell, one pure shrimp. You do it like this. First wash the whole body of the small red shrimp, and then break off the shrimp head along the gap of the head. Wow! A group of children couldn't help but exclaimed. Madam, what is this yellow thing? Shrimp roe. Som Luo was amused by their fuss. Do you see the rows of thin and long claws on the abdomen? I see it. Feng Yang got closer and looked carefully. The thin and long claws on the abdomen of the small red shrimp, with the shrimp head broken off, were still moving. This is connected to the gills of the shrimp. You can't eat it. Break it off. Som Luo said as she broke off the gills of the shrimp. Finally, tear off the shrimp thread on the tail, and the shrimp is ready. Have you learned how to do it according to my method? Yes, ma'am. The children replied in unison. Okay, once you've learned how to do it, we process the 3 buckets of shrimp. Seeing that it was not far from dinner time, Som Luo and a group of children hurriedly processed the shrimp. Feng Yin stood at the kitchen door holding a frying pan, and was a little excited when she saw this. The children were used to doing work since they were young, and they were small and not very nimble. Even he, who was only 5 years old, handled these small red shrimps without any effort. On the contrary, Som Luo had never handled this stuff before, and her pair of white and tender little hands were pinched by the sharp shrimp claws several times. Fuck! She was not paying attention, and was pinched by the red claws of the small red shrimp again. On the whitened fingertips soaked in water, a small cut was bleeding, and Som Luo screamed in pain. It hurts, it really hurts. She stretched out her 10 fingers. None of them were intact, all of them were slightly reddish cuts. Som Luo was so angry that she took a stick and beat the little red shrimp that pinched her. I told you to bite me. If the tiger doesn't show its power, you think I'm easy to mess with. Feng Yang couldn't bear to watch it anymore, snatched the little red shrimp that she hadn't processed yet, and said, Madam, you should go and rest. We are enough here. Yes, madam, we will deal with it soon. You go and rest. Several children looked at her worriedly. Okay. She was an adult, and it was a bit embarrassing for her to be bitten by the little red shrimps many times and still scream. Som Luo knew that the little brothers and sisters looked down on her, so she ran away in shame. Call me when you're done. I call you when you're done. Go play. Feng Yang waved his hand. Chapter 85. Let's start with spicy shrimp. In the kitchen, Feng Yin stood aside and watched Som Luo stir-fry shrimp. He knew from childhood that shrimp tasted bad, and seeing the lady's imposing look, he was very curious about how the lady would make the shrimp delicious. After not cooking for a long time, Som Luo felt that her cooking skills were a little rusty. She was not as good at cutting vegetables as before. She first cut some wild peppers, some wild ginger, and wild garlic, and washed a handful of freshly picked peppercorns with tender leaves for later use. Feng Yin helped control the heat. Som Luo poured half a pot of oil, and when the oil boiled, poured the small red shrimps that had been processed in advance into the oil pan and fried them until they were cooked and red. Take them out and drain the oil. Heat the pan again, pour in the oil, pour in the wild pepper, wild ginger, wild onion, wild garlic and peppercorns that had just been prepared, and stir fry until the pungent smell comes out. At this time, the small red shrimps that have been drained of oil can be put into the pan. The raw materials of this era are relatively simple, and it is very good to be able to gather these ingredients. And these condiments are all natural and have some spiritual energy, so the dishes fried will be more fragrant. After frying for a while, a familiar aroma came out. Som Luo took a sip and swallowed her saliva. Feng Yin saw her cook it with his own eyes. He couldn't help smelling this strange aroma. He collapsed. He had been deceived by this aroma before. It smelled good, but it tasted different. Although these little red shrimps were processed by the lady, they still had a lot of shells. They must be prickly, Feng Yin thought secretly. When the frying was almost done, Som Luo added some water and a little salt for seasoning, covered the lid, and simmered for a while before eating. There is also a fried shrimp dish, which is much simpler. Heat oil in a pan, add ingredients, and pour in shrimp after frying. The red and white shrimp quickly curl up under the high temperature, and the lingering fragrance attracts Feng Yang and the group of children. A group of children gathered around, watching eagerly. It's almost time, and it can be served. Som Luo scooped it up in a few seconds, put it on a plate, and asked the children to take chopsticks. I didn't fry much, Each of you try one to satisfy your craving. Yes. Feng Yang picked up the chopsticks first, picked up a shrimp, and put it into his mouth carefully. The spicy and refreshing taste instantly conquered his taste buds. He took a bite, and found that the soft and dense taste was different from any exotic animal meat he had ever eaten. It was so delicious. Feng Yang didn't say anything. The children could tell from his enjoyment that he liked it very much. They scrambled for the empty space to try it. Fortunately, they all knew the rules. The older ones gave way to the younger ones. The younger one got a shrimp and stood aside to taste it obediently. She fried a small plate of shrimp, and each child had one, and there was not much left. Song Luo brought the plate to Feng Yin. Would you like to try it? Feng Yin picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of food and put it in his mouth. The salty, spicy, and stimulating taste made his appetite grow. The fried shrimps were surprisingly delicious, without any messy taste. How is it? Song Luo remembered how they avoided it at first, and curiously asked him how he felt at the moment. Feng Yin swallowed the shrimps, smiled, and gave a thumbs up. It's really good. Madam, you are really good at knowing what to eat. He praised. That's right, don't you see who I am? Song Luo couldn't help but proudly puffed out her chest when her hometown's famous dishes were recognized by strangers. While they were talking, the spicy crayfish was ready. Song Luo opened the lid, and a strong shrimp smell mixed with hot air hit her face. This time, not only the children swallowed their saliva, but even Feng Yin couldn't help looking forward to it. Song Luo took out a large white porcelain basin and served the red spicy shrimps with the soup and shrimps. Don't look at them with shells. I just fried them with oil until they are crispy. You can break off the shells before eating. Of course, if some people have good teeth and want to eat them with shells, that's fine. Song Luo teased, and took the lead in picking up a small red shrimp and started eating it. After taking a bite, the soul began to stir. I still remember the hot summer in my previous life when I ate lobsters. She sat at a roadside stall with a girl who had a good relationship with her company. They had 5 pounds of lobsters and 2 cans of ice brave in heaven. They ate so comfortably. The person who ate lobster with her in this life has changed, but it is more lively. Song Luo was a little emotional for a moment. It would be nice if there were 2 bottles of beer. She dipped some oil in her mouth and held a little red shrimp in her mouth, and said vaguely, Feng Yin. The children hesitated at first, and then their pupils shook after taking a bite, and then they tasted it with relish. It turns out that the little red shrimp can be so delicious. We used to waste so many little red shrimps, and I feel uncomfortable thinking about it. The children wiped the oil on their mouths and stared at the few little red shrimps left in the porcelain bowl, with desire and pity in their eyes. Feng Yin was always tolerant of children. He smiled and wiped the oil off his hands with a handkerchief. What's so hard about this? You didn't know it before. Catch more small red shrimps, and I cook them for you. Thank you, Uncle Feng Yin. The children's eyes lit up, and the cheerful voices of thanks filled the whole kitchen. Such a heartwarming scene suddenly made Song Luo's soul feel at home at this moment. After tasting the delicious small red shrimps, the children fished for shrimps more vigorously in the afternoon. Song Luo sat cross-legged on the wooden boat and smiled. In fact, if you use a net, it will have a different effect. She said something to the child and returned to the base. In the refining room, Feng Yang was circling around Feng Lu, Li Zhenor, and Feng Rou. She gave instructions to them from time to time. She was the elder of the main branch and a 5th-level refiner. Whether she was teaching the 2nd-level Feng Rou and Feng Lu or the 3rd-level Li Zhenor, she was very qualified. The 3 of them were also very happy. Several people were busy and sweating. This was the scene Song Luo saw when she came. It was a rare opportunity to be taught by others. She had originally wanted to ask someone to help her refine some shrimp cages, but after seeing them like this, she hesitated for a moment and was ready to give up. Feng Yang saw her hesitation and walked over to Feng Rou and asked, Madam ACI, do you have anything to do? Do you want to refine something? Feng Yang had a good impression of this nephew's wife. Last time she gave her jewelry, this girl sent a return gift the next day. The basket of spiritual peaches full of spiritual energy really surprised her. This kind of spiritual fruit is rare in the market, not to mention that even if there are any, they will be snatched away by the people of the 10 great families immediately. She was willing to give her a whole basket, which shows that she is generous. And those round and plump pink spiritual oyster pearls, not to mention that she was born in an ordinary civilian family, a woman with little family wealth. Even if she wanted to give them to others casually, she would have to think for a long time. Let's not talk about generosity. Secondly, She likes her courtesy. Although she, as an elder, gave gifts to the younger generation, she did not ask the younger generation to return the gift, but if the younger generation remembered it, it would also be a kind of respect for her. She was naturally happy. Unlike some people, every time they got her good things, they would even say a word of gratitude, which was annoying. Chapter 86. Since Aunt Fengyang asked, Song Luo told her what she wanted. The children are catching small red shrimps. I want to make some shrimp cages, which will be faster. After Song Luo finished speaking, she thought to herself that she would not be scolded by Aunt Fengyang. Unexpectedly, Aunt Fengyang thought for a moment, asked her to describe the shrimp cage she wanted, and then started to make it herself. Song Luo breathed a sigh of relief. It is inevitable to feel a little uncomfortable in front of the elders. Although Fengyang didn't understand why she wanted to catch small red shrimps, which were useless, she didn't say much. The most important thing for a person is to see his position clearly. Although she is an elder, she is not the head of the family, so there is no reason for her to control the head of the family. Besides, Feng Xiai is her favorite nephew. If nothing unexpected happens, she will rely on this nephew for the rest of her life. As a cousin, there is really no need for her to put herself in the position of a mother-in-law. Fengyang is worthy of being a 5th-level weapon refiner. He quickly refined the shrimp cage that Song Luo wanted. Song Luo took out a small table from the space jade bracelet and placed a small ant stove, spiritual tea, spiritual fruit cake, orange melon seeds, and other snacks on it before returning to the river in the marsh. Su Yan, Feng Li, and Feng Su were used to their wives feeding them from time to time. After refining the furnace in hand, they washed their hands and began to rest and eat. Feng Lu, Feng Li and others looked at them with envy. Seeing this, Fengyang waved his hand and said, "That's it for today. Let's take a break." "And is so nice." Feng Lu was sweet and complimented immediately. Feng Lu was a bit dull and fetched water for several people to wash their hands. It was the first time for Li Zhener to come to Feng Xi's team. The atmosphere here was unexpectedly good. With Fengyang, a 5th-level weapon refiner, as a guide, she smiled softly. "Thank you, Aunt." Fengyang glanced at these beautiful girls, and her serious mouth slightly curved. It seems that it was right to come to Feng Xiai. After getting 20 shrimp cages, Song Luo reluctantly contributed all the dozens of fragrant roasted chickens made by Yang Mama. After instructing the boys to set up shrimp cages everywhere, the next step was to fish and wait. A quarter of an hour later, there was movement in the nearest shrimp cage. Fengyang was always on the lookout, and immediately called for someone to pull up the shrimp cage. He called 2 8- or 9-year-old boys, all 3 of whom were first-level martial arts masters, and finally pulled up the shrimp cage with their faces flushed. Song Luo knew at a glance that it was a lot. When the entire shrimp cage was pulled to the surface, she realized that she had estimated that it was too little. Wow! Little red shrimp, all little red shrimp. The children no longer cared about the bamboo poles in their hands, and came over curiously to watch the fun. The long dark green shrimp cage was filled with densely packed small red shrimps, which looked like they weighed more than 100 kilograms. It was underwater again, and if the martial arts master was not strong, even 7 or 8 ordinary people would not be able to pull it up. The densely packed small red shrimps would move around and make a creaking sound, which made Song Luo's intensive phobia almost come out. It was hard for these children to swallow their saliva when looking at these things. She turned her face away and directly sent a message to Feng Yin with the communication spirit stone. Feng Yin was used to being ordered around by her in the past 2 days. When she called for someone, he immediately put down his work and rushed over with people. "Madam, why are you in heaven again? You called me." Feng Yin saw his wife's flying sword floating high in the sky from a distance, and she squatted on the flying sword with her back to Fengyang and others. Before he finished speaking, he looked at the long red cages piled on the wooden boat, and his mouth twitched violently. So many small red shrimps. Even though he had tasted the deliciousness of small red shrimps at noon, seeing so many small red shrimps suddenly made his scalp tingle. The few martial arts masters behind him were all covered with goosebumps. In their eyes, these little red shrimps are almost like bugs. They don't feel anything when there are 1, 2, or even a group of them, but when there are piles of them, it feels like a caterpillar crawling through their hearts. Feng Yin held his forehead. No wonder the lady is always afraid of bugs. "Feng Yin, take this thing back quickly and bring the shrimp cage over," Song Luo urged with disdain. "Let's go!" Feng Yin glanced at the long shrimp cage with shrimp claws everywhere, and reluctantly asked someone to carry the wooden boat. Song Luo laughed as she watched from above. Why does this scene look a bit like black people carrying a coffin? If they sway a few more steps, it will be even more like it. As expected, Feng Yin and others' big move once again caused a sensation among the crowd. Some of them tried to catch small red shrimps, but they didn't expect that these things that jumped out from the bottom of the water and bit their feet were surprisingly difficult to catch. They used nets, bait fishing, or scoop nets, but this thing was like a spirit, very smart. It wasn't so difficult to catch some biting shrimps in the past, right? Can't they use their feet to fish? Wouldn't that person be useless? They were so angry that they wanted to curse. Why was it so easy for Feng Yin and his team to catch them, but it was so difficult for them? Even though they knew that these small red shrimps were not tasty, they were anxious watching Feng Yin and his team catch them in piles. The martial spirit masters of the Qin, Jiang, and Lu families watched Feng Yin and his team carry a boat of small red shrimps past them, and sighed helplessly. They are not so shameless. The last time they caught the spirit crucian carp, they had to be thick-skinned to ask for it. If they were asked to be thick-skinned again this time, they would not be able to open their mouths, no matter what. They could only leave with a sigh. With the help of the shrimp cage, Song Fengyang and his friends caught a lot of small red shrimps in the afternoon. Song Luhua was only responsible for squatting on the flying sword and acting as a messenger. The people of the 10 major families watched Feng Yin and his friends carry boatloads of small red shrimps to the base. They couldn't catch them, and they couldn't get any information from them. They were so anxious that they stamped their feet. They were afraid that they would come up with new ways to play with this bitter and prickly thing. If their family didn't catch up, wouldn't that let their family get ahead? In the evening, the martial arts masters and women who went out hunting and gathering plants came back one after another. A group of children watched the bamboo poles and cages of small red shrimps passing by the settlements of each family. Many people pointed and watched the excitement. Some people who were curious could not help but remind with a smile, "Whose child is this? Do you know what you caught? These are small red shrimps, which are not delicious. Why did you catch so many? You carried them all the way back. It will be difficult to throw them away later." I recognize them. They are from the team of the 4 young masters of the Feng family. A dark-skinned boy called out Feng Yang's name happily. "Feng Yang, are you stupid? You didn't catch any crucian carp today, so you used small red shrimps to make up the number? Heisey, you know nothing." Feng Yang hurried back to deal with the small red shrimps. When he thought of the smell at noon, his saliva was about to fall out. He was too lazy to talk to Heisey. Besides, this guy might not believe him even if he said it. When the time comes, he will take the delicious food to hit him in the face, and see if he dares to laugh at his stupidity. They are so greedy. Humph. Chapter 87. What a nice smell. Where does the smell come from? In the evening, everyone stretched their necks to smell everywhere in the various camps. It seems to be coming from the camp of the 4 sons of the Feng family. Feng Xiai, Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, Jiang Wenxiu and others just returned to the camp and heard this. Qin Yi asked curiously, "What delicious food did your family make today? This smell is really overbearing. Go and take a look." Feng Xiai chuckled and walked towards his own camp first. "Let's go to Feng Xi's house to eat delicious food today." Qin Yi laughed and followed immediately. Lu Yuan walked to Feng Xi's right side without hesitation. Jiang Wenxiu laughed and threw the storage ring in his hand that was specially used to store the corpses of strange beasts to his tribesmen, and followed them happily. At the camp, Song Luhua was holding a spicy red shrimp that had just come out of the pot in one hand, and was eating it vigorously. Then she saw Feng Xiai coming from a distance. Her eyes lit up, and she raised her right hand holding the red shrimp high, waving at Feng Xiai from a distance. Feng Xiai also saw her, and his steps became faster. Qin Yi and Lu Yuan smiled at each other, and silently slowed down their pace. Jiang Wenxiu saw that the 2 of them were slowing down, so he also paused and followed them. Qin Yi teased, "Hey, when did the 3rd son of the Jiang family become so discerning? When did I lose my discerning eyes?" Jiang Wenxiu rolled his eyes at him and looked at Lu Yuan. "This son is smart and considerate. When did I lose my discerning eyes? Lu Yuan, do you think Qin Yi has bad eyesight? Can't you see the obvious superiority of this young master?" Lu Yuan glanced at him and turned his head away. "I don't want to bother with this idiot." "My lady, is that a little red shrimp in your hand?" Feng Xiai was a little confused. The shell of this thing is hard to swallow and tastes very bitter. Can it really be eaten? From catching the little red shrimp to eating the little red shrimp, Song Liuhua's mouth was dry with explanations, and she didn't want to say anything at this moment. Immediately peeled off the shrimp shell with her hands and waved to Feng Xiai. "Feng Xiai, come. Bow your head." Feng Xiai didn't understand why, but he did as he was told. Ah! Open your mouth. As soon as he lowered his head, a small red shrimp was stuffed into his mouth. The spicy, salty and fragrant taste was unique. Out of trust in his wife, Feng Xiai took a bite and found it surprisingly delicious. Is it delicious? Song Luo saw his eyebrows slightly wrinkled and then relaxed, and knew that the small red shrimp was to his taste after all. Delicious? Feng Xiai swallowed the whole small red shrimp, took out a white handkerchief from the storage medium, carefully wiped the oil off Song Luo's hands, and then gently wiped the corners of his mouth. Qin Yi and Lu Yuan were very tactful, and did not disturb the intimacy between the couple. Jiang Wenxiu was so upset that he muttered to himself, "Is it really so good to marry a wife?" It made him want to get married. On the dining table, Qin Yi and others looked at the large plate of small red shrimps and asked in surprise, "Isn't this a small red shrimp? Can this thing be eaten?" Song Luo did not want to answer any questions like these. Feng Xiai remained silent. In the surprised eyes of the three people, he took the lead in picking up a small red shrimp with chopsticks, peeled off the shell, and put it in his mouth. He had a good memory. He only needed to watch Song Luo eat once to know how to eat. He took a bite, and the spicy and rich shrimp flavor made people unable to stop. Even Feng Xiai, who was extremely picky about food, could not find any faults. Next, he quickly peeled a few and put them in Song Luo's bowl. Then he peeled one and tasted it slowly. Feng Xiai did not speak, but answered their questions with his actions. Qin Yi, Lu Yuan and Jiang Wenxiu saw this, and also stretched out their chopsticks, and imitated Feng Xiai to eat. Fuck, it's really delicious. Delicious. If Jiang Wenxiu had some concerns before eating, he was completely conquered by it, after trying a small red shrimp. Qin Yi and Lu Yuan didn't say anything, but from their frequent chopstick movements, it can be seen that they are undoubtedly satisfied with the small red shrimp. Song Luo took out the spiritual peach wine she brewed. This was brewed by her using the third-level spiritual peach. The peach fragrance is tempting, and the spiritual energy is rich. It may be more suitable for crayfish than beer. The meal was a great pleasure for both the host and the guests. Jiang Wenxiu was still savoring the meal after he returned. As soon as Qin Yi returned to the base, a clan member came to report the incident. Young clan leader, today Madame Song and her children caught a lot of small red shrimps, and I don't know what their intention was. We also tried to catch them, but they are very cunning, and we didn't catch many. What do you think about this matter? The clan members looked at Qin Yi eagerly, hoping that he would give a plan. Okay, don't worry about it. It's their ability to catch them, and think of how to eat them. Don't worry about their own little piece of land. Qin Yi waved his hand, and said impatiently, Feng Xi's wife has also told you how to catch Crucian carp, so don't be ungrateful. Thinking of the thousands of kilograms of Crucian carp in the storage room, the clan members were speechless. Food is precious, and as long as the major families don't go too far, being a little greedy is the way of each family. When the people left, Qin Yi couldn't help but sneer, when did I become so upright? Not really. First of all, he and Feng Xiai have a good relationship, so he naturally won't use the tricks of the family on his brothers. Secondly, this guy actually repaired the spirit palace quietly, and recovered to the 5th level. Feng Xiai was originally a 6th level cultivator. According to this progress, he recovered to the 6th level much faster than they went from the 5th level to the 6th level. At this age, with such strength, there are few in the whole continent. He has done the work of helping others in need, so why make a fuss over such a small profit? Besides, it is indeed that the tribesmen are too greedy. Madame Feng Xiai can teach them the method of fishing for spiritual Crucian carp. They only bring a group of children from the tribe, and the harvest is equivalent to what he led the tribesmen for most of the day. It is already very good. Since Madame Feng Xiai didn't say anything about the little red shrimp, she probably had her reasons. Song Luo admitted that she didn't tell us how to catch the little red shrimp, because she wanted to keep it all to herself. She wasn't a saint. If she had the time, she would naturally lead her family members to realize the freedom of the little red shrimp. Then it would be the turn of other families. As for the Crucian carp, of course, it was because others would know it even if she didn't tell them, so it was better to tell them to do a favor. Others didn't know how to make little red shrimp, and if they knew how to make it, they probably didn't have much fragrant chicken to squander. In fact, it didn't matter whether she told it or not, she just wanted to make a fortune. Heizi, come out and play. After dinner, Song Luo stood on the deck of the flying boat, and saw Feng Yang running to the Yun family's residence, with a group of children. Chapter 88. I tell you, the little red shrimps are delicious. Feng Yang took out an oil paper bag from his arms, opened it, and a few red spicy little red shrimps appeared in front of Heisey. The rich smell of shrimp spread in the air. Heisey sniffed, swallowed his saliva quietly, and said with disdain, "I think you are really hungry, and you can eat little red shrimps." Feng Yang didn't waste time talking to him, and immediately peeled a little red shrimp, threw it into his mouth, and ate it with enjoyment. "Wow, it smells so good." Gudong. Heisey swallowed his saliva. "You're lying. Who hasn't eaten little red shrimp? They're not delicious at all." Feng Yang chewed the little red shrimp in his mouth, swallowed it, and generously peeled one and stuffed it into Heisey's mouth. The spicy taste made Heisey chew it again, and he couldn't stop chewing it. After swallowing the little red shrimp in his mouth, Heisey stared at Feng Yang with shining eyes. "It smells so good. Feng Yang, can you give me another one?" "Don't even think about it." Feng Yang treasured the few remaining red shrimps in the oil paper bag and stuffed them into his chest. Tonight, her mother ate the spicy red shrimps, and was immediately amazed. She treasured the live red shrimps that he was given. Feng Yin didn't have the time to cook for them every day. If he wanted to eat them again, he didn't know when he would have to wait. He had to put these shrimps away, and savor them slowly to satisfy his craving. The next day, when Song Luo took the children to catch red shrimps, she saw a little tail following Feng Yang. "Heisey, I can't give it to you even if you follow me." "Heisey, I don't want your little red shrimp for nothing. How about this? I work for your family. Can you give me a few pounds of little red shrimp?" After tasting the spicy crayfish, he was so greedy that he couldn't sleep all night last night. He sneaked to Feng Yang early in the morning. Heisey was born black, and he smiled foolishly, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, shining in the sun. Song Luo held her forehead. "This kid only looks foolish, but when his little eyes turn, he has a lot of ideas." His eyes were still clear, and she didn't dislike it, so she let him follow. It was the same routine as yesterday. Feng Yang and his group of children put the shrimp cages in place and started fishing for shrimps. There were many red shrimps in the marshland, and soon after the shrimp cages were put down, there was movement. Heisey hadn't recovered from the surprise of fishing for shrimps, and was stunned by the full cage of red shrimps that had just been pulled up. Song Luo looked at the few roasted chickens in the space jade bracelet with a headache. "I should have asked Madame Yang to roast a few more and bring them." By noon, they had harvested 2 boatloads of small red shrimps, and the roasted chicken was sold out. The children left reluctantly. Heisey happily carried the 20 kilograms of small red shrimps he had been assigned back to the Yun family's residence. After lunch, Song Luo had a good sleep for the whole afternoon. These days, she had been catching crucian carps and small red shrimps. Although she was slacking off the whole time, she was very tired. When she woke up, Feng Xi and the others had returned with their tribesmen. They were now processing and cutting the meat of the exotic beasts under the setting sun. Song Luo went up to take a look curiously. There were mostly large water deer with brown fur on the ground. When she saw 2 huge gray crocodiles, Song Luo took a deep breath. Big, too big. This thing looked like it weighed more than 1,000 pounds. Its eyes were staring at her with its mouth wide open. It was really big and scary. Song Luo saw a dozen martial arts masters holding machetes, and quickly peeling off the skin of the gray crocodile, then cutting open its belly, cutting the gray crocodile meat into strips of about 10 pounds along the grain, and carrying them to the storage room of the flying boat. Jean's residence. Have dinner at Chinya's place today. At the table, after a good meal and a good drink, Song Luo stretched out her fingers and fiddled with the jade buckle on Feng Xi's waist out of boredom. Chinyi said, "I think we'd better take a detour tomorrow. Our martial arts masters are not good at fighting in the water. A level 4 gray crocodile is not difficult to deal with, but if a group of level 4 gray crocodiles are forced to fight, I'm afraid they will suffer heavy losses. Fortunately, we retreated quickly today, otherwise the consequences would be unpredictable." Lu Yuan frowned and said. Jiang Wenxiu also looked scared. "Let's take a detour." "Take a detour." Feng Xi tapped his fingers calmly. "I'm afraid it's too late." Lu Yuan was surprised. "What do you mean?" Feng Xi sighed. "Gray crocodiles have a special way of transmitting messages. I'm afraid we have been targeted. Gray crocodiles in other waters will find ways to gather and attack us. Once targeted, the mark will take 3 months to disappear. In other words, if we want to continue hunting, we will be in trouble in the next 3 months." "Is there such a thing?" Jiang Wenxiu was incredulous. Feng Xi smiled bitterly. Since he took the green liquid to repair his spirit palace, he has become more sensitive to the actions of strange beasts. In addition, he was once a 6th level cultivator, so he could see through the activities of this group of 4th-level gray crocodiles at a glance. "We have no way out," Qin Yi said with a serious face. "They have been preparing for this hunt for a long time, and this is just the beginning. If they go back, they will suffer heavy losses. Other families can't be relied on either." Lu Yuan rubbed his forehead. Feng, Yun, Nong, Li Lan, Bo, Lu's 7 families have already taken a detour. On this journey, they relied on the spherical spiritual weapon to slightly lead other families, but they did not expect to be the first to stand out. "The spherical spiritual weapon is not very useful," Jiang Wenqiu said with a sympathetic heart. "This is troublesome. The weapon refiner mainly refines spiritual swords, and other types of attack spiritual weapons are very rare. The special spiritual weapons in the hands of Qin Yi, Lu Yuan and Jiang Wenqiu were all given by Song Luo. But Feng Xi's wife rarely succeeded in refining spiritual tools, so she couldn't be counted on at this moment." The heads of several families looked at each other, and saw helplessness in their eyes. Song Luo listened for a long time, and finally understood the situation they were facing. "This is too unlucky. If they go back now, they will lose everything. The food that their family had accumulated from the previous hunting trips will probably be cleared out." Song Luo sighed, and took out a purple object from the jade bracelet space. "This thing has some serious side effects, so she didn't plan to take it out." Seeing their sad faces, it's estimated that this side effect is nothing to them. "Take it." Song Luo stuffed the purple swana into Feng Xi's hands. "What is this?" Feng Xi looked at his wife in confusion. "Swana? Don't you know it?" "I know it, but I've never seen a purple one." Jiang Wenqiu answered without saying a word. "Why do you care what color it is? Aren't you worried? I guarantee that once this thing comes out, all those gray crocodiles will have a feast." "Really?" Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, and Jiang Wenqiu were instantly brightened. "Of course it's true, very, very useful." Song Luo choked up with guilt. But thinking of how these people would look at that time, she couldn't help but smile evilly. "I believe you, my lady." Feng Xi saw the evil smile on her lips and doubted her statement in his heart, but after being glared at, he agreed obediently, thinking to himself that he would try it on Feng Shan first. Chapter 89. Marshland. Feng Xi, Jiang, Qin, and Lu gathered the 4 families and headed towards the gray crocodile's territory. They stopped 3 miles away. Feng Xi threw the purple swana to Feng Shan with a serious face. "Play it for Wang or Maisie to mourn later." "Sir, can we change someone?" Feng Shan choked and looked at his brothers for help. Feng Yi, Feng Qing, Feng Wu, and Feng Lu turned their heads away tacitly. "Song Yuan, this is a good thing made by your sister. How about you try its power? It will be your turn sooner or later, don't worry." Song Yuan smiled and declined. The spiritual instruments refined by his sister have always been strange and bizarre. This purple swana is said to have great side effects. He doesn't want to be the first to make a fool of himself. Suddenly, Feng Xi, Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, and Jiang Wenqiu shouted together, "Here we come, get ready." Feng Shan put away the grievance on his face, looked serious, picked up the purple swana, and poured spiritual power into it. In an instant, he felt something different about the swana in his hand. An inexplicable sadness spread to his heart. His mouth unconsciously moved close to the mouth of the purple swana and began to play. The sad, moving, mournful and graceful music, sometimes high-pitched and sometimes low-pitched, seemed even more desolate in the empty marshland. The gray crocodiles were extremely fast. Feng Xi and others were struggling with them. The moment the sad music sounded, the fighting power of those ferocious gray crocodiles was directly reduced by half. It worked! Feng Xi was happy, and couldn't help but have tears in his eyes. He wiped the corners of his eyes with his hand. Fortunately, it was dry. As for Song Yuan, Feng Qing, Feng Yi and others, they were already in tears. And Feng Shan himself was crying while blowing. Qing Yi looked at the tribesmen in the team crying, resisted the urge to cry, and shouted, "Feng Xi, what on earth did your wife make?" "It's true, killing the gray crocodile is much easier, but it made us all cry. I'm 8 feet tall and a handsome man, how can I cry so much?" Jiang Wenqiu blew his nose, wiped it on the hem of his martial arts uniform, and rushed forward with water dripping. Even Lu Yuan, who didn't show much expression, had red eyes. Fortunately, everyone just had tears in their eyes, and they were not affected by the mournful sound of the swana. Otherwise, they would not be able to fight. This purple swana is a 4th grade spiritual weapon, and it is also a group attack spiritual weapon. Fengshan's 4th grade cultivation only lasted less than half a minute. Next, It was the turn of the Qin family's martial arts master. Qin Yi assigned a 4th grade martial arts master. The martial arts master was just gloating over Fengshan's embarrassing appearance of crying and playing the Swana, but in the blink of an eye, he was caught. He looked left and right with the purple Swana in his hand, and said in a daze, "But I don't know how to play the Swana." "No problem. Fengshan played the Swana for Wang Mat this morning. The Swana has recorded this song. You can play it." Feng Si had to admire his wife. This Swana can actually be used for tuning. The 4th level martial spirit master of the Qin family played with a bitter face. The mournful music matched his bitter face, which was unexpectedly harmonious. Sure enough, he was already crying after playing for a while. The martial spirit masters of the Liu and Jiang families, who were above the 4th level, did not dare to laugh at him, for fear that they would be caught by their young master if they laughed. The longer they can survive, the better. Here, there were no more red shrimps to catch, so the children went back to their daily routine of picking water vegetables and casting nets. Song Luhua stepped on the flying sword and floated leisurely on the water. Soon she surpassed the women of the major families. Among the women of the 10 great families, only her own family members and the women of the Qin, Jiang, and Liu families were used to her behavior. The women of other families had never seen such a playful person, and they stretched their necks until she flew far away and kept pointing and criticizing. Song Luhua knew what these people were talking about without having to guess. It was nothing more than how lazy she was, and that she would definitely be divorced in the future. She was so tired of hearing such words that her ears were almost calloused. She didn't care anyway. The power of these women was comparable to that of the Andes at the entrance of the village. If a dog passed by them, it would be ruined. She was used to it. It was impossible to pick water vegetables. This was her principle. When passing by a green reed marsh, Song Luhua urgently stopped the flying sword. Slowly approaching the water, she was dazzled by the green eggs. Red-green duck eggs? Really? Not sure. Let's take a closer look. She was about to get closer to take a closer look when she saw a red-green duck flapping its wings and flying away in the southeast corner. There are indeed red-green ducks in this area, and these lake green eggs must be red-green duck eggs. Song Luhua happily picked up a dozen red-green duck eggs piled on the reeds. Isn't this a bowl of egg drop soup? Finding eggs in the water is much more difficult than on land, and Song Luhua is not going to continue looking. She carried the basket and stepped on the flying sword. A fish of unknown species jumped out of the water with a splash and then fell into the water with a thud. Ripples appeared on the calm water. This attracted Song Luhua's attention. She pushed aside the reeds that blocked her view and happened to see a nest of red and green duck eggs in the lake green color. Oh, another pot of egg drop soup. Song Luhua stopped her steps and decisively put the dozen or so red and green duck eggs into the basket. There are quite a lot of egg drop soup here. How about looking for more? After finding 2 nests of red and green duck eggs, Song Luhua was intrigued. She stepped on the flying sword and shuttled through the reeds. Suddenly, a plop sound was heard again. The sound was very close, and Song Luhua turned back immediately, but saw a large reed fish with light green scales as thick as a thigh falling into the water with a dong. Reed fish feed on mutated reeds, which have the effect of beautifying and nourishing the skin, but are very popular among the women of the noble families. However, mutated reeds are rare, so this kind of fish is very rare. What a pity, it ran away. Song Luhua didn't care about looking for red and green duck eggs at this moment. She wanted this fish. How can I catch them? She used her little brain that hadn't been used for a long time. She glanced at the clusters of green tender reeds, and suddenly she had an idea. Since these reed fish like to eat mutated reeds, she can find all the mutated reeds first, and then use these mutated reeds to fish. Hee. Song Luhua smiled cunningly, and threw the basket of red and green duck eggs into the jade bracelet space without hesitation. Since the black water entered her body, she felt that her sensitivity to spiritual power had become stronger. With the addition of 10 top-quality orange melon seeds every day, it was easy for her to find plants with spiritual power. Song Luhua stepped on the flying sword and floated in the reed marsh. At this moment, she concentrated her mind and felt the spiritual power around her. Most of the reeds or water vegetables were motionless. A few reeds and water vegetables were surrounded by 4 or 5 light spots, which were first-level spiritual plants. Those with more than 10 light spots were second-level spiritual plants. These are not what she wants. Song Luhua concentrated her mind and felt it carefully. Suddenly, a reed with green dots all over its body appeared in front of her. Song Luhua suddenly opened her eyes. Found it. She followed her feeling and easily found the mutated reed. So this is the ability of a spiritual plant master. Song Luo pinched the mutated reed, her eyes shining. She, a useless person, is finally going to make a difference. Chapter 90. At this moment, Song Luo had forgotten about the reed fish. She had just discovered that she could use the spiritual plant master's ability to detect spiritual plants. She excitedly stepped on the flying sword and flew around in the reeds, laughing and spinning. Wow, haha. Hee, quack. Awah. The peaceful reeds suddenly became chaotic. The red and green ducks were frightened and fled from the reeds with their wings flapping. The various fish that were about to jump out of the water to breathe wilted as soon as they jumped into the air, Pia. With a sudden movement, a turtle fell to the ground and fell into the water. Anyway, there is no one around here. I am still the dignified and elegant Madame Song in front of others. After going crazy, Song Luo tidied up her slightly messy hair and continued to look for the mutated reed. She didn't notice that several martial arts masters from other families not far away covered their chests and looked at her in an indescribable way. Isn't this Madame Song, the wife of the fourth son of the Feng family? It's her. Apart from her, who else has a flying sword and rides it around? Several injured martial arts masters from the Lan and Lu families who were passing by were discussing with a look of shock. What happened to her? She was laughing and shouting like a madman. Several injured martial arts masters came to the base to discuss the matter of Song Luo. A martial arts master from a farmer's family secretly hid behind a few people and ate a melon, and then said to the tribe members with a sneaky look on his face, I heard that Madame Song was yelling and screaming like a madman outside. Tribe members. What? Madame Song is having fun. Everyone, spread the word, Mrs. Song is crazy. When the rumor spread, Song Luo didn't know yet. At this moment, she was happily picking the mutated reeds. She finally got her act together. After more than half an hour of picking, Song Luo finally picked all the mutated reeds. She started her fishing plan. Take out a bamboo pole for fishing small red shrimps. Tie the mutated reeds to the green beef tendon line at the other end. Put it in the water. Song Luo took out a wooden boat from the space of the jade bracelet and leisurely sat cross-legged to fish. Feng Xi had the help of the 4th grade purple swana, and the speed of killing the gray crocodile was much faster. It was Song Yuan's turn to play the swana in Feng Xi's team. He rubbed the corners of his eyes that were red and painful, and thought to himself, hack it. My parents are gone, and I haven't shed so many tears. If I keep crying like this, are you sure I won't go blind? At this time, a large group of big men in Feng Xi, Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, and Jiang Wenxiu's team couldn't help crying. Even so, the spiritual swords in their hands still attacked the gray crocodile immersed in sadness, and the gray crocodile, who didn't resist much. I said that the madam's things are not so easy to take. Feng Shan narrowed his eyes, leaving only a small gap, and complained with a choked voice. The madam didn't say that the thing she refined would become more powerful the more you play it? Feng Yi's sunny face no longer had a smile, and his dimples were flat. The later we get, the more we are affected by the swana. We have the will to fight, but our eyes are not far from crying blind. It was rare for Feng Qing, a taciturn person, to say so much. Feng Xi looked at the red and swollen eyes of his family members, like those of rabbits, and shook his head with a smile. His wife only refined some strange things. Not to mention the family members, whose cultivation was far lower than his. Even he was not feeling well at the moment. His eyes were red and slightly swollen. If he had not had good self-control, he would have lost his image long ago. Feng Xi was like this. Qin Yi and Lu Yuan were not much better than him. Qin Yi took out a handkerchief to wipe away the watery light at the end of his eyes. He did not dare to squint his narrow and long phoenix eyes, for fear that if he squinted, tears would come out again. Feng Xi's wife is really capable. Throughout history, I'm afraid she is the only one who can make 4 big families, 2 young clan leaders, and 2 direct descendants cry like this. Qin Yi couldn't help but tease. She is really capable. Lu Yuan pointed at the big man crying like a dog behind him, and his mouth twitched violently. Haha. It's funny to see a big man crying while fighting. Qin Yi laughed and tears came down again. Lu Yuan couldn't help but curl his mouth. Jiang Wenxiu looked at the 3 people who were still keeping their composure with jealousy, and was so angry that he jumped up and down. You are still laughing. Why don't you stop it quickly? If you continue like this, I will cry my eyes out. Among the 4 of us, even Feng Xi has recovered the 5th level of cultivation, and you are the lowest. How dare you get angry? Qin Yi said, as if he was watching a play. It's too late to jump up and down now instead of practicing. You. Jiang Wenxiu pointed at his friends, who were taking advantage of his misfortune, and was about to yell back. Suddenly, a stream of shiny snot came out of his nose. He could only swallow his words, and blew his nose roughly. Ha. Qin Yi and Lu Yuan laughed again. Feng Xiai couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. Jiang Wenxiu glared at the three pretenders angrily, yes, the ugly faces of pretenders that Feng Xi's wife said, and rushed into the gray crocodiles with a spirit sword, killing them all. Okay, stop laughing, let's fight quickly. Qin Yi said, and rushed into the gray crocodiles, and started fighting. Feng Xiai nodded, and smiled at Lu Yuan, holding his spirit sword, and walked leisurely into the group of gray crocodiles. With the help of the purple Swana, Feng Xiai and others quickly wiped out the 4th level gray crocodiles that blocked the road. A 4th level gray crocodile weighs 1,000 pounds, and more than 200 gray crocodiles in this area were all wiped out. Everyone was excited and relieved. If it doesn't end, not only these gray crocodiles can't stand it, their eyes can't stand it either. Of course, apart from the discomfort of their eyes, Feng Xiai, Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, Jiang Wenxiu and others were quite happy. This time it was a blessing in disguise, and we won a great victory. As for the eyes, they will be fine after a few days of rest. They were already ahead of the top 10 families, and now that they have hunted so many gray crocodiles, they are naturally ahead even more. The obstacles here have been solved, and they will surely be able to push through and meet the teams of the top 10 families in less than 2 days. Qin Yi was looking forward to the expressions of other families when they saw them. Song Luo didn't know what other people's expressions were, but she really wanted to see what Qin Yi and the others looked like. A group of grown men crying together, it was exciting to think about it. She hadn't seen Feng Xiai cry yet, It should be very beautiful for a gentle family to cry. Song Luo fell into endless reverie.